Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks, and leave a comment with the novel you want to hear. I will upload it soon based on your request. Chapter 712. If it was said that the golden flaming lion and the flaming lion king were only evenly matched for the time being, then the thunder beast was depressed, because it had met a bronze level 3 divine beast that was actually pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Wei Tai Lang deliberately showed off his might in front of his new little brother, the golden flaming lion, to let the other party know that even if it was a warbeast of heaven stage, it was still his little brother. It, who had the strength to challenge the golden clear demon bull king or the golden belt Tauren warrior, actually went to fight the weakest thunder beast. How could the thunder beast not be depressed? Lightning. What the thunder beast was best at was lightning. However, this move was useless against Wei Tai Lang. Not to mention the fact that it had fused with the holy tier dark sacred armor. Even without it, it was not afraid of the electric current at all. With the ability to transform into liquid silver, electric energy was practically a tonic for it. Seeing his opponent condense all the electric energy into an electric ball and swallow it in one gulp, the thunder beast's originally silver-white face became even paler, deathly pale. Wei Tai Lang's tail wrapped around the holy tier dark demon scythe and slashed out with earth-splitting slash. Although it couldn't reach the power of Yue Yang, the demon scythe that had fused with the dark sacred sword was not easy to bear. With every swing, there would be an obvious wound on the thunder beast's steel-like body, and a stream of purplish-blue blood would flow out. Other than the earth-splitting slash, Wei Tai Lang was also proficient in the Great Totem battle skill. He had sparred with Fatty Hai and the others a lot. Fatty Hai's hippopotamus meteor fist was not as exquisite as it. Pa 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 pa. The more Wei Tai Lang fought, the happier he became. He pressed down on the thunder beast and gave it a good beating, slapping it left and right. In the end, the thunder beast didn't even get angry. It fainted, its eyes rolled back, its limbs went limp, and it lay on the ground with its belly facing the sky. Wei Tai Lang did not care about this small victory at all. He summoned his grimoire and took out a golden cup watch that he had forcefully snatched from Fatty Hai. Looking at the time, it was 2 minutes and 58 seconds. In less than 3 minutes, he had beaten down a heaven stage thunder beast. Wei Tai Lang was proud. He immediately took out a notebook and a pen and drew the appearance of the thunder beast. Then, he dipped it in the thunder beast's blood and stamped a paw print on the notebook, indicating that he had successfully KO'd this opponent. It turned out that Fatty Hai had come up with this idea unintentionally when he was drunk. In the end, he did not manage to persevere, but Grey Wolf learned it well. This caused Fatty Hai to feel a lot of pressure when he saw the densely packed records in Wei Tai Lang's notebook. The golden flaming lion and the flaming lion king fought fiercely, and for a moment, they were neck and neck. From the looks of it, without an hour or two, it was unlikely that the victor would be decided. The golden-eyed demon bull king, who was at the second level of heaven stage, against the master of Luo Hua City, even if she didn't summon the Nirvana Sunflower, just the Aurora and the near-perfect Snow Fox girl were enough to make it roar repeatedly and become a target to be beaten. The Snow Fox lady waved her hands, and countless flowers were thrown out from her hands. It was as beautiful as a celestial maiden scattering flowers. Of course, the power of these attacks did not come from the tender petals of the flowers, but from the fragrance of the flowers. The enraged golden-eyed devil bull king fell into a deep slumber under the combination of the fragrant sleeping flower and the saliva of dream dragon. Its strength, its anger, and its strong physique could not be an effective existence in resisting sleep. If needed, the city lord of fallen flowers could use little to blind its eyes at any time. She could also use the Nirvana Sunflower to cut off its neck. But she didn't do that. The city lord of fallen flowers only used the Aurora again and again to wake the golden-eyed devil bull king up. Then, she let the Snow Fox lady hypnotize it again, causing the golden-eyed devil bull king to fall into an endless cycle of sobriety, pain, anger, sleep, and sobriety. It wasn't just it, even the wild bull bandits in the Lion King Valley had fallen asleep under the effect of the sleeping dragon fragrance. Large groups of them fell to the ground. The golden belt Tauren warrior was a creature that was famous in the heaven realm for its thirst for battle. As long as they fought, no matter what opponent they faced, even if it was a heaven realm dragon, they would be fearless. Their brains were also filled with muscles. In this world, nothing could satisfy their bloodthirsty hearts more than fighting. Regardless of how the situation developed, it roared like thunder and charged towards Yue Yang's group. Just as the fist was about to hit Yue Yang, it realized that its body had stopped and could no longer move forward. It, whose reaction was already a little slow, was slightly stunned and turned around. It discovered that a female barbarian bull was using a chain to hold its arm from afar and was immediately enraged. In front of the Tauran race, what other race dared to challenge wrist strength? It was fine if it was the size of an ancient dragon or an ancient titan, but the female barbarian bull behind him was half his size. Did she dare to compete with him, a golden belt Tauran warrior? Roar! The golden belt Tauran warrior erupted with tremendous strength. Its hooves stepped deeply into the ground, and the blood vessels on its thick arms bulged like earthworms. Under such a huge force, even a mammoth would fall to the ground in response. However, the foolish Tauran warrior did not know that the female barbarian bull behind him was a terrifying goddess of war who possessed the strength of a titan in the heart of earth. As long as she stood on the ground, no race could defeat her. With an incredulous expression, the golden belt Tauran warrior realized that it was being pulled by the opponent step by step. It had clearly used all of its strength, but the opponent's strength was unstoppable. The god-binding chains were also being pulled so hard that they rattled, and electric currents flashed. The golden belt Tauran warrior staggered under Man's pull. It tried to stand firm and use its strength to turn the tables, but it was destined to fail. Unless it could pull up the entire earth, it would not be able to pull up Man who had become one with the earth. The golden belt Tauran warrior was enraged. Its eyes turned blood red due to anger. It waved its huge ox-head axe, preparing to kill the female barbarian bull who had brought shame to its heart. However, before the ox-head axe could slash down, before Wei Tai-lang could absorb the cloud-collapsing thunder hammer, the holy weapon that the Black Hell King had carefully collected for thousands of years, appeared in Man's hands. The hammer smashed down, hitting the golden belt Tauran warrior's huge head. After being ambushed, even the giant Loli, who was from the ancient Titan royal family, was knocked unconscious on the spot. The power of the cloud-collapsing thunder hammer was not something that the Tauran warrior, who had no defense and was only focused on attacking, could resist. The Tauran warrior fell to the ground on the spot. Its eyes rolled back, it foamed at the mouth. Man first kicked away the huge ox-head battle axe, then snatched the golden belt, and finally swung the bat like he was playing baseball. Wei Tai-lang had already cooperated with Yue Yang many times, so it immediately ran out. It grabbed the Tauran warrior who was still unconscious and threw it high up. When the enemy fell down, it used its dark magic scythe to hit the Tauran warrior, sweeping it towards Man like a baseball bat. Boom! Man imitated Yue Yang's usual attack posture and unleashed her greatest strength. The moment the Tauran warrior flew over, a cloud-collapsing thunder hammer struck the enemy's head, directly sending the Tauran warrior flying 1,000 meters away. Like a cannonball, it smashed into the rocks and almost caused the mountain to collapse. Captain Raging Flames was both envious and shocked. This move was too ruthless, wasn't it? She reckoned that even if the Heaven Stage Level 2 Tauran warrior didn't die, he would still be crippled. However, this kind of move that was used to oppress the enemy was really cool. If she cooperated with Man, the effect would probably be even better. Captain Raging Flames felt an itch in her heart. She imagined herself standing in front of Man. When Man hit the Tauran warrior over, she would hit it into the sky. That kind of feeling was too great. Good ball. Yue Yang gave Man a thumbs up to praise her. Meow. Wei Tai-lang expressed that his tacit understanding was also worthy of praise. On the other side of the battlefield, Fei Huang, who had originally felt incomparably humiliated and furious, was now becoming more and more alarmed. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the person who came to challenge him would actually be the weakest in the group. She was only a little girl at the second level of Earth stage. She actually wanted to fight a Heaven Stage expert like him. Fei Huang felt a great sense of humiliation. He was the kind of proud Heaven Stage expert who would rather be beaten to death than be looked down upon. If it was the master of Black Wind City who defeated him, then Fei Huang would feel a little better. Now, he discovered that he was facing a human girl who was only at the second level of Earth stage. With this kind of strength, you want to challenge me? He suspected that if he blew a breath of air, the other party would be blown away by the wind. What made Fei Huang the most speechless was that the little girl was actually a warrior who specialized in plant type. Didn't she know that her warbeast, Calamity Locust, was the nemesis of plant-type war beasts? Fei Huang believed that he only needed 10 seconds, no, 3 seconds, or even 1 second to kill this little girl on the spot. The two giant tree ants looked very powerful, but in front of the Calamity Locust, no matter what kind of plant-type warbeast it was, they would all be able to eat them up. Was there any warbeast in this world that could restrain plant-type warbeasts more than the Calamity Locust? Maybe there was, but Fei Huang had never seen it before. Eat them all. Fei Huang waved his hand and ordered millions of Calamity Locusts to rush forward and eat up the Titan Ancient Tree. Whip. Yu Bing's face was filled with seriousness. In a battle against such a nemesis, she had to put in 200% of her focus. She absolutely could not let the enemy catch even the slightest flaw. Millions of Calamity Locusts blotted out the sky, each and every one of them was faster than lightning, rolling down like dark clouds. Although a small number of them were whipped by the Titan Ancient Tree's tree arms and died miserably on the ground. But even more Calamity Locusts were piled on the two Titan Ancient Trees. It was densely packed. They had become like two Calamity Locust people, clinging to the body of the Titan Ancient Tree. Each of them opened their teeth that could devour everything and bit at the Titan Ancient Tree with all their might. Not to mention two tree ants, even if it was a forest, they would be able to eat it clean in a short period of time. The most terrifying thing was that other than having powerful steel teeth, the Calamity Locust could also secrete a kind of acid and plague that could soften everything. There was no plant-type skin in the world that could resist their gnawing. Victory. Fei Huang didn't need to look to know that he had won. Not to mention the naturally restrained plant-type war beasts, even other war beasts were nothing more than a pile of bones in front of the millions of Calamity Locust. Defeating such an opponent was not something to be happy about. On the contrary, it was a kind of humiliation. Fei Huang felt that he had been underestimated by the enemy and was extremely angry. But very quickly, his anger was extinguished as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water over his head. What replaced it was astonishment. Unbelievable astonishment. All the Calamity Locusts that had eaten the leaves on the top of the Titan Ancient Tree fell to the ground like a rain of locusts. They, who could digest all things, all died suddenly. They had the acid that could digest steel, but they didn't care about resisting the poison. These Calamity Locusts that had eaten the leaves all died a violent death. As for the Calamity Locusts that were attached to the tree trunk and gnawing on the bark, they discovered that the plague that could make the skin of all creatures fragile was ineffective against the bark of this big tree. The tough skin of the big tree made it so that they couldn't bite off even a small piece even with all their strength. Chapter 713 Inches Intense Poison. What a potent poison. Of course, his Calamity Locust did not have an immortal body, but he also knew how strong his Calamity Locust's poison resistance was. Even if he ate the extremely poisonous bone clan or the demonic venomous flower that was famous for its poison, the Calamity Locust would still be able to easily eat it, and his body would not have any abnormal reactions. Even if the Calamity Locust was immersed in the poison, it would only drown and not die from the poison. Now, they were poisoned to death on the spot just by nibbling on a few leaves. What kind of concept was this? This was even more unbelievable than the Flaming Lion King being burned to death. Fei Huang raised his fist. The beast might be very strong, but the master was too weak. As long as he waved his fist, this little girl would die. It was impossible for two tree ants and one green light tree demoness to defeat him. It's over. Fei Huang saw that the thunder beast in the distance had failed, and the Tauren warrior had also been defeated. His own Calamity Locust could not do anything to the other party's tree ant, and his companion Hua Ban was entangled by the other little girl who could condense petals with spiritual force and had a spirit mirror. If he did not win, he reckoned that his entire army would be wiped out. Fei Huang looked outside the battlefield and saw a woman with a bronze greatsword on her back standing beside the heroic swordswoman. There was also a woman with a dragon-slaying spear in her hand and a little panda girl. He flew at top speed and appeared in front of Yu Bing. With the power of heaven rank, he threw a punch at her face. Fei Huang did not have the slightest bit of tenderness towards the fairer sex. Under the watchful eyes of so many enemies, he only wanted to quickly end the battle and leave this place. Killing this little girl who was good at plants was only the first time. His second time was to kill the sword-wielding and spear-wielding woman. They were probably a little more difficult to deal with, but Fei Huang was confident in his speed and strength. Even without the help of the Calamity Locust, he was still a heaven-rank powerhouse. Moreover, he had the ability to transform and condense his body. Unless he was a heaven-rank 3 or above powerhouse, no one could easily kill him. Rumble, a punch in the air, the fierce fist aura blasted a huge pit on the ground. Fei Fei Huang discovered that the little girl had disappeared without a trace. What he had just hit was only the afterimage she had left behind. I won't lose to you. A firm voice sounded from behind Fei Huang. Needless to say, Fei Huang knew that it must be that human girl with a determined face. His courage was commendable, but he had too little experience. Just the fact that she had opened her mouth to speak had already exposed her identity. It was enough to make her die a tragic death. Fei Huang sneered in his heart. He did not turn around and punched angrily behind him. The terrifying power of a heaven-ranked powerhouse burst out. Just when Fei Huang thought that the little girl was dead for sure and would definitely be smashed to pieces by his fist, he found that his fist had hit a hard object that was as hard as an iron wall. The recoil caused his fist to feel a trace of pain. Although his bones were fine, his skin had been shaken to the point of cracking. Fresh blood, drop by drop, they fell to the ground. Only then did Fei Huang realize that at some point in time, a giant tree had already appeared behind him. This was not what shocked him the most. He discovered that the blood that dripped onto the ground had turned dark green, and the grass that was stained with green blood was rapidly withering. Even with the strength of Heaven Stage, Fei Huang still felt dizzy. Poison, a poison that could seal the throat upon contact with blood. Fei Huang panicked. He took out a bottle of golden poison dispelling pills from his storage ring. This was a poison dispelling pill refined by a Heaven Realm alchemy master using demonic beast cores and demonic insect flower juice. It was worth 100,000 gold coins each. It was an extremely expensive pill that even a Heaven Stage powerhouse would feel heartache for. Fei Huang raised his neck and swallowed the 3 poison dispelling pills. He crushed another one and applied it to the wound on the back of his right hand. With his experience, even if it was a fatal poison that could kill a Heaven Stage powerhouse within a minute, a poison dispelling pill would be able to neutralize it. For the sake of insurance, this was the first time Fei Huang had swallowed 3 poison dispelling pills in a row. If it weren't for the fact that the Calamity Locust couldn't withstand the poison, he wouldn't have slapped 300,000 gold coins into his mouth. The poison dispelling pill entered his throat and dissolved into liquid. It was indeed worthy of being the masterpiece of an alchemy master. Fei Huang felt his mind clear up. The wound on the back of his hand that had been smeared with the poison dispelling pill powder also quickly turned red. That was close. Seeing that the poison dispelling pill was effective in detoxifying the poison, Fei Huang couldn't care less about his heartache. He secretly thanked his lucky stars that he had spent 1,000,000 gold to buy this bottle of pills. Otherwise, he would have been defeated by a human girl at the 2nd level of Earth Stage. The poison of these 2 trees was too terrifying. When Fei Huang saw the little girl staring at him with her big eyes, a sense of pride rose in his heart. Although you have 2 poisonous trees, you're still too weak. Fei Huang raised his hand, and a large cloud of plague formed by the Calamity Locust flew towards Yu Bing. At the same time, he threw out an invisible and colorless dark fist. After being hit by this dark fist, the other party's body would definitely explode and he would die in incomparable pain. A Heaven Stage powerhouse isn't something a little girl at the 2nd level of Earth Stage like you can provoke. With the strength of your entire body, it's not even enough for a Heaven Stage punch. PFF'd. Borrowing the Calamity Locust that filled the sky, Fei Huang, who had thrown out the dark fist, suddenly spat out a mouthful of green blood. Then, the dizziness from being poisoned returned. What surprised Fei Huang the most was that strange little human girl. She actually leapt into the air, as if she could see the dark fist. Stepping on it, she used the force to jump and instantly arrived in front of him. How did she do it? Fei Huang didn't even have time to find the answer to this riddle. He found that his raised hand was weak and powerless, and the opponent's speed had doubled under the support of the green light tree demoness. 18 kicks in a row. His legs all hit his face, causing Fei Huang to be unable to find his bearings. Fei Huang staggered back a few steps and looked at his hand in fear. His hand had turned dark green. No, it should be his entire body that had turned green. The poison just now wasn't cured. A poison that even 100,000 gold coins worth of poison dispelling pill couldn't cure. While Fei Huang was dizzy, he hurriedly took out the bottle and swallowed the remaining 6 poison dispelling pills like beans. When the pill entered his body, the liquid slid into his stomach and intestines. His mind became clear and his mind became clear. However, the green color under his skin, after slightly fading, quickly grew denser. Looking at his pair of dark green hands, Fei Huang pointed at Yu Bing and cried out, "It's not those 2 trees, it's you. Are you the one who's working?" Your talent is poison, Mr. Locust. It's not that my poison is powerful, it's that your poison resistance is too poor. When Yu Bing saw the other party's horrified expression, she shook her head in embarrassment. She felt that it was a little unfair, so she added, this poison will increase more and more as you fight. Ah, if you don't want to die, then lie down quietly and wait for my brother to come over. You can just surrender to him. What a pity, I thought I would be able to have a good fight, but I didn't expect your poison resistance to be too weak. Fei Huang felt a great shame. As a heaven stage cultivator, he was actually looked down upon and pitied by a little girl of Earth stage level 2. He was so angry that he almost committed suicide. However, committing suicide was really vexing. Fei Huang gritted his teeth and finally lay on the ground, making what he thought was the most humiliating posture in his life to save his life. He knew that if it was true strength, it would be impossible for the little girl to defeat him. The problem was that her poison talent was too terrifying. If he accidentally broke a little of his skin, he would become a poison man. If he had been careful just now and used the method of guerrilla warfare, defeating this little girl probably wouldn't have been too difficult. He had been careless today. Seeing Yu Bing's back as she left, Fei Huang wanted to slap himself twice in the face. The little, human girl of Earth stage level 2 had one end left. The super expert of Heaven stage level 1 was lying on the ground like a turtle that had turned over. What was this? Compared to Fei Huang, Hua Ban was much more cautious. However, he found that the enemy he encountered was even more difficult to deal with. This human girl, who was riding a silver-horned Pegasus and had 2 hallucinatory butterfly demons and a spirit mirror, actually possessed a powerful spiritual force. In addition to raising a huge spiritual energy field, she also condensed her spiritual force into petals. Facing such an enemy, the long-tailed leopard became a tragedy. Although it was strong, it was almost destroyed by the abilities of the 2 hallucinatory butterfly demons. Pollen paralysis coupled with the mental nightmare torture, the long-tailed leopard was about to go crazy. It turned into a golden light and shot towards Inan like an aurora. However, in front of the spirit mirror, the long-tailed leopard pounced like an arrow, turning into a hidden weapon that attacked its master. Hua Ban had no choice but to order the long-tailed leopard to withdraw from the battlefield and save the poisoned Fei Huang. Right now, it didn't matter if he could defeat the enemy or figure out what was going on. Right now, what Hua Ban wanted to do the most was to escape. As long as he could escape successfully, he would pay any price. Let me do it. Drunken Cat rushed ahead of Princess Sissy and together with the little panda girl Niu, they faced the dusty long-tailed leopard. How boring. When can I have a good fight? Princess Xianxia stretched her beautiful waist, causing Yue Yang, who was walking over, to light up his wolf eyes. Your Highness, soon, after we finish beating this guy, we'll pretend to be Captain Wild Bull and kill the master of Black Wind City. We'll let the Lionheart King and the Emerald Lord fight each other. Not half a month later. Princess Sissy was stunned. All is fair in war. How can there be a fair duel? That's not something a smart person would do. Yue Yang smiled. Captain Raging Flames felt that this guy's name should be called Disdain, and his real name should be Shameless. Was there anyone as wicked as him? He had clearly arranged for a decisive battle in half a month, but he had actually made his move in advance and launched a sneak attack. Captain Raging Flames couldn't imagine what the expressions of the Emerald Lord, Lionheart King and the others, who had been foolishly waiting for the decisive battle in half a month, would look like after being played around with by this brat Yue Yang. However, she believed that this was Yue Yang's plan. Tong Tian Tower's strength wasn't enough, so it was impossible for Yue Yang to use Sky Execution and the others to fight against the experts of the Southern Heaven Realm. Moreover, this would easily reveal the true secret. If the clown returned, or if he found out that there were no Tong Tian, Long Tang, or Sky Demon forces in the Western Heaven Realm, the other party would definitely be suspicious. Perhaps even the Lionheart King and the other Heaven Stage Kings would participate. Set up an ambush and kill them to obtain the secrets of Tong Tian Tower. Yue Yang had launched a sneak attack in advance. It could be said that this was the best time. The problem was, this brat had openly made an agreement with the other party, and within a few days, he had torn up the agreement and stabbed the unsuspecting master of Black Wind City in the back. Furthermore, he had done it in the name of the Emerald Lord's subordinate, Wild Bull. This was too shameless in terms of morality and morality. But forget it, Yue Yang had never done this before. Raging Flames shook her head helplessly. Ah, Raging Flames. At first, Hua Ban didn't pay attention, but raging flames followed Yue Yang closer. Moreover, she had already taken off her invisible cloak. With her unique appearance and flame-like hair, even a blind person could recognize her as the female giant. As soon as Hua Ban saw raging flames, he felt despair. This lady was a famous female giant in the southern heaven realm. She was at the 5th level of heaven stage and had obtained the inheritance of the giant dragon. To the leader of the heaven stage thieves, she was an existence akin to a calamity. What was there to fight? Hua Ban screamed, "I surrender, Captain Raging Flames, I am Hua Ban. We worked together in Golden Rain City before, do you still remember? Please allow me and Fei Huang to surrender to you. It's useless to ask me. The real boss here is this brat." Raging Flames pointed at Yue Yang, indicating that she would listen to him. It can't be. Hua Ban was dumbfounded. Could such a stubborn female giant like Raging Flames be tamed? Could it be that he had misheard? What was the background of this brat? He was actually able to make Raging Flames, whom even the Lionheart King and the other king-level rankers could not subdue, obey his orders. Chapter 714. Yue Yang's attitude towards the captives was quite good. Although he had tacitly allowed Grey Wolf to beat up Hua Ban and Fei Huang, without exception, he had at least not built a concentration camp to skin people. Hua Ban and Fei Huang, who had been beaten into a pig's head, could only grit their teeth and endure the humiliation. They felt that they still had a bright future ahead of them and didn't want to die here in vain. Resisting was nonsense, not to mention anything else. Just Captain Raging Flames alone could kill the two of them in an instant, not to mention the young man who could make Captain Raging Flames listen to his orders. When the other party put on that special Gemini mask, Hua Ban and Fei Huang immediately understood who they had fallen into. A masked man who could beat up old Demon Wei, that madman, to the point of looking for his teeth on the ground. He was the most mysterious expert of the 3 great sects in the Western Heaven realm. After being defeated by his hands, Hua Ban and Fei Huang had nothing to say. As for the Captain Wild Bull who had turned into a rock, there was no need to guess. He must have been tricked by this brat. When I eat meat, I don't mind others drinking some soup. Yue Yang warned the 2 pig-headed Hua Ban and Fei Huang, the Wild Bull Thief group will continue to be led by you. I don't care what you do, but you must leave the Emerald Territory. You can pick out all the people from the Wild Bull faction. I still have use for them. Finally, I will only say this once. Remember who gave you this bowl of rice. Don't play tricks in secret. Otherwise, you will have 2 choices. One is to become fertilizer, and the other is dog food. Hua Ban and Fei Huang looked at Grey Wolf and shivered inwardly. They quickly nodded. Roar, roar, roar. The battle between the Golden Flaming Lion and the Flaming Lion King had reached its climax. When the 2 lions of equal strength fought, it was originally difficult to determine who was stronger. The Golden Flaming Lion's body had a stronger defense and its mind was smarter. The Flaming Lion King's level was slightly higher, and as a king, its aura and pressure had multiplied. Most importantly, it had captured the Golden Flaming Lion before, so it was more confident in battle. If it wasn't for the fact that the Captain Wild Bull had already turned into a rock, and the Flaming Lion King had lost its powerful support, it would have been difficult for the Golden Flaming Lion to defeat such a powerful enemy in a short period of time. Following the fainting of the Thunder Beast, the defeat of the Tauren Warrior with the Golden Belt, the coma of the Golden-Eyed Demon Bull King, and the surrender of the 2 Heaven Stage Fei Huang and Hua Ban, the confidence of the Flaming Lion King gradually collapsed. Its morale was greatly reduced, and it wanted to escape several times, but the Golden Flaming Lion firmly entangled it. The 2 lions fought fiercely while bathed in blood, unable to gain the upper hand. An hour passed, 2 hours passed, the 2 of them had yet to decide the winner. Yue Yang was not in the mood to wait for the battle to end, so he returned to the Grimoire world to rest, leaving the bored and yawning Wei Tai Lang to supervise the battle. By the time Yue Yang had finished resting, the Golden Flaming Lion had already won. It was bathed in blood as it proudly stood on the enemy's corpse, roaring towards the sky in high spirits. Fei Huang and Hua Ban had also officially taken over the Wild Bull bandits. They had also tied up more than 100 fellow villagers, old subordinates, and personal guards who were loyal to the Wild Bull outside the Lion King Valley to wait for Yue Yang's trial. Actually, the reason why I called you here is for a very simple matter. Yue Yang said, Captain Wild Bull was besieged by Black Wind, Bai Song, Pang Man, Jin Feng, and old Demon Wei last night. Unfortunately, he died, and now his soul has left his body and turned into a rock. I believe that some of you who are most familiar with him will know that he has this ability to escape. As his good friend, I have decided to stand up without hesitation, avenge him, and start a war against the treacherous master of Black Wind City and his allies. Cough cough. When Fei Huang heard this, he almost choked to death on his saliva. May I know what you want me to do for you? Niu Zhen, the flatterer, stood up, bowed, and asked respectfully. It's hard to say when Captain Wild Bull will wake up from the rock. Even if he wakes up, he won't be able to return to his original state in an instant. During his hibernation, the two Heaven Stage warriors, Fei Huang and Hua Ban, would be in charge of the guild's affairs. You are the elders of the guild, and you are also the guild leader's most trusted hands and feet. Of course, the two vice guild leaders, Fei Huang and Hua Ban, will not treat you unfairly. In view of your outstanding contributions to the guild in the future, the two guild leaders have decided to divide 1/10 of the guild's assets equally among you. After obtaining the assets, it would be even better if you were willing to stay in the guild and contribute your strength. If you want to go back and be a comfortable rich man, no one will stop you. Yue Yang expressed that the policy was very open. As long as they knew how to stand in line, it would be easy. The master of Black Wind City and the guild leader have been good friends for many years. This time, the guild leader led us to support the master of Black Wind City. How could he be ungrateful? How could he bring people to attack the guild leader? It's easy for you to kill us, but don't even think about tricking us into revealing the secret location of the guild leader's belongings. A super loyal subordinate of the Wild Bull, the captain of the Wild Bull's personal guard, cursed loudly. I don't want to explain. Yue Yang shook his head. Howl. Grey Wolf pounced on him. Even if I die, I won't reveal the secret location of the treasure. That guy thought that Grey Wolf was going to eat him, so he resisted his fear and shouted loudly. Grey Wolf waved his claws and shattered the chains on his body, releasing that guy. Yue Yang waved his hand at him. You can go. If you don't believe me, you can ask the master of Black Wind City, or secretly ask around. At that time, I believe you will understand what the truth is. That guy was a little dizzy. Was he really going to let him go? It can't be so easy. In fact, it wasn't just him. Everyone had their black iron chains shattered by Grey Wolf. They looked at each other in dismay. No one dared to believe this result. No one dared to leave, afraid that Yue Yang would go back on his word and kill them. Only the boldest personal guard captain, with a heroic spirit on the surface, was the first to stand out of the group. Looking at Fei Huang and Hua Ban's expressions, he felt that they didn't have any killing intent. His courage rose again, and he flew away like lightning. Seeing him disappear for a long time, no one dared to follow him until Yue Yang said, "All of you, disperse. If I want to kill you, I don't need to wait until now. I can do it at any time. Whether you believe it or not, the truth is the truth. I, who you don't know, am the Wild Bull's good friend, and the Wild Bull's ally, Black Wind, is the enemy who besieged him." Seeing that Yue Yang, Fei Huang, and Hua Ban didn't stop them, these people were as anxious as a spark. One by one, they quickly fled in all directions. Several of them even turned their heads to see if there were any enemies behind them. However, Yue Yang didn't react at all. The people who left safely left the valley and ran hundreds of kilometers away. Only then did they secretly heave a sigh of relief, so the other party really did let them go. Strange, why would he be so kind as to let them go? Could it be that he really was the guild leader's good friend, and Black Wind was really the murderer who killed the guild leader? If he wasn't a good friend and knew that the guild leader's soul was sleeping in the rock, he would be able to kill the guild leader with a single punch. Why would he leave the hidden danger behind? Besides, he had already captured all of these 100 people. If he wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. Why would he let everyone go? Everyone left. Wouldn't that reveal his secret? If he wasn't afraid of revealing his secret, then he might be real. After escaping for hundreds of kilometers, almost everyone gathered at a small village that they had agreed on beforehand to discuss important matters. The loyal members, led by the first personal guard captain, decided not to go to the secret treasure trove to avoid being tracked by the other party. They would first go to Black Wind City to investigate the truth. If it was true, then everyone would dig out all the treasures and change to another place. They definitely couldn't let any outsiders obtain them. Regardless of whether the other party was a good friend of the guild leader or not, they couldn't reveal the location of the treasure, much less let him obtain it. In case the guild leader was unable to recover, these people voted to use 80% of the funds from the treasure trove for the bounty on the master of Black Wind City and the murderer, and 20% for everyone's expenses. They quarreled and discussed for a long time before coming to a decision. At the same time, Yue Yang, under Niu Zhen's lead, had already headed towards the treasure trove of the Wild Bull Guild leader. Niu General was a smart and observant flatterer. He had wanted to surrender before, but when he saw Yue Yang's expression, he secretly nodded and didn't say anything. He left with the crowd, but he quickly returned. Under the astonished gazes of Fei Huang and Hua Ban, he presented Yue Yang with the true location of the treasure trove. Only I know where the guild leader's treasure trove is, because I was the one who did the construction of the entire treasure trove and the tidying up of the treasures. In the hands of the guild leader, there are only a few of the best treasures. The rest of the treasures are all placed in that place under my arrangements. Because I was born with no sense of direction when I was young, the guild leader was very at ease with me. Every time, he would cover my face and use a teleportation scroll to bring me into the secret cave. When I finished all kinds of tidying up work, he would bring me out again. The terrain outside was completely unknown, and he thought that I didn't know. He even gathered his trusted aides and told me about the fake treasure trove to show his sincerity towards his brothers. However, only I know that the real treasure trove is in another place. Niu Zhen reported to Yue Yang. How did you know about the Wild Bull's secret treasure trove? Yue Yang knew that this Niu Zhen must have some kind of special ability, but he was still a little curious. The Wild Bull Guild leader was definitely a cautious person. For Niu Zhen to be able to hide it from him and become the only one who knew, of course it was not a simple matter. I don't have any special abilities, but because I'm afraid of death, I'm good at observing other people's expressions. I found that every time I went to a place, the guild leader would secretly observe me, as if he wanted to see something on my face. After a few times, I began to have doubts and gradually became guesses. Could it be that the real treasure trove was in that place? Later, about 10 years later, when the captain's wariness was lowered, I swallowed a bottle of Tears of the Migrating Turtle, in secret. With the senses of the migrating turtle, I confirmed that the place where the treasure was kept was actually right under my nose where I least expected it to be, Niu Zhen confessed very honestly. Where is it? Fei Huang and Hua Ban asked anxiously. It's under the street between the city lord's mansion and the black market. The treasure trove is less than 100 meters away from the city lord's mansion and less than 50 meters away from the underground auction house of the black market. When Niu Ji said this, Fei Huang and Hua Ban were completely dumbfounded. It was too unexpected. The Wild Bull Guild leader's most secret treasure trove was actually at the edge of the black market auction house of Black Wind City. Sure enough, the most dangerous place was the safest. If the master of Black Wind City knew that he had been walking around the Wild Bull's treasure trove for many years without knowing it, his expression would be very beautiful. Yue Yang suddenly asked Niu Zhen, "Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you if you tell me the secret?" Niu Zhen respectfully replied, "How could a broad-minded lord like you, who has achieved great things, not tolerate a small ant like me? I'm not worried about my life at all. Of course, even if it was another master like the Wild Bull or Black Wind, I would still have a way to save my life. Why did the Wild Bull Guild leader use me to sort out his belongings and not kill me afterwards? The reason is very simple, because I'm a miser." Hua Ban was surprised and asked, "Miser?" Niu Zhen nodded and said, "That's right, I'm a natural miser. No matter how much money I have, I'm not willing to spend a single cent. Of course, that's not the main point. The reason why the Wild Bull values my miserliness is because he has a treasure called Miser's Treasure. No one can retrieve all the belongings after putting them into the Miser's Treasure, unless it's a miser like me." Chapter 715 Black Wind City. In the past few days, Black Wind City had been much calmer. Many bold merchants had even secretly opened their businesses to trade for all kinds of scarce goods. Benefits could turn a coward into a warrior. In addition to bringing about immeasurable losses, the war also brought about endless business opportunities. Once this business opportunity was captured, countless merchants would rush to Black Wind City to make a fortune from the war. Within Black Wind City, only a small number of original residents and mercenaries had fled due to fear. However, more merchants had entered, making the city even more prosperous than before. The only regret was that the black market couldn't be officially opened yet, so the merchants couldn't maximize their profits. City Lord, the wild bull is here. It's just outside. The master of Black Wind City, who was discussing the war with old Demon Wei, Bai Song, Pang Man, and the other heaven stage experts in the City Lord's mansion, received a report from General Jin Feng. It was not strange for Captain Wild Bull to come here to participate in the cross-border war. The master of Black Wind City had already made a secret agreement with the Wild Bull. The Wild Bull Thief Guild would attack the experts of the Western Heaven Realm as a third-party private army. However, Wild Bull, the leader of the thieves who could not see the light of day, was openly asking for an audience outside the City Lord's mansion. What was going on? Was he afraid that others wouldn't know that the location of the stolen goods was the black market of Black Wind City? Was he afraid that others wouldn't know that he was colluding with him? If he wanted to drink a cup of wine, he could just sneak in secretly. Why did he have to openly ask to see him outside the door? The master of Black Wind City's first feeling was that the Wild Bull wanted to use the cross-border war to extort him. He had to pay the price, or else this guy would hit him when he was down. Just a mere Wild Bull. This old man will go out and see how arrogant he is. Old Demon Wei had previously been beaten black and blue by Yue Yang, and was in a hurry to regain his face in the cross-border war. Old Demon Wei would definitely not allow anyone to cause trouble for the Wild Bull who had a disloyal heart. Of course, Old Demon Wei knew that the person behind the Wild Bull was the Emerald Lord, but now that the master of Black Wind City had already taken out 4/5 of his wealth and shared it with everyone, whoever squeezed out the blood of the Black Wind would be harming everyone's interests, so Old Demon Wei naturally wouldn't agree. I hope Elder Wei can preside over the overall situation. The master of Black Wind City quickly thanked him. Let's go out and take a look. Sect leader Bai Song's strength was inferior to Old Demon Wei's, but he had the assistance of Elder Qing Song and Elder Hong Song, so he was not weak. This time, he had received at least a tenth of the master of Black Wind City's wealth, so there was no reason for him to watch the Wild Bull interfere. Outside the City Lord's mansion, the Wild Bull was waiting openly. Standing beside the Wild Bull were the two vice-captains, Fei Huang and Hua Ban. The two vice-captains had swollen faces that had not completely dissipated, as if they had fought a great battle before. In addition, there were more than a dozen men and women wearing cloaks that concealed their auras. Needless to say, these were the notorious members of the Wild Bull Bandits. The master of Black Wind City was surprised. The attire of these members was very normal, because the members of the Wild Bull Bandits were hated by everyone. Wherever they went, people would shout and beat them up, so it was normal for them to wear cloaks. But what was the meaning of the Wild Bull appearing in broad daylight? With the strength of Heaven Stage, he could ignore the bounty of the Heaven Realm mercenary group. Wild Bull, what are you doing? The master of Black Wind City was a little uncertain. The Wild Bull's stance didn't seem to be to help in the battle. Instead, it seemed like he was going to interrogate him. When did he offend him? Under the guise of a cross-border war, you conspired to betray the Emerald Territory and spread the flames of war to the outside world. Black Wind, although we've known each other for many years, I really didn't expect you to have such a strategy and courage. The Wild Bull sneered, if it wasn't for the fact that I was extremely vigilant and used a substitute to come here, I'm afraid I would have already become a ghost under your blade. What did you say? The master of Black Wind City was shocked. Although he had the intention to spread the flames of war to the Emerald Territory and then leave, he had not yet begun to implement it. You have a guest today. If I make a move, you will hypocritically tell the Lord that I, the Wild Bull, am taking advantage of you. Black Wind, I will come back tomorrow at noon. The Wild Bull waved his hand and left with Fei Huang and Hua Ban. Behind him, there were a dozen men and women standing quietly, but they didn't move at all. Seeing this, the master of Black Wind City's heart tightened, and he exclaimed, Wild Bull, aren't these your men? I have no fate to meet your esteemed guest. Captain Wild Bull sneered and left in a flash. If it was any other time, the master of Black Wind City would definitely chase after him and explain. However, the current him had no time to care about it. This was because the leader of the dozen or so men and women hiding in the cloak opened his cloak, revealing a special Gemini mask. This terrifying Gemini masked man had caused the master of Black Wind City to wake up from his nightmares more than a dozen times. His appearance was definitely not a good thing. They had clearly agreed to start the war in half a month. Why had he brought everyone here today? Of course, Yue Yang wouldn't tell the other party that he was going to tear up the contract and set him up. Instead, he sternly condemned the other party. Master of Black Wind City, you kidnapped my Western Heaven Realm's alchemy master, Zheng Wuyi. Taking advantage of the ceasefire agreement, you despicably and shamelessly ambushed and killed the disciples of my Tong Tian, Long Tang, and heavenly demon sects. Although the higher heaven stage rankers have the intention to mediate the war between the Western Heaven Realm and the Southern Heaven Realm, a soldier can be killed but not humiliated. Taking advantage of the ceasefire period, you plotted to murder our sect's disciples. Our three sects swear to never compromise with the Southern Heaven Realm. We would rather fight to the last man than allow the humiliation to continue. Standing behind Yue Yang, Sky Execution, Dragon Emperor, Underworld Emperor and the others all tore off their cloaks, revealing their true faces. All of them were filled with killing intent. Black Wind almost fainted, his head was 3 times bigger. Now, even if he was a fool, he would still know what had happened. There must be someone with ulterior motives behind him. First, in his name, he attacked and killed the Wild Bull bandits, allowing him to completely cut off the Emerald Lord's path. Then, he attacked and killed the disciples of the 3 great sects, Tong Tian, Long Tang, and Sky Demon, which had just stopped fighting, triggering the biggest conflict. Once the 2-pronged conspiracy was carried out, there would be no way out for him to escape to heaven and no way out to hell. Kill. Yue Yang pretended to be angry and roared, shame must be washed with blood. Wait. Old Demon Wei still wanted to explain, but Black Wind sighed sadly. At this point, even if he explained, the other party wouldn't believe him. The person who stabbed him in the back was truly sinister. This method of borrowing a knife to kill someone and driving a tiger to swallow a wolf was truly too vicious. Who came up with this idea? Was it the rebel army? Or was it that stubborn Zhu Hu? Actually, there was another person in Black Wind's heart. But he didn't dare to guess. He was afraid that if he guessed right, he would be even more terrified. As soon as Longshong left Black Wind City, the Wild Bull and the Masked Man came. What did this mean? Other than the super strong king behind the Flying Dragon Special Forces, who else would have this kind of intelligence and power to easily shift the blame to him? Lionheart King, if I don't die, don't even think about having an easy time. The master of Black Wind City didn't dare to fight because he knew that the Masked Man's visit this time was different from before. This time, the Masked Man was here to kill, not to take back the Alchemy Master. The most likely reason was that the Lionheart King had already sent someone to tell the Masked Man that the Alchemy Master Zheng Wuyi had already died under the boulder. Moreover, when those juniors were attacking the town, the Lionheart King had sent people to kill a group of genius juniors, causing the 3 sects to be so angry that they disregarded the agreement and directly came to kill him. All of you can go and die. You despicable maggots, crawl into my life door and see what's waiting for you inside. Yue Yang was in the right now, so he naturally beat them when they were down. Facing several heaven stage enemies, he truly used the creation domain. If it was said that the previous creation domain was still compatible with Shui Wuxia's divine sense domain, then the current creation domain was completely independent. Similar to the power of the Gate of Life and Death, the illusory reality was officially born in Yue Yang's creation domain. The enemy would see all the illusions of the inner demons in the domain. Although it was an illusion, it would be a real existence without any negation. Within a radius of 100 meters, all the scenery disappeared, turning into an empty sky. The master of Black Wind City and Old Demon Wei were the first to notice that something was wrong. They quickly gathered together, followed by Bai Song, Qing Song, Hong Song, Pang Man, Hoka, Savvy, Jin Feng, Lei Kai, and the others. Originally, with their strength, they shouldn't be afraid of any enemy below the 6th level of Heaven Stage. However, they, who were trapped in Yue Yang's creation domain, felt uneasy from the bottom of their hearts. Too strange. In this space, no matter how he walked, he couldn't reach the end. None of the enemies who had been fighting were left. They had all disappeared without a trace. Even the buildings of the City Lord's mansion that couldn't possibly disappear had disappeared. Everything had turned into nothingness. Old Demon Wei was the strongest. He was the first to notice a shadow swimming over from afar. What? The master of Black Wind City, Bai Song, and the others looked over and were also stunned. The azure-swallowing python that had been killed earlier, Old Demon Wei's original strongest warbeast, had actually revived at some point in time. Everyone knew that it was fake, because it had died a long time ago. However, no one could deny it, because even its master, Old Demon Wei, couldn't see any flaws in it. Alive, The azure swallowing python crawled in front of old Demon Wei and opened its huge mouth, preparing to swallow its former master into its stomach. Old Demon Wei waved his fist with a pained expression, bursting forth with his greatest strength. With the strongest fist of the 5th level of Heaven stage, a punch landed on the vital point of the azure swallowing python. As its master, of course he knew its weakness. As the saying goes, a snake hits 7 inches. The 7 inches of the azure swallowing python's vital point was under a scale that was almost indistinguishable from the rest of its body. That was the heart area, and it was also the only weak point in its entire body. Ordinary attacks had no effect on the azure swallowing python. As long as the strongest and most penetrating vibration fist aura directly shattered the heart protected by the azure swallowing python's scales, it would be effective. The azure swallowing python let out a miserable hiss. It fell to the ground. Old Demon Wei, who had killed the azure swallowing python with a single punch, didn't have a complacent expression. On the contrary, his face was gloomy, as if he had aged a few hundred years in an instant. He also knew that this azure swallowing python was fake, but no matter how rational a person was, they couldn't deny its existence. This was because it looked like a living being. The painful torture has just begun. The humiliation, pain, despair, and so on that you have brought us, we will return it to you 100 times, 1,000 times. Yue Yang's voice rang in the ears of the master of Black Wind City and Old Demon Wei. When his figure flashed in front of them, another azure swallowing python crawled over from afar. It was exactly the same as the azure swallowing python that had fallen at their feet. Do you think you can deceive us with these fake things? Sect leader Bai Song was furious. My domain can interrogate your hearts. The fear in your hearts will be reflected through it. Even if what you see is fake, can you deny it? Look, what are you most afraid of? Yue Yang stretched out his hand and pointed at the master of Black Wind City. In front of the master of Black Wind City, a flash of light appeared, and a second Yue Yang wearing a Gemini mask gradually appeared. When Yue Yang pointed at Bai Song, what appeared in front of Bai Song was a woman carrying a baby. When Bai Song saw the woman carrying the baby, his expression changed drastically. The woman carrying the baby suddenly bled from her 7 orifices like a ghost. She screamed at Bai Song with extreme resentment. Bai Song, in order to succeed the throne, you married the sect leader's daughter. Not only did you abandon your wife and son, you even wanted to personally poison us mother and son. Even if we become ghosts, we won't let you off. Pang Man saw Yue Yang's finger pointing straight at him. Suddenly, his face turned ashen. His shoulder was patted from behind. The sky execution that he feared from the bottom of his heart was looking down at him coldly and mercilessly, like a god of death. He couldn't help but shiver in fear. Chapter 716 Inches Bastard, you're fake. I'm not afraid of you. When Pang Man saw the azure swallowing python under his feet gradually melt and disappear, he immediately became courageous. No matter how strong Old Demon Wei was, it was impossible for him to kill the azure swallowing python with a single punch. Besides, even if he could kill it, the azure swallowing python wouldn't melt and disappear. Since the other party was a fake illusion, why should he be afraid of him? Boom! The sky execution's heavy punch landed on Pang Man's defenseless face. Pang Man was sent flying like an arrow. He spun in the air for 3,600 degrees, unable to stabilize his body in time. In the sky, a shadow quickly chased after him. With another heavy punch, Pang Man's injured face was ruthlessly smashed once more. It was only now that Pang Man understood a fact. The damned sky execution that had hit him wasn't fake at all. He wasn't an illusion, he was real. When Pang Man fell to the ground, he found a pair of feet standing in front of him. He looked up and saw that it was the sky execution. Before he could dodge, Pang Man discovered that the sky execution's foot had already landed on his seriously injured face. The pain reached his heart and lungs. The enraged Pang Man instantly exploded with all the strength in his body. He quickly reversed the situation and returned a heavy punch to the sky execution in front of him. The fist easily pierced through the sky execution's chest. He was completely powerless. Pang Man cursed in his heart. The one he had hit was an illusion, and he didn't know where the real body was. Just as he was about to retract his fist, a heavy fist aura with lightning struck his back, causing Pang Man's eyes to turn black and his spine to feel like it was about to break. Enduring the pain, Pang Man decided to leave the masked man's domain of fear. In this kind of domain of fear that interrogated people's hearts, there were countless illusions mixed in with the real body. Fighting was simply looking for trouble. It was fine if it was like that old fellow Bai Song who had killed his wife and children. After all, without his real body to cooperate with the attack, Bai Song would at most be sad. However, he was afraid of that fellow, Sky Execution. He couldn't figure out the real body or the illusion here. If he didn't leave, he would definitely die here. Pang Man turned around and saw the Sky Execution chasing after him like an arrow, his entire body flickering with lightning. When he sped up to escape, the space in front of him suddenly changed, turning into a huge mountain wall that was like an iron wall. Pang Man felt like a madman as he slammed into the mountain wall. Fake, fake, these mountain walls are all fake. Pang Man gritted his teeth and resolutely charged towards the mountain wall. Even if he saw the figure of Sky Execution flash out of the mountain wall, he would not retreat. The real Sky Execution was chasing after him. This was clearly the Black Wind City Lord's mansion, so where did the mountain wall come from? If it was a mountain wall, how could Sky's retribution come out from it? Boom! When Pang Man crashed into the mountain wall, he was punched in the face by the Sky Execution that he thought was an illusion. One of his front teeth was sent flying on the spot, and the other one was mostly broken. I'm the real one. God's retribution mocked mercilessly. Stupid guy, your time has come. I'll fight it out with you. Pang Man pretended to be desperate. When God's retribution was in a defensive posture, he slammed into the mountain wall. It was impossible for there to be a mountain wall in front of him. Pang Man firmly believed this. Sure enough, the mountain wall was just an illusion. In an instant, Pang Man passed through the mountain wall. However, behind the mountain wall was a person wearing a Gemini mask. Pang Man didn't have time to retreat and was kicked back by the other party. When he fell in front of Sky Execution, he discovered that there were at least 10 shadows wearing Gemini masks in the surrounding space. Every single one of them seemed to be real. No one could tell the difference between a lifelike illusion and a fake one. Pang Man felt that he was in a tragedy. Why didn't the masked man look for anyone else but him? In terms of status and wealth, the master of Black Wind City was much higher than him. In terms of status and wealth, Bai Song was also far superior to him. In terms of strength, Old Demon Wei was definitely at the top of the crowd. Why did the masked man and Sky Execution choose him as the first target? He wasn't the weakest. It should be General Jin Feng and Captain Lei Kai. Why was that? When Pang Man thought about it, he wanted to cry to death. He didn't know that he wasn't the only one. The master of Black Wind City, Old Demon Wei, Bai Song, Hoka, Savvy, Lei Kai, and the other Heaven Stage warriors saw no less illusions than him, nor were they any weaker than him. Ching Song and Hong Song, who were the most unable to resist the mental illusions, had already been crippled by the Dragon Emperor and the Underworld Emperor. As for General Jin Feng, he had also been beaten to a pulp by Fei Huang and Hua Ban, who had returned after cooperating with the act. Fei Huang and Hua Ban realized that they were definitely not the first Heaven Stage warriors to surrender. There were also 3 very shameless fellows, all of them with the strength of Heaven Stage level 2, but they were always flattering Fatty Hai, who was not even as good as Niu General. At first, Fei Huang and Hua Ban thought that they were their companions, but they didn't expect that they were also captives who had surrendered. The 3 of them had already served for a long time. The pressure they felt towards the 2 of them who had just surrendered without making any contributions was obvious. If he didn't make some contributions, he wouldn't have a place to stand in the future. Listening to the words that the man wearing the tall hat had accidentally leaked, there was also a Heaven Stage level 4 guy. Because he had surrendered too late, he wanted to surrender now, but he hadn't obtained his consent yet. He was locked up in a very tragic place, probably worse than death. Fei Huang and Hua Ban swore to take down Jin Feng and make a contribution. Firstly, Jin Feng was the only one they could take down. Secondly, with this almost invincible domain, it would be difficult for them to not win. The only problem was how much time it would take to take down the enemy. Meow. Wei Tai Lang opened his bow left and right, his sharp claws flying, and the dark demon scythe on his tail wildly slashed, causing Hoka to be in a state of disarray. Roar! Roar! The golden flaming lion, who had just joined and was eager to claim credit from his new master, had fought with Savvy before the little panda girl, Niu. He wanted to prove that he was the second most useful warbeast. Of course, he didn't dare to compare himself to that abnormal divine beast Wei Tai Lang who had a grimoire. That guy wasn't a wolf at all, he just looked like a wolf. Lei Kai was scared half to death. He was almost instantly killed by Princess Sissy's prison emperor divine sword. Fortunately, at the most critical moment, he shouted, "I am the Dark Green Lord's man. I once opened the door to the dungeon for you. Captain Raging Flames can prove it, and your leader also knows." The prison emperor divine sword stopped at his neck, only drawing a red line. If he had shouted this sentence a tenth of a second later, then he would be dead for sure. In fact, Princess Sissy was also there when they broke through the dungeon to rescue Raging Flames, but she didn't see Lei Kai. This was because Lei Kai, the spy, was in charge of quickly heading to Black Wind City, hinting that the dungeon had been captured and Raging Flames had been rescued, causing the master of Black Wind City and the others to be shocked. It was also better for him to hide beside the master of Black Wind City and the others and obtain information. "I'm on your side." Lei Kai couldn't help but become anxious when he realized that the fatty had come up to beat him up after revealing his identity. The example is like this. Fatty Hai and the others rushed forward, surrounding Lei Kai and beating him up. They only stopped when they were almost beaten into a pig's head. Then, under the lead of Lei Kai, who didn't know whether to laugh or cry, they charged towards the city lord's mansion. Lei Kai took a step out of the void and realized that he couldn't see anything within 100 meters of the domain. As for the original city lord's mansion and the group of personal guards, they were completely at a loss as they looked at the strange domain that had engulfed all the heaven stage cultivators. Right now, they didn't know what was going on. Lei Kai vented his anger at Fatty Hai and the others on these personal guards and patrolling guards, starting a massacre. Storm. Shui Tan Lang activated a terrifying tornado and swept towards the city lord's mansion. Meteor descent. Prince of Tian Luo also summoned a heavenly fire meteor and smashed it towards the guards who were preparing to shoot. Even more powerful than them were the members of the demonic palace. Sky Wrath, Sky Calamity, Sky Crime, Sky Disaster, Sky Fury, Sky Assassinations, Sky Sword and the rest of the demonic palace did not participate in the killing of the heaven rankers, because their main task was to destroy the city lord's mansion and all the defensive forces as fast as possible. The addition of Yu Bing, Inan and Fallen Flower's city lord was definitely the last straw that broke the camel's back. Especially city lord Fallen Flowers. Even if she didn't summon the Nirvana Sunflower of Heaven Stage Level 5, just by relying on the super speed of the Aurora and the Snow Fox Lady who had already advanced to the Saint rank in the previous battle, she could completely break through the city lord's mansion's resistance. Drunken Cat brought the little panda girl Niu out of the domain and joined the battle. This was because she discovered that attacking the enemy in the domain was too easy, because the enemy couldn't tell the difference between the real and the fake. Within Yue Yang's creation domain, they wouldn't be able to escape the mind control of the false truth, which was equivalent to the gate of life. Dong dong dong, the heavens' wraths, heaven's shaking drum, began to beat, shaking the heavens and the earth. However, an extremely beautiful sound of pipa music easily drowned out the soul-shaking sound of the heaven-shaking drum. It was like the sound of nature, floating in the air. It was also like the sound of large and small pearls falling into jade, tinkling and tinkling. Countless patrolling guards, as well as the loyal personal guards of the master of Black Wind City, died unknowingly amidst the beautiful music. The merchants weren't the slightest bit worried about the attack on the city lord's mansion. On the contrary, there was a faint hint of joy between his brows. What did it mean to go to war? Wealth. No matter who was the ruler, taking over Black Wind City, reconstruction and repair were essential. All of these required money. Settling down the residents and absorbing the merchants, investment, tax cuts and other measures, this was also money. Loaning for compensation or exchanging the spoils of victory was even more of a huge business. There were many more. As long as there was a war, the bigger it was, the more money the merchants would make. This was a fact that had been forged since ancient times. Of course, this kind of war wealth required courage and luck in order to obtain it. Without courage, without luck, not only would he lose his family's fortune, he might even lose his life. When the merchants saw that the battle had only broken out in the city lord's mansion, the surroundings were very safe. They didn't even need to hide. They all watched from afar and discussed in low voices. A figure covered in blood flew out from that unknown domain. A strange giant wolf chased after it. Its sharp claws danced, almost tearing the bloody man covered in wounds in half. However, the bloody man endured the pain. The first thing he did was crush the teleportation crystal and use a holy shield to block the giant wolf's fatal blow. He instantly teleported away, not even caring about the holy shield. Among the merchants, there were some sharp-eyed people who could clearly see that the bloody man was the master of Black Wind City. The master of Black Wind City was also the only heaven stage cultivator who could escape. As for the others, such as Old Demon Wei, Bai Song, Pang Man, and the other heaven stage experts were still trapped inside, unable to escape. Black Wind ran away. This battle won't end in a short period of time. Hey, things are getting more and more interesting. The merchants were very happy. It was not a good thing for them to finish the war. It would be best if they fought every day. Only then would the price of their goods rise and never be unsaleable. Raging Flames, it really is you. Old Demon Wei also wanted to escape, but his opponent had turned into a raging flame. He immediately despaired. Black Wind will avenge me. He's just a chess piece that I deliberately let go. He's just bait to catch a big fish in the future. Raging Flames laughed out loud and pointed at Old Demon Wei. Come, I'll give you a chance to fight one-on-one. Otherwise, you'll say that I'm bullying you with that brat. Old Demon Wei, to be honest, with just you alone, you're not worthy of being called a Heaven Stage Level 5 expert. Chapter 717 Black Wind City. The siege of the City Lord's mansion lasted for 3 hours and 9 minutes, and the Heaven Stage was completely annihilated. Old Demon Wei, the strongest of the 5th level of Heaven Stage, died. He was besieged by Captain Raging Flames, Wei Tai Lang, Phoenix Fairy Beauty, Shui Wuxia, and Princess Xianxia. After exhausting his last bit of strength, he was still unable to escape from Yue Yang's creation domain. Yue Yang hadn't even used the illusory reality ability that was similar to the Gate of Death. He only used the illusory reality ability that was similar to the Gate of Life to completely defeat Old Demon Wei. Pang Man died at the hands of the Sky Execution. General Jin Feng died painfully under the siege of Flying Locust and Hua Ban. The two great elders, Qing Song and Hong Song, fell at the feet of the Dragon Emperor and the Underworld Emperor. They were also the first batch of Heaven Stage cultivators to die in battle. Old Man Bai Song, under the siege of Heavy Crown, White Horse, and Black Soil, was unable to escape. In the process of being tortured by his inner demons, his mind collapsed and he finally committed suicide. Bai Song was also the only Heaven Stage cultivator who committed suicide in the battle. Hoka and Savvy, who were escorting Raging Flames that day, were killed by Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy. The Heaven Stage experts fell to the ground and died one by one. The strongest Old Demon Wei was also quickly defeated under the siege of the crowd. The 3-hour-long battle officially ended. Although Raging Flames, Sky Execution, Dragon Emperor, and the others were all in the right state and still had some lingering interest, Yue Yang was very clear-headed. If it wasn't for the fact that he was carrying the name of the 3 great powers, he would have let the enemy know that he only had this little bit of strength. Then, not to mention the Lionheart King, even the Emerald Lord could easily devour his group. The main reason why they were able to take down Black Wind City was because the enemy didn't know the truth and launched an attack in advance. They also happened to seize the opportunity to use internal conflicts to split the morale of the master of Black Wind City's army. In order to prevent the enemy from counter-attacking, Yue Yang used the 3-realm compass to bring Sky Execution, Dragon Emperor, Underworld Emperor, and Raging Flames back to Tong Tian Tower. No matter what, he had to protect the main combat power of Heaven Stage. Moreover, it was only a small fight today. It was equivalent to building a small bridgehead in the southern Heaven Realm. If he really wanted to seize the Emerald Territory, start a war with the Lionheart King, and then compete for the Heaven Realm, it was definitely not something that could be completed in a day or two. If conquering the Heaven Realm was a long journey of 10,000 miles, this was only the first step. Everyone, the battle in the Heaven Realm has temporarily come to an end. Everyone, combine your battle experience and go back to cultivate and comprehend. A tough battle awaits us, and a strong enemy awaits us. I hope that everyone can make breakthroughs in the next half a year. I hope that one day, our Skysplit Tower's martial artists will no longer be trapped beneath the Heaven Realm. We will no longer be frogs at the bottom of a well. Instead, we will become super powerhouses above the Heaven Realm. We will become eagles that soar through the vast horizon. Yue Yang's words caused Sky Execution and the others to feel their blood boil. Dragon Emperor, Underworld Emperor, Tianju, farewell. God's Retribution said goodbye to Dragon King and the others, then led the demonic palace away. He couldn't wait to improve himself. If there's a war, I'll be on call. The great demon King Baruth and the others had gained a lot from this trip to the Heaven Realm. In addition to killing 2 heaven rankers, they also got some good treasures. As for magic crystals and other valuables, they rejected them. This was because Yue Yang had promised them that within half a year, he would give each of them a heaven stage warbeast to further improve their combat power. Guangming Continent, Dragon Emperor and Underworld Emperor looked at each other and nodded with a smile. They were prepared to continue to fight and led their clans to attack the winged clan's Guangming Continent. They might not be able to bite the ancient demon king now, but it didn't matter. The ancient demon king belonged to Yue Yang. They only needed to eliminate the ancient demon king's henchmen. Dragon Emperor and Underworld Emperor couldn't estimate what realm Yue Yang would reach in the future, but they knew that the small Tong Tian Tower would definitely not be able to accommodate him. Yue Yang's future was definitely in the heaven realm, or even above it. As long as they led their clans to follow his footsteps, the day when the Eastern Goblin tribe and the Underworld clan returned to the heaven realm would definitely not be far. Although this battle had broken out in advance and had achieved great success. However, the expedition of the heaven realm was only a drop in the bucket. Half a year of rest and reorganization would allow everyone's combat power to rise to a new realm, and they would also be able to reap greater benefits in the heaven realm. Most importantly, because all the heaven stage of Tong Tian Tower had withdrawn from the southern heaven realm, the Emerald Lord and the Lionheart King would not be able to find an opponent even if they went crazy. Yue Yang, who held the initiative in the war, as long as everyone's strength could keep up, the Emerald Lord and the Lionheart King would sooner or later fall under his footsteps to conquer the heaven realm. The Emerald Lord, his goal in half a year. If he had the help of Ji Zun and the Night Empress, even the Lionheart King was very likely to be taken down. Within this half a year, Dragon Emperor and Underworld Emperor believed that Yue Yang would head to the Western Heaven Realm alone. Firstly, he would attack the ancient demon king's henchmen, and secondly, he would search for the previous experts of Tong Tian Tower and find more allies. After all, conquering the Heaven Realm was not a small matter. Planning before taking action was the best way to succeed. Therefore, in the future, following this kid, there was no need to be afraid of not fighting. The two of them looked at each other and smiled before floating away. Captain Raging Flames also went to the Gate of Life and Death with Drunken Cat and the others to continue cultivating. Black Wind City, City Lord's Mansion. The personal guards and patrolling guards in the city were all annihilated. The merchants who were watching from afar could see a team of hundreds of Heaven Realm Draconians and Heaven Realm Dwarves cleaning up the battlefield and cleaning up the mess. A figure that they had never expected to appear had now appeared. That person, it was the Roundhead Bao Ji Yu who had been dead for many days. The Roundhead Bao Ji Yu, in the Mercenary Guild, released a message. The 3 great powers of the Western Heaven Realm, Tong Tian, Long Tang, and Heavenly Demon, in view of the Master of Black Wind City and his henchmen persecuting the Alchemy Master Jun Wuyi, and during the ceasefire agreement, they had killed many disciples of the 3 sects. Their attitudes were extremely arrogant and their methods were outrageous. Tong Tian, Long Tang, and Heavenly Demon sects were forced to pay a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye, and cleanse the Master of Black Wind City and his henchmen of shame. This cross-border war is not a conquest, but a battle of honor. The 3 sects will not occupy Black Wind City, but will hand it over to the original residents. From today onwards, Black Wind City will be renamed Nightless City, in memory of Master Jun Wuyi. From the establishment of Nightless City, all taxes will be exempted for 3 years, and after 3 years, only 1% of the taxes will be collected as the cost of protection and maintenance. From today onwards, Nightless City will be a free city, no longer belonging to any power. As soon as the news came out, the entire city was in an uproar. First, the 3 sects ignored the jurisdiction of the Emerald Lord, changed the name of Black Wind City to Nightless City, and then changed the new Nightless City to a free city. What was the difference between this and the declaration of war by the Emerald Lord? If he conquered Black Wind City, took over it, and swore to belong to the Emerald Lord, then the consequences would not be too serious. Although the slap in the face of a cross-border conquest was a bit hard to accept, the Heaven Realm was, after all, a place where strength was important. If he really took down Black Wind City, it was only natural for him to take over. The problem was that the 3 sects of the Western Heaven Realm had completely designated this place as a place to commemorate Master Jun Wuyi, and had even designated it as a free city. Just this alone, not to mention the Emerald Lord's temper, even if he was a clay man, he would still be furious. Most importantly, the attitude of the 3 sects of the Western Heaven Realm was unyielding. They expressed that Nightless City was a free city and would no longer abide by any power. Any evil force that touched Nightless City was a blasphemy to the master. This kind of action that left no room for negotiation could be said to have completely blocked the possibility of negotiating with the Emerald Lord. Right now, there were two types of people who were happy. One was the rebels. The second was the original residents and merchants of Black Wind City. This was especially true for the merchants of Nightless City. They were simply the lucky ones. When the Heaven Stage cultivators of the Western Heaven Realm came, not only did they not confiscate their property, they even proposed 3 years of tax exemption. 3 years of tax exemption? What kind of concept was this? The money the merchants earned could completely build a Nightless City made of gold. Without taxes, all the merchants in the Southern Heaven Realm would rush over crazily. The black market here would cause the merchants to explode. Even under severe exploitation, there was still a huge profit in the black market. If there was no tax, then the income would be even faster than robbing money. Even after 3 years, a tax of 1% was still unheard of. One had to know that the tax in the black market was extremely heavy, at least 30%, and even 50%. If it wasn't for such a heavy tax, how could the master of Black Wind City be the wealthiest city lord in the vicinity? How could he rope in so many Heaven Stage cultivators? Bao Ji Yu, why aren't you dead yet? Someone who knew this peddler, the round-head Bao Ji Yu, couldn't help but ask loudly. What did you say? Is Bao Gu's name something you can call? Call me Master Bao Ji Yu. The two cloaked men behind Bao Ji Yu were enraged. Their auras exploded, revealing the strength of the Heaven Stage. They glared angrily at the unlucky bastard. Their killing intent was so cold that it almost scared him to death. Bao, Master Bao Ji Yu. That guy was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He stuttered and couldn't believe it. How could a lowly peddler who had been kicked out of the sect have 2 Heaven Stage experts as his guards? Was the strength of the Western Heaven Realm really this strong? A Heaven Stage expert was actually used as a guard. How can I, Bao Ji Yu, be able to do so? It's only thanks to Nightless that I'm temporarily the foreign affairs representative of Nightless City. On the contrary, he was very humble. As usual, he bowed to the other party. Bao Ji Yu belongs to the camel-carrying clan. His life is cheap and undying, but it's a pity that there's no night. I'm powerless to protect my friends. I'm truly ashamed of myself. When he said this, everyone understood. It turned out that these two were Zheng Wuyi's guards. They were sent by the 3 sects to protect Bao Ji Yu. Bao Ji Yu was killed together with Master Zheng Wuyi. Although his status was low, he was accepted as a good friend by the 3 sects of the Western Heaven Realm. He suddenly became so awesome. He really didn't expect that Bao Ji Yu, this lucky guy, would survive a disaster even under the pressure of a huge rock. He even became the foreign affairs representative of the 3 sects of the Western Heaven Realm after they conquered Black Wind City. The guy who used a contemptuous tone to question Bao Ji Yu was so scared that he quickly knelt down in front of Bao Ji Yu, slapped himself a few times, and kowtowed repeatedly to beg for forgiveness. Even many of the big merchants who didn't put Bao Ji Yu in their eyes had rushed over after hearing the news. They respectfully bowed to Bao Ji Yu, greeted him, and called him the chief representative. Those who had originally offended Bao Ji Yu or mocked him now withered. They didn't apologize, and it was even more so not. Everyone knew that Bao Ji Yu was just a scumbag peddler. Even if he was a peddler, he wasn't very qualified. However, Bao Ji Yu was lucky. A random human he knew was actually the rarest alchemist master in the Heaven Realm. That day, Bao Ji Yu protected the alchemist master Zheng Wuyi with his life, and was beaten black and blue by the vice president and personal guard captain. Everyone saw it. Moreover, at that time, everyone was secretly mocking Bao Ji Yu for his foolish actions. For his friend, he had risked his life. Was this worth it? Looking back, Bao Gu's luck wasn't without reason. At the very least, he had used his life to exchange. If it wasn't for the fact that he had gone to war with the alchemist master Zheng Wuyi, would the 3 sects of the Western Heaven Realm think highly of a peddler like him? Would he send 2 heaven-rank powerhouses to be his temporary bodyguards? It was impossible. Bao Ji Yu, Chief Bao Ji Yu, that news about the 3 years of tax exemption, please tell us about it. Someone asked about this. It's true. The 3 sects of the Western Heaven Realm, what kind of heroic figures were they? Each and every one of them was indomitable. How could they care less about this tofu-sized Black Wind City? What they wanted was honor, as well as a supreme respect for the master. That was why Black Wind City had changed its name to Nightless City. That was why it had become a free city, and that was why it was exempted from taxes. In the future, Nightless City would have even more benefits. It was only because the three sects were in a state of grief that they weren't in a good mood, so they didn't have the time to care about those things for the time being. Because the higher-ups of the three sects felt that it would have an impact on them, the ones who came were all juniors. Otherwise, how could Black Wind City still exist in the world? The entire Emerald Territory would be razed to the ground. The master of Black Wind City would never know how many sins his trusted aide had committed. Especially since he stubbornly resisted to the end without any remorse, it was the greatest disrespect to Nightless. If it wasn't for someone snitching and finding the place where Wu Yi died, Wu Yi would still be buried under that dirty boulder. I, Bao Ji Yu, am afraid that I wouldn't be able to see the light of day again. Bao Gu's words caused the eyes of some people to light up. Someone snitched. Bao Gu's unintentional words had inadvertently revealed an important secret. Who was the one who informed the experts of the Western Heaven Realm to find the place where Zheng Wuyi died and confirm the news of his death? If it wasn't for someone snitching, then the experts of the three sects of the Western Great Realm might not have been so angry that they couldn't control themselves and immediately came to kill them. Of course, many people remembered this useful piece of news. Right now, what everyone needed to do was to continue flattering Bao Ji Yu and obtain more secrets. The round-head Bao Ji Yu peddler had been promoted to the head representative of Nightless City, so he had to build a good relationship with him. This was equivalent to building a good relationship with the three great powers, Tong Tian, Long Tang, and Sky Demon. Brother Bao Ji Yu, when will you be free? We, a few merchant groups, would like to invite you to the Drunken Jade Little House for a drink and to listen to some songs. Originally, Master Chow, who was ranked above Master Barden in terms of wealth and had 300 allied Chamber of Commerce, was not here, but his trusted butler had rushed over. Now, his face was full of smiles as he bowed to the peddler who had kicked Bao Ji Yu 2 streets away, as if Bao Ji Yu was his brother. Pa, Master Chow, who had just rushed over from Green Leaf City after hearing the news, slapped his trusted butler and scolded, "Dog slave, what kind of identity does Chief Bao Ji Yu have? How can you call him brother? Call him Master Bao Ji Yu." Chapter 718. There were many misers in the world. Some people's eyes would light up at the sight of money, some looked like a beggar, but were actually millionaires, some couldn't sleep every night if they didn't count the money in the vault. Some, even before they died, if they saw 2 lit candles, they would extinguish one of them before they could close their eyes. All misers, let alone anything else, definitely had one thing in common. That was money. Because of their stinginess, they, who only had income and very little expenditure, were often able to accumulate a considerable amount of wealth. Therefore, a miser was usually a miser. Captain Wild Bull was such a person. Of course, he concealed it very well on the surface. Other than Niu Zhen, no one else knew that Captain Wild Bull was such a person. The wealth that Captain Wild Bull had accumulated over the years was much richer than that of the master of Black Wind City, who was running the black market in Black Wind City. When Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Shui Tan Lang and the others were in the master of Black Wind City's underground treasury, they discovered that even though Barden had taken away most of his belongings, he still had 1 billion in assets. According to the Southern Demon King, who was known as a treasure collector, the master of Black Wind City's net worth definitely exceeded 3 billion gold coins. He let Barden take away 1 billion, and his own storage ring contained 1 billion of the best treasures. The remaining 1 billion was prepared to be shared with Old Demon Wei and the others. Not counting the minerals, forestry, medicinal herbs, magic crystal business and taxes, there was actually 1 billion in funds. Even the wealthy prince of Tian Luo sighed at his inferiority. Niu Zhen, however, was a little disdainful. Black Wind is definitely a prodigal son. Just the black market in the city has an average monthly tax income of more than 50 million. Adding the minerals, forestry and so on, Black Wind City's monthly income is definitely more than 100 million. And this was only on the surface. Private looting, bribery, rewards, and sharing of profits were not included. But after working for so many years, he had only accumulated 3 billion. What a prodigal son. If Captain Wild Bull could have that kind of income, if he didn't save up 30 billion, then he wouldn't be considered capable. Niu Zhen's words made Yi Kong and the others sweat a little. According to you, Captain Wild Bull is richer than the master of Black Wind City. Yi Kong nervously swallowed his saliva. How much is Wild Bull? Shui Tan Lang, who had never liked money, was also a little curious. 5 billion, Prince Tian Luo felt that this was the limit. No, even if we don't count the value of the treasures in Captain Wild Bull's storage ring, the treasures that I personally put into the stingy bastard's treasure are worth 9,986,153,459 gold. I still need 13,846,541 gold to reach a whole 10 billion. When Niu General said this, Yi Kong and the others all fell to the ground. Sure enough, robbing money is the fastest way, Fatty Hai muttered to himself. As if he had been enlightened, his eyes lit up. Where is that stingy bastard's treasure? Quick, bring us there. The Southern Demon King asked Niu Gen to lead the way. Niu Gen, however, did not move. Instead, he looked at everyone with a troubled expression. Could it be that this kid was too stingy to hand it over? If that wasn't the case, why would he tell Yue Yang about the stingy bastard's treasure? If he didn't say it out loud, Yue Yang wouldn't even know where the Captain Wild Bull's treasure was. Yi Kong was surprised. He grabbed Niu Gen's collar and shouted, "If you have something to fart, then hurry up and say it. Don't look for trouble here. If you're sure that you want me to beat your lowly body up before you're willing to lead the way, I don't mind using my fists to loosen your bones." The Li brothers moved their fists, making cracking sounds. Fatty Hai quickly stood up and acted as the leader. He smiled and said, "Don't pay attention to these barbarians. When it comes to money, only by believing in us will we have a sense of resonance. Do we have to use a teleportation scroll to enter? Don't worry, we have a teacher. We don't have any other skills, but when it comes to teleportation, we're proficient. As long as you tell us the approximate location, we can definitely teleport in. Look, this student Lu Yi is the world's best piercing master. There's nothing in the world that can't stop her. This, actually, is not the problem." Niu Gen scratched his head in embarrassment and explained with some difficulty, "Actually, the stingy ghost's treasure is a holy level gold storage treasure. Only stingy ghosts can enter. There's such a treasure." Yi Kong and the others were even more curious. When Niu Gen used the migratory turtle's tears to find the exact teleportation point, everyone rushed in like a swarm of bees. Their vision darkened and they discovered that they had entered an underground cave. The underground cave was not high. However, it was built with huge rocks and was very sturdy. It would definitely not collapse due to the vibration of the ground. Niu Gen lit a torch and led everyone through a series of twists and turns before arriving at a slightly wider platform. He pointed to the flat square rock in the center of the platform and said, "This is where I usually bring in or out the goods for Captain Wild Bull." He then pointed to a stone wall. "There's a secret door here. It's the entrance to the stingy ghost's treasure." Yi Kong and the others widened their eyes. Looking left and right, they found that the stone wall was exactly the same as the surroundings. They couldn't see anything unusual. Was there really a secret door entrance here? Why couldn't they see it? That's right, if any of you can treat a gold coin as 10 flowers, wear a suit of clothes until it has 10 patches, and wear a hat for 10 years, then you can see this secret door. Niu Gen explained that only a stingy ghost could see this secret door. This door isn't that magical, right? Can you really not see it? When Fatty Hai said this, Yi Kong and the others were all dumbfounded. "Fatty, you can see it?" Shui Tan Lang was shocked. "I can see it very clearly." Fatty Hai proudly described it to everyone. He said that it was a red door with a few heaven runes as decorations and 9 diamonds on it. No wonder, everyone suddenly realized why this damn Fatty was so stingy. He was a natural stingy ghost. If there was no such test, they wouldn't know that he was stingy to this extent. You can see that this door is red. The more stingy a person is, the redder the secret door is. Niu General was also a little dizzy. If you can see the red door, then it proves that your stinginess is no less than mine. Young Master Hai, I really can't tell. When Fatty Hai heard this, he immediately became anxious and argued loudly, "What? How can a generous person like me be a stingy ghost? I even treated everyone to a drink last year, did you guys forget?" Yi Kong racked his brains to think. Treating everyone to a drink last year. It seemed like that really happened. The Li brothers could not remember anymore. Shui Tan Lang was thinking, other than treating everyone to a drink last year, what else did Fatty Hai do? After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't think of anything else. Prince of Tian Luo did not need to think and directly said, "Young Master Hai, you are a stingy ghost, definitely. You don't need to quibble, because the last time you treated me to a drink, you still haven't returned that money. When Prince of Tian Luo said this, everyone looked at Fatty Hai with disdain, causing him to be a little embarrassed. He hurriedly argued to Lu Yi and Bao Lu Yi, Bao I am innocent. The last time you bought the wisdom fruit, wasn't that my money? I am a dignified boss, how could I be a stingy ghost? I was just a little more careful in my daily life. When you bought the wisdom fruit, it was still my money. A certain boss has been keeping my wallet safe for a long time. Prince of Tian Luo's words made Fatty Hai directly hit his head on the wall, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. As a boss, did you also have to shout loudly when I treated you to a drink last year? Yi Kong imitated Fatty Hai's usual tone and ridiculed them to his heart's content. Don't be like this, I will treat everyone to a drink when we go back. Fatty Hai was sweating profusely. Cough cough, as a boss, did you also have to shout loudly when I bought a few wisdom fruits for Sister Lu Yi last year? That's impossible, I am very low-key. Yi Kong did not let Fatty Hai off, deliberately making him embarrassed to death. Everyone burst into laughter, even the kind-hearted and compassionate Lu Yi covered her small mouth and laughed secretly. I hate stingy ghosts the most. Bao immediately pouted her small mouth. I was wrong, okay. Monkey, shut up, when we go back, I will buy wisdom fruits for everyone to eat until your beasts are stuffed to death. Fatty Hai's face was now full of tears. If Bing knows that a certain fatty who calls himself a boss is a stingy ghost, Yi Kong still had a trump card. Fatty Hai was thick-skinned and shameless. He was invulnerable, impervious to fire and water. However, he also had a weakness. Even if he died, he was not willing to lose face in front of Yu Bing. If Yi Kong told this matter to Yu Bing, Fatty Hai might even commit suicide. Without waiting for Yi Kong to finish speaking, Fatty Hai had already covered his mouth with one hand, covering it so tightly that he almost suffocated Yi Kong to death. Monkey, if you dare to speak nonsense, see if I don't tear apart your skinny bones and feed them to the dogs. Don't you just want to drink? Look at you, who do you think this young master is? Young and rich, that's exactly what I am. When the stingy ghost's treasure is over, when we go back, I will stuff you into a wine jar and drown you. The Li brothers were whispering to each other. I heard that Qi Lan wine is very famous. If you can use it to bathe, I believe it will feel very good. Fatty Hai was angry. If you want to kill someone, just stab me with a knife. What do you mean by saying that? Shui Tan Lang's expression was cool. I don't like to drink. Fatty Hai immediately praised him. That's right, people like you who put their heart and soul into cultivation are real warriors. Monkeys and whatnot, they are all smelly dog shit. Shui Tan Lang nodded. I can't say I'm a real warrior, but if someone is willing to buy a heaven stage beast for me, hearing this, Fatty Hai immediately exploded and scolded. Coffin face, do you know how much a heaven stage beast is worth? It's easily more than 10 million gold, and it's extremely popular. The bidding in the auction house is like a mad dog. Do you think heaven stage beasts are cabbages sold in the market? After scolding him, he felt that offending Shui Tan Lang was not a good idea. Because if Yi Kong said something bad about him to Yu Bing would most likely not believe him. Usually, everyone would joke around, so they were used to it. But if Shui Tan Lang said it, then it would be the truth. He never lied, so his image would be completely ruined. He hurriedly changed the topic and bowed to Shui Tan Lang with a smile. Second young master Shui is extremely talented, I just want to give it to you, but why would you want my trash beast? Oh right, didn't we catch a thunder beast recently? I think it has good potential, and Princess Sissy also said that she was prepared to keep it for everyone too. Contract. As a boss, the person I care about the most is definitely the one with the most potential. The thunder beast will be contracted by you. Also, I am prepared to ask Princess Sissy for a heaven stage wind type magic crystal for the thunder beast to absorb. Maybe it can transform into a thunder beast. Previously, Grandma Wu Tang had mentioned this possibility. I have remembered it in my heart. With a heaven stage thunder beast here, second young master Shui, why are you still worried about beasts? Just train hard and don't think about anything else. Tan Lang already has a thunder beast, then what are you giving me? I also seem to be lacking a heaven stage beast. Prince Tian Luo laughed. Your Highness, you don't lack money, please don't tease me. Fatty Hai hurriedly begged for mercy. What are you guys arguing about? Hurry up and move my things, Fatty, come in and move them. Southern Demon King walked out from the stone wall, holding a small golden treasure chest in her hands. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. When did this lady go in? Ah, Niu General was even more shocked, as if he was struck by lightning. You actually managed to move things out from that stingy bastard's treasure chest. What's going on? Southern Demon King was puzzled. The treasure chest was filled with treasure chests. I moved them out casually, can't I do that? Even if a normal person went in, they wouldn't be able to come out without leaving behind 100 gold. Even if it's me, I would need to leave behind something of the same value before I can move out my treasures. How could you just move out the treasure chest like that? Niu Gen felt like he was going to faint. The stingy bastard's treasure chest had a special and powerful curse. If a normal person went in and didn't leave behind 100 gold, they would be trapped inside for life. Even if they were a stingy bastard, they would also need to leave behind some money as an exchange before they could take out the items inside. It was said that only the most stingy person in the world could break the curse of the stingy bastard. Could it be that this girl with a jade pipa in her hands was the most stingy person in the world? It didn't seem like it. Southern Demon King shook her head doubtfully at Niu Gen's words. Could it be that the stingy bastard's treasure chest has lost its effect? What I saw was a golden secret door, not a red one. Furthermore, there are a few levels in the treasure chest. It's not as bad as you said. I definitely didn't leave behind any money, and the treasure chest was also moved out casually. I didn't feel like anyone asked me for money. Niu Gen's eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. His hands were trembling as he pointed towards the secret door in the stone wall. The secret door you saw was golden. Was it really golden? I also saw golden, purplish gold. What's wrong with that? Yue Yang also came in. His words almost made Niu Gen vomit blood. Even if there was a stingy bastard in the world, there would only be one of them. How could he and the girl with the jade pipa both see the secret door of the stingy bastard's treasure chest shining with a golden light? How could there be two stingy people in the world? If there were two of them, would they still be the stingy bastard? Furthermore, he and she didn't look like stingy bastards at all. Chapter 719 Yue Yang lightly brushed the stone wall, and almost everyone saw the secret door. It was just that the color was different. For example, Yi Kong, the Li brothers, Shui Tan Lang and the Prince of Tian Luo, what they saw was a black secret door with faint heaven runes flickering on it. Fatty Hai and Niu Gen, who could see the secret door, could now see an orange-red color with a hint of gold. We can see the secret door now. Can we go in as well? Lu Yi and Bao asked curiously. Let's give it a try. Yue Yang smiled slightly. Oh my god, Yi Kong always trusted Yue Yang the most. He was the first to stand up, take a step forward, and instantly passed through the secret door on the stone wall and walked in. He discovered that the magnificent treasure room was filled with all kinds of boxes. There were pure wood, bronze, silver and gold chests, and he immediately cried out in surprise. The Li brothers, who were following behind him, discovered that the master of Black Wind City's treasure vault could not be compared to this place. Although the master of Black Wind City was also very rich, compared to the Captain Wild Bull, he was like a beggar. There's a very uncomfortable power. Shui Tan Lang was not interested in money. He keenly sensed that there was an invisible curse power inside. There should be another door in front. The Prince of Tian Luo was the most meticulous. He discovered that there were boxes all around him, but there was nothing in one direction. He immediately deduced from the Southern Demon King's words that there was another secret door in that direction. Ayo, Lu Yi and Bao were unable to enter. The secret door of the stingy ghost's treasure vault prevented them from entering. In fact, when Lu Yi's perforate deer entered the treasure vault, the moment Lu Yi teleported at the same time, the power inside expelled the perforate deer. The kind and selfless her, even with the help of Yue Yang, found the entrance to the secret door. She was unable to enter the stingy ghost's treasure vault. Bao a golden elf who loved nature and worshipped the heavenly way, was also unable to enter. Not only them, but the ox-head Fan Lun Tai and the 4 orc girls were also unable to enter. As females, the Southern Demon King and Drunken Cat didn't face this obstacle. Princess Sissy, Shui Wuxia, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the others were in the grimoire world. When they heard about this strange phenomenon, they all came out to try it out. Very quickly, they discovered that it was very easy for them to enter the treasure trove, but it was more difficult for them to come out. There was a very powerful curse stopping them. When Princess Sissy picked up a box at random, she realized that she could not walk out of the secret door. Niu Gen carefully explained, in the stingy ghost's treasure trove, you have to make an exchange of ranks, or else you won't be able to take out any treasures. Yu Bing and Inan also came out of the grimoire world and tried to go out. Like Lu Yi, Bao Fan Lun Tai and the others, they realized that even if they were brought in by Yue Yang using the grimoire world, they could not leave at all. Their reaction alarmed Yi Kong and Fatty Hai. When they tried it, they realized that there was a problem. Other than Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, Shui Tan Lang, Prince of Tian Luo and the Li brothers could not leave. Niu Zhen explained, those who are not stingy will be restricted by the power of the curse. If they want to leave, they have to pay 100 gold, or else they will be trapped here for the rest of their lives. It's that strange. Yi Kong was very depressed. This was the first time he realized that he was inferior to Fatty Hai. Ha ha ha, monkey, don't struggle anymore. Just pay the money obediently. Fatty Hai was so happy that he was dancing with joy. She is not a stingy ghost, and if she doesn't pay the money, how can she take the box out? Princess Sissy pointed at the Southern Demon King and asked Niu General for an explanation. Niu Zhen scowled. He also wanted to explain, but he was afraid that Yue Yang and the Southern Demon King would be angry. This was because according to legend, only the stingiest person could see the golden secret door. However, it was impossible for there to be two stingiest people. Furthermore, these two people did not look like stingiest people. Seeing that he did not dare to say anything, the city mistress of Fallen Flowers smiled and asked the Southern Demon King, can you tell us how many days do you wear a set of clothes? How much do you spend a day? What are your hobbies? The Southern Demon King naturally understood what she meant and replied with a smile, although I like to collect treasures, I am not a stingy ghost. Clothes. Sometimes, I change 3 sets in a day. Once I wear them, unless there is a special meaning to them, I will not wear them again. I will just throw them away. I don't spend much on food, makeup and the like, on average I spend around 1,000 gold. I eat very little, so I am easy to take care of. Most of my makeup is light, and the main thing is to bathe in milk and flowers, which are more expensive. If I include training beasts and collecting treasures, I would spend an average of 10,000 gold a day. Pooh! Yi Kong and the others spat out water like blue whales when they heard this. Oh my god! Fatty Hai squatted in a corner and drew circles. What was a rich person? What was a luxurious life? This was it. He realized that the small amount of money that he had saved was not even enough for her to spend it all in a month. Spending 10,000 gold a day, living like this is really too extravagant. Tears streamed down Niu Zhen's face as he asked the Southern Demon King in a sobbing tone, can you tell me where you usually throw your rubbish? Fatty Hai jumped up and gave him a punch, scolding angrily, go away, if anyone wants to pick it up, it should be me. When did it become your turn to be a stingy ghost? Spending an average of 10,000 gold is indeed a little high. Princess Sissy was also a little speechless. Although she was used to being extravagant, she would definitely not spend more than 100 gold. In the Soaring Dragon continent, 100 gold was enough for a family of 3 to live comfortably in Shangjing for a year. Of course, in the higher levels of Tong Tian Tower, the purchasing power of 100 gold was slightly lower. But it was not too far off. Spending 10,000 gold a day, this level of spending was indeed a little scary. However, thinking about the Southern Demon King's identity and status in the Eastern Goblin tribe, she would definitely be loved by everyone. It would be hard for her not to be extravagant. Since the answer could not be confirmed, everyone turned their gaze to Yue Yang. He would definitely know the truth. Regarding this, no matter if it was Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Princess Sissy or Shui Wuxia, they all firmly believed in it. Yue Yang thought for a while, actually, this is a kind of restriction on one's spiritual power. Those whose spiritual power has not reached a certain level like Lu Yi and Bao even if they see the secret door, they would not be able to enter. With the same principle, even if they were brought in through the grimoire world, you guys would not be able to leave. Yi Kong was puzzled and pointed at Fatty Hai, then how could Fatty leave? Yue Yang smiled slightly, his smile was as bright as the sun. Master Hai's strength is not comparable to yours, and his spiritual power might also be incomparable to yours. However, in the depths of his heart, there is an obsession that is even more tenacious than steel. This is also the same for Niu General. You guys must have encountered something in the past that affected your willpower to a certain extent. Even if it was hidden deep inside, it would slowly show itself in your daily life. This kind of obsession is the stinginess of human nature. Princess Sissy seemed to have caught onto a flash of understanding. No, being stingy is a kind, but it is not absolute. Perhaps it is something else. For example, Wild Bull, he is not stingy, but because of his power and position, or rather the art of politics. His heart of politics has surpassed the limit of the stingy ghost's treasure, so he could also enter. Of course, he is also stingy, but since he is willing to use money to buy his subordinates, it proves that his stinginess is not as good as his desire for power. When Yue Yang said this, the Southern Demon King became happy and nodded. That's right, I am not stingy, but I love collecting treasures. Everyone felt a little dizzy after hearing this. How strong was her heart to collect treasures to surpass the limit of the stingy ghost's treasure, a holy rank treasure? Regarding this, no one dared to think about it. What about us? Yu Bing, Inan, Lu Yi and Bao looked at Yue Yang. You guys are all good children. Other than training, you don't think about anything else. You don't have a strong desire for material things, so you guys can't fight against the restrictions of the stingy ghost's treasure. This is very normal. Yue Yang caressed Yu Bing's little head. Go back to the grimoire world, this is not a place for you guys to stay. The stingy ghost's treasure is cursed, it's not something you guys need. Yes, when Yu Bing and the others heard Yue Yang's praise, their hearts were filled with sweetness. They were led back to the grimoire world by the bloody Queen Red and Aman. The stingy ghost's treasure only has these things. Princess Sissy opened a few boxes and found that other than medicinal herbs, there were minerals, a small number of gems and magic crystals, and some of them were looted items. There were all kinds of weapons, but there was nothing that she was interested in. She was immediately disappointed. There's a secret door inside, and a lot of boxes with rune seals. Inside, there's a huge gem, like a small mountain. Maybe it's something good. Southern Demon King couldn't see through these things either. In her heart, only treasures were worth collecting. Tears streamed down Niu Zhen's face once again. They actually didn't like the things that he had painstakingly collected and organized. Was there any justice in this world? If Captain Wild Bull knew that these people didn't even bat an eye at the large amount of resources that his subordinates had plundered, he would probably jump out of the rock in anger. What the miser Niu Zhen couldn't understand the most was how the Southern Goblin King, who wasn't a miser but a prodigal daughter, was able to move all the boxes outside. Why didn't the power of the curse in the stingy ghost's treasure work on her? Could it be that there was a treasure on her that could ignore the power of the curse? To be able to ignore the power of the curse of the stingy ghost's treasure, could it be a divine weapon? Thinking of this, Niu Zhen immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He now understood why these women looked down on the precious items that the Wild Bull group had painstakingly plundered for more than 10 years. The reason was that they all had divine weapons in their hands, so they didn't care about this trash at all. Inside the second secret door, it felt much smaller than the huge first floor. Inside, there were nearly 100 boxes. Every box was sealed with a heaven rune. Niu Zhen explained that these were all snatched back by Captain Wild Bull when he was robbing some city lord, or given to Captain Wild Bull by the Emerald Lord. He was unable to find out what was inside. Moreover, with his ability, he couldn't move the box out, so the Captain Wild Bull had always been at ease with Niu General. I can't put it in the grimoire. Fatty Hai tried and found that he couldn't put the box sealed with runes into the grimoire or storage ring. The restrictions here are even stronger. When Shui Tan Lang entered, he felt that it was harder to enter than the second secret door. That's right, Yue Yang nodded. Wei Tai Lang obediently brought the rune treasure chest over and let Ah Man move them into the grimoire world one by one. Niu Zhen fell to the ground again. He had never seen such a wolf, nor had he seen such a person. This was definitely not a stingy ghost, this was a robber. Let's enter the third secret door. Princess Sissy excitedly set off towards the third secret door. When the last one, Yue Yang, entered, he discovered a huge red crystal that was as big as a fake mountain in front of him. He immediately exclaimed in surprise, Heaven Crystal. This is actually a heaven crystal. Alright, this heaven crystal should be ownerless, then it's mine. Everyone, congratulate me. When Niu Zhen heard this, his face was filled with tears. Yue Yang was much more awesome than the Captain Wild Bull. He had been a robber all these years for nothing. Chapter 720. Hearing what Yue Yang said, everyone was stunned. Only after a while did they react. Pointing at the huge red crystal, they exclaimed, this is a sky crystal. Sky crystal, also known as Resurrection Sky Crystal, was a unique magical crystal in Heaven Realm. It was said that as long as a person died not long ago and the important parts of their body were still intact, they could use the magical energy stored in it to revive. In Tong Tian Tower, because Prison Emperor fought with the three great leaders, the space passage had completely collapsed and was sealed. This kind of sky crystal had long been used up, there were no more left, some people even doubted the existence of such a magical gem. Now that Yue Yang said that this huge red crystal was a sky crystal, it was no wonder that Ye Kong and Fatty Hai were shocked. Forget about the warriors of Tong Tian Tower, even Niu Zhen, who had always lived in Heaven Realm. He had never seen a sky crystal before. Of course, Niu Zhen had heard of this treasure. In the lower realm of Heaven Realm, sky crystals were rarely seen. Usually, only those who were Heaven ranked level 5 and above could enter Heaven Realm. I'm so stupid, I'm so stupid. Really, I actually thought it was a red radium crystal, Niu Zhen muttered to himself and became Ant Lin. Such a big piece of sky crystal, we're rich. Fatty Hai drooled like a waterfall. Don't sleep so early, Yue Yang snorted coldly. Even though it looked like a huge red crystal that was as big as a fake mountain, it could not be considered as a heaven crystal. Only its core, which was the purest core that was formed after absorbing energy for hundreds of millions of years, was the true heaven crystal. Using his heaven eye's divine vision, Yue Yang could see that this sky crystal was only the size of a finger. Furthermore, compared to the sky crystals recorded in history, this sky crystal that was the size of a finger was not considered small. The smallest sky crystal was the size of a bean. Because most of the records of sky crystals from 10,000 years ago were lost, Yue Yang did not collect much information. However, the sky crystals within 10,000 years of Tong Tian Tower were mostly the size of a bean. There were only a few exceptions. Furthermore, many of the heaven crystals were fake heaven crystals. They weren't crystals that were directly cut from the sky red crystal that contained the heaven crystals. It was just like cutting a piece of the red crystal that was the size of a fake mountain and bringing it back to Tong Tian Tower, calling it a heaven crystal. In truth, the heavenly red crystals that formed heaven crystals were fake heaven crystals. Of course, the pseudo-heaven crystal could not resurrect the dead. If it was used to revive some low-leveled beasts with good potential, it would not be a problem. Fatty Hai stuck his whole body to the red crystal and cheered, "What a good treasure. With this, we don't have to worry about dying in battle anymore." Everyone was speechless. In truth, there was a limit to heaven crystal's resurrection abilities. As long as the body was reduced to pieces and the important parts of the body were not complete, such as the head was gone, the heart was shattered, or the organs were in a mess, it was very unlikely for the person to be resurrected. Most importantly, if they did not have the best rescuers, even if they had heaven crystal, it would be useless. If they gave the heaven crystal to Fatty Hai, he would be on the verge of death. However, if he did not know how to use the energy stored in the heaven crystal, his life would still be in danger. For people like Yue Yang, even if he did not have the heaven crystal and only had a pseudo-heaven red crystal, it would be easy for him to save a person who was on the verge of death. Hence, the most important thing was not the treasure, but the person. It was true that the heaven crystal had the miraculous ability to resurrect people. However, if one wanted to use it, they would need someone who knew how to use it. How do we move it out? Ye Kong thought of this problem. In the 3 secret doors of the stingy ghost's treasure, the power of the curse was the strongest. Without Yue Yang's help, Ye Kong and the others would not even be able to leave this place. How could they move such a huge heavenly red crystal out? Meow meow. Wei Tai Lang spread his hands, indicating that he could not do anything here. It's a little troublesome in here. Even the Southern Demon King realized that it was very strenuous for her to move even the smallest box in here. In the 3rd secret door, other than the red crystal that was as big as a fake mountain, there were only 5 boxes. The lowest was a silver-ranked rune box. There were 2 silver-ranked, 2 gold-ranked, and a platinum-ranked box in the middle. Yue Yang laughed when he saw this. Only idiots would use idiotic methods. What do you think we need to open the stingy ghost's treasure? Exchange ranks or forcefully snatch it. The power of the curse in a holy ranked treasure isn't very strong, but it isn't weak either. If we are inside and receive the power of the curse, no matter if we exchange ranks or forcefully snatch it, we will still be trapped. The Southern Demon King looked at him expectantly. Then what's your method? First, let me tell you a story. Yue Yang kept everyone in suspense. There was an old stingy ghost who buried a jar of gold in his garden. No one knew about it, until one day, someone dug up the jar of gold, causing him to be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. The person who dug up the gold used it as a threat to make the old stingy ghost do many things to make people feel better. Tell me, what is the main point of this story? It's that jar of gold. Fatty Hai blurted out without hesitation. As expected, there is only gold in your eyes. Yi Kong looked at him with infinite disdain. It's that mysterious person who stole the gold. The Southern Demon King could somewhat guess what Yue Yang wanted to say. Let me give another example. There was another stingy ghost. One day, he was driving a luxurious carriage that someone gave him for an outing. Halfway through the journey, an earthquake dragon appeared and rushed towards the carriage. At this time, his wife and children were extremely frightened and wanted to escape into the sky, deeply afraid that the earthquake dragon would trample the carriage. However, this stingy ghost was unwilling to give up on this luxurious carriage. He would rather die than to drive the carriage, preparing to escape from the earthquake dragon's trampling. Just as the earthquake dragon was about to trample him flat, he had no choice but to tell his wife his will, telling her to remember to find the key to his treasure house and not forget to take out the account book to collect taxes from the farmers who rented the land. In the end, everyone wanted to know if this stingy ghost was dead or not. In the end, the earthquake dragon didn't trample him to death and stopped. This stingy ghost patted his chest with lingering fear and muttered to himself, "Looks like I have to find a more secret place to keep the key next time." When Yue Yang said this, everyone was stunned by this stingy ghost's words and actions. Why didn't the earthquake dragon trample this fellow to death? Yi Kong had forgotten that this was a story. It's actually not easy to want a stingy ghost to die. Yue Yang laughed out loud. I heard that there was such a stingy ghost. Before he died, no matter what, he couldn't close his eyes. He would stretch out 2 fingers, but he wouldn't breathe his last. Stretch out 2 fingers before he died. What does that mean? Everyone was curious. Normal people wouldn't be able to guess the thoughts of a stingy ghost. You guys should ask Niu Zhen and Fatty Hai. Yue Yang threw this question to Niu Zhen and Fatty Hai. There should be 2 gold coins hidden in the crevice of the wall that haven't been dug out yet. Niu Zhen guessed. No, it must be that when this old fellow went to the banquet, there were still 2 pieces of meat that he didn't eat. In the end, he died with his eyes wide open. When Fatty Hai said this, he realized that everyone was looking at him with a frightened gaze. Of course, Niu Zhen wasn't like that. Niu Zhen looked at Fatty Hai with admiration and held his hand tightly. Bosom friend, I've never met someone who resonates with me like you. No, I want to become sworn brothers with you. From now on, you'll be my big brother. You're not bad too. Fatty Hai and Niu Zhen appreciated each other. The 2 of them shook hands and hugged each other again. Alright, are you guys done yet? Yi Kong was infuriated. He raised his legs and kicked the 2 stingy bastards to a corner. He then asked Yue Yang, what is the truth? Why didn't the stingy ghost die? The reason is very simple. Because everyone came to visit the stingy ghost, the room was very dark, and his son lit 2 lamps. The stingy ghost saw that it was too wasteful, so he died with his eyes wide open. His wife, who understood his temperament, extinguished one of the lamps. In the end, the stingy ghost died in satisfaction. Yue Yang announced the answer, making Yi Kong and the others completely speechless. This is too admirable. I never thought that there would be such a person in this world. After Niu Zhen and Fatty Hai heard this, the 2 of them hugged each other and cried bitterly. You guys, Shui Tan Lang was speechless. After a long while, the Southern Demon King smiled and said, even I have been educated by these few stories. It seems that I was a little too stubborn in the past. Let's not think about that for now. Now, everyone should know what the true secret method to open the stingy ghost's treasure is. That is the key. Niu Zhen quickly shook his head and waved his hand. There's no key. Whether it's the Captain Wild Bull or the Emerald Lord, none of them have a key. If they did, they would have taken out the treasures here long ago. He said this because he was worried that Yue Yang would doubt his loyalty towards his new master, Yue Yang. He would definitely be 100% loyal. Although he was not a stingy ghost, Niu Zhen did not actually worship a stingy ghost. What he truly worshipped was Yue Yang's actions as a bandit. It was too barbaric. Although the Captain Wild Bull was burning and looting everywhere, compared to the Yu clan's 3rd young master, he was simply trash. The Captain Wild Bull could barely be considered a bandit, but the Yu clan's 3rd young master was the king of bandits, a godlike bandit. Who could steal someone else's things and still be confident? There was only one person in the world, and that was the Yu clan's 3rd young master. With the Captain Wild Bull, he was at most a warehouse keeper. However, working with the Yu clan's 3rd young master was simply too great. This kind of thing that directly moved someone else's treasure vault was simply the most dreamt of Niu Zhen's life. This was not something that the Captain Wild Bull could give him. Go to the side. Yi Kong already understood what Yue Yang and the Southern Demon King wanted to say. There was no key, and Yue Yang was the human key to open any treasure vault. Even the god's ruins, Yue Yang dared to have designs on it. What was a holy grade treasure like the stingy ghost's treasure? Could it stop him with just that? Yue Yang asked Wei Tai Lang to bring Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Niu Zhen and the others out using the grimoire, while he stayed behind. Since this stingy bastard's treasure was a holy rank treasure, it would be easy to handle. A holy grade treasure was only a type of power that was close to the power of the ancient code. Its curse power, compared to the power of the true ancient code, was far inferior. With regards to using Nirvana Flame and Ji Zun's will to refine this treasure, Yue Yang was still very confident. The Heaven Realm runic circle lit up one by one. In addition to refining the stingy ghost's treasure, Yue Yang also wanted to take the opportunity to refine the sky crystal. Using the precious sky crystal to revive, Yue Yang had never thought about it, because the sky crystal could only revive the body. In a real battle, the three great leaders like Void and Zhu Shao would destroy the body, so the sky crystal would be useless. Even if it was a level higher, the enemy's soul would be sealed, just like what happened to Queen Vivian Li. Even if she had the sky crystal, could she escape the absorption of the black hole seal? The real use of the sky crystal was to increase one's potential and create a perfect body. Of course, normal people would not be able to withstand that kind of energy increase. Yue Yang had not completely refined the Mother Earth potion that he had absorbed previously. Now that he had this sky crystal, he believed that he would be able to make a huge leap forward with the combination of the two. Previously, Yue Yang did not feel a sense of urgency in training, but now that he was in the Heaven Realm, there were too many Heaven-ranked rankers, and the real powerful ones had not appeared yet. In order to improve faster, Yue Yang did not mind using more treasures to improve himself. Furthermore, if he did not use the energy of the sky crystal, it would be a waste of resources. Forget about the sky crystal, even the sky red crystal and other materials had a small increase in strength. If it was used on some quasi-heaven ranked beasts, it would definitely be helpful. Half an hour passed. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others who were waiting in the stone passage finally saw Yue Yang coming out. He was holding a holy treasure chest with one hand. The aura on it made them instantly understand that this was the original form of the stingy ghost's grimoire. They did not expect that after shrinking, it would actually be an ugly-looking big chest. Wei Tai Lang, the chest is yours to keep. Yue Yang passed the stingy ghost's grimoire to Wei Tai Lang. Meow. Wei Tai Lang was pleased and took it with his butt swaying. Also, Master Hai, this key is yours to keep. Yue Yang passed another key to Fatty Hai. Fatty Hai was so happy that he almost went crazy. He took the key and kissed it fiercely. He then gave Yi Kong a look that said, "Did you see this, key? Quickly envy me, quickly be jealous of me." Yi Kong sent him flying with a kick, causing Fatty Hai to fall onto the stone wall like a fly that had been slapped to death. Niu Zhen looked at Fatty Hai with incomparable envy. He knew that he had just surrendered and was not qualified enough. If he was loyal enough, a master like the Yu clan's third young master would definitely give him the key in the future. He secretly clenched his fist. He must learn from Fatty Hai and become the holder of the key to the treasure house. Niu Zhen, this is yours. Yue Yang still had a key in his hand. Niu General was stunned at first, but then he was so moved that tears streamed down his face. Following such a master, he really had no regrets even if he died. He did not expect that he would be trusted so much after he had just surrendered and had not made any major contributions. Niu Zhen blankly received the key. He was so moved that he could not say a word. His teeth were chattering and his lips were trembling non-stop. Yue Yang lightly patted his shoulder. "I will leave the matter of the treasure house to you and Master Hai. Do a good job." Niu Zhen's tears immediately flowed down. Bean-sized tears fell one by one onto the rune key that he had just created. When he raised his head again, he realized that Yue Yang had already walked far away. He could only see his back. Niu Zhen bit his lips hard, trying his best not to sob. A warrior would die for his bosom friend. Now, he finally understood this feeling. Chapter 721. After leaving Black Wind City, which was renamed as Nightless City, Yue Yang brought everyone back to Tong Tian Tower. Although Yi Kong and Fatty Hai couldn't wait to try their skills in the Guangming continent. After returning from the Heaven Realm, they felt that their combat power had improved by leaps and bounds and wanted to prove themselves in the Guangming continent. But Yue Yang didn't think so. Ye Kong and Fatty Hai's progress was undoubtedly very fast. The question was whether they could sweep through Tong Tian Tower. The answer was absolutely no. Not to mention Shun Tian, the Black Prince and the Thousand Goblins sect leader, these powerful innate rankers, even Chong Ni and Shark King, Ye Kong and Fatty Hai were no match for them. Shun Tian, the Black Prince, and the Thousand Goblins sect leader were different from the quasi-heaven rank magical beasts in the Heaven Realm. They all had summoning grimoires, unique talents and guardian warbeasts. Although this kind of strength wasn't as strong as a Heaven Stage ranker, it won in terms of foundation and strength. If a Heaven Stage ranker was a 10-story building, then Shun Tian, Black Prince and the others were 8-story castles. Although they weren't as tall, they definitely couldn't be underestimated. Except for the two of them who had comprehended the Divine Sense Domain, Holy Power Domain, Prison Emperor Divine Seal and Prison Emperor Divine Sword, Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy, even City Mistress Fallen Flowers who had Nirvana Sunflower of Heaven Stage Level 5, Yue Yang wasn't 100% sure that she could kill Shun Tian. Except for the three of them, it would be difficult for others to defeat Shun Tian, Black Prince and the others, let alone kill them. Shun Tian's 5 transformations power, as well as his Diamond ranked level 9 guardian beast, Emperor, which was proficient in battle techniques and had extraordinary intelligence, were not to be trifled with. Even among the heaven-ranked rankers, there were not many rankers who had diamond-ranked beasts. Diamond-ranked warbeasts weren't necessarily very powerful, but their potential was undoubtedly extraordinary. The innate rankers of Tong Tian Tower were definitely not the same level as the Earth-rank rankers in Heaven Realm. They could be compared to the same level. If a Heaven Realm Earth-rank level 6 ranker were to meet an innate level 6 ranker in Tong Tian Tower who possessed a grimoire and had comprehended a domain of power, he would most likely be killed on the spot. The higher the level, the greater the difference between an Earth rank and an innate. Look at you guys, you just went to the Heaven Realm for a stroll, and you're still so arrogant. The old cunning fox sternly reprimanded his disciples. In terms of levels, he was already inferior to Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the others. However, he definitely had the qualifications to be their teacher. In another 10 years, even if Ye Kong and Fatty Hai's strength far surpassed the old cunning fox's, they still wouldn't be able to reach the level where the old cunning fox had reached in all aspects. As for Elder Nangong, he wasn't someone that Ye Kong and Fatty Hai could surpass in a short period of time. Ye Kong and Fatty Hai might be able to surpass them in terms of combat power, but when it came to knowledge, skills, beasts, treasures, pills, runes, history and so on, Ye Kong and Fatty Hai were still considered as novice apprentices. Yue Yang waited for the old cunning fox and the others to give him some encouragement. After all, Ye Kong and Fatty Hai's rapid progress had been achieved through a lot of blood and sweat, so it was worthy of recognition. Previously, when he was chasing after Wo Gua and Ji Yudeng, Yue Yang had harvested a large pile of spoils of war. After that, he had comprehended the creation domain in the gate of life and death. He had schemed against the Captain Wild Bull first, then dealt with the master of Black Wind City, Old Demon Wei, sect leader Bai Song and the others. The spoils of war were innumerable. According to the original plan, Yue Yang decided to think of a way to give it to everyone to improve. For example, Shui Tan Lang, who was the strongest, wanted to get a Heaven Stage warbeast to increase his fighting strength. Shui Tan Lang, Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and Prince of Tian Luo were all the main forces, especially the first three. Yue Yang decided to let them take care of Shun Tian, the Black Prince and the Thousand Goblins sect leader. This was also the reason why Yue Yang hadn't secretly killed Shun Tian and the others. Ye Kong, other than contracting the Earthquake Dragon's egg that was spat out after the Earthquake Dragon's death, Yue Yang had also fused the Earth Demon Bear's Heaven Stage magic crystal with the King Kong Demon Ape, raising Ye Kong, this powerful beast, to quasi-Heaven Stage. Although it wasn't easy to rise to Heaven Stage all of a sudden, as long as he continued to improve, he believed that it wouldn't be a problem for the King Kong Demon Ape to rise to Heaven Stage. As for turning into a holy beast, that was impossible. With the quasi-Heaven Stage King Kong Demon Ape, the Herculean Rhinoceros Beetle, and the Earthquake Dragon that had the potential to grow to at least Heaven Stage Level 3 in the future, Ye Kong didn't need to worry about the warbeast's fighting strength in the short term. Compared to Ye Kong, Fatty Hai, only stronger, not weaker. His King Kong Rhinoceros, Little Hippopotamus, and Thunder Mammoth, Yue Yang had used the blood of the Maha Elephant, which was equivalent to Heaven Stage Level 5, to increase their strength. Originally, King Kong Rhinoceros and Little Hippopotamus levels weren't high enough, so they leveled up a little slower. However, because the Thunder Mammoth was mature and had the same kind of Heaven Stage blood, it benefited the most. It directly rose to Quasi-Heaven Stage, surpassing King Kong Rhinoceros and the incomparably intelligent Wind Breath Seabird, becoming Fatty High's strongest warbeast, causing Fatty High's fighting strength to immediately double. The Lee brothers' Griffin Knights were humanoid guardian warbeasts, so it was difficult to fuse with them. However, after experimenting, Yue Yang discovered that the human-faced manticore could be fused with it. After spending a lot of effort, he finally raised the 2 Griffin Knights to the equivalent of Earth Stage Level 7. Because of the problem of intelligence and growth, these 2 humanoid guardian warbeasts, who had fused with the manticore and griffin, would probably never be able to become a holy beast. However, the Lee brothers didn't care. They didn't even have a summoning grimoire, and were about to starve to death on the first floor of Tong Tian Tower. Everything they had today was given to them by Yue Yang. They were already satisfied. The fusion of Prince of Tian Luo's, Skyfire Meteor, and Flying Stone Demon. It was unexpectedly smooth. What made Fatty High envious and jealous the most was that Prince of Tian Luo's, Skyfire Meteor, had transformed into a flaming winged heavenly demon, and directly leveled up to Heaven Stage. He was the first person in the whole team to have a Heaven Stage Guardian Warbeast. Good luck, good luck. Fatty High was so regretful that he beat his chest and stamped his feet. If I had known earlier, I would have used my own money to treat everyone to drinks every day. I wouldn't have used the prince's money. I didn't think that his good luck was accumulated by me. When everyone heard this, they were overjoyed. Lu Yi, Bao and the others even expressed that they wanted to put their money pouches in his hands, just like how Prince of Tian Luo had done to accumulate good luck. Fatty High was so scared that his face turned pale. He hurriedly waved his hands, indicating that he wouldn't dare to do it again. The Wind Breath Seabird is also not bad, but we don't have a suitable Heaven Stage Warbeast's magic crystal. Otherwise, it would definitely be a Heaven Stage, and it would definitely become a holy beast in the future. Yue Yang had seen many smart war beasts, but one like the Wind Breath Seabird was truly a unique exception. Baby, when will it be your turn to show off? Fatty High really looked forward to the day when the Wind Breath Seabird turned into a beauty. Pa, the Wind Breath Seabird flapped his wings. Only this lecherous look made it obvious that this fatty was fantasizing about something bad. He was simply asking for a beating. Fatty High had already been abused by it so many times that his skin was thick. Even after being beaten, he was completely fine. Because of the Lion King Valley, 2 quasi-Heaven Stage male fire lions were killed on the spot, as well as a group of lionesses and an old Lion King. Yue Yang had obtained the most fire magic crystals. Like Yan Po Jun, Feng Qi Sha and the others, they all had great gains. Their beasts had leveled up one after another. The Ox Head Liao tactfully rejected the Ox Head Battle Axe. At the same time, he gave the Battle Axe and the gold belt to Fan Wati, who had improved even more. Among the many spoils of war, he chose a long-handled earth-splitting axe. Although it was not as good as the Ox Head Battle Axe and the gold belt, it was still a gold-ranked treasure. After finishing the advancement of everyone in the team, he gave the old Lion King and the Flaming Lion King 2 Lion King's hearts to the golden Flaming Lion. In view of its intelligence and potential, Yue Yang even gave it a name for the first time. His name was Simba. Grey Wolf congratulated his new strongest subordinate and patted the golden Flaming Lion's shoulder with his claws. He looked like a boss who thought highly of him. Simba, who had just been named, hurriedly bowed his head to express his gratitude. With the Lion King's heart, of the 2 Lion Kings, the golden Flaming Lion was at least at the 2nd level of Heaven Stage. If he absorbed it better, he might even be able to advance to the 3rd level of Heaven Stage. My head hurts. The most difficult to fuse, but also the combination that Yue Yang wanted to see succeed the most, was the combination of Shui Tan Lang's Guardian Warbeast, the Storm Giant, and the Heaven Stage Level 1 Thunder Beast. If it mutated into a Wind Thunder Beast, Yue Yang wouldn't have to worry about it for 3 days and 3 nights, but how could he do both at the same time? It required both the Elemental Storm Giant's ability and the Thunder Beast's ability. How could he perfectly combine the two? The most important thing was how to make the 2 fused war beasts mutate in the best direction and turn them into intelligent guardian war beasts. This was the most difficult thing. It doesn't matter if I can't succeed for the time being. Shui Tanlang didn't want his own matters to affect Yue Yang. If your two main types of war beasts can be compatible, it will be very important for our future research. Princess Sissy told Shui Tanlang not to cause trouble. Maybe we can think of a way to improve his talent. Shui Wuxia also tried her best. In the end, she had a flash of inspiration when she was reading the book. She didn't know if it was the revelation of the Book of Truth or her own inspiration. She closed the Book of Truth and walked in front of Yue Yang with a little excitement. That's right, when Yue Yang heard this, it was as if he had seen the sun. Shui Tanlang had a unique talent called releasing talent. Usually, because Shui Tanlang often manipulated snowstorms to sweep the entire battlefield, the enemy would usually think that this kid had the storm talent. But in reality, it was not like that at all. Shui Tanlang had a very strange, releasing talent. To those who were familiar with him, Shui Tanlang's talent was not bad, but this talent was useless. Releasing talent. When the owner uses this talent, he must fully comprehend and release his own energy from the inside out. The more thorough the comprehension, the higher the talent. On the battlefield, if the enemy is placed in a controllable energy, the more thorough the release, the more powerful the talent will be on the enemy. Currently, his talent is level 3. For a cool ice cube guy, who would expect him to be like a gossipy woman telling the enemy how to release his energy and how to attack the enemy? That was simply unrealistic. Even though he had been training since he was young and comprehending his own energy every day, Shui Tanlang's talent level was still very low at level 3. If it was Fatty Hai who had this releasing talent, he would probably have reached level 10 in less than a year. Unfortunately, the owner of the releasing talent was Shui Tanlang, a guy who would not speak for a day and only immerse himself in training. It had to be said that this was a tragedy. Memorize this Heaven Realm strange news record and read it to everyone once a day. Yue Yang gave Shui Tanlang a task. Shui Tanlang, who was not afraid of anything, suddenly changed his expression. Chapter 722. Everyone had different personalities. It was impossible to expect Shui Tanlang to become a blabbermouth like Fatty Hai. However, Yue Yang's actions could also give him some pressure. If it was in the past, it would be harder for Shui Tanlang to read the Heaven Realm's strange stories record in public than to kill him. Now, when Yue Yang gave him this task, although Shui Tanlang's expression changed, he did not refuse. After so many battles, especially the trip to Heaven Realm, Shui Tanlang was greatly shocked. If he did not become stronger soon, then not only himself, but the whole team would be buried with a disastrous hidden danger. As the team's key training target, Shui Tanlang had the obligation to bear more responsibilities. After improving the team's strength, Yue Yang shifted the focus of improvement to his own war beasts. Shui Wuxia, Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers brought in Yu Bing and the others to the Gate of Life and Death to train. Raging Flame Leader and Drunken Cat also followed. Beside Yue Yang, only Yu and Sickly Beauty were left. The two girls rejected the god's blood that Yue Yang had refined from the Maha Elephant. Although the god's blood could make their physique soar, the two girls rejected the god's blood on the grounds that they were not the main fighting force. Yue Yang secretly sighed at the two girls' attitude. If he was a little stronger, he might as well use his blood to improve their physique. Now, Yue Yang was sure that his blood had a potential similar to the god's blood. This was something that no one in the Soaring Dragon continent had. It was a unique physique that was unique to a guy from another world. Maybe it was the old Taoist's trick. Maybe it was because he had cultivated the innate invisible sword qi, maybe it was because he had fused with the small Qian Kun bag, maybe it was all three. No matter what, Yue Yang now knew that his blood was different. Moreover, the stronger he was, the greater the energy contained in his blood. Perhaps when he ascended to the Divine Exalt realm, the blood he shed would be as powerful as the God blood. God's blood, red, I'll give you an upgrade this time. Yue Yang thought about the use of this drop of God's blood for a long time. Should he give it to the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo who had the greatest potential and the most value in grooming? Or Hornless Dragon Zhang Ying who had just received the inheritance of the Supreme Dragon God? If it was given to one of them, he believed that the improvement would undoubtedly be the greatest. However, the two girls were still in a deep sleep to evolve. Duo was fine. If she was in danger, she would come out to fight. Zhang Ying, on the other hand, was in a chaotic state, fusing with the Supreme Dragon God's inherited power. Of course, the easiest target to improve was little Wen Li. However, this little Lamia Loli had already disregarded the god's blood before this. Her parents were Yue Yang and Her Majesty Empress Fei Wen Li. The god's blood that other people yearned for was nothing to her. Whether it was the bloody Queen Red or the barbarian cow Shadow Man, in Yue Yang's eyes, they were all equal. The spirit of heaven fire and the Reaper Mantis were still lacking. It seemed that it was too early to improve the god's blood. Previously, Ika used the best treasures, the god's blood and Yue Yang's own blood to combine into a battle angel that even Yue Yang could not determine to what extent it would grow. She was born with a grimoire, only slightly inferior to little Wen Li, who was born with a diamond grimoire and the 4 great guardian warbeasts. Ika definitely did not need the god's blood to improve anymore. If possible, when Yue Yang improved, he could continue to use his own blood to help her grow. The war god Attendant and Feather, the 2 dragon ladies' training methods were different from others. Moreover, a drop of god's blood was inseparable. So, in the end, Yue Yang still decided to improve the strength of either Red or Man. In terms of battles, other than little Wen Li, Red and Man had participated in the most battles. They participated in almost every battle and made great contributions. Step by step, they improved until now. They were completely qualified to give the god's blood to any one of them. After pondering for a while, Yue Yang finally decided to lift the bloody Queen Red with the god's blood. After all, Man had Titan's power and Heart of Earth. As long as she stood on the ground, she would always be an invincible war goddess. Bloody Queen Red, if Yue Yang was in Tong Tian Tower, she could resist almost any enemy. However, in the Heaven Realm, Bloody Queen Red's strength was slightly insufficient, and it was gradually becoming more and more strenuous, and this was because she did not meet any strong enemies. If the enemy was above Heaven Stage Level 6, then it would be even more strenuous. Ah, really? Bloody Queen Red could not believe her ears, her small face full of astonishment. That's right, Yue Yang gave her an affirmation. Wah wah wah, Bloody Queen Red was like a happy child, rushing up to the sky and flying everywhere. After a long time, she swooped down again, hugged Yue Yang and gave him an excited kiss. After the kiss, she unconsciously flew to Man to report the good news. Man, Master said that this time the god's blood will help me level up. Haha, I will surpass you in the future. Yes, fortunately, Man did not have the jealousy of human women, otherwise she would have vomited blood in anger. God's blood had already been given to you, and you still want to show off. Actually, Bloody Queen Red did not have any thoughts of showing off. It was just a very simple feeling of sharing happiness with a friend. Because she usually cooperated with Man the most and was the closest, she would always be the first to tell her good news. Man was even more happy for her and danced with joy. If it was a human woman, even if she did not fight with her, she would probably curse in her heart. What was she so proud of? Wasn't it just a drop of God's blood? No matter how high a beast's intelligence or EQ was, it would be difficult for them to be as complex as humans. Moreover, the growth of their personalities was greatly influenced by the environment their master was in. If the women around Yue Yang, if Princess Sissy and Shui Wuxia were to fight and scheme against each other every day, then Red, Man, Duo and the others would definitely be influenced and become bad. But the problem was that Princess Sissy and Shui Wuxia lived in harmony and united against outsiders. Therefore, the growth of the beasts' personalities would also be influenced. Especially the most meticulous sickly beauty, who often set an example. Sometimes, she would personally cook or cut clothes. She would also ask Red, Man and the others to help. In daily life, she used her actions to teach these beasts the growth of wisdom and humanity. Only then would they be able to grow well. To Red, Man and the others, sickly beauty was more like a mistress. Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy spent too much time training. The person who they spent the most time with was sickly beauty, who was by Yue Yang's side. This gentle little wife was the best example for them to learn from. Although they did not say it out, Red, Man and the others definitely wanted to become a woman like sickly beauty in their hearts. Sickly beauty was studying runes while cooking. She brought the dishes to Yue Yang and watched him happily pick up the chopsticks and eat heartily. Sickly beauty brought a basin of water to Yue Yang, who was sleeping soundly after the experiment. She gently wiped his body and feet. Sickly beauty helped Yue Yang dress up from head to toe before he went out. Sickly beauty took a silk handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat off his forehead, Red, man and the others saw everything that happened and remembered it in their hearts. It could be said that the person who had the greatest influence on Red, man and Duo was Sickly Beauty, who usually smiled gently and quietly at everything she did. "Look at how happy you are." Sickly Beauty patted Red's vest and smiled tolerantly at Red, who threw herself into her arms. She was simply like a little mother. Although Red and Man were taller than her, sometimes they were like her two daughters. If it wasn't for the frequent changes in the war and the fact that Yue Yang could not be distracted, and everyone felt that it was best not to have a baby for the time being, when the war came to an end, when Yue Yang stepped into the Holy Supreme Realm, maybe the baby born at that time would have more potential. Sickly Beauty really wanted a baby. Of course, this wish could not be fulfilled for the time being. Sickly Beauty gently spread this motherly love to everyone who needed to be taken care of, whether it was little girls like Bing Shuang and little Wen Li, or big sisters like Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers, or guardian beasts like Red and Man. "You also want God's blood?" "No way." The current star Scorpion found that following Yue Yang was very promising, and it was already a little tempted. Especially with the successful addition of Simba, it had reduced its worries. Creak. The star Scorpion was intelligent, but it could not speak. It was unable to express its thoughts and was rather depressed. Yue Yang was naturally a rare commodity, so he was not in a hurry to contract it. He did not even mention the matter of fusing the star Scorpion with the Scorpion glove and turning it into a beast-shaped, divine weapon. Fortunately, Yue Yang did not make the star Scorpion feel despair. He gave the steel-toothed sand spider, which had been poisoned by scorpion poison, and Ji Deng's golden leg, to the star Scorpion to absorb energy. In the past, the star Scorpion would definitely not dare to easily accept food from Yue Yang, but now it was different. It was eager to establish a friendly relationship with Yue Yang. As for the golden steel-toothed sand spider and Ji Deng's golden leg, it happily accepted. Besides, these two things were also extremely helpful to its improvement. If it still hesitated now, it would be an idiot. The excited Bloody Queen Red, with great difficulty, endured until night. The fusion ceremony officially began. Yue Yang used the Nirvana flame to repeatedly purify the god's blood, turning it into a pure god's blood without any divine sense. First, Yue Yang drew heaven rune circles on Red's snow-white body after she took off her clothes, so that she could better absorb the god's blood. Yue Yang even used his own blood to draw 3 ancient rune circles on the 3 most important places, the navel, the heart and the space between the eyebrows. The abilities of the 3 ancient runes were Wonder, Origin Power, and Spiritual Root. Yue Yang hoped to use the god's blood to improve Red, but the biggest aspect was not combat power. Instead, it was true rebirth, true transformation. He hoped that in the future, she could also be like little Wen Li, Ika, Zhang Ying, and Wei Tai Lang, own a grimoire and become the closest divine beast to a human. Even if it was just a bronze grimoire, her future path of growth would be completely different. Mystical magic could allow Red to have a more intelligent mind. Source energy could allow Red to have a more perfect body, and Spirit Root was the foundation of everything. It would increase her potential, increase the possibility of contracting a grimoire, and give her the qualifications to become a divine beast. "Are you ready?" Yue Yang held the golden god's blood in his palm and asked the nervous Bloody Queen Red softly. Yes. Although her heart was beating like a deer, Red still nodded firmly. Her nervousness was not all because of shyness. She was indeed a little shy to be exposed naked in front of her master. Her nervousness was not all because of excitement. After fusing with the god's blood, she was reborn and changed her life. It was impossible for her not to be excited. However, what made her most nervous was the changes in the future. She was worried that her improvement would not be as good as her master expected, that she would not be able to contract a grimoire, that she would not be able to become a divine beast, and that she would disappoint her master. However, she did not run away. On the contrary, she resolutely accepted her master's gift and challenged her own fate. When Yue Yang dripped the drop of golden god's blood into her mouth, Red closed her eyes and clasped her hands in front of her chest. At this moment, there was only one thought left in her mind. God, please turn me into what Master wants. I want to become a person, a woman like Mistress Wu Hen. I want to be like Mistress Wu Hen and stay by his side forever. Chapter 723. An unimaginably huge energy burst out from her body. Red had a feeling that her body was about to explode and her soul was about to be annihilated under this kind of energy. Even a drop of God's blood was not something that an ordinary body could withstand. When Red's consciousness was about to disappear, she suddenly felt that her body was light as if she was floating in a starry night sky. Several huge galaxies that looked like whirlpools were rotating slowly, producing various kinds of gravitational forces that slightly released the destructive energy in her body and greatly relieved the internal pressure. Especially the three biggest whirlpools, which were constantly absorbing the explosive God's blood energy in her body. Was this an illusion? She should be in her master's arms, how could she float in the sky? While her consciousness was wandering in confusion, she suddenly felt an incomparably warm energy flowing into her body unstoppably, guiding the God's blood energy that was so full that it was almost going to explode to every part of her body. First, it went to her meridians, bones, flesh, and skin, then it went deep into the space that was even thinner than the smallest blood vessels. It guided a small part of the God's blood energy and allowed this energy to fuse with her body, causing her body to change qualitatively under the cleansing of the God's power. Then, it went to the depths of her soul consciousness. The warm energy guided the energy of the God's blood to the starry night sky. The energy connected the few whirlpools, making them rotate faster, absorbing and assimilating the God's blood energy. In the end, with the three great whirlpool galaxies as the first foundation, the energy of the God's blood formed an incomparably huge and resplendent star core. That kind of profoundness was indescribable. It felt as if the universe had been born in his consciousness. At the connection point of this bright star core, there were three big whirlpools, each representing a different will. When Red's consciousness touched the will of the three whirlpools, she instantly felt dizzy. Then, she realized that her consciousness had retreated from the wonderful night sky. She could no longer return to that wonderful state. When she opened her eyes, she realized that she didn't float into the night sky, but she was floating in front of her master, her whole body radiating brilliance. On her body, there were three big and small ancient runic circles and heaven runic circles, which were shining brightly, giving her a very familiar feeling. That's right, these were the whirlpools that appeared in the night sky. The three ancient rune circles between the eyebrows, the heart, and the navel represented the wonders, the origin energy, and the spirit root. They were the eternal wills that were born from the three ancient rune circles. Red suddenly understood. The warm energy that had saved him had come from his master's palm. It was the junchi within his body. Don't sleep. Comprehend it well. While the God's blood is reconstructing your body, you have to further improve your abilities. Now is the best time to temper yourself. Once you pass this stage, you will truly be reborn and become a new you. Yue Yang warned Red softly. Yes, Red was very tired now. She wasn't this tired even during the usual battles. However, she gritted her teeth and kept Yue Yang's words in mind. For his future, in order to live up to his master's expectations, in order to transform into a new self. Fight, fight, she tried her best to open her arms and hug Yue Yang tightly. The original special abilities such as Whip of Agony, Banshee Scream, Sheep Transformation, and Flame Feather, appeared in her mind one by one. Then, she was guided by Yue Yang's energy and tempered with his divine power. No matter how tired she was, no matter how painful it was, no matter how difficult it was, Red gritted her teeth and persevered. For a new self, to become someone like Mistress Wuan, to possess the summoning grimoire that he wanted to see the most, time passed silently, bit by bit. The rebirth process of the God's blood continued. Red couldn't remember how much pain she had suffered in the process. She also couldn't remember how many times she almost fell into a deep sleep because she couldn't persevere anymore. However, as long as she could still feel the pure energy from her master, she would persevere forever and never give up. She knew that he was actually more tired than she was. She didn't have to do anything. She just had to cooperate with him with her consciousness. He was the one who reconstructed her body. He was the one who gave her everything. From the beginning to the end, his energy never stopped. His sweat also never stopped dripping on her body. He didn't stop because he was tired. He didn't give up because of the difficulty. How could she let him down? I want to become a human and stay by my master's side forever. I want to contract the summoning grimoire and become the Red that master is most proud of. He used his blood to paint the summoning grimoire over and over again. Even if the grimoire had already absorbed his blood, he still patiently waited for her to contract it. How could she give up? I want to become a human, contract. Bloody Queen Red let out a banshee scream that shook the souls of all living things. She spat out a mouthful of golden blood towards the bronze grimoire in Yue Yang's hands. At the same time, she forced herself to use her trembling hands to press on the bronze grimoire. Until she saw the golden light of the successful contract slowly flowing out from the gaps of her fingers. More and more, only then did she close her eyes proudly. 2 drops of tears quickly slid down her face and gently fell on Yue Yang's sweaty arms. Red pressed one hand on the summoning grimoire and kissed Yue Yang's lips without caring about anything else. She couldn't express the excitement in her heart. She could only use her tearful kiss to silently express her pride. She did it. She finally did what he had expected of her. From today onwards, she would also be a divine beast. She would be the closest life form to a human. She would be a woman close to Mistress Wu Hen. Finally, she had the qualifications to stay by his side forever. She had the qualifications to do everything for him like Mistress Wu Hen. Amidst the resplendent brilliance, the wings on her back fell off one by one. They drifted away. In the end, they turned into energy and returned to her back. After the contract and the passionate kiss, Red, who was tired and sleeping, didn't know anything. In her deep sleep, she, the Bloody Queen, had truly taken a step towards a higher life form. This step was to enter the ranks of divine beasts. Moreover, she was a high-level divine beast that was perfect as a human. When Red woke up for the second time, she found that Yue Yang was no longer by her side. The sky was almost dawn. She didn't have time to check her summoning grimoire, talent, and guardian warbeast. After sensing Yue Yang's aura, she immediately flew over. Almost in a flash, the speed was so fast that even Red, who had always been known for her speed, was surprised. At this time, the scene she saw was similar to usual. It was sickly Beauty, the mistress, who gently massaged her exhausted and sleeping master, while wiping his sweat with water. The only difference from usual was that today, he was tired because of her. Usually, it was for Ika, or refining the supreme grade martial spirit pill, and so on. Shish, sickly Beauty, as usual, signaled Red to be quiet, so as not to wake up Yue Yang. Red was so excited that she pressed her cherry lips. Looking at her master, who was so tired that he didn't even have time to wash up and fall asleep, for the first time, her heart was moved. Tears were like opening a floodgate, crashing down. She was definitely not a person who liked to cry, let alone a coward. This was just because she was too moved. Sickly Beauty motioned for Red to come over and replace her, and then looked at Red inquiringly, as if asking, "Can you?" Usually, Red always shook her head shyly. She liked a master like Yue Yang, but to take over the position of the mistress and serve him, she was always a little lacking in confidence. Today, seeing the slightly encouraging eyes of the mistress, for the first time, she approached the silk handkerchief in Sickly Beauty's hand and gave the mistress a firm nod. "Leave it to me." Looking at Yue Yang's quiet expression in his sleep, Red cried and laughed for a moment. Crying because she was moved. Laughing because of happiness. For the first time, she felt that she was a woman who loved him, not just his guardian warbeast. She had been reborn and had become a human. Now, there should be no problem in pursuing her own happiness, right? For the master who gave her everything, for the master who had been silently in love with her for a long time, couldn't she have enough confidence to love him, to accompany him for a lifetime, just like Mistress Wu Hen? Sickly Beauty gently hugged the emotional Red, and then left with a peace of mind. Red sat down by the water, picked up the silk handkerchief, and, just like Sickly Beauty, gently wiped the sweat off his body. The next day, when Yue Yang slowly opened his eyes, he realized that the snow-white body in his arms was not Sickly Beauty, but a strange yet familiar beauty. Red, she actually slept on his bed, and she was completely naked. Yue Yang was a little sweaty because of her bold move, and was about to get up quietly. Suddenly, Red, who felt a strange movement on her body, also woke up from her sweet dream. When she saw Yue Yang, she did not leave shyly like she usually did. Instead, she opened her arms and bravely hugged his body, using her fiery body to get close to him. Suppressing her shyness and nervousness, she said in his ear, "I want to serve you like Mistress Wu Hen. Where's Wu Hen?" Yue Yang was a little stunned. Mistress Wu Hen asked Red to replace her. Red did not do well, but she will definitely work hard. Just like how Sickly Beauty usually served Yue Yang, Red trembled slightly as she imitated Mistress Wu Hen's gentle actions. Human and beast. Could the current Red still be considered a beast? She was even more of a woman than a woman. To say that she was a beast would be blind. Since she was not a beast, but a woman, why couldn't she push her down? Sigh, forget it, This kind of trouble was simply unnecessary. When a flower blooms, it must be plucked. When the flower blooms, it must be plucked. Letting down a beauty's grace was something only a Taoist protector would do. Yue Yang's mind was muddled for a second. Am I a Taoist protector? No. Then can I do such a foolish thing? Of course not. He suddenly understood. He reached out and caressed Red, who was clumsily using her tongue to serve him. When she looked up shyly, he smiled evilly and asked, "Do you want to improve your fighting skills? Come, let me teach you." Chapter 724. After leveling up to a divine beast, Red's strength was much stronger than before. When she summoned her grimoire, she didn't even know that she had a silver grimoire. Even the sickly beauty and Yu curiously peeked over to look at Red's inherent skill in guardian beast. Ah Man was the most envious. Although she had the power to defeat a heaven-ranked ranker, she still hoped to be like Red and become a divine beast. In future battles, she would help her master defeat more powerful enemies. Battle Feather inherent skill. Changing different battle feathers during battle to unleash different elemental powers. The fastest time to change is 1 hour. The longest battle feathers can last as 1 day. Current inherent skill level, level 1. My wings. Only now did Red realize that her wings had disappeared. Didn't you realize it? Sickly Beauty and Yu were amused by her. Say it in silence. Yue Yang gave Red a hint. When Hong retracted her state of mind, countless rays of light naturally flickered around her body. Even more energy condensed behind her, forming many pure white and beautiful energy feathers. Among these pure white energy feathers, there was a soft silver feather on her left wing near her back. On her right wing, there was a brilliant gold feather. These 2 feathers should be the 2 types of battle feathers that she could currently change. Although Red couldn't change immediately, Yue Yang's Heaven Eye's divine vision could already see the truth. The pure white energy wings were of the light attribute. Other than being immune to dark negative curses, it also gave Red the fastest flying speed. The silver energy wings mainly increased her spiritual power. If she changed to silver battle feathers, then when Red used special skills like Banshee's Scream, Whip of Agony, and Sheep Transformation, she would receive the greatest increase. Yue Yang couldn't estimate how much the increase would be because the silver battle feathers could only be changed after at least an hour. Also, during the process of leveling up to Divine Envoy, special skills like Banshee's Scream, Whip of Agony, and Sheep Transformation would also have different changes. The golden battle feathers were the most direct increase. It could increase her entire combat power. On Yue Yang's summoning grimoire, Red's image was very different from before. She was originally the Bloody Queen's Red, but now she had become a bloody goddess, half awakened. Other than Banshee's Scream, Whip of Agony and Sheep Transformation, Red also had 2 more special skills, Divine Speed, and Sky Feather. Divine Speed, as the name suggested, meant that her flying speed was greatly increased. As for Sky Feather, it had the ability to convert energy into battle feathers during battle. It was a special skill that resonated with his talent. The most mysterious thing was that she could share this Zhan Yu state with Yue Yang after the transformation. Out of all the special skills, only the Whip of Agony could be shared with Yue Yang. Now, there was also Zhan Yu. The only difference was that Yue Yang couldn't be like her. Red, who was half-awakened goddess, but up, although she did not have the power like a true goddess envoy, her have up, she had to envoy now, have. Her Banshee's Scream and Whip of Agony had reached the realm of God's power that could harm souls. If she was fully awakened and became a goddess envoy, other than those who were far stronger than her, ordinary heaven rankers would tremble when they saw her. Let's see what your guardian beast is. Sickly Beauty and Yu were very curious. After Red became a goddess envoy and contracted a grimoire, what would her guardian beast be? Not to mention them, even Red herself wanted to know the answer to this question immediately. When the grimoire flipped, the 3 girls squeezed their heads together and were a little stunned. What is it? Yue Yang asked with a smile. Ah, it doesn't look like a battle type. Red was a little speechless. She realized that this guardian beast was very different from the battle type beast she had hoped to get. Angel Dove. Silver rank level 3, special type beast, male and female peaceful life pair, does not have any combat power, good at flying, can instantly pass through space within a certain range, can teleport to a friendly target, can only teleport once a day, has special wings of light attribute, basic intelligence, special skills, 1,000 miles book transmission, Song of Peace. When Red summoned her guardian beasts, Yue Yang realized that they were just two white light messenger pigeons without a real body. His fingers could pass through their bodies. However, by doing so, they, who had basic intelligence, would show an unhappy expression in their round eyes, as if they were blaming Yue Yang for being hostile. However, when Yue Yang released innate qi from his fingers, they immediately felt the benefits of this pure energy. They flew up and down happily, and mischievously pecked his fingers with their red beaks to show their affection. The cheerful birds realized that their cooing sounds had an indescribable sense of peace, making people feel at ease, as if their souls had been cleansed. This should be the angel dove's song of peace, skill. It could dispel people's hostility. Of course, this song of peace wouldn't have much effect on people with strong wills and extremely stubborn personalities. It could only affect beasts with no intelligence. Not bad, although they are not battle type, special type beasts have good special skills. In some important moments, they would be able to display miraculous effects. There are some things that you don't think are a lot, but if you don't have them, it would be a huge loss. Furthermore, it's very good that they have the ability to 1,000 miles book transmission. In the future, when there are more battles, our exchange of information will become more and more urgent. Just using the words, tricolor map, is really not enough. Of course, Yue Yang wouldn't think that the angel dove was bad. On the contrary, he felt that this pair of angel doves were actually the best strategic beasts. There is no such thing as the worst beast, only the worst warrior. The angel dove is actually better than most strengthening type and element type beasts. Red, you have to train them well. Maybe in the future, we will need them to 1,000 miles book transmission when we have important information. Sickly Beauty also encouraged Red. Work hard. Yu gently caressed Red's tender cheeks. From now on, she didn't think of Red as a beast, but as a person. Red will definitely work hard. Red was a little shy, but also a little happy. Her eyes were unusually determined as she clenched her fists tightly and cheered herself on. Right now, she already had the best future. Of course she had to work harder. Use the god-killing dagger or the black light in future battles. When Yue Yang mentioned the black light, he suddenly had an idea. The black light was just a fake 5-colored holy light. It wasn't the real one. The true black light of the 5-colored divine light might still be in Zhu Shao's hands. Other than the one in Zhu Shao's hands, there should be 3 other types of divine light. Where were they? Just the green divine light alone had as many as 9 layers of seals. Furthermore, Yue Yang could not easily remove the seals. He was deeply afraid that his grasp of the power of the ancient code would not be enough, causing it to be damaged in an unpredictable manner. One had to know that the green divine light of the 5-colored divine light was in a broken state. Although the master of Black Wind City and Captain Wild Bull had many treasures, to Yue Yang, this abnormal transmigrator who had mastered Black Wei Kang, White Shuanghua, and Red Knight, most of them were nothing to him. What Yue Yang wanted the most was a holy artifact or a divine weapon. Among them, he wanted to obtain the remaining 4 types of 5-colored divine light the most. If he could gather all 5 types of 5-colored divine light and fight against the Lion King, would he still need to worry about losing? Little San, you haven't been to the Southern Heaven Realm for a few days. You haven't appeared for too long. I'm afraid the situation has changed. You should go up and take a look, in case something happens to Bao Jiyu, Niu Zhen and the others. Yu was the kindest. Seeing that Yue Yang had been busy in Rainbow Castle for the past few days, she told him to take care of the Black Wind City in the Southern Heaven Realm. Tonight, I still want to communicate with the Star Scorpion during the day. Yue Yang nodded. The Star Scorpion is indeed quite smart. Although it can't speak, I feel that it's much smarter than ordinary war beasts with elementary intelligence. Yu knew that her bad brother would definitely squeeze out the value of the Star Scorpion, otherwise he wouldn't raise it for nothing. Are you confident that you can complete the Earth Divine weapon now? Sickly Beauty knew that it was not easy to create an Earth Divine weapon. The Dao Tai blade from last time was a coincidence. Come and help in the afternoon. Yue Yang nodded slightly. For other war beasts, he was indeed not confident that he could turn them into Earth Divine weapons. However, the Star Scorpion was an exception. There were so many war beasts in the world. If Yue Yang didn't trick them, why did he only love the Star Scorpion so much? It turned out that this Star Scorpion had the innate conditions to become a beast divine weapon. Not only did it have elementary intelligence, but its own attributes, body structure, potential fusion, and other aspects all met the conditions of a beast divine weapon. Most importantly, Yue Yang had obtained a pair of scorpion gloves as a reward from the Scorpion Palace. If he could use the scorpion gloves as a foundation and fuse it with the star scorpion, the chances of creating a high-grade beast divine weapon would be very high. Yue Yang did not lack mounts. He was good at teleportation and flying, and if he really wanted to be lazy, he could turn the Dao Tai blade into a beast form. That was the most suitable mount. He also did not lack weapons. Crescent Moon, Dao Tai blade, Killing God Kill, Dragon Slaying Spear, Dragon Slaying Dagger, Black Light, 5-colored Divine Light Green. He even had the Prison Emperor Divine Staff and the War God Guard Sisters. If he added the World Exterminating Wheel, Eternal Wheel, Star Explosion, Black Wei Kang, White Shuanghua, Kai Shaolian and Nirvana Flame, he had countless weapons to attack. Yue Yang did not need to waste time to cultivate another Earth Divine weapon. But he felt that it was necessary to add a pair of Earth Divine weapon Scorpion gloves in addition to the Gemini mask. If he fused the Star Scorpion and the Scorpion gloves, it would become the Star Scorpion. Normally it would be a glove, but when needed, it would be a warbeast. Wouldn't it be killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Contract. Don't worry, who am I? I will definitely give you the greatest freedom. Just like Wei Tai Lang, without a contract, you have your own will. Of course, you can't go against me. Learn from Wei Tai Lang, that's what you have to do. A beast-shaped Earth Divine weapon will be your final state, and it will also be a high-grade Earth Divine weapon with good potential, not the kind that will reach the limit once you fuse. Don't worry, I will only do it if there is value in cultivating it. Otherwise, why would I keep a beast with no potential by my side? Look at this Dao Tai blade, it is the Earth Divine weapon with the most potential. It can change between a beast and a weapon at any time. What are you worried about? You think I need a weapon? Wrong, I need a pair of gloves. That's right, is there anything more suitable for you than the Scorpion gloves in this world? Absolutely not. After you fuse, in 2 years, as long as you perform well, I might even use the Wishing Dutchman's pipe that will never wither to help you increase your potential. Oh right, you have to understand how many powerful treasures I have. Don't worry, follow this third young master, you will definitely be able to eat and drink well. In the future, Wei Tai Lang will be your boss, and Simba will be your brother. Yue Yang once again used his conning skills. This time, he conned a unique scorpion, the Star Scorpion. Chapter 725 Inches Master, Black Wind City has arrived. Do you want to reveal your name and have their city lord come out to welcome us? A personal guard captain riding a Heaven Stage Level 3 Infernal Nightmare gracefully stopped his flying mount from being escorted by a Heaven Stage Level 1 Flaming Demonic Horse. He retreated to the edge of a super luxurious carriage that was pulled by 8 snow-white dragons with the same skin color. Through the curtain that the beautiful slave girl raised slightly, he asked the noble man inside with a very loyal and respectful expression. There's no need. There's news that something has happened in Black Wind City and the city lord has changed his position. Send someone in to investigate. If the new city lord doesn't know about the previous Upper Realm trade, then we'll go directly to Silver Leaf City. The noble man in the carriage pondered for a moment before making a decision. Yes, although the personal guard captain wanted to express his opinion, his master didn't ask. He knew that even if he had internal injuries, it would be best if he didn't speak. This personal guard captain with the strength of Heaven Stage Level 5 casually sent out a guard member with the strength of Heaven Stage Level 1. Let the other party enter the city as soon as possible and find the new city lord. Originally, he thought that the new city lord of Black Wind City would soon come down and kowtow to the master behind him in a panic, begging for forgiveness in fear. He had seen this kind of reaction many times. Almost no matter where the owner of this carriage was in the lower realms, the city lord would come out of the city in fear and kowtow to him. Although the master of the carriage rarely went out, he usually made a trip to the lower realms every 10 years. However, in the past 1,000 years, no Heaven Stage martial artist from the lower realms had ever disrespected him in the slightest. Along the way, there were countless city lords who bowed their heads to greet him. It was rare for the owner of the carriage to personally come out to meet him. It was impossible for a relatively barren and backward place like the Emerald Territories Black Wind City to have a powerful Heaven Stage, but City Lord Ren, I hope that guy doesn't pee his pants when he sees his master. The personal guard captain imagined with a bit of bad taste. What he didn't expect was that not only did the new city lord make an exception and not personally come out to welcome him, he only sent a servant with the strength of Earth Stage Level 3. Seeing such an ant-like servant, the personal guard captain felt uncomfortable from the bottom of his heart. Even if he was a slave, he should have the awareness of being a slave. He actually had the nerve to shamelessly represent the city lord with such strength. Could it be that Black Wind City didn't have any talents to this extent? You can't even find a slave above Earth rank level 5. Could it be that the city lord here is a quasi-heaven rank? Could it be that when he saw a heaven rank guard, his legs would go weak and he would hide in the city lord's mansion, not daring to leave the city? The personal guard captain touched the mustache on his lips again and made a malicious guess. Where is your city lord? The guard captain looked at the representative of Black Wind City, who was only at the 3rd level of the Earth stage, as if he was looking at a bug. Black Wind City has undergone a great change some time ago and has been renamed Nightless City in memory of Master Refiner Zheng Wuyi, who sacrificed himself for no reason before the war. The current Nightless City had become a free city, and there was no longer a city lord. This lowly one is lowly and lowly. Under the orders of Prince Long Teng of the Western Heaven Realm, I am temporarily the chief foreign affairs representative. The round-headed Bao Jiyu who came to welcome him stepped forward and saluted, replying in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Freedom City, you mean you're in charge of this place now? The guard captain tried his best not to laugh out loud. An Earth stage level 3 servant didn't seem to be a combat type. Any random mercenary could easily kill this guy and take over Black Wind City. How could such a childish thing happen in the Heaven Realm? Could ants patrol the territory in place of the Lion King? It was impossible. The guard captain really wanted to tell the other party that any one of his subordinates would be a Heaven stage powerhouse, and they would be able to take over this Black Wind City. Even if there was no one else, it was impossible for a weakling of the Earth stage level 3 to become the representative of a city, right? After spending a lot of effort to hold back his laughter, the guard captain asked in a teasing voice, I really want to know, after you became the representative, did anyone in the city challenge you? The round-head Bao Jiyu revealed a sincere smile, not yet. Perhaps it's because I usually have a good relationship with my neighbors. After I became the representative of Nightless City's foreign affairs, not only did everyone enthusiastically support me, they also often invited me over for a banquet. In addition to everything being the same as before the change, I also opened up a number of business transactions, truly encouraging and supporting my work in Nightless City. When he said this, the guard captain choked. It was even more uncomfortable than swallowing a mouse. If it weren't for the owner of the carriage looking at him, he would have drawn his sword and killed this arrogant ant who dared to speak to him. Alchemist Master, Western Heaven Realm, Prince Long Teng, the noble master in the carriage was so smart that he could figure out a lot of things with just a few key words. After some thought, the master of Mali suddenly became a little interested in this Black Wind City that he didn't care about at all. No, it should be Nightless City now. For the first time in hundreds of years, he asked a non-heaven stage servant. He respectfully bowed to the round-head Bao Jiyu and asked, Excuse me, is your Prince Long Teng inside? Esteemed guest, His Royal Highness just returned from a trip a few days ago. He is currently bathing and changing his clothes, so he is unable to come and welcome you. The round-head Bao Jiyu replied politely. Since he's here, I wonder if we can meet. It's been a long time since I've met the experts of the Western Heaven Realm in the lower realms. The owner of the carriage sighed. Please, esteemed guest. The round-head Bao Jiyu respectfully made a, please, gesture. When the guard captain saw this, his lungs exploded with anger. What kind of status did his master have? The other party was just a small fry from the lower realms, a prince that he had never heard of, yet he wanted his master to personally meet him. Did that prince have the qualifications? This was simply the greatest disrespect. The guard captain placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. As long as his master wasn't happy, he would immediately draw his sword and kill this dog slave. Then, he would rush into the city and hang the head of that prince on the city gate as a warning to others. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to draw his sword, the owner of the carriage said, Let's go. The guard captain almost thought that he had heard wrongly. Of course, he absolutely did not dare to question the orders of the master in the carriage. That was a noble existence, and any order was not something that a servant like him could question. 8 snow dragon horses pulled the carriage and descended from the sky into the garden of the city lord's mansion. At this time, the guard captain had yet to see the prince come out to welcome him. On the other hand, the servant who called himself the round-head Bao Jiyu explained apologetically that the prince was bathing and was unable to come out to welcome him. He hoped that the esteemed guest would wait a little longer. If the captain of the guards were to explode with all his anger, it would definitely be more violent than a volcano eruption, and he could easily destroy the entire nightless city. However, the master of the carriage was waiting quietly without any expression, so he could only endure the humiliation and wait. 10 minutes later, a yawning shadow slowly walked out, as if he had just woken up. The guard captain glared at him angrily, wanting to see what kind of arrogant appearance this prince, who had brought him shame, looked like. He was destined to be disappointed, because what he saw was only a young human wearing a saint-level Gemini mask. It was impossible to see his true appearance. What drove the guard captain crazy the most was that this prince was only at the quasi-heaven rank. He was far inferior to any of his guards. How could a prince with that kind of strength dare to be so arrogant? Could it be that the southern heaven realm didn't even have a heaven stage expert? To let a quasi-heaven stage expert be so arrogant was simply the greatest insult to all heaven stage experts. I'm very sorry. I fell asleep because I was too comfortable in the bath. The person who came out was, of course, Yue Yang. Other than him, there was no other quasi-heaven stage warrior who could speak so casually in front of a group of heaven stage experts. Nonsense. It would have been better if he didn't listen to the explanation, but this kind of infuriating explanation made the guard captain want to strangle him to death. Prince Long Teng is very lucky. This old man often suffers from insomnia because of mundane matters. I am always envious of people who have sweet dreams. The owner of the carriage laughed. Esteemed guest is kind and magnanimous. May I know your name? I am Shui Wuxiang, a disciple of the Western Heaven Realm's Long Teng sect. Before Yue Yang could finish speaking, another beautiful figure walked out from inside. Her figure was extremely sexy and enchanting. Just one look at her would cause one's soul to tremble. It was hard to describe her as a wonderful person. In the guard captain's opinion, such a beauty should be paired with a powerful man like him. It would be a match made in heaven. However, he didn't expect this beauty with the strength of heaven stage level 3 to not even look at him from the corner of her eyes. Instead, she stretched out her slender arms and held onto that guy with the strength of quasi-heaven stage. It was as if she was afraid that if she let go, this bullshit prince would get rid of her. That kind of contrast between a swan and a toad made the guard captain want to vomit blood. Little liar, there's a guest here. Why don't you introduce him? That sexy and enchanting beauty smiled sweetly and joked with Yue Yang. The guard captain really wanted to beat his chest and break a few of his ribs. Only by doing that could he slightly relieve his depression. The handsome heaven stage level 5 was right in front of her. She didn't even look at him. That trash who was only quasi-heaven stage, yet she threw herself at him. How could she let him live? If she could smile at him like that bullshit prince, even if he was a star in the sky, he would still pluck it for her. The guard captain had always thought of himself as a romantic and unrestrained person who had never been touched by a single leaf. He never lacked beauties. As long as he stretched out his hand, countless women would flock to him, crying and shouting that they wanted to spend the rest of their lives with him. He didn't expect to meet such a beauty in this nightless city. She, who was as proud as a white swan, didn't even look at him from the corner of her eyes. Yet, she had a soft spot for a toad. How could this not make people vomit blood? How could this not make people jealous? Go away, this prince isn't very familiar with you. Yue Yang casually waved his hand and shook off the sexy and enchanting beauty. The guard captain's eyes twitched. If you're not familiar with me, then why did you jump into the pool when I was bathing? The sexy and enchanting beauty didn't mind at all. She only pretended to be angry and glared at him. It's definitely slander. A gentleman like me would never jump into the pool without the invitation of a beauty. I thought that you felt too lonely bathing alone, so you decided to be kind and go down to the pool to help me. I didn't think that you would look at me like this. I'm really disappointed. Yue Yang patted his chest, showing that he was a gentleman. The guard captain almost fell off his horse. He died on the spot. Was there a gentleman like him in this world? If it wasn't for the fact that the master in the carriage didn't say anything, he would have already chopped him with his sword. No, chopping him to death was too easy. He should have chopped him into pieces and fed them to the dogs. Moreover, even so, it was difficult to dispel the hatred in his heart. From the beginning to the end, this brat never looked at him in the eye. What right did he have? He was just a quasi-heaven ranker, yet he was so arrogant. He really didn't understand why the master could still endure it. Then I misunderstood you. The sexy and enchanting beauty covered her mouth to hide her laughter. She stopped fooling around with Yue Yang. She held back her laughter and bowed to the carriage. Bai Lu greets Senior. We juniors don't know the rules and have neglected Senior. Please forgive us for being young and frivolous. Chapter 726 inches haha. The master in the carriage laughed happily. Little girl, do you know me? 100 years ago, my father used the cold ice jade to exchange for dragon marrow with Senior, and we were fated to meet. Of course, at that time, Bai LV was not born yet, but my father often mentioned the name of the patrol king to Bai LV. The enchanting beauty respectfully greeted the Senior in the carriage, and at the same time, glanced at Yue Yang with her beautiful big eyes, indicating that he should not stand carelessly. No matter what, he should look like a junior. So it's the daughter of the original Emerald Lord Bai Hai. I've heard about your family, but the Emerald territory is not under my jurisdiction, and the Lionheart King and I are in different camps, so it's not convenient for me to ask about your family's affairs. Now that I see my old friend's daughter is still here, and growing up well, I'm really happy. The patrol king, in the carriage sighed slightly, and then became happy again. Although it's not convenient for me to ask about your affairs in the lower realm, if you have any urgent needs, you can trade with me and exchange goods. Thank you, Senior. The enchanting beauty waved her hand slightly. My family has fallen, and I have no more treasures to exchange with Senior. However, Bai LV can introduce someone to me. This is Prince Long Tang from the Western Heaven Realm. He has gained a lot recently, maybe he can take out something to trade with Senior. Is that so? The patrol king in the carriage asked Yue Yang. I wonder what Prince Long Tang wants to exchange for. There are many things I want to exchange, but the question is, what do you want? Yue Yang did not think that this patrol king would want ordinary things. Actually, what I want is very simple. As long as it's rare and interesting, I'm interested. For example, spirit stones, heaven crystals, beast souls, summoning grimoires, ancient relics, fountain of youth, rune crystals, God's dew, God's wine, etc. The patrol king in the carriage gave a list of things to buy. After listening, Yue Yang was speechless. Not to mention that he did not have a lot of these things. Even if they filled up a few rainbow castles, he would not take them out to exchange. Among the items that the patrol king wanted to buy, Yue Yang only had summoning grimoire and God's dew. Yue Yang had obtained the summoning grimoire from killing many innates in Tong Tian Tower, while the God's dew was obtained from the 12 zodiac temples. There had been beast souls before, but they had long since been fused and upgraded. That was how the Teoti blade and the star Scorpio had come about. He also had heaven crystal. He had just obtained it from the stingy bastard's treasure trove, but this was an important item that Yue Yang wanted to use to become an innate paragon. It was impossible for him to bring it out to exchange with the other party. The Fountain of Youth was an extremely rare alchemy item, whether it was the martial spirit pill or the martial god pill. It was all a catalyst. Even if the Fountain of Youth that Yue Yang obtained could be used for bathing, he wouldn't take it out to exchange with others. He would never complain about having too many of such things. Previously, Yue Yang had only obtained a few thunder-attributed spirit stones from the Thunder Fortress. He had been looking for them ever since he ascended to the Heaven Realm, but to no avail. Finally, he opened the boxes that Captain Wild Bull had placed in the third door of the Stingy Ghost's treasure trove. Only then did he discover that they contained spirit stones that were extremely rare even in the heavenly realm. Although the spirit stone was not a heaven crystal, it was still extremely rare. Ordinary heaven stage warriors were simply unable to use the enormous energy of the heaven crystal. If they wanted to improve themselves or their war beasts, one of the more common methods was to absorb the energy contained in the spirit stone. This kind of absorption process was actually very slow. However, for many beings who were born as heaven stage beings with mediocre potential, the increase of spirit stones was almost all of their hopes for advancement. Fighting could also increase one's strength. This sentence wasn't wrong, but heaven-rank powerhouses that relied purely on fighting to increase their strength couldn't live for long. In that kind of endless battle, as long as they failed once, their lives would end. This was also the main reason why the Heaven Realm allowed heaven stage experts to surrender to the enemy's territory under certain circumstances. If all the heaven stage warriors fought to the death, then all the current heaven stage warriors would be reduced by 9 out of 10, or even more. I'm very sorry, there's no such thing as you said. Our place is very remote and belongs to the countryside. It doesn't produce any rare or interesting treasures. Yue Yang did not ask the other party what he could exchange for. In his eyes, no matter what he exchanged for, it would be a loss. Is that so? The patrol king in the carriage did not mind and laughed. If you're interested, you can find me to exchange. You're a senior, of course I'll listen to you. Yue Yang casually bowed and prepared to send the other party away. Two interesting children, we'll meet again if fate allows it. The patrol king in the carriage laughed and ordered the carriage to depart. 8 handsome snow sky dragon horses pulled the carriage at the same time. In an instant, the luxurious extended carriage soared into the sky and flew away. The personal guard captain with the strength of heaven stage level 5 looked at the sexy and enchanting Bai Lu and realized that she still did not look at him from the corner of her eyes. She only pulled on the corner of Yue Yang's clothes, as if she was afraid that he would fly away. He immediately felt extremely sour in his heart. Looking at Yue Yang again, he completely ignored him and yawned. The personal guard captain was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. Out of duty, he immediately rode on the heaven stage level 3 infernal nightmare and gave Bai Lu a courteous knight's salute. Then, he led a group of personal guards and followed closely behind the carriage. Bai Lu stretched out her hand and lightly pinched Yue Yang's arm. Tell me, didn't I cooperate with you? Just now, I saw that idiot knight's nose was crooked from anger. I really don't understand what kind of person the patrol king is. Why would he recruit such a narrow-minded and self-righteous personal guard captain? Yue Yang snorted coldly. It's precisely because this guy is so scheming that he would do this. What's real and what's fake is the best disguise. Moreover, don't you think so? With such a self-righteous personal guard captain, that old fellow patrol king's prestige is even more obvious. For a city lord in the lower realm, wouldn't it be more convenient to have such a self-righteous personal guard captain? I dare say that the patrol king came here with a purpose. He saw the Lionheart king and Tuoyi king fighting in the dark and was curious about our identities. Therefore, he used the name of your father, an old friend, to come here to gather information. He even wanted to rope us in as his pawns between the Lionheart king and Tuoyi king. Hearing his analysis, Bai Lu also furrowed her brows. The patrol king didn't come earlier or later, he just had to come at this time. It couldn't help but make people suspicious. Most importantly, he actually hinted that he was willing to exchange with Yue Yang, the prince of soaring dragon from the western heaven realm. Didn't this mean that he wanted to borrow Yue Yang's strength to stab the Lionheart king and Tuoyi king? What should we do next? In order to cooperate with your battle plan, I've already ordered my subordinates to not move. But you must know that I'm only a lord of a dead country. I don't have absolute control over the city lords under me. Taking 10,000 steps back, you clan's third young master who has gained a lot, you should at least leave some bones for everyone to chew on, right? Everyone's stomachs are growling from watching you eat. It's not a good idea to keep looking at you like this. The sexy and enchanting Bai Lu giggled and said, as long as you think of a way to not let everyone starve, it's not a problem if you want me to serve you bathing. Go away. Yue Yang was furious. I hate people who say one thing and do another. What do you mean by serving me? You stood 10 meters away from me and watched me soak in the bath. How can that be called serving me? This day will come sooner or later. Aren't you busy with business now? Why are you messing around with men and women? The important things are more important. Bai Lu was not angry. Personally, I don't agree with the alliance. However, since you guys have cooperated with our plan and have paid a certain price, I'll force it. Let's not talk about anything else. I'll just say one thing. Go back and tell those idiotic old fellows that it's not impossible to gnaw on bones. Prepare your dentures first because many bones are too hard to gnaw on and will gnaw off your teeth. Take a long-term view and don't just see the small benefits in front of you. Yue Yang waved his hand and sent Bai Lu away. Your Excellency Emerald Lord, if there's nothing else, you can leave now. I still have a lot of things to do. It's the former Emerald Lord of a dead country. Bai Lu corrected. Finally, before teleporting away, she looked back and smiled mischievously. Aren't you worried that the guard captain will come back at night and fight you to the death? His infernal nightmare is not bad. I'm lacking a cool mount. Yue Yang turned around and gave Bai Lu a view of his back. I've seen many outstanding men in the heaven realm, but I've never seen one like him who makes me not know whether to laugh or cry. With him in the heaven realm, it might be very interesting. Bai Lu muttered to herself. She suddenly realized that her desire to recover the emerald territory, the life event that she thought would be her lifelong wish, had become unimportant. In comparison, recovering the Emerald Territory and the deer-chasing heavenly realm were like comparing fireflies to the bright moon. Should she continue to carry out the Firefly plan, or join his team wholeheartedly and participate in that bright and glorious cause? She was only at the 3rd level of Heaven stage. In a Firefly plan like recovering the Emerald Territory, she was still not strong enough. If she wanted to join the deer-chasing heavenly realm, could she really do it? Bai Lu asked herself. After a long time, a smile appeared on her face. As if she had figured something out, she shouted towards the city lord's mansion, "Wait for me. I will definitely surprise you. Don't underestimate me, otherwise, HMPH, I guarantee that your eyeballs will fall to the ground." She raised her small pink fist and waved it twice as if she was cheering herself on. The moment the teleportation flashed, she even turned around and took a look. Seeing that there was a pair of eyes hidden behind the mask looking at her, she was even more delighted. She waved her hand again and then disappeared. This girl is a big trouble. Yue Yang said to himself. What should we do tonight? Zhang Guan, He Tu and Bai Ma of the Surrender Trio appeared beside Yue Yang. In order to hide their identities, they had been hiding in Wei Tai Lang's grimoire world. In the evening, there will be a very interesting welcome banquet. What we have to do is to make it unforgettable for the guests. A smile appeared at the corner of Yue Yang's mouth. Beautiful women would be dazzled by his smile, but in the eyes of Zhang Guan and the Surrender Trio, this sunny smile was 10,000 times more terrifying than the smile of a demon. When this smile appeared, it meant that someone was unlucky. Chapter 727 Outside Nightless City, Pit of 10,000. A hell nightmare burning with dark flames descended from the sky. On its back was the personal guard captain who was arrogant and disdainful during the day. From the darkness, a dark figure that looked like a mouse drilled out and respectfully knelt in front of the guard captain. Respected Heaven Ranker, I have already found out about your whereabouts. During the day, the beauty who appeared in the city lord's mansion was the first leader of the rebel army, Bai Lu, the daughter of the former Emerald Lord. She held the important seal given to the Emerald Lord by the Upper Realm. In recent years, she had been exiled outside the Emerald Territory, far away from the current Emerald Lord Cloud Island. Other than a few loyal old officials of the independent rebel army in the faraway cities, almost no one remembered her existence. According to some special secret channels, Bai Lu has the desire to recover the Emerald Territory, but has not found a suitable ally. What about that man? The personal guard captain had no ill will towards the beauty, but he hated Yue Yang to the bone. The masked Prince Long Teng from the Western Heaven Realm is a very mysterious martial artist. No one has ever seen his true face. Prince Long Teng is good at hiding his aura. On the surface, his strength is not at Heaven stage, but his true combat power is very terrifying. He once defeated old Demon Wei, who had just climbed to the 5th level of Heaven stage. The mole-like shadow could not gather more information about Yue Yang. Do you think such a little information is worth 200,000 gold? The personal guard captain sneered. Originally, this information was worth at least 50,000 gold coins. However, since you think it is not enough, I will give it to you for free. Prince Long Teng is good at a special domain power. No one can escape within the domain. Old Demon Wei and the others all died in battle. The mole-like shadow replied respectfully. No one can escape. The personal guard captain frowned slightly after hearing this. The only survivor is the former city lord, Black Wind. The shadow paused and said, however, Black Wind is currently in hiding. For the time being, we can't get any information about Prince Long Teng's domain power from any channel. What other useful information is there? I want to confirm the truth. Don't deceive me with guesses and legends. The personal guard captain snorted. The last news is that all the teammates around Prince Long Teng have disappeared in the past few days. The shadow said with certainty. Did those people return to the Western Heaven Realm or hide? The personal guard captain asked. The shadow was unable to answer. Out of all the information I've purchased from the Mercenary Guild, you're the one I'm most dissatisfied with. No matter what information you give, it's all vague and vague. The fees are far higher than others. This is too disappointing. The guard captain tossed out a bronze card. Here's 100,000 gold coins. Get lost. If it wasn't for the Mercenary Guild's agreement, I wouldn't even give you a single cent. I didn't expect that your information wasn't worth this price. No matter how rich I am, I won't pay for it. Respected Heaven Ranker, how can you go back on your words? In the agreement, it clearly states that it is 200,000 gold, and this was personally approved by the Silver Leaf Guild leader. The rat-like shadow did not leave. He bowed sincerely, hoping that the guard captain would change his mind. Scram. The personal guard captain felt that he had done his part. Although you are a heaven rank level 5 powerhouse, how can you go back on your word? The mouse-like shadow sighed in disappointment. If you don't scram, then die. When the guard captain heard these words, he flew into a rage. He felt that he, a dignified heaven rank level 5 powerhouse, was actually being questioned and mocked by an earth rank weakling. It was truly a great insult. Like lightning, the heaven rank level 3 hell nightmare spat out a raging flame at the mouse-like shadow. The mouse-like shadow wanted to escape, but with his strength, it was impossible for him to do so. The raging flames enveloped his body. The shadow that had turned into a flaming man didn't even struggle for a while before it was burned to ashes by the raging flames of hell. The guard captain looked at the pile of ashes and couldn't help but spit proudly. He laughed heartily and said, "How reckless. How can a mouse like you blaspheme as a heaven ranker? Your survival must be approved by us. Otherwise, it will be the day you die. A weak little worm dares to bargain with me, it's really laughable." Beneath him was a heaven rank level 3 infernal nightmare. It also neighed proudly, snorting, pawing hooves. Raging flames raged. The raging flames on the hell nightmare's body made the guard captain even more majestic. The guard captain looked at the nightless city in the distance and gathered energy in his hands. He was preparing to condense a huge energy ball and raise the nightless city to the ground from tens of kilometers away. This was one of the abilities he was most proud of among all the skills he had mastered. It was a type of blazing explosion bomb that could destroy an entire city from afar. From 30 kilometers away, as long as a large enough blazing explosion bomb was condensed, it could easily wipe out a city from the earth. If there was anyone who could survive this kind of explosion bomb, they must be at least heaven ranker. He didn't know if the arrogant masked man would die from his own blazing explosion bomb. But he was sure that the heaven rank level 3 Bai Lu would not be in any danger. Although she didn't look at him, the guard captain was still reluctant to kill such a beauty. From his experience, that sexy and enchanting Bai Lu was only hot on the surface. She was really an inexperienced virgin. If she was a beauty, if he could catch her and train her well, that would be great. As for that damned masked man, even if he was lucky enough not to die, what awaited him was his own unstoppable revenge. He believed that the masked man would kneel at his feet and tremble, if he thought that the special domain he used to restrict Old Demon Wei would be useful against him. Then he was wrong, completely wrong. Old Demon Wei didn't even have a summoning grimoire. He didn't even have the qualifications to enter the upper realm. Compared to him, Old Demon Wei, who was at the 5th level of Heaven stage, was just a small bug, a slightly bigger bug. Be destroyed in the flames. You will never know how severe the punishment for offending me, a Heaven stage powerhouse, will be. The guard captain raised the mountain-sized blazing explosion bomb in his hand. It was as majestic as a god. Just as he was about to mercilessly throw out the condensed blazing explosion bomb and destroy the nightless city, a shadow suddenly appeared behind the guard captain. On his face, he wore the unique Gemini mask, and his eyes always carried a mocking smile. He was naturally Yue Yang, who had prepared a banquet and was waiting for the guard captain. Yue Yang didn't launch a sneak attack. If he launched a sneak attack, he would definitely succeed. Good. However, he didn't do that. He just quietly looked at the guard captain, his eyes shining like a miser looking at a pile of gold coins. The guard captain immediately discovered that there was someone behind him. He turned his head and discovered that it was actually his enemy, Yue Yang. His body trembled violently. His eyes were filled with astonishment. He never would have thought that his enemy had already touched his back, but he still didn't realize it. Just as he was about to take action to seize the initiative, a light smoke emerged from the black scorched earth, condensing into a mouse-like shadow. The shadow prostrated on the ground and kowtowed to Yue Yang. "Thank you for saving me, Your Highness. If not for this, Smoke Flea would have died without a burial place." Yue Yang waved his hand. "I have already said that selling the information to me is the right way. Not everyone is as trustworthy as me." The mouse-like shadow replied respectfully, "Please forgive Smoke Flea. Because I had accepted the task of Uncle Ding, before Uncle Ding broke the agreement, Smoke Flea didn't want to violate the agreement. Now, after Smoke Flea completed the task, he let Uncle Ding kill him wantonly, so there is no longer any restriction on the agreement. Your Highness, although there has never been such a precedent, Smoke Flea decided to make an exception and give you the information you need free of charge. When the guard captain heard that the name he had been hiding was exposed by the mouse-like shadow, his face suddenly changed, and his killing intent rose. Uncle Ding, originally a subordinate of King Luo Ma from the Southern Heaven Realm. Because of his audacity, he took advantage of the fact that Master was fighting a strong enemy and had an affair with King Luo Ma's beloved concubine. Afterwards, King Luo Ma escaped quickly after a narrow victory, changing his name to Shi Feng and Ni Shi. Then, he changed his name to Extraordinary and joined the patrol king of the Heaven Realm. Because of his good fighting strength and eloquence, he was appreciated. Later, he ambushed Captain Zhao Gan from the back when he was killing a demon beast, stole Captain Zhao Gan's origin energy belt, and forcefully took Captain Zhao Gan's heaven rank beast, Pu Gui, and finally became the patrol king's guard captain. Uncle Ding has bullied Master and murdered his friends and relatives. There are countless examples of his misdeeds. Because he has a top-grade holy level ring of deception, he has covered up everything and is safe and sound. The Shadow reported the information of the guard captain to Yue Yang. Anything else? The guard captain Ding really didn't know that so many of his secrets were known by others. He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He swore in his heart that no matter what, he must kill these two people who knew his real identity today. Otherwise, if the Luo Ma king found out, his life would be in danger. He was so angry that he laughed and asked, "Looks like you really know a lot. Other than the ring of deception and the origin energy belt, what else do you know?" Uncle Ding is good at 4 types of attacks. The first one is the blazing explosive bomb. It's the most powerful, but it must be used from a distance of 10 kilometers and not more than 30 kilometers. The further the distance, the more powerful the explosion. When the shadow said this, the guard captain Ding's face immediately became distorted. Continue talking. I guarantee that no matter how angry he is, he won't be able to touch a single hair on your head. Yue Yang promised the shadow. Uncle Ding's second attack method is to use flame spray as one, just like how he killed the dwarf just now. The weakness is that he must ride on the infernal nightmare. The third attack method is to plunder Captain Zhao Gan's Pu Gui. Uncle Ding's saliva has some kind of poison that can paralyze people. Combined with the Pu Gui's ability, he can kill people without leaving a trace. Uncle Ding's most secret attack method, the art of fat sheep. The shadow revealed Uncle Ding's most secret attack method. His expression was as if he had seen a ghost. He had never used this special art of fat sheep in front of a living person. He didn't expect this Smoke Flea to know this secret so well. Art of fat sheep. Yue Yang was curious and asked. I'm not too sure. It should be a very special ability that needs to meet certain conditions. It can temporarily turn the enemy's body into a fat sheep and kill them within a limited time. Then, the enemy will die in the state of a fat sheep and will never be able to recover. The rat-like Smoke Flea explained. Interesting. Yue Yang sighed. I didn't expect the ring of deception to have such a magical effect. Originally, the guard captain Ding Bo still had the last bit of arrogance on his face. However, after hearing Yue Yang's words, he was completely dumbfounded. The only secret that he had yet to reveal had been seen through by Yue Yang. He was so angry that he couldn't control himself. He raised his right hand that was wearing the ring of deception. All of you, turn into fat sheep and die. Before I die, I will use the cruelest methods in the world to torture all of you. You can let out a cry of despair. You can leave now. In the future, if I need anything, I will definitely look for you to ask for information. I have to praise you, you are really an expert at getting information. Yue Yang didn't even look at the incomparably furious Uncle Ding. He waved his hand at the rat that was as ugly as a smoke flea. Your information is definitely worth 200,000. You can find Bao Ji Yu to make up for the rest of the money. Chapter 728 Inches Want to leave. Ding Bo sneered. How could he let the opponent leave just like that, knowing so many of his secrets? He raised his left hand and summoned a silver grimoire. A unique domain that belonged to him rose up. A smoke-like substance surged out from his body and quickly spread out, forming a semicircular domain within 100 meters. This was Ding Bo's domain power, spirit domain. Within 100 meters of smoke-like space, all enemies would be affected. As long as they were not as strong as Ding Bo, they would be forcefully added to the domain into a spirit state. Enemies in a spirit state would have their attack and defense weakened. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was that only enemies in a spirit state would be able to use the unique transformation ability of the Ring of Deception to turn them into a fat sheep. Sheep transformation, using blood as a guide. Ding Bo bit the tip of his tongue and mixed the blood and saliva together. Then, he spat it out fiercely. Saliva and blood with paralyzing poison shot out like arrows. Even if it was just a mouthful of saliva, it was also extremely powerful. The rat-like smoke flea couldn't escape from the spirit domain in time and was hit by the saliva on its back. In an instant, his body shone. The smoke flea that was paralyzed let out a scream. Countless smoke-like substances surrounded its body tightly. When it dispersed, the originally short smoke flea had already turned into a fat, white, clumsy sheep. If it wasn't for Yue Yang's timely help, the smoke flea that had turned into a sheep would have fallen off the cliff. It would have been smashed to pieces. Yue Yang waved his hand lightly. The smoke flea that had turned into a sheep floated down to the ground as if it was supported by a light wind. Its forehooves landed on the ground, completely unharmed. The smoke flea that had turned into a sheep but still had a mind of its own looked at Yue Yang and bowed its head to express its gratitude. Then, it took a step and quickly ran out of the spirit domain. Of course, Ding Bo wouldn't let it go so easily. With a press of his hand, a golden light shone from the silver grimoire. A golden horned flame demon covered in flames appeared. Its level was not as high as the infernal nightmare. It was only heaven rank level 1, but it had an extraordinary intelligence. Its cunning eyes flashed with a sinister light. The golden horned flame devil stomped on the ground. Within the specter domain, there was no reaction at all. But outside the specter domain, it instantly turned into a sea of flames. If the smoke flea, which had turned into a sheep, charged forward again, it would inevitably become a whole roasted sheep. Playing with fire, Yue Yang did not summon his grimoire at all, nor did he raise his creation domain. He only summoned the spirit of heaven fire. Who, as soon as spirit of heaven fire came out, she exhaled gently towards the sea of fire outside the spirit domain. The sea of fire immediately rose and broke away from golden horned flame devil's control, completely under spirit of heaven fire's control. She pointed down the mountain with her hand, and a path of fire split open in the burning flames, allowing the smoke fleas to leave easily without being burned by the flames. Compared to controlling fire, spirit of heaven fire, whose origin was nirvana flame, which was composed of storm, flame, lightning, spirit, and ghost, was undoubtedly better. Golden horned flame demon roared at spirit of heaven fire, but did not dare to act rashly. Because it also knew that this was a formidable opponent. Magma wyvern. Uncle Ding stretched out his hand and summoned another quasi-heaven rank magma wyvern. He sneered at Yue Yang, "You want to compete with more war beasts? Come on, I'll let you, a Bolsh *T prince, see what a real heaven ranker is. If you think that I'm the same as other heaven rankers, then you're wrong. Do you think that every heaven ranker has a grimoire like me? Impossible. Only a true ranker has a grimoire. I agree, but I want to say that even if you have a grimoire, you're not necessarily a true ranker." Yue Yang saw the magma wyvern rush into the sky and dive towards the cliff, turning into a sheep smoke flea. He also summoned the Reaper Mantis and let her chase after it to end the life of the magma wyvern. Centaur Chief, Uncle Ding, was not alarmed by the appearance of the Reaper Mantis. He immediately summoned a centaur chief with a horse's body and a human's head, and let this centaur chief with a bow and a short spear on his back attack the Reaper Mantis. The magma wyvern also turned around at the same time and attacked the Reaper Mantis together with the centaur chief. Seeing that the situation was favorable, Ding Bo sneered at Yue Yang, "You want to compete with me in war beasts? You're asking to be humiliated." Then, he summoned an extremely ugly two-headed giant demon. This two-headed giant demon was 30 meters tall. It roared loudly. It lifted a huge rock from the side of the pit and threw it fiercely at Yue Yang. Yue Yang jumped lightly, dodging the boulder's attack. However, Uncle Ding waved his hand with a pleased look in his eyes. A quasi-heaven rank poison arrow porcupine shot tens of thousands of arrows, densely packed like rain, towards Yue Yang in the sky. Uncle Ding knew that these methods were not enough to kill his opponent, but he was not anxious. He was confident that he could kill his opponent. He only wanted to torture and ravage this hateful enemy before killing him to vent the hatred in his heart during the day. The two-headed giant demon that forced Yue Yang to jump again lifted a rock that was as big as a small mountain and threw it down the cliff towards the sheep smoke flea. It was still a sheep smoke flea, it dodged with great difficulty. Suddenly, a warbeast that had snuck out from the spirit domain unknowingly hid in the path of the sheep smoke flea's escape. It sprayed a thick yellow smoke at the smoke flea. The smoke flea that was caught in the yellow smoke immediately fainted, its body still in the sheep state. This weasel-like warbeast picked up the fainted smoke flea and returned to its master's side. Uncle Ding looked at the smoke flea condescendingly and mocked with a bit of disdain. Pitiful weakling, you still think that you can escape from me? You who do not have the awareness of being a weakling is destined to have a pitiful fate. Trusting a quasi-heaven rank friend and challenging a heaven rank ranker who has a grimoire, this is the biggest mistake in your life. After mocking it, it shouted loudly at Yue Yang, who had just dodged the rain of arrows. Look at your current appearance, do you still dare to boast? Even if I did not use 100% of my strength, I can still easily play you in the palm of my hand. Didn't you say that you can protect this guy's life? Didn't you say that I can't even touch a single hair on his head? Right now, as long as I want to, I can crush his body and bones at any time. What can you do? The fate of the weak smoke flea, his fate is the same as yours, because you are also a pitiful weakling. Weakling, your name is incompetent, ha 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 ha. The one who laughs at the end is the one who is truly strong. Yue Yang waved his hand. Uncle Ding realized that his ghost domain had changed a little. Unknowingly, a shadow had appeared in front of him. It was a female barbarian cow that looked like a sheep-horned woman. Other than possession, reconstruction, giant shadow, inseparable, and so on, there was also a special skill called shadow evasion. Shadow evasion, the phantom can freely blend into the darkness, and the naked eye cannot see its existence. In an extremely special environment, the phantom can be supplied with a large amount of spiritual energy to create a dark fog and forcefully blend into the darkness. Just as Uncle Ding was laughing proudly and mocking continuously, a man had already snuck in front of him. Facing this different female barbarian cow, Uncle Ding instinctively felt danger. Almost at the same time he attacked, the weasel-like warbeast had already pounced towards a man, preparing to use its speed to attack the barbarian cow shadow a man. Die! A man opened her left hand and grabbed the weasel's throat like an eagle grabbing a chick. She casually threw the weasel onto the ground. The entire cliff shook violently. The protruding rocks shook non-stop as if there was an earthquake. Terrifying cracks appeared on the ground where the weasel hit the ground. Broken rocks rolled down from the cliff. Compared to the two-headed giant demon's stone throw just now, the power was 10 times stronger. A man threw the weasel, whose skull was shattered, towards a faraway mountain rock. Rumble! A piece of mountain rock exploded, and together with the weasel's body, it fell into the pit of 10,000 people at the bottom of the valley. The porcupine that had shot the poison arrow did not even have time to shoot the sharp thorns on its back before it was kicked away by a man. It smashed into the bottom of the valley like a meteor, chasing after the weasel. The two-headed giant demon had just lifted a huge rock when a man heavily struck its abdomen. The two heads of the two-headed giant demon that was lifting the rock immediately drooped down. 4 of its eyes rolled back and its arms went limp. It knelt down and was buried by the mountain-like rock on top of its head. Raging flames spray. Uncle Ding's expression was extremely ugly, but he was still fearless as he patted the Hell Nightmare. The Hell Nightmare, whose strength was at heaven rank level 3, immediately spat out hellfire. The raging flames enveloped a man's entire body. In this kind of hellfire, even the fire dragon crystal, which was known to be able to withstand high temperatures in heaven realm, would melt into water. Uncle Ding laughed coldly in his heart towards a man who did not dodge. No matter how strong you were, as long as you were made of flesh and blood, you would not be able to withstand the hellfire that he and the Hell Nightmare had spat out. Hateful fellow! A man walked out of the raging flames like the Emperor of Fire. She used her hands to split open the flames, causing Uncle Ding to stare blankly. She, who had frequently endured the Nirvana flame to reconstruct her body, other than the Nirvana flame, no other flames could easily harm her body. Although the hellfire's power was terrifying, a man turned a blind eye to it. She directly charged through the raging flame storm and threw out a punch, fiercely hitting the Hell Nightmare's head. Boom! The heaven rank level 3 Hell Nightmare's noble head tilted to the side, its huge eyes revealing an angry expression. However, a man did not care about the Hell Nightmare's thoughts at all. She had killed many heaven rank level 3 war beasts, the Hell Nightmare was nothing. The Hell Nightmare suddenly turned its head and exploded with the unique mental attack of the Nightmare clan. It stared at a man with its huge dead eyes, preparing to seriously injure this female barbarian cow who dared to harm it. Man was forced to take a big step back by the explosive power of the dead eyes. Uncle Ding was overjoyed. He thought that Man would fall because of this and then die in despair in the nightmare's mental world. However, the cruel reality was that Man was completely fine. Man, who often trained with Red, was used to mental attacks. Moreover, her mind was connected with her master, Yue Yang. Unless Yue Yang's supreme will was destroyed, it was impossible to destroy Man's mental world. Even the expert from tens of thousands of years ago, Emperor Wu Shuang's general, Impasse, could only affect Man when he summoned the Wry Face Mushroom, and was unable to directly injure Man. The Nightmare Deadeye's attack had completely angered Man. A feeling welled up in her heart. In an instant, a pair of beautiful big eyes turned blood red, as if they were the eyes of a death god. Red light flashed. When Man angrily stared back at the heaven-ranked level 3 Hell Nightmare, not only the Hell Nightmare, even Uncle Ding on its back started to scream. He rolled down from the horse's back, hugged his head, and cried out in pain. The gaze of death, which had not erupted for a long time, was finally triggered when Man was extremely angry. Furthermore, at the same time, it was also triggered by the even more terrifying Blood Pupil Double Kill. Crimson Eye's Double Kill was a skill that activated when Doom's Gaze was activated. After killing an enemy in an instant, there was a certain chance of killing a related enemy as well. Uncle Ding, who was the owner of this skill, was unlucky. Although he was not killed by the Blood Pupil Double Kill, his soul was severely injured. On the surface, he looked fine, but his soul had suffered immeasurable damage. This kind of damage was irreparable to the soul. Of course, even if it could be healed, Yue Yang would not give Uncle Ding the chance. The heaven-ranked level 3 Hell Nightmare fell to the ground, causing Yue Yang's wish to seize it as a mount to fail. Of course, Yue Yang did not really care about this. He only wanted to temporarily find a flashy warbeast to mess up the southern heaven realm, and then take advantage of the chaos to fish in troubled waters. Now that the Hell Nightmare had fallen, Uncle Ding's soul was heavily injured, causing Uncle Ding to fall off the horse in a sorry state. This made Yue Yang laugh out loud. Continue to summon war beasts to scare me, I'm very scared. Yue Yang summoned Red, who could not wait to try her skills. Seeing that the situation was not good, the golden horned flame demon betrayed and ran away on the spot. Behind Red, a pair of bright silver wings appeared. As soon as this pair of beautiful silver wings appeared, her and Yue Yang's spiritual power were greatly boosted. Without Yue Yang's command, Red reached out and waved the already mutated Whip of Pain. It was close to the power of the goddess envoy, and with the support of the silver wings, this Whip of Pain simply took the life of the golden horned flame demon. Just as it opened its bloody mouth and was about to scream in pain, Red burst out the banshee scream on top of its head. Although it was not fully awakened. However, Red now also had a great power close to that of the goddess envoy. As soon as the banshee scream came out, the golden horned flame demon's eardrums exploded, blood flowed out of its 7 orifices, and it fainted on the spot. The centaur chief, who had just shot an arrow to rescue, suddenly found that the target had flashed behind him. There was no time to pull out the short spear on his back. The centaur chief directly waved the bowstring behind him and rushed forward, intending to hide from the enemy's back and attack. Goat transformation. Red pointed at the centaur chief. The centaur chief instantly transformed into a black and thin old goat. What is this? Uncle Ding was extremely shocked. Without the ring of deception and the spirit domain, the opponent could still have this kind of goat transformation skill. Red took out the god-killing dagger and stabbed it into the old goat's forehead. She directly killed the centaur chief. After death, the centaur chief quickly returned to his original body, no longer maintaining the appearance of a goat. Uncle Ding stretched out his big hand towards Red. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat at her, hoping to turn this woman into a fat sheep. As long as he killed this terrifying woman, he could then go back and deal with the barbarian cow with endless brute force. Red was extremely disgusted with this kind of disgusting behavior. She flapped the silver wings on her back. She quickly flew around. In an instant, she flew past Uncle Ding. That mouthful of bloody saliva contained mental energy and automatically chased after its target within the spirit domain. However, as Red flew around it, the saliva flew towards Uncle Ding's face at an extremely fast speed. It flew in a straight line towards Red, who was hiding behind Uncle Ding. Along the way, it did not know how to automatically turn, so it would definitely hit Uncle Ding. Oh no, Uncle Ding was shocked. He hurriedly wanted to take off the ring of deceit on his finger. However, he saw Yue Yang's smiling eyes. Yue Yang stretched out his right hand. Void appeared in front of Uncle Ding. Little Wen Li's binding inherent skill exploded. If Uncle Ding's soul was not injured by the blood pupil's double kill, he would not even need to take off the ring of deceit. He would be able to avoid this mouthful of saliva. However, his soul was heavily injured and his body's agility was greatly reduced. Furthermore, he had to divide his attention to maintain the spirit domain. Little Wen Li's binding inherent skill had already caused the clown and wise demon marshal to suffer a great loss. Even if Uncle Ding, who was heaven rank level 5, could break free, he could not do it immediately. He could only watch helplessly as the saliva spat out hit his forehead. Pu Gui, save me! Pu Gui, save me! Uncle Ding used the last of his strength to summon his last beast, Pu Gui. His guardian beast was a goblin saliva worm that had fused with him. It was usually very useful, but it could not save his life in a critical moment. In an extremely critical situation, he immediately chose to summon Pu Gui. As long as Pu Gui allowed him to spit, he could immediately transfer the power of the curse to Pu Gui's body and he would be safe and sound. Roar! Pu Gui immediately betrayed him when he was summoned. Before this, Pu Gui had never shown any signs of betrayal. Uncle Ding had always thought that his charm was greater than Captain Zhao Gan's. He never expected that Pu Gui would only endure the humiliation and wait for an opportunity. When Uncle Ding was in danger, not only did Pu Gui not save him, he even spat on Uncle Ding's face with disdain. After it betrayed him, it soared high into the sky and cried to its heart's content. It let out the first painful wail after Captain Zhao Gan's death, using this to pay homage to its original owner. Countless wisps of smoke surrounded Uncle Ding's body tightly. In his despair, Uncle Ding turned the ring of deceit's ability in his hand into a fat and white sheep. Yue Yang laughed out loud, extremely happy. He picked up the elemental belt and ring of deceit that had fallen to the ground and smiled at the idiotic Uncle Ding. Although I don't really like to eat mutton hotpot, if you are treating me, I will reluctantly eat a meal. The funniest thing was that Smoke Flea, who was still in the state of a sheep, saw Uncle Ding who had turned into a sheep. He was furious and knocked his head on Uncle Ding's body. Relying on the fact that he had turned into a sheep earlier, he had better control over the sheep's body. He used his head to knock Uncle Ding fiercely, as if he wanted to knock Uncle Ding down the cliff to his death. Uncle Ding panicked. He couldn't care less about Yue Yang watching from the side. He also used his head to knock Smoke Flea, trying his best to stabilize his body so that he wouldn't fall to his death after turning into a sheep. Ha ha ha. Yue Yang laughed so hard that tears came out. Choo choo. The Reaper Mantis at the top of the mountain had already caught the magma wyvern and was chewing on its head. Wyvern, that was her favorite on the menu. Chapter 729. After defeating Uncle Ding, Yue Yang once again reaped a bountiful harvest. Although the weasel, poison arrow porcupine, centaur chief, dual-headed giant demon, golden horned flame demon, magma wyvern, infernal nightmare and other beasts were dead, their corpses were also rare flower fertilizer or dog food. Energy magic crystals and demon hearts were even better. Other than that, there was also a holy rank ring of deception and an elemental belt that could continuously provide energy after wearing it. He had even unexpectedly obtained a heaven-ranked Pu Gui. The Pu Gui who had ended its mournful wails, because it had nowhere else to go, finally chose to follow Yue Yang who had avenged its original owner. Pu Gui, gold rank level 10, special type beast, half-incorporeal spiritual life. It floats in the air and uses its saliva to spit on its target to curse the enemy. It can also receive the target's spit to change the curse. Special skill. Hated by gods and detested by ghosts, suffering on behalf of others. This Pu Gui's fighting strength was not considered strong. But when it was used in actual combat, its effects were not bad. No matter if it was used to curse the enemy or to remove the curse for its owner, it was a very practical skill. If used well, it could often turn the tide of the battle. Yue Yang did not intend to contract the Pu Gui himself. He had comprehended Ji Zun's will and possessed the creation domain. His fighting strength could almost be displayed to its peak, so contracting a beast that cursed the enemy would not be of much help. The enemies that Yue Yang needed to defeat were at least on the same level as the Lionheart King. This kind of heaven-ranked rancor was not something that the Pu Gui's curse could weaken. On the contrary, if the Pu Gui was handed over to someone else, such as Inan or Sickly Beauty, he believed that their fighting strength would greatly increase. The Pu Gui's appearance was that of a ghostly female. In reality, it was a spiritual life without any gender. Generally speaking, this kind of spiritual life would not have high intelligence and emotions, so it would be extremely difficult for it to evolve into a holy beast. This Pu Gui, who only knew how to endure, take revenge, and remember its previous owner, was already very rare in its race. It could be considered an elite among the elites. Yue Yang didn't expect it to evolve into a holy beast. After all, there were some beasts that were naturally difficult to evolve into holy beasts. For example, Inan's silver-horned Pegasus, Yu Bing's Titan Ancient Tree, or City Mistress Fallen Flowers' Nirvana Sunflower, but even if they couldn't evolve into holy beasts, it didn't mean that these beasts had reached the limit of evolution. At least in terms of battle power, as long as they continued to fight and grow, they would be able to continuously improve. After arranging the next task of the excellent spy, Smoke Flea, Yue Yang decided to return to Rainbow Castle. However, Sickly Beauty rejected Yue Yang's suggestion. Pu Gui, give this beast to Sister Inan. I'm not the main fighting force. Even if I increase my strength, it will be difficult for me to become your powerful support. On the contrary, if this Pu Gui becomes Sister Inan's beast, then with her super spiritual power, it will undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. Sickly Beauty suggested giving Pu Gui to Inan. This beast has a certain level of intelligence. Maybe it can mutate and improve. Yu was also optimistic about Pu Gui's future. Alright, let me finish the final mutation of Star Scorpion first, then think of a way. Not long after Yue Yang returned to the Rainbow Castle, the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo woke up. Wei Tai Lang had no choice but to give the best delicacies, the Heaven Rank Level 5 Ding Bo and the Heaven Rank Level 3 Hell Nightmare to this unreasonable little girl. He turned his grief and indignation into appetite, fiercely devouring the corpses of the weasel, the poison arrow porcupine and the centaur chief. Yue Yang decided to keep the two-headed troll and prepared to use the troll's blood to increase the strength of Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others. The head of the magma wyvern that the golden-horned flame devil rewarded to the spirit of heaven fire had long been eaten by the reaper mantis. The remaining wyvern carcass was given to Queen Qi Zhe, who led the heaven realm female draconians to work day and night as a reward. Although the best wyvern magic crystal had already been eaten by the reaper mantis, the quasi-heaven magma wyvern carcass would still have a huge effect on Queen Qi Ji's contracted wyvern. The evolution of Star Scorpion, the Earth Divine Weapon, had already reached the final stage. He believed that it would only take a few days to complete the evolution. Yue Yang now shifted the focus of his training to Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo. He hoped that this girl would work hard and evolve to a divine beast without his help. She would automatically have a grimoire, just like Yi Ka or Little Wen Li, who naturally had a grimoire. In order to increase Duo's battle power, Yue Yang not only gave all the corpses of the beasts to her sea of thorny flowers to absorb, he also gave her the Crazy Heart and Smoke Demon Heart that he had refined previously. He hoped that her two thorny flower demons could fuse and evolve, producing a mutation. Alright, when I wake up from this nap, Duo will never sleep again. Duo used her little tiger's teeth to bite a small wound on Yue Yang's finger and drank a small mouthful of blood. Then, she floated back to her flower bed and slept quietly. Countless thorny flowers quickly spread. They formed a large sea of flowers, wrapping Duo on the flower bed within. The two thorny flower demons had also absorbed the Crazy Heart and the Smoke Demon's Heart respectively, fusing with the spirit stones that Yue Yang was unwilling to take out. Their goal was to evolve into thorny flower demon generals that could fight independently, or even thorny flower demon marshals that Yue Yang hoped for. They wanted to become the most capable subordinates under the little girl Duo, so that when she was in hibernation, they could also take the initiative to fight. The Crazy Heart that was refined from the crazy dancing grass was more suitable for the thorny flower demons to absorb than the black demon's Smoke Demon Heart. However, the Smoke Demon Heart's energy was slightly stronger than the Crazy Heart's. 2 days later, before the Star Scorpion completed its final evolution, one of the thorny flower demons had successfully mutated and turned into a gigantic crazy thorny flower demon general that was 50 meters tall. Its upper body looked similar to the female general that was wearing vine armor, with a crown of countless thorny flowers on its head. However, its lower body was still a gigantic thorny flower vine. This crazy thorny flower demon general had most of the crazy dancing grass's abilities. It could attack from a distance. Combined with the original thorny flower demon's strength, its battle power was 10 times stronger than before. Most importantly, it now had the ability to fight independently. Even when Duo was sleeping, it could still come out and help Yue Yang in battle. The other thorny flower demon that had absorbed the smoke demon heart was still evolving. On the afternoon of the third day, the unprecedented star scorpion, a glove-type earthly divine weapon that was created by Yue Yang, was finally born into the world. In the glorious light, the gigantic star scorpion continuously changed shape. Energy quickly gathered at the scorpion's core, and with the core position, it continuously changed shape, forming the shape of the scorpion glove. It was almost exactly the same as the original scorpion glove, except that there was an additional miniature version of the star scorpion on top of the glove. Its long golden tail carried a faint blue sharp hook. Although it was a glove and not a weapon, the star scorpion was also an earthly divine weapon that specialized in attacking any life form. Once it was hit by its tail, would die. There would only be one result. That was, all the tissues in the body, including the blood, would turn into gold. The scorpion's venom was extremely violent, comparable to the throat-sealing blood poison. There was no cure in this world. For comfort, Yue Yang had specially fused the golden fleece that he had obtained from the 12 zodiac temples into the glove of the star scorpion. This way, it was both comfortable and aesthetically pleasing. Of course, this idea of using the golden fleece as an inner decoration was strongly resisted by the star scorpion at first. Until later, he discovered that fusing a treasure like the golden fleece as an inner decoration was easier to transform. Only then did the star scorpion accept it. It was also because of this accidental discovery that made Yue Yang have the idea of finding more golden fleece in the heaven realm. This also increased the speed of the star scorpion's transformation. Other than Wei Tai Lang, there was currently no one who could transform faster than the star scorpion. Even Wei Tai Lang, who was familiar with transformation, was only a little faster than the star scorpion. Compared to the star scorpion, the Dao Tai blade's speed was naturally inferior. Its biggest advantage was that the Dao Tai blade had an inner world's appetite. It could store a lot of items and become a good helper to clean up beasts. It could even become a temporary prison for enemies. It's a pity that there's only one glove. If I could get another one and make it into a pair, that would be even better. Yue Yang wore the star scorpion glove on his right hand. Even the heaven realm's Lionheart King would drool at the sight of it. He even sighed a little. When Yu heard this, she secretly laughed. She knew what kind of person her brother was. Even if he was given a pair of gloves, he would still regret not having a pair of shin guards. Even if everyone had this scorpion set, he would still sigh that he couldn't give everyone a set. In short, he would never be satisfied with his current situation. Yi Kong and the others are here. They seem to have discovered something. Sickly Beauty knocked on the door of the laboratory. Discovered what? Yue Yang hurriedly went out. When Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others saw Yue Yang, they seemed to have some misgivings. They looked at each other in dismay, but no one was willing to speak first. Yue Yang felt strange. What did these fellows not dare to say? Could it be that something happened to Fourth Mother? This thought gave him a huge shock. When he saw Sickly Beauty's calm expression and Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others did not have any abnormalities, he suppressed this scary thought. In the end, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai did not utter a word. Instead, Shui Tan Lang, who was usually silent, nodded towards Yue Yang. It's like this. We have a mission in the 6th floor. In a tavern, we accidentally heard the news that Oleander Mountain City had been destroyed by the flames of war. We knew that you had gone to Oleander Mountain City to look for Uncle Yu Chu's belongings. We didn't have time to inform you, so we rushed over immediately. We found that the place had already been razed to the ground. Moreover, it was not caused by the war, but by a super strong heaven rancor. Hearing this, Yue Yang was shocked and asked, "Were there any survivors?" Prince of Tian Luo continued. Fortunately, Bao was there. She found that a mound of earth was a little strange. After we dug it up, we were lucky to find a survivor. However, he was heavily injured and died after saying a few words. We have confirmed this person's identity. He was a receptionist from the Mercenary Guild. He had been stationed in Oleander Mountain City for tens of years and had never been transferred out before. The first sentence he said was, "We got the wrong person," and the second sentence was, "Lord Tiger Butcher, White River Valley." None of us heard what that person said in between. Lu Yi rushed to say, "But, in the entire Tong Tian Tower, there is no such place as White River Valley." Fan Lun Tai, the ox-head girl, added, Chapter 730. Yue Yang went into deep thought based on the information he received. Tiger Butcher was the name that the pitiful guy's father, Yu Chu, used in Oleander City. Previously, when Yue Yang went to Oleander City, he had met the receptionist. However, out of caution, the receptionist did not answer Yue Yang's question. He even said that he did not know Yu Chu at first, and then said that he had not appeared for more than 10 years. Yue Yang was sure that this person definitely knew Yu Chu, and their relationship was not shallow. However, he did not expect that this receptionist was killed before he had the time to look for Yu Chu's belongings. Who could it be? There was one person that he could guess without even guessing. It was the ancient demon king. There was a 90% chance that the ancient demon king found this receptionist for an item or some information that Yu Chu had left behind. He used some ability to deceive the receptionist. After he succeeded, he was afraid that others would find out, so he destroyed the entire Oleander City. The only thing that the ancient demon king did not expect was that the receptionist could actually survive until Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and Shui Tan Lang arrived. I think it's best to ignore these things. Now is the time to train and improve. Why don't we go to the Southern Heaven Realm or the Western Heaven Realm to train? Only through more battles can we improve quickly. When we are strong enough, we can come back to fight against the ancient demon king. I think Uncle Yu Chu's belongings are useless. It's the same to get them back in the future. What we need the most right now is to level up and level up. Fatty Hai, who had always been lazy, suddenly said something that made Yue Yang flabbergasted. That's right, Fatty is right. I agree. What was even weirder was that Yi Kong actually agreed to Fatty Hai's suggestion. You guys think so too? Yue Yang looked at the Li brothers. Yes, the Li brothers surprisingly avoided Yue Yang's gaze and nodded with difficulty. As a boss, I will make the decision this time. I think it's best for us to train in the Heaven Realm and challenge more Heaven rankers. As long as we are strong enough, no matter what tricks the enemy has, they will all disappear. In front of absolute power, everything is useless. Fatty Hai said anxiously. Shut up. Yue Yang definitely knew that things were not that simple. He pointed at Lu Yi and said, tell me the truth. You are the worst at lying. Why did you rush to speak just now? Are you hiding something from me? I promise I won't be angry. Just say it. Master. Lu Yi lowered her head and kept twisting the corners of her clothes. She refused to speak no matter what. What's going on? Don't quarrel. Yu finished cleaning up the lab. When she walked out, she noticed that the atmosphere wasn't right. She hurried forward to mediate. As soon as she came out, Lu Yi's tears almost fell. She hurriedly hid behind Yu and did not dare to look at Yue Yang again. She was like a child who had done something wrong and was afraid of being scolded. Bauer, who usually couldn't hide her thoughts, also shook her head and waved her hand, indicating that she didn't know anything. However, even a blind person could tell that she had something to hide in her heart. Where is the White River Valley? Yue Yang asked again. Everyone shook their heads. It seemed that everyone really didn't know about the White River Valley. However, regarding the survivors' last words, Yue Yang was sure that there were more than one or two sentences. They must have heard something bad, and it was very likely to be directed at him. That was why they joined forces to seal their mouths and resolutely refused to say anything. Even Lu Yi, this little girl, helped them lie. Who knew that he would see through it in an instant? Now, they would rather see him angry than say anything. This proved that the situation was serious. What other secrets could not be told to him? Yue Yang almost instantly understood. Identity problem. This problem was also something that Yue Yang had a headache about. He had dealt with it once before, but it was resolved with lightning speed. However, this time, the one who really used the weakness of identity to attack him was the ancient demon king. He had grasped a major secret and had been waiting for the best time. Now that he had also grasped the information of Yu Chu's relics, he believed that once he was exposed, he would be in a desperate situation. What should he do now? The current ancient demon king was not like before. Before, his strength had not fully recovered and he did not dare to directly clash with Jizun, Night Empress and the others. Now that he dared to do so, it proved that he had enough strength. What kind of ancient demon king would have enough strength and courage to challenge Jizun? The only possible trump card was only that, ancient demon king's original perfect body. Ancient demon king found the information of Yu Chu's relics, which was equivalent to having this trump card. Then what did this mean? Yu Chu was most likely the guardian responsible for guarding ancient demon king's original body, at least, Yu Chu knew where Ancient Demon King's original body was. His relics had this information. If Ancient Demon King obtained Yu Chu's relics, it was equivalent to obtaining his original body. Thinking of this, Yue Yang's expression changed slightly. Let's not think about other things first. Let's go first. We must rush to stop Ancient Demon King as soon as possible. This matter must be caused by him. We must hurry to stop him, otherwise it will be too late. Yue Yang decided to ask Night Empress. She must know where White River Valley was. If Ancient Demon King made a move, Jizun would also know. Maybe she had already rushed over. The fact that Ancient Demon King dared to act so brazenly proved that he had already invited more reinforcements from the Heaven Realm. He had to help Jizun. Not to mention the other Heaven Stage reinforcements, just Yi Xiao, Zi Guang, Yu Su and Bei were enough to be troublesome. Yi Xiao and Zi Guang were far stronger than Ji Yudeng and Wo Gua. If they really fought, other than Jizun, even Night Empress and Yue Yang would need a long battle to defeat them. There was also Yu Su, who was known as the king of aerial combat, and the mysterious Bei. None of them were simple characters. With them and the even stronger reinforcements from the Heaven Realm, what awaited Yue Yang and the others would be a fierce battle. If Scarlet Emperor and Scarlet Concubine returned to Tong Tian Tower and joined forces with Ancient Demon King, the consequences would be even more serious. What worried Yue Yang the most now was whether or not the Ancient Demon King would persuade Emperor Wu Shuang, Peerless World. If Peerless World, Impasse, Peerless Beauty, and Impasse reappeared, or if the other ancient sealed elders successfully broke free, then the entire Tong Tian Tower would quickly fall into a state of blood and fire. There might not be a day of peace. The Ancient Demon King was a person who planned before taking action. Yue Yang believed that he would not easily make a move, and once he did, he would not easily receive it. If the Yue Yang in the past did not have enough pressure to move forward, then he already had it now. For the sake of identity, life, and lover, he had to take on the Ancient Demon King's attack. Otherwise, he, the Transmigrator, would return to his original state and have nothing. We'll go find Night Empress, you stay behind. Listen to me once, just once, anyone can go, but you can't. Fatty Hai suddenly stared at Yue Yang bravely. You're the smartest. You should be very clear that the Ancient Demon King's target is you. He's also scheming against you. If you go, that would be the behavior of a reckless man, that would be the stupidest move. If you do this, not only will you not change anything, it will also make things worse. The Ancient Demon King wants to kill you. As long as you're alive, then he won't be able to eat or sleep well every day. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? You can't fall into his trap. You definitely can't chase after the Ancient Demon King who set the trap. As your brother, I won't watch you fall into such a trap. So, whether it's to persuade or beg, listen to me once, don't go. The best way is for all of us to not go and ignore the Ancient Demon King. This will be the biggest blow to his plan. The Ancient Demon King knows our weakness, he's baiting the enemy. He doesn't have real strength. If he did, he would immediately kill us. Don't be fooled, let's go to the Heaven Realm. When Jizun has settled everything, we'll come back. Even if we go to see Night Empress, she will say the same thing. Yi Kong also tried to persuade. The Li brothers didn't say anything. They immediately knelt down and begged Yue Yang to agree to Fatty Hai and Yi Kong's suggestion. Things haven't been clarified yet. It's indeed not good for us to interfere, lest we lure the enemy. Prince of Tian Luo's analysis was very rational. He expressed that it was best to let the elders handle it. If we want to go, let's go together. Shui Tan Lang's attitude was this. He expressed that if they went, they would go together. If they died, they would die together. In any case, he had decided to follow Yue Yang. No matter what the Ancient Demon King's scheme was, it was all the same. It didn't matter if it was a bait, a trap, or something else. In any case, as long as Yue Yang decided to go, he would go without any hesitation. His attitude was relatively neutral. However, it made Yue Yang feel that the responsibility on his shoulders was heavier. If he made a mistake and everyone went together, it was very likely that they would all be wiped out. Of course, he could escape, but Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Shui Tan Lang and Prince of Tian Luo would almost never be able to escape from the Ancient Demon King's trap. Yue Yang had no choice but to deal with it carefully and entered into a state of deep thought. Did the Ancient Demon King use his nervousness to bait the enemy? What was his backup plan? If he was not afraid of his trap and jumped out of it, from a bystander's point of view, would the Ancient Demon King's conspiracy still succeed. However, could he really do it so easily? When the truth was revealed to the world, would Fourth Mother, Bing Shuang his many relatives, friends, and many good teachers and helpful friends be able to restore their previous relationship with him? In that case, the Ancient Demon King's bait might not succeed, but he might lose everything. Only the Heavenly Sword Goddess, Qilin Girl Bing Yin and the others in the Dream Realm would be left. Only they would not care about the truth of the whole matter. Fourth Mother, if she knew the truth, how would he face her in the future? And his most precious Bing and Shuang could it be that even with Jizun's will, he could not truly maintain his true self? Or was it fear in the depths of his heart? Whether he went or not, could he not erase the fear in his heart? When he went through the Gemini Temple, the Virgin Temple, and the Gate of Life and Death, did he not really get rid of the fear in the depths of his soul? Why was the Ancient Demon King that person? If he was not, how good would it be? Should he go to Fourth Mother now, confess everything to her and ask for her forgiveness? Or should he listen to Yi Kong and Fatty Hai's suggestion and lead the team to the Heaven Realm, no longer asking about this matter, and wait for Jizun to settle the matter before returning? Should he confess or retreat? Why couldn't he be stronger? Why couldn't he kill the Ancient Demon King in a second? If he could, then all his problems would disappear. No, as long as the weakness hidden in the deepest part of his soul did not disappear, he would never be able to reach the Holy Supreme Elder. In the future, he would be ruined forever. No, he must get rid of all the obstacles and not let his soul have the slightest weakness. This, perhaps, was the difference between Jizun and himself. If it was her, what would she do? If it was the Heavenly Sword Goddess, what would she do? Yue Yang's thoughts fluctuated. Everyone looked at him quietly. Everyone was worried about him, but no one could help him. He could only rely on himself this time. Why did you come back? Yue Yang was surprised to find Shui Wuxia holding the Book of Truth, sitting beside him and reading it quietly. He looked up at the sky again and found that the sky that was originally at noon had turned into night. I missed you, so I came back to see you. Shui Wuxia closed the Book of Truth and gave him a rare smile. Her smile was like the return of spring, making Yue Yang feel that his whole body and mind were nourished and wonderful. She gently stretched out her white and flawless fingers and gently stroked Yue Yang's cheek. My love, what are you worried about? Do you still remember the illusion in the Virgo Temple that day? We will overcome it together. In reality, there are many illusions. Some are very real, so real that people can't distinguish between the real and the fake. However, illusions are illusions and will never be the truth. Besides, what's there to be afraid of if it's real or fake? Sometimes, the real will become fake, and sometimes the fake will become real. Isn't it the same for your creation domain? You, who have mastered the creation domain, who have control over everything like a god, are still obsessed with what's real or fake. Listen, fool in front of me, I hope you remember one thing. You will never be alone. You will always have us by your side. There's me, Xianxia, Fallen Flowers, Inan and Bing All your lovers are here. There's also Fourth Mother, Night Empress, Jizun, many relatives and teachers who have always cared for you. There's also your teammates who have fought with you, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers, since there are so many people supporting you, what do you still need to be afraid of? Thank you. Yue Yang felt that the softest part of his heart was touched. He felt a warm feeling in his eyes and his voice trembled a little. It's enough to thank the outsiders. I'm your wife who will accompany you for the rest of your life. Shui Wuxia smiled slightly. Her cherry lips moved closer and closer. Her starry eyes that were a little mischievous winked at him. She used a lively tone that he had never heard before and asked with a smile, do you feel that it's especially good to have me by your side? Do you really want to kiss me? I'll give you a chance to perform. Otherwise, Tigress will come out in a while. Yue Yang didn't say anything else. He hugged the woman who he loved to the depths of his soul tightly and kissed her with infinite joy. It wouldn't be enough even if he kissed her 1,000 times. Chapter 731 Yue Yang, who had untied the knot in his heart, had his worries completely dissipated. The haze had been swept away. It was as if a hole suddenly appeared in the cloudy sky, and brilliant sunlight shone down, allowing one to feel refreshed when they saw it. He did not bid farewell to Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others, mainly because he did not want his teammates, who were still growing and had an obvious gap in strength, to die in this battle with the ancient Demon King. If Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others went, even if not all of them, there would definitely be some who would not be able to return safely. Their strength was far inferior to those powerhouses who were at the heaven rank. Yue Yang only brought Shui Wuxia, Princess Sissy and the others to the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower. He would first look for the Night Empress, and when he found out the location of the White River Valley, he would fight to the death with the ancient demon king. Yue Yang had a strong feeling in his heart. This White River Valley should be in the heaven stairway, but he did not know which floor it was in. The Night Empress was not in the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower. She was at the entrance of the 1st floor of Tong Tian Tower, and seemed to have just come down. She was still invisible, but Yue Yang could vaguely see her beautiful figure. If it was before he comprehended the creation domain in the gate of life and death, he would not be able to see anything. When she saw that Yue Yang had completely recovered his confidence, she seemed to be quite happy. Her voice was like the sound of nature, and she smiled gently. I know you can walk out. Every ranker will have different difficulties. It is impossible to grow smoothly without any difficulties. It is precisely because there are difficulties that there are breakthroughs and improvements. Grasp this opportunity well. It is indeed a challenge in life, but isn't it also an opportunity? In your future, there will be more difficult battles than this, and there will be stronger enemies than this. If you want to keep going, then you are destined to cross one tall obstacle after another. This is the true process of growth. I understand. Yue Yang did not say thank you. Just as Shui Wuxia said, there was no need to say thank you to his own people. Let's go. The Night Empress' voice was like a gentle breeze, nourishing Yue Yang's heart. Originally, I thought that I would have to go over and talk to you personally. I didn't expect you to come out so quickly. Since that's the case, let's hurry up and attend this banquet that has been planned for a long time. If it wasn't for Fourth Mother's insistence to go and untie this knot in her heart, I really wouldn't want to bother with that arrogant fellow. Ah, did Fourth Mother go? Yue Yang was shocked when he heard this. Fourth Mother didn't have any martial power at all. If she fought against the ancient demon king for him and got killed by him, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Why did she want to see the ancient demon king? Could it be that she had a way to persuade the ancient devil king who had been plotting for a long time? No, impossible. No matter how good her method is, it is impossible to convince the ancient devil king, because that guy is simply a madman. In order to achieve his goal, he would do anything. If he was in the wrong, it was very likely that he would become angry and kill Fourth Mother. The Night Empress led the way in front, bringing Yue Yang, Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy to the 5th floor of the heaven stairway. She explained, if Fourth Mother wants to go, I can't stop her. Moreover, this matter has to be resolved sooner or later. I was worried that you couldn't think it through before, so I discussed with Jizun and suppressed it first. However, now that the ancient devil king is making things difficult for you, Fourth Mother feels that it is necessary for her to stand up and untie the whole matter. I can only agree. Yue Yang was extremely anxious. Fourth Mother is too weak. What if the ancient demon king takes her hostage? What should we do? The Night Empress is not by her side. It should be because Jizun has arrived. As the saying goes, worry will cause confusion. You don't have to worry too much. Shui Wuxia calmed Yue Yang down. Indeed, Jizun is here. If it wasn't for her looking after Fourth Mother, I wouldn't have spent so much time to temporarily seal the spatial crack in the Guangming continent. This time, we must eradicate the ancient devil king's henchmen. No matter how much Tong Tian Tower has fallen and there are no more people, we must not allow those boring mercenaries and ambitious people of heaven rank to do evil here. Since they came here and did not abide by the rules of Tong Tian Tower, I can only send them to the graveyard to reflect. The Night Empress sighed slightly. I am different from Jizun. I rarely kill my opponents, but this time, they have gone too far. Leave it to me. Yue Yang regained his confidence and volunteered. Of course you need to take action. The ancient devil king is yours, and there are also some messy enemies. I reckon that you will have a hard time. Fortunately, this time it is only a few ambitious people from the heaven realm, and not a super strong senior expert from the ancient seal. Otherwise, it would be even more troublesome. The Night Empress' words made Yue Yang shiver. It seemed that it was not as simple as the ancient devil king. On the 5th floor of the heaven stairway, there must be super experts from the heaven realm. Maybe it was a heaven ranker like the Lionheart King. If that was the case, then Jizun and the Night Empress would be needed to fight against the ancient devil king, as well as Yi Shao, Ziguang, Yu Su, Bei and another group of weaker heaven realm mercenaries. There might even be Scarlet Emperor and Scarlet Concubine, Shun Tian, the Black Prince and the Thousand Goblins sect leader. There might even be experts from the Western Lion Pagoda and the Floating Mist sect. If he wanted to wipe out all the remaining forces in one go, it would indeed be a difficult battle. Although he had already confirmed that Emperor Wu Shuang and his 3 subordinates, Desperate Situation, Peerless Beauty and Impasse, did not escape from the seal, the strength of the Ancient Devil King could not be underestimated. A cautious person like the Ancient Devil King would definitely not do it if he did not have the confidence to succeed. The only thing he could do now was to fight to the end and fight to the death. What made Yue Yang secretly rejoice was that he had comprehended the creation domain in the gate of life and death. Otherwise, this battle would really be a little dangerous. Although he had the protection of the Qilin girl and the other eastern immortal beasts, what about the others? If a small accident happened on the battlefield and he lost any of his loved ones that he had decided to accompany for the rest of his life, that was an outcome that Yue Yang could not accept. On the way, Impatience caught up from behind. What made Yue Yang a little surprised was that she was actually injured. It was obvious that she had gone through an intense battle. What's wrong? Yue Yang hurriedly grabbed her jade arm and channeled his innate chi into her to help her recover. This is a small matter, don't waste energy. Impatience was afraid that Yue Yang would be worried, so she deliberately said with a casual tone, "There was a mouse from the heaven realm that had a deviation in its teleportation and ran in the wrong direction. It escaped to the 9th floor of Tong Tian Tower, so I chased after it and killed it. Before the mouse died, it counterattacked and only caused this small injury. If it wasn't for the fact that I was in a hurry, it would have been useless no matter how much it jumped." Yue Yang knew that although she said it easily, she had actually experienced a bitter battle. Otherwise, with her strength and the power of Sky Law, it would be impossible for an ordinary heaven stage to injure her. To be able to injure Impatience, the person was definitely above heaven stage level 4, or even heaven stage level 5. Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy only smiled. If it were them, they would do the same. For the man they loved, whether it was silently contributing behind his back or fighting side by side with him, they were willing and had no regrets. They were his fiancés, fighting for their husband, fighting for their future happiness. This was their life goal. Heaven stairway, 5th floor. Even the mountains had collapsed, and it was unknown how many battles had happened on the ground. There were desolate ruins everywhere. Even the wind was deprived here, and the entire land was shrouded in silence and darkness. Behind a dried-up river, there was a destroyed valley. Perhaps it was once incomparably beautiful, like a paradise on earth, but now, there was nothing. It was a complete ghost land. In this lifeless place, there were more than 10 shadows quietly standing on top of a square rock. The leader was the ancient demon king who was wearing a cloak and hiding his true face. It was not only him, almost everyone was wearing a concealment cloak, concealing the aura of their bodies, making it impossible to distinguish their strength. "I thought you wouldn't dare to come. I didn't expect that you would still come." Ancient Demon King sighed and shook his head at Yue Yang's arrival. "If you didn't dare to come, that would be great. At least it could prove that you are guilty. To be honest, I am not worried about Jizun, nor am I afraid of the strength of Night Empress and the others. Because even if they have improved, their speed is relatively slow, unlike you. Every time we meet, your rapid improvement makes me feel threatened. If I didn't get rid of you as soon as possible, there would really be no place for me in Tong Tian Tower. Your era has passed. You should rest peacefully in the ground like the other senior experts." Yue Yang was a little emotional. Ancient Demon King, if not for losing his original perfect body, he would not be able to challenge him even if he cultivated for another year and improved even more. Whether it is Tong Tian Tower or Heaven Realm, it is the same. Survival of the fittest, the strong prey on the weak. Ancient Demon King laughed. "If you can kill me, I won't blame you. People with different paths cannot make plans together. Everyone has their own way of thinking, everyone's pursuit is different. It is a pity that only one winner can be left. No matter what tricks you use, what schemes you play, I want to say, it ends here." Yue Yang's expression was abnormally serious. "Between you and me, there can only be one winner. Your words are very clear now, I wonder what will happen next." Ancient Demon King laughed. "Do you dare to follow me to a place?" "Don't go." Impatience pulled Yue Yang's arm and shook her head to stop him. "That is definitely a trap. Fourth Mother is there, I must go." Yue Yang suddenly hugged Impatience boldly. ignoring the surrounding gazes, and kissed Impatience's delicate and moist cherry lips. Wait for me here, don't worry, since I can come, I am not afraid of his trap. Wei Tai Lang stays, Red stays, Man stays, Spirit of Heaven Fire and Reaper Mantis, Quintet Golden Puppet Mice, Duos Crazy Thorny Flower Demon General and Smoke Thorny Flower Demon General, Dao Tai Blade and Star Scorpio, all stay. In addition to letting City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Inin, Yu Bing, Raging Flames, Hai Yingwu and Drunken Cat out of the Grimoire world, Shui Wuxia also asked Yue Yang to leave most of his war beasts. Other than the still dormant glass dragon girl Zhang Ying and Duo, she only left little Wen Li for Yue Yang. Of course, the Qilin girl Bing Yin and the dragon girl sisters were secrets that outsiders did not know about. Shui Wuxia kept it a secret because she hoped to play the greatest role at the critical moment. This battle was going to be a very difficult one. If they won this battle, then Yue Yang would truly become the successor of Tong Tian Tower. In the future, there would be no more obstacles except for the Heaven Realm. Sisters, for the sake of future happiness, fight. Princess Sissy raised her holy power domain and raised the Prison Emperor Divine Sword behind her. Her thunderous shout broke through the sky, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. Chapter 732 When Yue Yang was about to catch up with the ancient demon king and enter the destroyed White River Valley. Everyone looked at him. Since they wanted to say goodbye to him, they were afraid that it would be inauspicious. Yue Yang looked over. Princess Sissy turned her face away and supported herself strongly. She would never let him see her cowardice, she did not want him to worry about her. City Lord Fallen Flowers nodded slightly, indicating that she had no problem. Impatience was busy looking in the mirror because she found that her makeup was a little messy because of the previous battle. Yi Nan's jade-like fingers slid between her cherry lips. Originally, she wanted to give him a kiss, or at least give him a flying kiss. However, no one had any excited reactions. She was a little embarrassed, and could only vaguely express to Yue Yang, I support you, kiss you. Yu Bing raised her small fist to prove to her brother that she could do it and would not let him down. Yue Yang smiled. He reached out and caressed Yu Bing's head. He didn't say anything to encourage his sister like he usually did. He just nodded silently. He looked around and glanced at Hai Yingwu, Drunken Cat and Raging Flame. Seeing their different reactions, he smiled and nodded. Yue Yang left Wei Tai Lang, Red, Man and the other war beasts behind. He took a deep breath and chased after the ancient demon king like a bolt of lightning. Who will fight me? Princess Sissy waited for Yue Yang to leave and immediately burst out with a tiger-like aura. Holding the Prison Emperor Divine Sword in her hand, she stood tall and indomitable, unparalleled in the world. She casually slashed. The Prison Emperor Divine Sword slashed out a 300-meter-long giant sword aura. It tore through the sky and split the earth as it flew towards the dozen or so black figures wearing invisibility cloaks. Princess Sissy's move was to establish her might. She was going to reveal the true colors of all the people who were pretending to be mysterious, so that they could no longer hide and maintain that kind of strange and aggressive psychological pressure. As long as they could expose their true colors, Shui Wuxia would be able to adjust her tactics according to the needs of the battle. Shui Wuxia's spiritual force domain would be more effective the more she knew about the enemy. In the face of Princess Sissy's sword, the dozen or so black shadows did not change their expressions. Other than one or two of them who had the intention to dodge, the rest did not move at all. Insignificant skill. A huge black figure leapt out and charged toward the energy swords. In the midst of his thunder-like roar, he stretched out his huge, pillar-like arms and forcefully used his arms to block the sword chi that Princess Sissy slashed out with the Prison Emperor Divine Sword. A Heaven rank level 1 ranker would definitely not dare to take the Prison Emperor Divine Sword's sword chi head-on. Even if Princess Sissy did not use her Saint energy and did not use her full strength, this thunderous slash was not something that any Heaven-ranked ranker could take. However, the huge black shadow used his bull-like golden arms to block the attack. There were no fancy tricks, it was a pure contest of strength. Boom! The Prison Emperor Divine Sword's sword chi collided with the golden arms fiercely, causing an earth-shattering shockwave. The dried-up river valley was instantly filled with sand and rocks. The earth trembled and the valley far away was shaken to the point that crushed rocks rolled down. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. When the smoke and dust gradually dispersed, the scene that appeared shocked Princess Sissy and the others. Other than the muscular guy with the golden arms, the dozen or so black shadows behind him did not move at all. They did not even move from their original position. They were still standing on the rocks coldly. The cloak that they were wearing was not damaged at all. Only the muscular guy whose cloak was shattered by the energy swords revealed his bull-like muscles on his bare upper body. This guy with a head as big as a bucket, a face as hard as rocks and a body as hard as iron had an especially huge right arm. Compared to his left arm, his right arm was 2 times bigger. Its size was close to his body. Different from his left arm which was covered in armor, this right arm did not have any weapons or armor at all. It was just pure muscles that shone with a golden brilliance. Its texture was even better than metal. The sword chi that Princess Sissy slashed out with the Prison Emperor Divine Sword only left a 10 centimeters long wound on his huge arm. It was so shallow that it did not bleed at all. Furthermore, after that guy disgustingly licked the wound a few times, the wound that was made by the sword chi quickly disappeared without a trace. It's been a long time since someone could make me feel pain. As expected of a divine weapon, it feels so good to cut it. This brute who was stronger than a bull laughed arrogantly. Introduce yourself, otherwise, you won't even know who you're going to die in. I am Li Pan, a member of the Nine Light Clan. 10,000 years ago, I came to Tong Tian Tower and Heaven Stairway. At that time, I was not welcomed in a friendly manner. I have always wanted to find the rankers of Tong Tian Tower to settle this debt. Unfortunately, Tong Tian Tower has fallen today. The rankers of that year have turned into dust. I have no choice but to look for you juniors. Who asked you to be the current rankers of Tong Tian Tower? I have no need to remember a dead person. Princess Sissy retorted coldly. Ha ha. The huge guy called Li Pan shook his head and laughed. I know that you are actually afraid in your heart. With your strength, even if you have a divine sword, you are definitely not my opponent. Although I'm only at heaven rank level 5, in the Western Heaven realm, we, the Nine Light Clan, have the strength to surpass a rank. I can even fight evenly with a heaven rank level 6 ranker. You, no matter what, will never be my opponent. She is not alone. Impatience finally restored her messy makeup and asked with a smile. You don't mind if the two of us fight one-on-one, right? I'm afraid you won't have the chance to fight one-on-one. Our Nine Light Clan has mobilized almost all of our clan for the treasures in God's ruins. We are destined to sweep through Tong Tian Tower and wash away the shame of the past. Maybe you think that this is unfair, but who asked you to be the weaklings? Li Pan pointed behind him. He expressed that the people behind him were all members of the Nine Light Clan. For the treasures in God's ruins, he would definitely not show mercy to the fairer sex. Standing behind Li Pan, there was a very tall bamboo man. This man with ghost-like eyes stared at Impatience like a poisonous snake. CU's life points have disappeared. There is his revenge mark on your body. It seems that you have killed him. To be able to kill CU without being seriously injured, you indeed have extraordinary strength. Next, let me bury you. I love to send true experts to their graves. Before you die, remember my name, I am Eugene the Undertaker. Impatience shook her head. What a terrible nickname. Shui Wuxia, who had been observing, suddenly closed the Book of Truth and pointed at Li Pan. His advantage is that he can absorb damage. His weakness is that his mental defense is far inferior to his physical defense. She then pointed at the thin and tall bamboo man who was as cold as a poisonous snake. This person is the opposite. His mental defense is strong, but his physical defense is slightly weaker. He is skilled in techniques and has excellent speed. He also has a special coffin monster that can devour his opponent. You two should change your opponents. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to fight. Night Empress, please deal with the only shadow sitting on the rock. If I am not wrong, he is the leader of the Nine Light Clan. He is the only expert that we can't get any information from here. The shadow sitting on the rock suddenly shook his head and waved his hand. No, I am not the leader. The Nine Light King and the Heaven Empress are both inside. I am just an old soldier leading the army. After a pause, the shadow continued, you can call me 4Cs. CU, who was killed by the little girl just now, is one of my useless sons. Princess Sissy and Shui Wuxia were shocked when they heard this. This 4Cs, it seemed like he was even more terrifying than they had imagined. His son was killed, but he didn't seem to care at all. There was not a trace of resentment or anger on his face. He could even remain calm and humble. What did this mean? An independent will that was detached from worldly affairs. This 4C seemed to be a true innate sovereign with an unshakable supreme will. Night Empress' starry sky domain changed slightly. More starlight was born. Night Empress slowly increased her strength with a serious attitude that she never had before. She replied with a gentle voice, "Senior 4Cs, please allow me to fight with you. Although I don't like to kill, I might not be able to control my strength at certain times. I apologize in advance if my attack is too heavy." Night Empress decided to go all out. These words could be said to be a declaration of war to the death with her opponent, 4Cs. Facing the mysterious Night Empress who possessed the Starry Sky domain, the Shadow did not dare to be careless. When experts fight, there will always be death. To be able to die in the hands of experts is the best ending for a warrior. 10,000 years ago, I, who had never been defeated in 1,000 battles in the Western Heaven Realm, defeated the warriors of Tong Tian Tower 3 times in a row. In the first battle, I had more strength than the other party, but because I underestimated the enemy, I lost miserably. I was very unconvinced. The second battle was against an opponent of equal strength. My battle skills and the use of war beasts were slightly inferior. I thought to myself that the warriors of Tong Tian Tower were only so-so. The third time, the warriors of 100 races besieged Conquest Empress Fei Wenli. At that time, I, who was already at Heaven Stage Level 6, was full of confidence. I felt that even if I couldn't win, I would still be able to gain an advantage against thousands of Heaven Stage warriors of 100 races. Who didn't want the 100 races to be annihilated? I, who was severely injured, was ignored by the Conquest Empress because I was weak and incompetent. I, who thought that I was strong, cried out in the pile of corpses. I felt sad for my ignorance, but I also felt lucky to have survived. From then on, I understood a principle. True strength is not only strength, but also mentality. If one's mentality is not strong, even if one has great strength, it will be useless. After 10,000 years, I've finally understood what supreme will is. I've decided to take on the fourth challenge. In the name of a true expert, please enlighten me. 4Cs stood up and solemnly bowed to the Night Empress. Please. The Night Empress' voice was as gentle as the wind, but as firm as a mountain. She, who also had sovereign will, would not be afraid because the other party was stronger than her in terms of strength and rank. In a battle between sovereign realm experts, it was not only a competition of combat power, but also many other aspects of strength. Whoever could master the most in the sovereign realm would be the true winner. Shui Wuxia bit her lips lightly, using this to eliminate the nervousness in her heart. She understood. The Night Empress had already made up her mind. Even if she couldn't defeat Hai, who was at least Heaven Rank Level 6, or even Heaven Rank Level 7, she would perish together with him. Perhaps, today would be the day of Night Empress' death. However, she did not say it out loud, in case Inan, Yu Bing and the others couldn't accept it. The enemy was unprecedentedly strong. Not only Hai, but also the 9 Brilliance King and the Heaven Empress. Other than the 9 Brilliance King and the Heaven Empress, there might be even stronger enemies. In order to defeat Yue Yang, the ancient Demon King did not hesitate to sell the God's ruins to the Heaven Realm King. No wonder the Fourth Mother would disregard everything and come out to stop him. Chapter 733. Outside the Rainbow Castle, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others were quarreling fiercely. Although they usually quarreled, this was the first time they had a completely different dispute. Although we can't help, we should go to White River Valley. Even if it's just to bandage the injured, it's better than waiting here. When Yue Yang left, Yi Kong didn't dare to ask because he knew that he was weak and going to White River Valley would be suicide. But he felt that if the war ended, his team might be able to help a little. Even if it was just a little, it was better than doing nothing. Monkey, you can't be a hero like this. Do you have a brain? Fatty Hai objected. Let's not talk about how useful we can be. For those heaven-ranked rankers, we are the best hostages. If we go, we will just cause trouble for that brat Yue Yang. Don't you think he has enough troubles? Anything can happen. Maybe they need our help. No one knows what the real outcome will be. Are we just going to do nothing? Watch Yue Yang fight with the ancient Demon King and we just wait here. Yi Kong was angry. It's useless to argue. In short, even if there's a 1 in 10,000 chance of failure, I don't approve of taking risks. Fatty Hai didn't give in. Yue Yang is taking risks. Why can he risk his life and we can't? Yi Kong almost scolded Fatty Hai for being a coward. I believe in him. He has a way to reverse the situation. But you can't. If you become a hostage, you're dead. Monkey, in our team, it's not just you and me. There's also Lu Yi, Bauer and everyone else. Fatty Hai told Yi Kong to calm down and think clearly. They will stay. Me, you, Shui Tan Lang and Prince will be enough. Yi Kong obviously wouldn't let Lu Yi, Bao and the others take risks. If that's the case, it'll be even worse. If the Marquis of Zijin, Shun Tian, Black Prince and Thousand Goblins sect leader attack, what will they do? Fatty Hai immediately asked. This. Yi Kong thought about it. There was really such a possibility. He was speechless. If the strongest four in the team left, leaving the Li brothers, Lu Yi, Bao Fan Lun Tai, Liao, Lin En, Anna and the four orc girls here, if Shun Tian and the others found out and secretly attacked them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Now that Yue Yang was not here, Ji Zun and the Night Empress were not here, Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy were also not here. Elder Nangong was supervising the space-time seal enchantment of the Radiance continent and could not leave. The heavenly imperial guardians of various countries could only protect the emperors of various countries. The people of the demonic palace were rushing to support Yue Yang. If they let Shun Tian seize the opportunity to capture Lu Yi and Bao, even if Yue Yang returned victorious, he would still fall into a passive position. Usually, Shun Tian and the Black Prince wouldn't dare to act rashly. But now it was different. The situation had changed. It was a good time for those guys to make a move and wait for an opportunity to make a move. It was not safe to put Lu Yi, Bao, and the others anywhere, because for Shun Tian and the others, without the deterrence of Ji Zun and the Night Empress, without the threat of Yue Yang and the demonic palace, they could completely sweep the entire Tong Tian Tower. With regards to the crisis that Fatty Hai had mentioned, everyone fell into silence. Everyone wanted to get rid of it, but there was no good way. Now that even the two abyss manatees of Heaven Stage Level 2 had been transferred to the battle, where could they find a stronger force to protect their teammates? Feng Qisha, Yan Po Jun, Yu Ting and the others rushed over, but there was no good way, so they could only accompany and wait. Prince of Tian Luo was thinking hard. He hoped to think of the best solution. Shui Tan Lang, on the other hand, gave up on doing such a useless thing. He believed that if there was a better solution, his brother-in-law or sister would have directly ordered everyone to follow it. The two of them left without saying anything, which proved that they were at their wits' end. He held the Heaven Realm Strange News record, and tried his best to read it. Of course, it was impossible to read it out loud in front of everyone. Being able to read it silently in his heart was already his limit. The effect was very small. But there was still a point. At the very least, his penetration inherent skill had risen to level 4, which was one level higher than before. Without waiting for Yi Kong and Fatty Hai to come to a decision, Lu Yi, who was originally sitting in a daze, suddenly screamed and jumped up, startling everyone. They hurriedly asked her what happened. I don't know why it's like this either. My heart feels very uncomfortable. There's a kind of pressure that makes me almost unable to breathe. Did something happen to Master? As Lu Yi spoke, she gradually became sobbing and her voice trembled. Actually, even if she didn't say it, everyone also felt the same way. They all felt heavy in their hearts. Now that she said it, everyone felt even more sad. Don't be afraid, it's okay. Not only Yue Yang, everyone will be fine. As the big sister in the team, Anna hurriedly comforted her. Yes, everyone will definitely get through this safely. Bao raised her small fist and cheered for Lu Yi. Pa, the meteor shower pearl that Bao wore on her head was given to her by the Ocean Empress Aquamarine. It was a 3,000-year-old meteor shower pearl that had an extremely strong ability to increase one's luck. Although luck was an invisible thing, the existence of Bao, this lucky baby, had many times made things unexpectedly and even inconceivably successful. Therefore, everyone believed in luck without a doubt. Now that the 3,000-year-old meteor shower pearl had shattered on Bao's head, it showed an ominous sign, causing everyone's expression to change greatly. Oh no, could it be that the situation was so bad that even luck was going to leave everyone? Bao held the shattered meteor shower pearl and explained to everyone, I really didn't do it on purpose, no. Fatty Hai suddenly roared like thunder, it's not Lu Yi, nor is there a problem with the meteor shower pearl, it's us. Damn it, we have to leave immediately, Shun Tian and the others may attack soon. Monkey, you lead the team and bring everyone to White River Valley immediately. Only by Ji Zun and Yue Yang's side will everyone be truly safe. Didn't you object just now? Yi Kong was stunned. That was just now the situation has changed. It must be that Ancient Demon King has strong reinforcements, enough to besiege Ji Zun and Yue Yang. Shun Tian and the others are very likely to know this news and will definitely attack. We must leave. Lu Yi wasn't the only one who felt it just now, we all felt it. It's just that we didn't realize it, it's a warrior's spiritual warning. Fatty Hai anxiously grabbed Yi Kong's collar and roared. What? Yi Kong, Shui Tan Lang and Prince of Tian Luo were all shocked. Everyone thought that they were upset because they couldn't participate in the battle. Yue Yang was fighting with Ancient Demon King with all his might, and everyone could only wait without being able to support him. Unexpectedly, it was not just that. The real reason was that there was a strong enemy attacking. The summoning grimoire in the warrior's soul had an indescribable resonance, a kind of spiritual warning of impending danger. If that was really the case, everyone must leave immediately, otherwise the consequences would be unpredictable. When everyone reacted, it was already too late. Shun Tian's imposing golden figure had already appeared in front of them. Appearing with him were the Black Prince who was almost invisible, the Thousand Goblins sect leader whose silhouette couldn't be seen clearly, the Marquis of Zijin who was the last clone of Thousand Goblins King, and even the winged clan warriors from the Guangming continent, as well as the innates from the Floating Mist sect and Western Lion Pagoda. Their appearance made Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others' expressions change. Let alone Shun Tian, the Black Prince and the Thousand Goblins sect leader, even the last clone of Thousand Goblins King, the Marquis of Zijin, had the power of innate level 8. Adding on the elders of the Winged Clan, the Floating Mist sect leader and the Western Lion Pagoda's outer hall master. Comparing the two, it was simply an overwhelming difference. To be honest, in the whole team, the one that I look down on the most is you, Fatty. I didn't expect that the one that made me look down on you the most was you, Fatty. If I had known that you were so smart and decisive, I would have killed you during the battle of the Yu Clan Castle. I didn't expect that a little ant like you could grow to a point where I feel threatened. If I let you grow for a few more years, what would you become? Shun Tian shook his head and sighed. Then, he revealed a superior smile and said calmly, before I send you on your way, I want to tell you a secret so that you will lose all hope. Don't naively hope that Yue Yang will come back to save you. Because, compared to here, his enemies are much stronger. Let's not talk about the Ancient Demon King. Have you heard of the Nine Brilliance King? A heaven-rank level 7 king ranker's territory is much bigger than our Tong Tian Tower. Of course, he is not the strongest enemy. The strongest person in the Nine Brilliance clan, the Heaven Empress, even the Nine Brilliance King called her ancestor. She is an emperor ranker in the Western Heaven Realm and one of the candidates for the Heaven Realm Great Leader position. With such a person coming to the Heaven Stairway, you are still dreaming. Your invincible Yu Clan third young master, oh no, that fake third young master, can turn the situation around. You are really asking for a beating. When Yi Kong saw Shun Tian's arrogant attitude, his sarcastic tone, and that gloating smile, all of these made him furious. Monkey. Fatty Hai grabbed Yi Kong's arm tightly, stopping him from attacking. Leave Shun Tian to me, Black Prince to you. Yi Kong decided to fight to the death with Shun Tian and the others. Perhaps rushing to support Yue Yang would be useless, but at least he could get rid of the traitors in Tong Tian Tower. Shun Tian, Black Prince and Thousand Goblins sect leader, Floating Mist sect leader and Western Lion Pagoda outer sect leader, Great Elder of Winged Clan Elder House, Thousand Goblins King's last clone, Marquis of Zijin, these were all people that must be eliminated. You are crazy, we are not his match. Fatty Hai shook his head in objection. He hugged the angry Yi Kong tightly and shouted in his ear, calm down, he just wants us to go crazy, understand? What we are doing now is going against his will, doing something that he does not expect and will make him uncomfortable. Yue Yang is not here, I will command. I order you to immediately retreat with everyone and look for the Night Empress. Stay by her side and look for protection. I believe in Yue Yang, he will definitely win in the end, no matter who comes, I will not doubt this. What about you? Yi Kong found that in Fatty Hai's eyes, there was a light that he had never seen before. I will stay to stop the enemy. Fatty Hai replied calmly, word by word. Impossible. Just as Yi Kong was about to object, Fatty Hai glared at Yi Kong. His eyes looked as if they could shoot out two sharp swords. He grabbed Yi Kong's collar and said in a low voice, I'm not asking for your opinion. I am ordering you, understand? Yue Yang is not here, I will make the decision today. You are responsible for bringing everyone away safely. If you want the whole team to die in front of us, then object. You are courting death. Yi Kong really wanted to get angry, but he knew what staying behind meant. He wanted to exchange places with Fatty Hai, or stay behind to fight side by side. However, Fatty Hai had given him a more important mission, which was to lead everyone out of here safely. This point was undoubtedly even more difficult. Compared to staying behind and dying a heroic death in battle, leading the entire team away from the enemy's pursuit was undoubtedly a greater responsibility and a heavier mission. If he could choose, Ye Kong would rather die a heroic death in battle. However, he couldn't, because Yue Yang wasn't here. The entire team needed a leader to lead the team. As a boss, I have never done what a boss should do. Today, let me be a real boss. Fatty Hai suddenly laughed, as if he was asking for a beating. Does everyone think that I am very impressive as a boss? Boss, that is not something that everyone can do. Go. Ye Kong held back his tears and opened the teleportation scroll. He shouted in grief and indignation, like a lone wolf howling at the moon, "Boss, cover the rear, let's go." Chapter 734 Inches. Do you think you can escape? Shun Tian sneered. Not to mention that Fatty Hai couldn't withstand the joint attack of several supreme innates. Even if Ye Kong and the others left, could they escape? As long as he chased after them, he would be able to annihilate the entire team effortlessly. On the contrary, if everyone fought to the death, with Fatty Hai and Ye Kong's current strength, they might be able to kill one or two of their opponents. If they wanted to sacrifice Fatty Hai in exchange for the lives of the whole team, it would be an impossible miracle. For today, the entire Guangming Continent's Senate used all their strength to stop them. Elder Nan Gong had to stay behind to seal the space crack, otherwise the Winged Clan would continue to open the seal and let more Heaven Realm innates in. The reinforcements of Shui Donglu, Heaven Realm Female Dragon Woman, Heaven Realm Dwarves, Eastern Goblin Tribe, Sea Clan and Underworld Clan were intercepted by the Winged Clan and the Heaven Realm Mercenary Group. The ancient Demon King had spent thousands of years planning an incomparably huge plan. His goal was to obtain the ancient relics in the God's ruins. If it wasn't for Yue Yang's sudden rise, which affected the future progress of the plan, he would not have chosen to make trouble at this time, nor would he have joined hands with the Heaven Realm Rankers. Joining forces with the Heaven Realm innates was undoubtedly asking a tiger for its skin. But Yue Yang improved too fast. Ancient Demon King didn't have a second choice. Compared to the Heaven Realm innates, Yue Yang was his biggest worry. In order to deal with the Yu clan's third young master who suddenly broke into the plan, Ancient Demon King didn't want to expose a plan that he had prepared for several years and took a completely different path from the original plan. Originally, he could have smoothly accepted all the consequences. But, Yue Yang's appearance. It ruined the plan. Shun Tian, who had successfully joined forces with Ancient Demon King, was eager to become an innate elder. He didn't need to fight with Yue Yang, he just needed to eliminate Yue Yang's teammates. No matter how careful Shun Tian was, he didn't think he would fail. The reason was that Fatty Hai, Ye Kong and the others were too weak. Although they improved at lightning speed, they were still far from being able to compare to a few super strong innates. Not to mention the Black Prince and the Thousand Goblin sect leader. Even if he was alone, Shun Tian felt that he could do it. Let's go, Ye Kong bellowed furiously, like a thunderbolt exploding in the sky. Let's go, you must wait for us to kill our way back. I will find Master and kill our way back together. Lu Yi was the kindest. She could not bear to leave at such a time, but she was not ignorant. If he didn't leave now, Fatty Hai's sacrifice would be in vain. Even a second of hesitation would be fatal to the situation of the battle. If he left as soon as possible, Fatty Hai might be able to escape from Shun Tian. Lu Yi reached out and held Bao Er's little hand. The perforate deer passed through the barrier in front, and she teleported away at the same time. The two girls quickly entered the portal. Lu Yi's teleportation speed was synchronized with the perforate deer's. Nothing could stop her. She easily dodged the Black Prince's finger attack and disappeared into the portal. Then Lin En and Anna rushed into the portal under the protection of the Li brothers. Shui Tan Lang forcefully blocked one of the Thousand Goblins sect leaders' attacks and protected Anna and Lin En as they left. As for the Li brothers, they sent the four orc girls into the teleportation gate. Yanpo Jun and Feng Qi Sha kicked Elder Ning Hai into the teleportation gate and forcefully brought Yu Ting, the future successor of the clan master. Prince of Tian Luo released his qi and fought against the Black Prince who was as fast as lightning. He was now the strongest person in the team. With his own strength, he fought against the Black Prince and the Great Elder of the Winged Clan. After Ye Kong strengthened the King of Steel Demon Ape, he forced the Marquis of Zijin to retreat. At this time, the Marquis of Zijin had not fused with the Thousand Goblin King's Spirit Crystal Demon Heart. However, With the ancient demon king's help, he had the strength of innate level 8 and above. Moreover, he had a summoning grimoire and guardian beast. Compared to the previous 3 clones, he had more potential. If the Marquis of Zijin won this battle, he would definitely be able to recover to the Thousand Goblin King's strength. Let's go. Fatty Hai strengthened the King of Steel Rhinoceros and Little Hippopotamus. He also summoned the quasi-heaven rank Thunder Mammoth and Wind Breath Seabird. He was in a desperate stance as he exchanged a punch with Shun Tian, who had the power of 5 transformations. At the same time that he slightly forced Shun Tian back, Fatty Hai roared crazily at Yi Kong and the others, "Go, you guys leave immediately. The enemy is on the way, there must be an ambush. Don't look for Yue Yang, don't go back to Shangjing or the Yu clan castle, don't go to Tong Tian Tower. Leave this place and go to the place we usually go. You guys are too naive. No matter where you go, there will only be death." Shun Tian looked very proud and confident. However, after listening to Fatty Hai's words, he was a little worried. Because they were not prepared enough, although they had set up an ambush at a few important places, there were too many places to hide in the Soaring Dragon continent, let alone the Tong Tian Tower. If Yi Kong led the team to hide in a secret place, it would not be easy to find them. He immediately rejected the ambush plan that he had set up previously. The Black Prince and the Thousand Goblins sect leader also had the same idea. Shun Tian made a decision, "You guys chase, leave this damn fatty to me." An elder of the Winged clan from the Guangming continent stood up and summoned a white fish-shaped beast, which swam around in the air easily. The fish-shaped beast spat out a long string of strange characters like bubbles. When the elder saw it, it seemed that he had obtained top-secret information. He immediately reported to Shun Tian, "So cunning. They really did not go to the Heaven Stairway Level 5 White River Valley, nor to Tong Tian Tower or Yu Clan Castle. They went to the Despair Abyss." The Marquis of Zijin was the fastest. Without waiting for Fatty Hai and the others to react, he immediately opened a teleportation scroll. He chased towards the Despair Abyss. Now, it was Yi Kong, Shui Tan Lang and the others who intercepted the last and most difficult clone of the Thousand Goblin King. Yi Kong and Shui Tan Lang let the Thousand Goblin sect leader and the Great Elder of the Winged Clan fight against them. When Prince of Tian Luo defeated the Black Prince and destroyed the enemy's teleportation portal, a large group of Winged Clan rankers had already entered the teleportation portal. Yi Kong, Shui Tan Lang and the others immediately rushed into their own teleportation portal to protect Lu Yi and the others. Oxhead Liao and Fan Lun Tai also forced the enemies to retreat and rushed into the teleportation portal to support their companions. The enemy really came prepared. They could even use the fish-shaped beast to find out the top-secret teleportation portal. The situation was too bad. Prince of Tian Luo attacked 3 times in a row, trying to kill the elder who had the tracking fish. However, the elder escaped each time. Moreover, the Black Prince and the Great Elder took advantage of the situation and heavily attacked Prince of Tian Luo's body. Prince of Tian Luo, who was the strongest in the team, became the first teammate to be injured besides Fatty Hai. "Prince, let's go. I'll pay you back in my next life." Fatty Hai rushed forward and took a heavy blow for Prince of Tian Luo. He threw Prince of Tian Luo into the teleportation portal. When the Great Elder of the Winged Clan chased after him, he forcefully destroyed the teleportation portal. Shun Tian exploded with the power of the draconic elephant. He sent Fatty Hai flying 100 meters away with a punch. Seeing that Shun Tian had completely suppressed Fatty Hai, the Black Prince didn't fight with Shun Tian for this achievement. They took the teleportation scroll that Shun Tian threw over and opened it. Shun Tian looked at Fatty Hai, who was struggling to get up from the ground with a hint of ridicule. "Are you great or stupid? I can't tell. To be honest, I really can't tell that you're this kind of person. For the sake of your teammates, you're willing to sacrifice your life to fight the enemy. What a heroic move. Although your actions are extremely stupid, I still have to look at you in a different light. If we didn't have the tracking fish, we might have really been deceived by you. You deliberately lied to us, saying that Yi Kong and Shui Tan Lang went to look for Yue Yang. If we all stayed, we would kill you first and then chase after them. Maybe you guys would have successfully escaped. Unfortunately, no matter how smart a fox is, it's no match for a hunter. Hai Da Fu, you want to fight with me? You're still a little too inexperienced. In terms of planning, I'm naturally not as good as you. In terms of strategy, I'm indeed inexperienced. In terms of strength, I'm a junior." Fatty Hai's face was covered in blood, but he showed a bright smile. However, Shun Tian, if you think that you can easily kill me alone, you're wrong. Do you think you can survive today? Shun Tian shook his head and laughed. His expression was as if he heard an ant trying to overturn an elephant. Today, I might not survive. Fatty Hai also laughed, but his laugh was strange. But, do you know why Yi Kong let me stay? You have a stronger warbeast. A heaven-rank warbeast, Shun Tian asked with a little surprise. Wrong. Fatty Hai shook his head. If a heaven-rank warbeast is not cultivated by oneself and forced to contract with it, if its master's life is in danger, it would usually defect in order to save its life. No matter how stupid I am, I won't drink poison to quench thirst and contract a heaven-rank warbeast. It's not that we don't have a heaven-rank warbeast, but we don't want to do that. Even if I don't have a heaven-rank warbeast, it's not impossible to defeat you, the great emperor of Jiwei. Because I, Fatty Hai, not only have the strength that you see, I also have a kind of power that I have never used before. Hearing this, Shun Tian's eyes turned cold. He immediately summoned his grimoire and summoned his guardian warbeast, the diamond rank level 9 emperor. When Fatty Hai unsealed his hidden power, his whole body trembled in pain. A black light shone from his body. The emperor, who was good at combat, struck out a palm energy from the sky and hit Fatty Hai's trembling body. However, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, there was no damage at all. Seeing this, Shun Tian's face changed again. He immediately summoned 2 more beasts. One was a strengthening type beast that looked like a giant white elephant, and the other was also a strengthening type golden dragon. After fusing the 2 beasts, huge dragon horns grew out of Shun Tian's head and long dragon wings extended out of his back. Not only that, Shun Tian also released the energy in his body, forming his unique domain space. For Shun Tian, he had always been cautious. When a lion fights a rabbit, he will use all his strength. He didn't want to be defeated by a lowly and insignificant person like Fatty Hai. Fatty Hai's body expanded rapidly and became huge. From a small human body, he turned into an ugly monster that was more than 20 meters tall. Long fangs and curved claws extended from the ugly monster's mouth, hands, and feet. A pair of painfully closed eyes suddenly opened, and a terrifying blood-red light burst out. Howl, 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 howl. The ugly monster roared to the sky for a long time. Seeing Fatty Hai's strength increase by nearly 100 times after transforming into an ugly monster, Shun Tian's eyes twitched slightly. He regretted fighting Fatty Hai alone. Chapter 735 Heaven Stairway Level 5, White River Valley. The collapsed valley stretched for thousands of miles. Yue Yang chased after the ancient demon king in front of him. Perhaps the ancient demon king had an unexpected trick, but Yue Yang had regained his confidence after Shui Wuxia untied the knot in her heart. The problem that he was worried about before, in the eyes of Shui Wuxia, did not exist at all. She liked him, not an identity. When the problem of identity was no longer Yue Yang's flaw, then what else did Yue Yang have to fear? The ancient demon king was an old immortal from tens of thousands of years ago. Although he had his unique ability, Yue Yang also had a trump card in his hand. The heavenly sword goddess did not say. Even the Phoenix sisters and the Qilin girl Bing Yin were all independent immortal beasts. As long as Fourth Mother and the other elders did not favor the ancient demon king because of the problem of identity, then Yue Yang had the confidence to fight the ancient demon king to the death. Flying, teleportation. When he came to about 300 kilometers away from Princess Sissy, the ancient demon king stopped. In the collapsed river valley in front, there was a huge altar. It was blood red, as if it was stained with blood. Around this altar, there seemed to be a fierce battle. Not only was the side severely damaged, even the huge altar was full of cracks, modeled like a spider web. In the center of the blood-colored altar, there was a statue about 100 meters high. Under the statue, there was an ancient seal. The statue's head was destroyed, and there was not much of the upper body left. However, the characteristics of the gender were obvious. It could be seen that it was a female statue. In addition to the base below, the statue only had a naturally hanging arm. His slightly exposed palms formed a very mysterious hand seal. On the pads of every finger, there was an ancient rune circle that resonated with each other. Yue Yang was actually unfamiliar with all of these ancient rune circles. He didn't recognize any of them. The only thing he could be sure of was that the function of these ancient rune circles was to seal the ancient seal under the base. The female statue, which had lost the other hand and head, could no longer maintain the seal of the greatest power. However, this was still not something that ordinary warriors could unseal. Yue Yang didn't have time to look. There were already 10 people standing on the blood-colored altar, waiting for him. One of them was a supreme being. Facing Ji Zun, there were 9 people. With the information provided by the 3 surrendered men, Yue Yang could easily recognize who was Yi Xiao, who was Ziguang, who was Yu Su, and who was Bei. Other than the 4 of them, there was also the Scarlet Emperor and the Scarlet Concubine who were wearing the concealment cloak. Although the 2 of them were wearing the concealment cloak, Yue Yang could still recognize them easily. After all, they had fought to the death before. If that was the case, how could they hide it from Yue Yang? That's impossible. Moreover, the invisibility cloak had long lost its original concealment effect against Yue Yang's Heaven Eye's divine vision. Other than the Scarlet Emperor and the Scarlet Concubine, there were 2 other people that deserved Yue Yang's attention. What made Yue Yang secretly shocked was that the 2 people in front of him were completely invisible. He could only sense their existence, but he didn't know whether they were male or female, strong or weak. One must know that the Night Empress who had the Starry Sky domain, with Yue Yang's current realm, could also use the Heaven Eye's divine vision to see a little of her figure, and not completely invisible like before. Now these 2 people could be completely invisible in front of Yue Yang. What did this mean? It meant that the 2 of them were stronger than the Night Empress. Yue Yang suddenly understood why Ji Zun came before him. It was probably because she was worried that the other party's super experts would attack him, so she arrived first. When Yue Yang looked at the last person opposite him, there was a strange familiar feeling in his heart, as if he had seen this person somewhere before. Strictly speaking, the person opposite him was not a human, but a magical beast. But she was very similar to a human, and very close to a holy beast. Her strength was not particularly strong. But this female magical beast was very perfect in terms of transforming into a human. Other than the pair of blood-red wings on her back, she was no different from a human. This woman, after seeing Yue Yang, looked at the ancient demon king, and suddenly walked forward with a strange expression, as if she was suppressing her excitement. May I ask if you are the Yu clan's 3rd young master? Can I ask you something? Is she by your side? Is she okay? At that time, I didn't want to leave her, but I really had no choice. At first, Yue Yang was very confused. What was going on? Did he know her? Looking at the other party's face, there was an indescribable sense of familiarity. Suddenly, a light flashed in his heart, and he exclaimed, You are Red's mother. Is she called Red now? The woman who looked a little like Red was overjoyed when she heard this, but immediately became sad. Her eyes were a little tearful. I heard that she became your guardian beast, and even advanced to become a holy beast. Poor child, why did fate drag her into this whirlpool again? Our bloody clan, in order to protect the secret, exhausted all our energy, and almost became extinct. Now, she still can't escape this fate. Why are you here? Yue Yang felt strange. Standing here, other than himself, was at least a heaven rank level 4 ranker, but the woman in front of him was not even a holy beast. Why was she here? What relationship did she have with the ancient demon king? Red's mother, the bloody queen who had been missing for a long time, had appeared here. Yue Yang was puzzled. What exactly happened that year? It was obviously the mystery of the tragic guy's mother, 4th mother and Yu Chu. What did this have to do with the bloody clan? The ancient demon king silently appeared behind Yue Yang, and chuckled behind him. Don't you know? Of course, I understand very well that you can't know the truth, because you are simply an outsider. Yue Yang was silent. It was useless to argue with the ancient demon king. Today, he could only use his fists, not reason. He came to Ji Zun's side and looked at her inquisitively. Where's 4th mother? It had been a long time since he came to the blood altar, but he didn't see 4th mother anywhere. Could it be that 4th mother had been forcibly detained by the ancient demon king? This thought flashed in Yue Yang's mind, and he was slightly shocked. The ancient demon king was not the kind of person who would not lay his hands on weak women. On the contrary, this guy would do anything to achieve his goal, regardless of everything. It was very possible that he had robbed 4th mother. Ji Zun did not answer, and signaled Yue Yang to wait. After about 10 minutes, the ancient seal circle produced a slight energy fluctuation, but it was immediately suppressed by the remaining energy on the statue. The pedestal suddenly split open. A stone wall separated on the left and right, and a passage appeared in the middle. At the back of the passage, which was less than 10 meters long, there was a door-like existence. 4th mother was standing in front of that doorway. Yue Yang rushed over and wanted to escort her out, but he was suddenly stunned by the scene in front of 4th mother. In front of Fourth Mother, there was a stalwart man kneeling on the ground, supporting himself with his left arm, and holding the stone gate with his right shoulder. This stalwart man's eyes were wide open. Even though he had been dead for a long time, he still maintained the posture of holding the stone gate when he was alive. The muscles of his whole body were bulging, as if they were made of steel. Even if he had already lost all signs of life, which was clearly impossible, this man's heroic actions still gave people the illusion that he had immediately stood up and lifted up the stone gate. The stone gate, to him, was not a burden at all. What truly caused him to die was the will of the seal on the stone gate. This man swore to keep the stone gate open. Even if his soul died, he still wanted to use his body to carry the stone gate. Who was he? Why did he do this kind of strenuous action here? San kneel down. Fourth Mother slowly said, and let Yue Yang kneel down to the man who carried the stone gate. Dong. Yue Yang was stunned, and did not do as she said. However, the ancient demon king who rushed over, knelt down without hesitation. He respectfully kowtowed to the man who was still glaring angrily at the stone door. He kowtowed 9 times before standing up and respectfully standing behind Fourth Mother, as if he couldn't see Yue Yang at all. Now, Yue Yang finally understood a little. This man who was still carrying the stone gate after so many years was no other than Yu Chu, who Yue Yang had been looking for. If not for the fact that his face was distorted and his eyes were wide open due to overexertion, this stalwart man's appearance would really be similar to Yue Yang's. Compared to Yu Chu's steel-like body and his chiseled face, Yue Yang looked a little more delicate and pretty. He was also a little more inexperienced, and couldn't be compared to the mature and heroic Yu Chu. Even though he had been dead for many years, the current Yu Chu still had an aura that could shake people's hearts. Didn't Yu Chu die in the demon clan's attack? Why was he here? Where was this place? Why did he have to carry this stone gate? Wasn't there an ancient seal under the ground? Could it be that carrying the stone gate was to maintain the ancient seal? This thought flashed through Yue Yang's mind, but he immediately denied it. The stone gate was the key to unlocking the ancient seal. If the stone gate was closed, it would take at least 100 years, or even 1,000 years to open again. Could it be that the ancient seal on the blood altar was not sealing a bad person? San kneel down. Fourth Mother raised her voice and ordered again. Normally, she rarely scolded Yue Yang. If Yue Yang spoiled that little girl Yu Shuang too much, she would raise her voice to criticize him, asking him to be an example of an elder brother, and not to bring her along to count ants and play with sand. Yue Yang did not move, but the ancient demon king on the other side knelt down again. He used a gentle voice that made Yue Yang's pores shrink. Fourth Mother, San is here. These years, San has been wandering outside and did not dare to go back to see you. That was because San had done a lot of wrong things. He was afraid that you would be angry if you knew about it, so he did not dare to go back and tell you the truth. I already knew about Father's remains and last wishes a few years ago. At that time, under Father's feet, there was the word, hope, written in blood. But later on, I don't know who wiped away the word written in blood. Fourth Mother, San can become the enemy of the whole world. He can do many things that are condemned by everyone without any regrets. He doesn't care. It's just that San doesn't want to become your enemy. I don't want to make you sad. I don't want to see your tears. Maybe you don't want to recognize me, but I am the real San. Maybe you think that I have become a demon king, but I want to say that I am still me. I will always be your San. After hearing this, Fourth Mother did not speak for a long time. Suddenly, the ancient demon king's shoulders trembled. There were actually tears dripping from his cloak onto the ground. Fourth Mother, do you still remember that San was seriously ill that day? He was bedridden for almost half a month and was on the verge of death. It was you and Bing who saved San life with your medicine. Do you still remember that Shuang was naughty that year? She hid her book under the stove and burned it when she was cooking. Shuang knew that she was in trouble and ran out to ask for help. At that time, I carried her out of the house but tripped on the doorstep. San hit his forehead and bled a lot. Shuang was so scared that she kept crying. She was worried that her brother Xiao San would die. Fourth Mother, I don't need to prove myself like others. I am your San. The ancient demon king took off his cloak and revealed a face that was extremely similar to Yue Yang's. Compared to Yue Yang, the ancient demon king's appearance was even more similar to the dead Yu Chu. San doesn't dare to ask for your forgiveness and doesn't dare to hope for your recognition. I just want to tell you, Fourth Mother, San will never hurt you. San will never be your enemy. The ancient demon king kowtowed to fourth mother. His tears rolled down his sorrowful face and dripped onto the ground. Take off your mask. Fourth mother suddenly turned around and ordered Yue Yang. Yue Yang really wanted to tell her that he was a fake, a guy from another world. However, he didn't mean to lie to her. It was just a misunderstanding. After being together for so long, he had already treated her as his closest relative. No matter if it was real or fake, he would be filial to her like San. He was even willing to treat her 100 times better to make up for her wrong love. He would use his whole life to make up for it. However, when these words came to his mouth, Yue Yang couldn't say a single word. He didn't even dare to look at fourth mother's eyes. He silently took off his Gemini mask and lowered his head. He didn't say a word. Yue Yang didn't want to defend his identity, and he didn't have the possibility to do so. The ancient demon king had already prepared this plan 3 years ago. He was prepared to reincarnate as the pitiful guy and take over everything that the pitiful guy had. However, what the ancient demon king didn't expect was that when he merged with the pitiful guy's body and couldn't return to the world in glory, there was actually a Yue Yang who was reborn. He, who had the pitiful guy's original body and memories, could be said to have a complete victory over Yue Yang and fourth mother. At this time, if he tried to defend his identity, he was doomed to lose. Yue Yang didn't persist on this point, because Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy didn't care about this. They cared about his true self and not the pitiful guy's identity. The only thing that Yue Yang was worried about was that fourth mother would be sad. He knew that the more he said, the more disappointed and sad fourth mother would be. So, he would rather not refute. Even if the ancient demon king really took over the pitiful guy's body, so what? Could it be that the person that Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy liked was him, and not the ancient demon king who wanted to use his identity to take over everything? Fourth mother has never hit you before, but today, I want to slap you. When fourth mother said this, Yue Yang felt a slight pain in his heart, but also a little relieved. Slap me. Yue Yang nodded. If slapping her would make her feel better, then he didn't mind. Slap. Fourth mother raised her hand and gave Yue Yang a resounding slap on his face. The ancient demon king who was kneeling on the ground looked respectful on the surface, but a hint of pride flashed in his hidden eyes. Fourth mother slapped that brat, which proved that she approved of him and rejected that brat. The plan would start from this moment, and it would move towards the favorable situation that he had been planning for a long time. It was the first time that Yue Yang was slapped, and his face was burning. If he wanted to dodge, fourth mother wouldn't be able to hit him. If he wanted to defend, let alone fourth mother, even an innate rancor wouldn't be able to hurt him. Do you know why I slapped you? Fourth mother raised her beautiful eyebrows and stared at Yue Yang with her beautiful big eyes. Yue Yang subconsciously avoided her gaze, lowered his head, and didn't say a word. Fourth mother's eyes suddenly turned red, and a string of tears flowed down her cheeks. With a choked voice, she cried and scolded Yue Yang. Fourth mother hit you because you kept everything in your heart and didn't say anything. Do you still think that I am your fourth mother? Fourth mother's slap is to punish you for losing confidence in fourth mother and your family. Fourth mother. Yue Yang was stupefied. He raised his eyes to look, and what he saw was exactly the same as the first time he had seen the beautiful fourth mother, who was grieving and blaming herself. Chapter 736. The one who was most shocked was not Yue Yang, but the ancient demon king. He felt that he had already taken over the body and obtained the memories. Facing fourth mother, he used the most touching memories and actions of a human to prove his identity. Not to mention fourth mother who was full of emotions and love. Even an ambitious person with a heart of stone would not be able to resist this kind of burning kinship. Fourth mother clearly knew that his body was the real Yu clan's third young master. Why would she still acknowledge the fake one? He was the real one. Why did she turn a blind eye to it? The ancient demon king could not understand why it was like this. He had thought of all the possible scenarios, such as Yue Yang kidnapping fourth mother, using some kind of method to erase her memories, or fourth mother continuing to acknowledge Yue Yang because of kinship. However, the ancient demon king had never thought that she would not acknowledge him at all. Fourth mother, I am the real San. The ancient demon king forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart, trying his best to weaken the demonic side of his heart. He released all his human emotions and memories like a tide, causing his eyes to secrete tears, his voice to choke with pain, and his face to show despair and unwillingness. As long as it was a mother, it was impossible not to be moved when she saw this expression of her loved ones. The ancient demon king acted as if he did not see Yue Yang. He crawled on the ground and knelt down in front of Fourth Mother. He stretched out his hands towards her. Do you still remember when I was 10 years old? Third son was beaten up by Brother Yan. It was you who helped me apply medicine with tears in your eyes, encouraging me to maintain my confidence, saying that the grimoire would be successfully contracted. I still remember when I was 15, even Bing contracted a grimoire, and I became the shame of the Yu clan. During the New Year's celebration, we were chased out of the house amidst the rolling eyes and ridicule. On the way down the mountain, the road was slippery in the rain, I slipped and fell, and my head was bleeding. It was you who carried San down the mountain step by step. Could it be that Fourth Mother has forgotten all these? Fourth Mother, don't you want San anymore? You are not my San. Fourth Mother shook her head slowly. Fourth Mother, look carefully. I am San. Although the injuries that I suffered previously have healed, they have not completely disappeared. This is to commemorate your kindness in raising San. Seeing that Fourth Mother was willing to speak, the ancient demon king felt that there was a chance to turn the situation around. He hurriedly defended himself. If you don't believe me, I can drip my blood to test it. Although I have inherited the demon king's power, I have never done anything detrimental to the Yu clan. No matter how strong I am, it will not change the fact that I am a descendant of the Yu clan. I'm very sad today. Fourth Mother's beautiful eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Yue Yang. My San did not acknowledge me as his own son. Instead, he thought that he was an outsider, yet he wanted to deceive me with flowery words to obtain the identity of a Yu clan disciple. Don't tell me you're just going to watch silently like this. You're such a disappointment. Fourth Mother is too sad. I'm not lying, I'm real, I'm the real one. The ancient devil king hurriedly shouted. Although I don't want to tell you too much, it seems that if I don't tell you the truth, you will still have delusions in your heart. As for my real San, he still feels inferior and doesn't dare to acknowledge me. Fourth Mother smiled mournfully and wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. She turned to the ancient demon king. Say, if a person's house is occupied by an evil person, then that evil person is the owner of the house. No, I'm San, it's not like that. I only inherited the demon king's power. I am a Yu clan disciple from the inside out, no matter if it's my thoughts or my body. The ancient demon king was shocked when he heard this. He never thought that Fourth Mother would actually think like this. Occupying the identity and having his own thoughts, was he still not the Yu clan's third young master? Fourth Mother slowly shook her head. She sighed softly. That evil person occupied the house and even stole the deed. On the surface, it seems that he is indeed the owner of the house. However, in the end, he is just an evil person who forcibly occupied someone else's property. What truly bears life is never the body. Don't tell me that you, who have the summoning grimoire and lived in this world for tens of thousands of years, can't see this truth. What could truly sustain a life was the soul. Ordinary people can't see the soul with their naked eyes. However, if they use some kind of secret technique, they can sense that there is a strong soul that has existed for tens of thousands of years in your body. You are the ancient demon king. This is an ironclad fact. No matter what you do or say, you can't change this fact. While the ancient demon king was stunned, Fourth Mother turned to Yue Yang and said, San, you have a soul that shines with a golden light. Although the strength of your soul is much stronger than when you were raised by me, you are still my San. The change in your soul might be because you have contracted a grimoire, or because the power that Sister sealed in your body has gradually been unsealed. Maybe it's because of the purification of Nirvana's flame, or maybe it's because you have inherited Sister's knowledge. I don't need to guess, and I don't need to find out the truth. I know that you are my San, because only you can inherit Sister's will and knowledge. As for your appearance, I know that it must be Sister's will that manifested in this world. So, San, are you still worried that Fourth Mother will chase you out of the house? Do you think that Fourth Mother would be stupid enough to recognize an outsider as her own son? No, even so, I still have a body and memories. I am also the Yu clan's third young master. The blood of the Yu clan flows in my body. The ancient demon king went crazy. He didn't want to monopolize the identity of the Yu clan's third young master anymore, because it was impossible. Now, what he wanted was to share the identity of the Yu clan's third young master with Yue Yang. As long as he had this identity, even if it was only half, he would have the right to inherit the inheritance of the Yu clan's third young master. Although it was a little unreasonable to say this, in order to obtain the secret left behind by the Yu clan's third young master, he had to do it at all costs. What Yu Chu protected with his life was none other than the divine body, that was even more perfect and stronger than his original body. The divine body that had fallen in the ancient times was not sent to the gods' ruins in time. It was buried here and guarded by the original rankers of the Heaven Stairway. Only when the rankers of the Heaven Stairway gradually went extinct did they join hands with the rankers of the Soaring Dragon Continent to guard it. As long as he obtained the divine body, the ancient demon king wouldn't need his original body anymore. He could directly charge towards the divine realm. If he obtained the divine body, the ancient relics in the gods' ruins would not be far away. Moreover, Fourth Mother's sister was the only one who entered the gods' ruins. She held the key to the gods' ruins. Why did the ancient demon king pretend to be the Trash Yu clan's third young master? It was because he discovered the shocking secret of the blood altar 3 years ago. Yu Chu was the only guardian of the Valley of Butterflies and Flowers in the Soaring Dragon Continent. Although Yu Chu wasn't very strong when he was alive, he had already obtained the recognition of the previous generation's guardian. Even in death, his remaining will continued to guard the stone door. Without the recognition of Yu Chu's will, it was impossible to enter this stone door. In order to obtain the divine body, the ancient demon king racked his brains. He made a perfect plan. Unfortunately, what he didn't expect was that when he obtained and fused the body and memories of the original Yu clan's third young master, a Yu clan's third young master actually appeared in the Soaring Dragon Continent. Furthermore, he grew at an unprecedented speed. In 3 years, he had already grown to the point that the ancient demon king had no choice but to attack him in advance. The ancient demon king knew that Yue Yang must have received some kind of secret help. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to grow so fast. At first, he thought that the original Yu clan's third young master's mother had returned and was secretly watching over him. It wasn't until later that he found out that it wasn't the case. What Yue Yang obtained was only the original Yu clan's third young master's mother's inheritance of knowledge. He really didn't understand. Why could an impostor obtain recognition and inheritance of knowledge, but he couldn't even obtain the recognition of the deceased Yu Chu's will? Originally, I didn't want to tell you the secret of the 100-Flower clan. However, since you insist on saying it, I'll let you understand. Fourth Mother sighed lightly. She looked at the ancient demon king who was suppressing his anger and denied, the 100-Flower clan is a life form of the Heaven Stairway. We are different from the humans of the Soaring Dragon Continent. We are all flower buds born from the divine hope flower tree. Every flower bud is a new life. The body that you are occupying now is also a new life. Yu Chu and Yu Ling's marriage with his sisters was just a cover-up. In order to ensure that the Yu clan's future generations would live longer, we prayed on the divine hope flower tree. You, other than being an evil person who has occupied a body, what do you have to do with my sister, third brother Yu Chu or the Yu clan? Speaking of which, if it wasn't for you destroying the divine flower tree in order to exterminate the 100-Flower clan, would the 100-Flower clan have gone extinct? Our 100-Flower clan is more outstanding in terms of spirit, but our bodies are inferior to the humans of the Soaring Dragon Continent. Did you think that by combining the blood of the Yu clan and the Heaven Stairway women, you would be able to give birth to a ranker with double advantages? Did you think that occupying a body would greatly help your cultivation? That's impossible. The life born from the divine flower tree rejects evil. You are the evil ancient demon king. Although you have occupied a body, your strength is not good enough. Even if everyone could be deceived by you, my sister's supreme will and third brother Yu Chu's guardian spirit would not let you pass through the sealed door. So it's like this. Damn it. The ancient demon king suddenly understood why he couldn't pass through the stone door. It was because Yu Chu's guardian spirit had already seen through his act of stealing an impersonation, and refused to let him in. This wasn't something that could be made up for by stealing a body, gaining memories or doing something else. The soul wouldn't change. Then, in front of the truth, everything would pale in comparison. The ancient demon king really couldn't believe that he didn't feel anything wrong when he took over the body of the original Yu clan third young master. He hypnotized the original Yu clan third young master and made him pretend to jump into the water. He prepared to have a fortuitous encounter after a few years of perfect fusion and grow into a supreme ranker. He would return with glory and revive the Yu clan. He also used his identity to obtain the approval of Yu Chu's will and obtain the divine body. At that time, he didn't even sense the existence of any guardian. How could there be an extremely abnormal Yue Yang? Could it be that the woman who entered the god's ruins and was rumored to have ascended to the heaven realm was still around? Was she looking at him silently from the sky? Everything he did couldn't escape her grasp. I'll kill you. The ancient demon king hated Yue Yang the most for destroying his biggest hope. If it wasn't for this guy who came out of nowhere, he would have succeeded. Now everything was over. Fourth mother who was still alive had seen through his identity. Even Yu Chu who was carrying the stone door wouldn't allow him to pass through. His original body couldn't be found, and the divine body in front of him couldn't be obtained either. Not only could he not enter the god's ruins, he even attracted the 9 Brilliance king and empress from the heaven realm. Without the divine body, leading the 9 Brilliance clan to the 9 Brilliance clan was undoubtedly inviting a wolf into the house. The more the ancient demon king thought about it, the angrier he got. He exploded with all his strength and attacked Yue Yang. Scram! However, Yue Yang was faster than him. The eternal wheel extended under his feet. The moment the ancient demon king froze, a heavy punch had already landed on his face. Chapter 737. If Fourth Mother wasn't behind him, Yue Yang wouldn't have used the eternal wheel at all. He planned to use this ultimate move at the most appropriate time to deal with the ancient devil king. However, he was afraid that ancient demon king's punch would injure Fourth Mother. After all, she was just a weak normal person. When two rankers who had surpassed heaven rank collided, the shockwave produced would undoubtedly be destructive. Because of this, Yue Yang used the eternal wheel that could keep the void within 10 meters of him in its normal state. Little Wen Li understood Yue Yang's intention the most. She cooperated with him and brought Fourth Mother into the grimoire world at the first instance. Fourth Mother only acknowledged Yue Yang and ignored ancient demon king. Her attitude made Yue Yang feel both surprised and confident at the same time. No matter what the truth was, it was fine as long as she wasn't angry. If it was a battle, Yue Yang who already had Ji Zun's willpower, what was there to be afraid of? When Fourth Mother brought him into the grimoire world, she kept looking at Yue Yang. Maybe she wanted to tell him to be careful or warn him about something else. Inside the eternal wheel, she couldn't speak. She could only use her eyes to express her concern and support. Roar! Once Fourth Mother entered the grimoire world and escaped from danger, Yue Yang immediately used a series of punches to send Ancient Demon King, who was immobilized by the eternal wheel, flying. Ancient Demon King was sent flying thousands of meters away like a cannonball. He crashed into the mountain wall, causing the mountain to shake and a large part of the wall to collapse. Countless gravel rolled down with a crashing sound. Seeing Yue Yang send Ancient Demon King flying with one move, Yi Xiao and Zi Guang were moved. Yu Su and Bei retreated slightly, intimidated by Yue Yang's imposing manner. Scarlet Emperor and Scarlet Concubine looked at each other. Both of them felt that the current Yue Yang was much stronger than when he had attacked them. Based on this rate of improvement, if they were to ignore Yue Yang for a few years, they would probably not be a match for him the next time they met. Even with the help of the 9 Brilliance King and the divine weapon, the Scarlet Emperor was still frowning. If the Ancient Demon King and the 9 Brilliance King didn't work together, would he be able to defeat Yue Yang by himself? The answer was no. Fortunately, not only was the Ancient Demon King determined to kill Yue Yang, the 9 Brilliance King had also come to support him. The 9 Brilliance King could suppress the Yu clan's third young master externally and restrain the Ancient Demon King internally. The Scarlet Emperor looked at Ji Zun, who was as calm as still water, and his heart trembled slightly. The threat that this Ji Zun gave him was no less than the Prison Emperor back then. The Prison Emperor was very strong back then, but there were traces of it. It was fine as long as one didn't fight the Prison Emperor head-on. However, this Ji Zun was different. She was clearly not as strong as the Prison Emperor, but she gave off the same feeling of danger. She was born with a murderous intent. Even with the protection of the divine weapon, he would feel a little unconfident when he saw her. Perhaps Ji Zun wasn't as strong as the Prison Emperor, and she didn't have that kind of invincible aura, but her strength was still enough to look down on the world. This Ji Zun wasn't the best leader, she wasn't the strongest commander, but she was the strongest judge, the most terrifying executioner. She belonged to the category of death warriors who would definitely kill one side the moment she took action. Heaven rankers who were stronger than her could injure or even defeat her, but they would have to pay a higher price. You dare to hit me? You damned imposter! The Ancient Demon King shot out from the rubble. He tore off the cloak on his body, revealing his Demon King's battle armor. The demon wings on his back were burning with the black flames of hell. The ancient demon king, who no longer had any hope, completely tore off the disguise on his body. His true energy exploded and burned fiercely. Because of his anger, his face, that was very similar to Yue Yang's, became a little distorted. Tisk, stop talking nonsense. Yue Yang couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on this kind of person. No matter what he said, the final result would definitely be a fight to the death. Don't even think about getting what I can't get. The ancient demon king was extremely jealous. Fourth Mother didn't acknowledge him, and if she also didn't acknowledge Yue Yang, then his mind would be very balanced. The problem was that Fourth Mother didn't acknowledge him, the dead Yu Chu also didn't acknowledge him, and that Fourth Mother's sister, who might have ascended to the heaven realm, also didn't acknowledge him either. Not only did she ruin his plan of stealing a body to be reborn, but she also got a new Yue Yang. She even passed on her knowledge to Yue Yang. It was very likely that she had told Yue Yang all the secrets of the god's ruins. He had painstakingly planned for so long, but he didn't get anything. Moreover, he had even helped the Nine Brilliance King and the Heaven Empress. How could the ancient demon king be willing to accept this? The ancient demon king was indeed a treacherous hero who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Although the blow made him lose his rationality for a while, he recovered in an instant. He suppressed his anger, regained his rationality, and calmed down immediately. He reached out his hand and touched the wound on his face caused by Yue Yang's punch. As the wound slowly recovered, he started to attack Yue Yang. Don't think that you can get everything just because you got Fourth Mother's acknowledgement. On the contrary, I want to tell you that you are dreaming. From today onwards, you will have nothing. Beasts, teammates, relatives, lovers, even your own body and life. If I can't get them, I will destroy everything in this world, just like how I dealt with the prison emperor in the past. I will make you suffer 100 times more than the prison emperor. Come at me if you can. Yue Yang's reply was very simple. He slowly put on the Gemini mask. The energy in his body kept increasing until it reached its peak. In the space of 100 meters, the power of his domain started to envelop him. The world creation domain that he had comprehended from the gate of life and death seemed to have nothing on the surface. However, as soon as the world creation domain appeared, the ancient demon king felt that something was wrong. The Scarlet Emperor and the Scarlet Concubine quickly retreated to avoid being affected by the domain. Even the Nine Brilliance King and the Heaven Empress, who had never spoken, were slightly moved. A strange light flashed in their eyes. It wasn't like they had never seen a strange domain before. Among the Heaven Realm experts, there were all kinds of strange domains. However, they had never seen one that they couldn't see through like Yue Yang. As if to remind the ancient demon king, the Nine Brilliance King opened his mouth. It was a very magnetic voice. It wasn't loud, but it echoed in the depths of one's soul like a huge bell. It gave people a shock, as if they were listening to a clap of thunder in a silent place. This should be a materialization type of spiritual domain. It reflects some visual materialization through the owner's mental power. Although it isn't the power of the law yet, it has already started to take shape. Is that so? Then let's see if your materialization domain is stronger or my dissimulation domain is stronger. Although the ancient demon king was cautious and vigilant, he didn't show any weakness. He immediately displayed the domain that he was most proficient in. With his body as the radius, within 1,000 meters, there was an additional dark gray domain. It enveloped the heaven and earth. It was 10 times bigger than Yue Yang's world creation domain. The dissimulation domain completely enveloped the world creation domain. The power accumulated over tens of thousands of years was naturally not a small matter. If it wasn't for the loss of the perfect demon king's body and the loss of most of its energy due to multiple seals, this dissimulation domain could have expanded by 10 times and its power would have increased by a few times. How is it? Scarlet Concubine, who jumped out of the battlefield, turned to look at the Scarlet Emperor and asked for his judgment. Draw. The Scarlet Emperor muttered and came up with a result. His words shocked the Scarlet Concubine. A domain with a radius of 100 meters could actually draw with a domain with a radius of 1,000 meters. Although the range of the domain didn't represent the strength of the domain, normally, the smaller the range, the more powerful the domain. However, the Scarlet Concubine knew that the ancient demon king's dissimulation domain was accumulated over tens of thousands of years. It was definitely not as good as Yue Yang's domain when it first appeared. It was just that the ancient demon king had been improving and perfecting it for tens of thousands of years. That was why the domain could expand to 1,000 meters. How could the improvement over tens of thousands of years not be as good as the domain that Yue Yang had just comprehended not long ago? What exactly did the domain that Yue Yang had revealed look like? For a moment, the scarlet concubine suppressed the hatred in her heart and focused on the battle of life and death that was about to happen. This battle was destined to be recorded in history, just like the battle between the prison emperor and the three great leaders, outside of the Despair Abyss, Hope Town. The Hope Town that was rebuilt from the ruins was once again destroyed in the flames of war today. Yi Kong, Shui Tanlang, Prince of Tian Luo and the others escorted Lu Yi and the others to this place. Before they could even take a breath, the winged clan rankers with tracking fish beasts had already caught up to them. The Black Prince, Thousand Goblins sect leader and the Great Elder of the Senate had arrived in hot pursuit. Let's go. Yi Kong was the second to stay behind to block the enemy without hesitation, just like Fatty Hai previously. You're practically looking for death. The Black Prince laughed sinisterly. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Yi Kong was expressionless. The Black Prince stayed behind. He alone was enough to fight against Yi Kong. The rest of the winged clan rankers continued to chase after them. At the bottom of the Despair Abyss, the location of the first mercenary camp was less than 10 kilometers away from Hope Town. The winged clan rankers once again easily caught up to them. This time, Prince of Tian Luo pushed away Shui Tanlang who was determined to stay behind and was the third to block the enemy. After a slight hesitation, the Thousand Goblins sect leader stayed behind. The Thousand Goblins sect leader was the only supreme innate who could be compared to Shun Tian and was not necessarily inferior to Shun Tian. In order to successfully take down Prince of Tian Luo who already had a heaven-ranked beast, he was the most suitable candidate. Knowing that there was a temporary delay, Shui Tanlang led the team to escape to the Black Water Lake in the Despair Abyss and was caught up again. Shui Tanlang stayed behind. The Marquis of Zijin who had already obtained the power of the Thousand Goblins King's clone and leveled up to innate level 8 with the help of the ancient Demon King decided to personally kill this Ice Cube guy who had the most potential other than Yue Yang. If Shui Tanlang did not die, he would definitely be a disaster in the future. With the Marquis of Zijin's current strength, it was impossible for him to kill Yue Yang. However, getting rid of this Shui Tanlang who was still growing was extremely possible. The Great Elder of the Winged Clan Elder House led the team and continued to chase. No matter where Lu Yi and the others escaped to, the Elder with the tracking fish could easily find them. If it wasn't for Lu Yi using the gold grimoire to hide all her teammates and riding the perforate deer to teleport all the way, the whole team would have been annihilated long ago. At the entrance of the Prison Emperor Divine Palace, the Water Palace, the Great Elder of the Winged Clan finally caught up to Lu Yi. He used a black cursed heavenly crow feather arrow to injure Lu Yi's shoulder. Lu Yi escaped to the entrance of the Water Palace. She couldn't take it anymore and fell. Run, there has never been a human who could escape from my hands. You will not be an exception. The Great Elder of the Winged Clan Elder House had the strength of a peak innate level 8. Second only to the Sky Emperor Bai Yi. After the death of the Sky Emperor Bai Yi, he was the person who held the highest power in the entire Guangming continent. The entire Elder House was under his control. It can't be, you're already old enough to shed your feathers, yet you, a bald old bird, still brought a large group of people to bully a little girl. Aren't you embarrassed? Inside the Water Palace, there was a half-dead old man. He held onto a walking stick and coughed continuously, as if he would fall down at any time. He walked out of the Water Palace in a doddering manner. Weren't you in the Yu Clan Castle? The Great Elder and the others were stunned when they saw him. If everything was calculated by you, wouldn't it be very boring? Although I haven't really used my brain, I have lived for more than 10,000 years after all. I still look down on your shoddy tricks. All of these are the leftovers from the games we played in the past. Can't you change it to something new? Yue Yang, that brat is really interesting. He knew to bury a trap here. Forget it, there's no use talking to you retarded fellows. I don't even know if retardation is contagious. The old dragon turtle shook his head and sighed, as if he couldn't play the lute to a cow. Chapter 738 Boom. Shun Tian couldn't remember how many times he had knocked Fatty Hai down. 100 times, 200 times, every time Fatty Hai was blasted to the ground, the injured Fatty Hai would stand up again very quickly, trembling as he stood up again. He had become an ugly monster, with wounds all over his body and blood all over his face. However, his blood-red eyes still exuded a chilling fighting spirit. Even though Shun Tian had knocked him down 100 or 200 times, he couldn't subdue his will with force. If you think you can fight with me by relying on your strong body, you're wrong. Shun Tian was so angry that he laughed. The gap in strength couldn't be made up by becoming a monster. Shun Tian's advantage over Fatty Hai wasn't just in strength. Combat skills, experience, level, realm, treasures, war beasts, etc., which was not better than Fatty Hai. If Fatty Hai could survive today, Shun Tian felt that he could retire and enjoy his old age. He had such a big advantage, but he still couldn't beat Fatty Hai. How could he fight against that abnormal guy, Yue Yang? In order to regain his status as a strong man and regain his advantage as a senior, Shun Tian participated in this battle after careful consideration. In fact, whether the ancient devil king or Yue Yang won this battle, it didn't mean much to him, because the final decision of the ownership of the Tong Tian Tower was no longer in his hands. As a super strong innate ranker, Shun Tian was unwilling to be surpassed by so many juniors. He wanted to take the opportunity to prove himself. Hippo Meteor Punch. Fatty Hai's answer was always this. He could only use the combat skills that he was good at, because other combat skills in front of Shun Tian were just like showing off in front of an expert. Usually, Shun Tian would easily interrupt him halfway, and he wouldn't be able to exert his power. Fatty Hai didn't think about winning in the end. When fighting against Shun Tian, Fatty Hai only thought about one thing, and that was to hit Shun Tian with at least one punch. Even if it was only one punch, it would be the biggest victory in his life. If he could hit Shun Tian, he wouldn't suffer a loss. If he could hit Shun Tian a second time, he would make a big profit. Shun Tian was very smart. Of course, he could understand Fatty Hai's desperate thoughts. In addition, he was extremely cautious and didn't give Fatty Hai a chance to fight desperately. Every time, he would use his skills to knock Fatty Hai down. Yi Shiwen did not use his full strength, plus the fact that Fatty Shanghai had turned into an ugly monster had thick skin and flesh. Thus, there was this unequal but still stalemated battle. Rumble. Fatty Hai collapsed once again. However, a minute later, he struggled to stand up again. His face was covered in blood, and his body was covered in mud. His battered and exhausted appearance revealed his unyielding determination to fight to the end. Today, I must beat you to death. Shun Tian, who had an obvious advantage over Fatty Hai, wasn't happy at all. In his mind, the fact that he couldn't kill or subdue Fatty Hai was his biggest failure. His body was in the best fighting condition, but his heart was tired. He was extremely tired and his confidence was waning bit by bit. Was he really old? As a super innate, he couldn't even take down an ant like Fatty Hai. Was he really a strong warrior? Of course, this kind of negative thought only flashed by. Shun Tian immediately regained his confidence and growled, "Maybe I was wrong before. You are not a scum, but you have only cultivated for a few years. Don't even think about fighting me. This is not a gap that you can overcome. Now, I will let you see my strongest move that even the Yu clan's third young master doesn't have the chance to withstand. After this move, you will die gloriously." Hippo Meteor Fist. Fatty Hai's only answer was this. Yue Yang once jokingly said that as long as he could achieve the state of human and fist as one, he would definitely be able to exert 100 times the power. At that time, everyone was very curious and asked how to achieve the state of human and fist as one. Yue Yang, on the other hand, stopped smiling. He pondered for a long time before replying, "Forget about the person and the fist. When facing the enemy, throw your fist without any hesitation, and absolutely believe that you can knock down the enemy with one punch. That is the true meaning of the person and the fist becoming one." Fatty Hai had never reached the state that Yue Yang mentioned. Not to mention him, even Shui Tan Lang, who had the best comprehension ability, couldn't achieve it. Today, in the battle of certain death, Fatty Hai understood a little about what Yue Yang said. Although he hadn't achieved the state of human and fist as one, Fatty Hai had already forgotten himself and his fist. Facing Shun Tian, he waved his fist without hesitation. Shun Tian, who was preparing to use his strongest move to kill Fatty Hai, suddenly felt a sense of danger welling up in his heart. When he looked up, he found that Fatty Hai, who had turned into an ugly monster, had blood-red eyes. They were no longer bloodthirsty and crazy like before. Instead, there was a kind of cold calmness. His eyes emitted an orange-red light. Compared to before the battle, his aura had increased. Inexplicably, Shun Tian felt a chill in his heart. This was not good. Could it be that today, he would be defeated in the hands of this idiotic Fatty Hai. A strange idea that had never been born before, for the first time, emerged in Sun Tian's mind. It was like a wild weed that could not be cut off completely. Hope Town. The Black Prince furrowed his brows secretly. According to his plan, Sun Tian still hadn't caught up even after the battle had started for half an hour. Could it be that with Sun Tian's strength, he still couldn't deal with Fatty Hai? Or could it be that Sun Tian met a strong enemy? If Sun Tian met a strong enemy and couldn't get away, that would be good. The Black Prince was most afraid of traps. If the Yu clan's third young master, who was extremely intelligent and powerful, had already set up a trap, then it would be dangerous. Fatty Hai was such a coward. If he didn't have Yue Yang's support, he definitely wouldn't be the first to stand up. Even if Fatty Hai's blood rushed to his head, the signs that he showed afterwards were hard to look at. Yi Kong actually stayed behind to intercept him. At the bottom of the valley a few kilometers away, there was still the battle between the Prince of Tian Luo and the Thousand Goblins sect leader. Was this really Yue Yang's plan? What made the Black Prince feel strange was that this skinny Yi Kong's life was surprisingly tenacious. After being hit a few hundred times and knocked down more than 100 times, this Yi Kong was still able to stand up. This was really out of the Black Prince's expectations. The wisp is nothing. Yi Kong painfully tore off the burning skin on his body, tearing off the skin that was burning with the green phosphorus the wisp. With the strengthening of the King Kong demon ape, the Herculean rhinoceros beetle and the young earthquake dragon, he was originally unable to withstand so many of the Black Prince's attacks. However, he had the unique, standing erect inherent skill, and the guardian beast fortitude. No matter how painful or how injured he was, as long as Yi Kong had the heart to persevere, he wouldn't fall and he could continue to fight. The Black Prince saw that Yi Kong stood up again. Compared to before, his aura increased. His brows furrowed even more. It seemed that he had found the wrong opponent. If he had fought against that hot-blooded Fatty Hai, he might have already won. If he had fought against that Prince of Tian Luo and Shui Tan Lang, he would have been fine too. However, he had only fought against Yi Kong, who had the innate skill of erect stance and a guardian beast that could never be defeated. He had miscalculated. Exchange opponents. When the Black Prince was still thinking about how to kill Yi Kong, the Thousand Goblins sect leader suddenly appeared. What? The Black Prince was shocked. Could it be that the powerful Thousand Goblins sect leader couldn't defeat the Prince of Tian Luo? Although the Prince of Tian Luo already had a heaven-ranked beast and became the strongest in the team after Yue Yang, he had only fused with it for a short period of time. He was still far from reaching the standard of a heaven-ranked beast. With the Thousand Goblins sect leader's strength, he should be able to win easily. He has a treasure on him that can see through my attacks. He is also wearing a special blood rune armor that can counter my attacks. If the Thousand Goblins sect leader didn't really have a way to deal with the Prince of Tian Luo, he wouldn't be so shameless to exchange opponents with the Black Prince. Alright, the Black Prince didn't reject. If it was any other time, the Black Prince would definitely not agree and would even mock him. Now that the situation was critical, if they did not work together, this battle might be reversed by the enemy. One must know that Yue Yang, that brat, had always started to reverse the situation when the enemy was confident of victory, and he had never failed before. The Black Prince quickly teleported out of Hope Town and returned to the campsite at the bottom of the valley. Prince of Tian Luo, who was in a sorry state, was slowly adjusting his breathing. Although the Thousand Goblins sect leader was unable to successfully kill the Tian Luo prince who possessed a heaven-ranked level 1-foot flaming winged sky demon, he was still able to injure the Tian Luo prince quite badly. While the Thousand Goblins sect leader and the Black Prince were exchanging blows, the Tian Luo prince hurriedly adjusted his breathing. He even swallowed a martial spirit pill without hesitation, using it to temporarily increase his body's energy. Perhaps it was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. Distant water would not be able to put out a nearby fire, but Prince Tian Luo knew that he was the only one in the team who had the upper hand. If he lost, it would directly affect the overall situation. On the contrary, if they did well on their own end, they would be able to stimulate the entire line, and everyone would be able to join in the counterattack. Come, let me see whether your green phosphorus ghost fire is stronger, or my meteor sky fire is stronger. From today onwards, there can only be one ranker in Tong Tian Tower who calls himself a prince. Either you, the Black Prince, or I, the Prince of Tian Luo. Don't think that you can defeat me just because you have a heaven stage beast. The Black Prince sneered, your beast is heaven stage, but it doesn't mean that you also have the strength of heaven stage. Abyssal Blackwater Lake. Shui Tanlang and the Marquis of Zijin were still facing each other. Both of them were motionless. They were both looking for each other's flaws. This battle was very different from other battles. Both of them had already raised their strength to their peak. They believed that they would only need to exchange a few blows before the battle would end. Both sides were destined to have one person fall. Although the Marquis of Zijin's strength and level were far above Shui Tanlang's, he definitely did not dare to rashly attack his opponent. Especially before the battle, Shui Tanlang had changed his usual behavior and explained his beast, battle techniques, tactics and so on in detail. This made the Marquis of Zijin feel even more strange. Could it be that this ice cube guy who could not even make a sound with a stick, would be able to display his extraordinary strength the more he confessed to his enemy? The Marquis of Zijin did not doubt it, because he knew that Shui Tanlang was definitely not a talkative show-off like Fatty Hai. Shui Tanlang's actions were definitely his most secretive trump card. Only in this kind of final struggle before death would he reveal his inherent skill. Today, either you die, or I die. The Marquis of Zijin lowered his voice and said in a hoarse voice. He then summoned his grimoire and summoned his guardian beast. He raised his protective shield in the domain that he had just comprehended. After Shui Tanlang had explained his beast, battle techniques and tactics, he had returned to his usual cold self and did not say a word. Under his feet, the entire black water lake had turned into an ice lake. Silver lightning flashed in the sky. The two of them moved at the same time, pouncing towards each other, giving each other their strongest and most fatal blow without holding anything back. Between the two of them, after this blow, one of them was destined to fall. At this moment, even they themselves did not know who the final victor would be. Chapter 739 White River Valley, Crimson Altar. A pair of mortal enemies, Yue Yang and Ancient Demon King, had started a battle of life and death. At this moment, the battle had reached its climax since the beginning. Materialization domain. Insignificant skill. Ancient Demon King raised his dissimulation domain and used it to envelop the enemy. He immediately increased his strength, starting from Heaven rank. Heaven rank level 1. The shockwave from the energy explosion was like a raging gale, sweeping across the earth. In an instant, sand and stones flew everywhere, and the sky became dark. When he rose to Heaven rank level 2, the power immediately increased by 10 times. The entire sky seemed to have an invisible demon claw moving. The third explosion, when he rose to Heaven rank level 3, shook the heavens and the earth cracked. Other than the Crimson Altar, which was still in its original state, the entire White River Valley was in an uproar. Tens of thousands of tons of boulders were thrown into the sky like meteors, shooting more than 10 kilometers away. When Ancient Demon King rose to Heaven rank level 4, his subordinates, Yi Xiao, Zi Guang, Yu Su and Bei, couldn't maintain their positions. They had to retreat more than 10,000 meters to avoid the power. The weakest among them, Bloody Queen, Red's mother, cleverly hid in the passage of the Blood Cloud Altar. Strangely, no matter how much destruction was happening outside, the passage was still as calm as before. Even Yu Chu's corpse, who was still carrying the stone gate with his broken body, wasn't affected by the shockwave. A supreme sealing power was protecting the Crimson Altar, preventing it from being harmed by any external forces. In comparison, the power that could create spiderweb-like cracks on the Crimson Altar and destroy the Guardian statue's head and arm was simply unimaginable. Just how much power was needed to damage this blood-colored altar? Ancient Demon King's power increase was so shocking, but it couldn't damage it at all. From this, it could be inferred that the power that caused the Crimson Altar to be damaged must be even greater, and should be close to God's power. Fifth explosion. Ancient Demon King rose to Heaven rank level 5, but this wasn't the end. Sixth. After 10 seconds, the Ancient Demon King raised his rank to the 6th rank of the Heaven realm. Not to mention the onlookers, even Princess Sissy and Shui Wuxia, who were hundreds of kilometers away, could clearly sense the immense power. Of course, Heaven rank level 6 was not the Ancient Demon King's final strength. It was a pity that his original body was sealed, and the body that he had seized was destroyed by Prison Emperor and other rankers. The newly seized body had too little time to recover, and was far from being able to recover to its peak state. Heaven rank level 6 was the level he could withstand at the moment. However, He firmly believed that it was enough to deal with Yue Yang, who was still a quasi-heaven rank opponent. No matter how abnormal Yue Yang was, no matter how exaggerated his battle strength was, the 6th level of the heaven realm was an insurmountable limit. The ancient demon king did not only possess a heaven rank level 6, he also had powerful treasures, beasts, and subordinates. In short, the plan that he had been planning for a long time had failed. He decided to obliterate this enemy with infinite potential at the same time that he could not obtain the body of the god and the ancient relics in the god's ruins. He didn't want to reveal too much of his strength in front of the Scarlet Thirk, the 9 Brilliance King, and the others. But now, he couldn't care too much. As long as he could kill Yue Yang, he didn't care about any means. If you're still hoping to get lucky and think that you can escape today, then let me tell you that you're wrong. No one can save you. The ancient demon king glanced at Ji Zun, who was still standing proudly on the blood-colored altar. Seeing that her expression was as cold as ice and she was neither happy nor angry towards anything, just like in the past, he was extremely unhappy. He immediately summoned the holy grimoire with a cold smile and pressed his hand on it. He chanted as if he was chanting, "Doppelganger." In the alienation domain, the summoning holy grimoire shrouded the ancient demon king. When the light dissipated, there was one more person in the field. There was another doppelganger that looked exactly the same as the ancient demon king. Both of them looked exactly the same. Whether it was the real body or the doppelganger, there was no difference in their strength, attire, or demeanor. The strangest thing was that whether it was the real body or the doppelganger, both of them had a holy grimoire. Even the super experts like the Scarlet Thirk and the Scarlet Concubine couldn't tell the difference. Yu Su looked at North, the most mysterious of his companions. North, who had never revealed his true appearance and strength, lightly shook his head, expressing his confusion. It's impossible to have 2 holy grimoires. The Scarlet Thirk knew that the holy grimoire couldn't be replicated, so one of them must be fake. The problem was that the illusion created by the ancient demon king's alienation domain was too real. Even he couldn't tell the difference. The Scarlet Thirch's heart trembled when he saw the ancient demon king had created such a doppelganger. It would be difficult for him to win against him. Doppelganger. Under the dumbfounded gaze of the Scarlet Thirk, the 2 ancient demon kings pressed their hands on the holy grimoire and instantly created 4 human figures. There was only 1 real body and 3 doppelganger. However, no one could tell the difference. Even the 9 Brilliance King, who didn't seem to care, had a solemn expression for the first time. He realized that he couldn't sense the ancient demon king's real body or doppelganger. It was impossible for him to be flawless, but it would be strange if he couldn't sense it. The 9 Brilliance King knew that it was impossible for the ancient demon king to have 4 holy grimoires and 4 real doppelgangers. There must be only 1 real body and the other 3 were fake. However, the problem was that the 3 fake doppelgangers were too real. No one could tell the difference and even felt that all 4 of them were the ancient demon king. The ancient demon king didn't stop creating doppelgangers. The Scarlet Emperor was dumbfounded when he split into 8 doppelgangers in front of everyone's eyes, making it hard for anyone to distinguish him. How was he going to fight this battle? 1 real body and 7 doppelgangers with the same strength. Wouldn't it be 1 against 8 if anyone wanted to fight the ancient demon king? Could it be that the ancient demon king had been invincible for tens of thousands of years and no one could defeat him? The reason was because he had something special about him. The Scarlet Thirk swallowed a mouthful of saliva and was shocked. Even if he recovered to his peak condition, it was impossible for him to defeat the ancient demon king. If the ancient demon king found the original body of the demon king or obtained the god body, who could stop him? The Scarlet Thirk looked at Yue Yang again. His heart shuddered again. At this moment, Yue Yang had raised his energy to his peak condition. Different from the ancient demon king, Yue Yang did not split into 8 doppelgangers after he leveled up. Instead, he became invisible. With the Scarlet Thirch's strength and senses, he could definitely sense the invisible Yue Yang. However, what made the Scarlet Thirk ashamed was that he wasn't 100% sure that it was the real Yue Yang. Yue Yang, who was only a quasi-heaven ranker, displayed strength that was no weaker than a heaven ranker level 5. Not only the Scarlet Thirk, even the 9 Brilliance King was shocked. What a strange kid, but very powerful. How many heaven rankers were there in the heaven realm that could make the 9 Brilliance King, who looked down on everyone in the Western Heaven Realm, praise, very powerful, subconsciously? The Scarlet Thirk didn't know who else, but he was sure that there wouldn't be many and they couldn't be below Heaven Ranker. The Scarlet Thirk compared the ancient demon king to Yue Yang. If the ancient demon king was a lightning hammer that could smash everything, then this Yue Yang would be a poisonous dagger that could kill people silently. No matter who it was, they would die a horrible death. For the first time, the Scarlet Thirk hoped that Yue Yang could perish together with the ancient demon king. Both of them were perverts, it would be best if they died together. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get the Tong Tian Tower and God's Ruins, 8 Ultimate. The 8 Demon King doppelgangers shouted at the same time and charged towards Yue Yang with different postures. The Scarlet Thirk was dazzled. No matter how he tried to differentiate, he only had one choice, which was to use his divine equipment to defend himself. Under such a siege, counterattack was futile. Even if he could find the real body, he wouldn't be able to counterattack effectively under the siege of the 8 doppelgangers. Now, the Scarlet Thirk still had hope. If the doppelgangers created by the ancient demon king would dissipate after being attacked, it would be easier. The invisible Yue Yang pointed his finger and thousands of sword chi shot out. It was as exaggerated as thousands of arrows piercing through the heart, flying towards the 8 ancient demon kings. However, after the 8 ancient demon kings were attacked, they did something that shocked everyone. All of them could move freely, using their fingers, palms, fists, and legs to shatter the sword chi that was close to materialization. At the same time, they condensed different energy balls, energy swords, and energy arrows to attack Yue Yang, who was maintaining his invisible state. Although they couldn't see Yue Yang with their eyes, but in the senses of the ancient demon kings, Yue Yang's invisibility was completely ineffective. The 8 ancient demon kings attacked Yue Yang from the east, southeast, south, southwest, west, northwest, north and northeast directions. Under such a siege, any life form in the center of the attack would instantly turn into powder. The Scarlet Thirk didn't need to look at Yue Yang's reaction, because no matter what Yue Yang did now, it would be useless. The best outcome would be to take the attack head-on, unable to counterattack or escape. Under the ancient demon king's 8 ultimate formation, among all the rankers of Tong Tian Tower that the Scarlet Thirk knew, only the prison emperor could break it. He specially went to see Jizun. If Jizun didn't help him personally, the quasi-heaven ranker Yue Yang would be in danger. Could she really just wait quietly? What made the Scarlet Thirk disappointed was that Jizun really didn't move. She turned a blind eye to the battle. The ancient demon kings were also wary of Jizun's sneak attack. Who would have thought that before he hit Yue Yang, she would still be standing proudly and indifferently? He couldn't help but be overjoyed. Scram! At the same time when the 8 of them joined hands and smashed the invisible Yue Yang into powder, a cold voice rang out. The 8 ancient demon kings raised their heads at the same time. In the sky, there was an additional Yue Yang. He stretched his right hand forward. He grabbed the throat of the ancient demon king in the northeast. The Scarlet Thirk and the others were stunned. This Yue Yang could actually tell which one was the real one. Yue Yang ignored the attacks of the other 7 ancient demon kings' clones and threw the real one on the blood-colored altar. Little Wen Li appeared behind Yue Yang at the same time, staring angrily at the ancient demon king's real body. The real body had the power of a heaven rank level 6, but it couldn't move. It could only watch as Yue Yang humiliatingly kicked it away. The 7 clones attacked Yue Yang at the same time. Each of them actually had half of the power of the ancient demon king's real body, and they could exist for up to an hour. The moment they attacked Yue Yang appeared above the ancient demon king's real body. Purgatory Heaven Blasting Cannon. The ancient demon king's real body felt extremely humiliated. He had never been able to see through his real body easily. He didn't expect that after acting cool for a while, he would be humiliated by Yue Yang's punches and kicks in front of everyone. If it wasn't for the fact that the 8 extremes formation required the real body and clones to move as one, he wouldn't have been easily hit by Yue Yang. However, being able to see through this flaw made the ancient demon king furious. He was like the lava that erupted from the demon abyss volcano, crashing into Yue Yang's chest. His fist was aimed at Yue Yang's heart, directly sending Yue Yang tens of thousands of meters into the sky. Feeling that attacking Yue Yang like this was not satisfying enough, the ancient demon king summoned a heaven rank level 4 dragon vulture. The dragon vulture spat out a hurricane towards Yue Yang in the sky. If nothing unexpected happened, Yue Yang, who was swept up by the hurricane, would spin uncontrollably in the sky for at least 3 minutes before falling down as he wished. The ancient demon king used his finger as a sword and drew a circle on the blood-colored altar. He coldly snorted, "You will definitely be buried here." The enemy that lost control after being hit by the hurricane of the dragon vulture had never been able to survive the ancient demon king's heavy attack. Even the prison emperor back then didn't dare to let the hurricane hit him easily. He had to first heavily injure the dragon vulture before it could spit out the hurricane. Is that so? A question rang out from behind the ancient demon king. The ancient demon king turned his head in disbelief. He discovered that other than the Yue Yang, 10,000 meters in the sky, there was another one behind him. I'm not going to play with you. Go and cry in the circle that you drew. Yue Yang stretched out his hand for the second time. The ancient demon king realized that he couldn't move his heaven-rank level 6 body. Moreover, it wasn't the little loli's restraint. The Scarlet Emperor's expression changed. The Nine Brilliance King was also shocked. He saw that Yue Yang was manipulating the power of the law. Although it was very slight, it was indeed the power of the law. The power of the law had frozen the ancient demon king, but it didn't cause any damage. However, the body of little Wen Li, who was hugging Yue Yang just now, suddenly turned into a golden snake demon that was over 100 meters tall. It was so tall and mighty that even the Scarlet Emperor and the others had to look up to it. 6 giant golden palms slapped the 7 clones of the ancient demon king flat on the blood-colored altar as if it was swatting flies. The ancient demon king, who couldn't move, was hit by the golden snake demon's storm-like attacks and fell into a predicament. If the dragon vulture didn't risk its life to knock him away and take his place, the ancient demon king would have been defeated. The 6 giant palms killed the heaven-ranked level 4 dragon vulture and continued to attack the ancient demon king. Luckily, Yue Yang could only maintain the power of the law for less than a minute. The golden snake demon dissipated in the sky, allowing the ancient demon king to escape from this calamity. The Scarlet Emperor and the Nine Brilliance King heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, this brat hadn't mastered the power of the law. Otherwise, not to mention the ancient demon king, even they would have to gang up on him. I was wrong. However, I will never make the same mistake again. The battered ancient demon king fell to the ground. He didn't get angry. Instead, he stood up calmly and looked at Yue Yang. You didn't kill me, that was your biggest mistake. Just now, that was your last chance. You've already missed it forever. I dare say that you'll regret it, because your blow has made me decide to use my greatest strength without holding anything back. Chapter 740. Not only the ancient demon king, even the Scarlet Thirk and Nine Brilliance King had never thought that a quasi-heaven ranker like Yue Yang could control the power of the law. Even the slightest control of the law was extremely powerful. The ancient demon king, who originally thought that he would be able to win with his heaven-ranked level 6 strength and the 8 ultimate clones, fell into a dangerous situation. It was not because of his strength, but because he was ruthlessly schemed by Yue Yang. Of course, both the Scarlet Emperor and the Nine Brilliance King knew that Yue Yang's ancient code energy wasn't enough to kill the ancient demon king. He could only control the slightest bit of the ancient code energy, and he could only do it for a minute. Even the Heaven Realm Emperor rank Empress behind the Nine Brilliance King did not dare to say she could kill the ancient demon king in 1 minute. The ancient demon king's biggest mistake was using his human body to fight against Yue Yang. He did not unleash his true power as a demon king. Yue Yang's mistake was not cooperating with Ji Zun to injure the ancient demon king when the power of the law was activated. Both of them made mistakes. That was what the Scarlet Thirk and Nine Brilliance King thought. Hoo-hoo. When the power of the law disappeared from Yue Yang's body, he stood still as if he had used up all of his mental energy. The Scarlet Thirk felt a little better after seeing this. Although this brat was abnormal and even controlled the power of the law, he had not completely mastered it. The ancient demon king would definitely be dead if he could hold on for 10 minutes. Roar. Compared to Yue Yang, who was recovering, the ancient demon king started to move. His body trembled as his knees sunk deep into the hard rock surface. His hands bent. An extremely powerful demon king's power exploded from his body. The human body that looked like Yue Yang shattered into pieces. The human body could not withstand the true power of the demon king. The demon king's power that had been accumulated for tens of thousands of years was not something a human body could withstand, unless it was the original demon king's body or the god's body. In order to gain Fourth Mother's trust, the ancient demon king had hidden the demon king's power that had been accumulated for tens of thousands of years. This way, he could keep a trump card when he was with his allies like the Scarlet Thirk and Nine Brilliance King. If Yue Yang had not used his nomological powers, he would not have been willing to activate this demon king's power. Once this demon king's power that had been accumulated for tens of thousands of years was activated, his body would not be able to withstand it. Before he found a suitable vessel, this energy would be used up and would never be able to recover. On top of that, the ancient demon king was worried that the Nine Brilliance king would see through his sealed soul star and harm him in the future. However, Yue Yang had used nomological powers, so he had no other choice. The Scarlet Thirk and the Nine Brilliance king might join hands to deal with him in the future, but the ancient devil king couldn't think about the future. Right now, he had to kill Yue Yang, who was the main threat to his life. No matter what, this fellow who had grasped the power of the laws could not be allowed to live. I don't want Yu Clan's third young master's body anymore. I don't want his identity anymore, I just want you to die. The ancient demon king's voice was filled with hatred. Then, with a loud bang, the ancient demon king's humanoid body exploded into pieces. Countless flames and energy gushed out from the crystal core like a volcanic eruption. The Scarlet Thirk noticed the runes on the ancient demon king's demon heart crystal core. Although he couldn't decipher it or understand it, he still remembered it. 6 soul star points. The Nine Brilliance king saw it more clearly than the Scarlet Thirk. The moment the energy and the raging flames exploded, they suddenly stopped in midair. Then, they quickly condensed into a 100-meter tall demon king's body. The body formed by flames and energy was forming at a speed visible to the naked eye. A sinister and terrifying demon head, a black curved demon horn, fangs that spat out flames, scarlet eyes that burned like the sun, and a pair of wings that were formed from thick smoke and flames. When the ancient demon king's huge body that was formed from energy stood up and raised both of his arms towards the sky, the Scarlet Emperor and the rest were shocked at his power. The ancient demon king was also a heaven rank level 6, but the ancient demon king believed that if a heaven rank level 6 came from the heaven realm, he would be able to kill the ancient demon king like a little chick. Such an ancient demon king was a true innate 6th level supreme innate expert, a supreme expert with supreme willpower. 100-meter tall and power accumulated for tens of thousands of years. Not to mention Yue Yang, even the powerful Scarlet Emperor felt that he was very small in front of the ancient demon king. Although the Scarlet Thirk was arrogant, he knew clearly that he was no match for the ancient demon king. Even with the protection of the divine equipment, he couldn't defeat the ancient demon king. The Scarlet Thirk was shocked and the Nine Brilliance king was also extremely serious. The Nine Brilliance king was glad that the ancient demon king didn't obtain the divine body. If the ancient demon king obtained the divine body, it would be the best vessel for the demon king's power for tens of thousands of years. Even his ancestor wouldn't be able to deal with him. No wonder this guy had to pretend to be the Yu clan's third young master. He didn't lack power, he just lacked the best vessel. If he obtained the divine body, not only the Tong Tian Tower, even the heaven realm would never have a peaceful day. The ancient demon king who obtained the divine body and the ancient treasures in the god's ruins would definitely be more terrifying than the prison emperor. At that time, even the 3 great leaders wouldn't be able to subdue him. Thinking of this, the Nine Brilliance king's expression didn't change, but his heart was filled with killing intent. After this battle, regardless of the outcome of the battle between the ancient demon king and Yue Yang, the ancient demon king must not be allowed to live. Those old guys in the central shrine were right. If the Tong Tian Tower's rankers didn't suppress and seal him, the heaven realm would never have a peaceful day. You and I are both peerless geniuses. Our biggest mistake is to become enemies with each other. My plan, my seizure, that was a mistake. If I was given a second chance, I wouldn't have done it. Your appearance is also a mistake. Your appearance is like a joke of fate. 2 geniuses who could shine in different eras are now forced to fight together, what a pity. Back then, I avoided Emperor Wu Shuang, Peerless, Queen Vivian Li, Prison Emperor, and even Tian Lun, Qian Yi, Wu Sei and other rankers. I thought I could rule an era, but who would have thought that you would appear? The ancient demon king's voice reverberated through the entire White River Valley like thunder, and you are just as pitiful. If you didn't meet me, with your talent, your achievements wouldn't be any worse than the prison emperor. You might even be able to catch up to Fei Wen Li and Peerless. But today, you have to fight with me for this opportunity. Since it's God's arrangement, what can I do? Yue Yang shook his head. I'll kill you. Although killing you won't change my fate, I still have to do it. Fate, you are a hateful thing. The primordial demon king faced the sky and let out a roar, as if he was depressed about his fate. I agree. The battle between you and me is indeed a mistake. Yue Yang glanced at the Scarlet Emperor and 9 Brilliance King and sighed, sometimes it's like this. Even though you know it's a mistake, you still have to continue. Who asked us to be enemies? To be honest, I sympathize with you for missing out on the glorious era. It was indeed depressing for you to meet Emperor Wu Shuang, peerless. Queen Wu Shuang, you met Conquest Queen Fei Wenli. I think you're not the only one who felt dejected, but all the rankers in her era, including Prison Emperor, Tian Lun, Qianyi and Wu Sei, this is how the Tong Tian Tower is. Strong rankers are born all the time. If you want to stand at the peak of the Tong Tian Tower, you have to be strong enough. Who asked you not to be the most outstanding, most talented and most powerful? If I die in your hands, I won't regret being born in the wrong era. Similarly, if you die in my hands, please don't blame fate, because fate is the same for everyone. If you can't control fate, then fate will control you. In the end, Yue Yang made his decision. As soon as these words came out, everyone's hearts shook. The Scarlet Emperor was stunned. The 9 Brilliance King's expression changed. Even Ji Zun nodded slightly. She was satisfied with Yue Yang's current state of mind. Life is like this. If you can't control fate, then you'll be controlled by fate. In other words, those who aren't strong enough can only go with the flow. Only the strongest can do whatever they want. Only those who can control their own fate can go against the flow, climb to the peak, and look down on all living beings. Alright, let me challenge my own fate without reservation. The ancient demon king stood there blankly for a while. Then, he raised his head and breathed out a flaming storm. He roared continuously in the flames as he increased and used the demon king's power that he had accumulated for tens of thousands of years. He didn't know if he could survive today's battle. Even if he defeated Yue Yang, he might still die in the hands of Ji Zun, the 9 Brilliance King, and the Heaven Empress. His plan failed, and he had to fight Yue Yang. If he could do it all over again, he would never do it. He would rather stay in hibernation, just like how he hid from Peerless, Fei Wenli, Prison Emperor, and the other invincible experts. However, he couldn't go back to that situation now. The Scarlet Emperor returned. So did the 9 Brilliance King and the Heaven Empress. On the other side was Yue Yang, who had mastered the power of the law, and Ji Zun, who no one dared to look down on. The ancient demon king didn't know if this battle would be his last. However, he had decided on one thing. Without reservation, he would use the demon king's power that he had accumulated for tens of thousands of years to fight. Even if he died, he would die a glorious death. Purgatory. The ancient demon king pressed his hands on the ground of the White River Valley. The demon king's power that he had accumulated for tens of thousands of years immediately ignited the whole valley, causing the underground heat to erupt. In an instant, the earth trembled and the mountains shook. The earth split open like the mouth of a prehistoric monster. Blood-red hot lava gushed out. Countless lava erupted into the sky. Thick smoke and volcanic ash covered the sky. The whole White River Valley, within a radius of 10 kilometers, turned into a horrifying scene of purgatory. As the lava flowed in the valley and the hellfire burned the mountain walls, the ancient demon king pointed his right arm at Yue Yang. A blood-red light shot out. This was the demon king's finger that could instantly kill all living beings. It was the strongest power that the ancient demon king and his guardian beast, Torch, could unleash together. Even the invincible prison emperor had been injured by this finger. Of course, Yue Yang didn't dare to take this finger head-on. He immediately got rid of the ancient demon king's will. He teleported away. The bloody light from the demon king's finger easily pierced a fist-sized hole on the surface of the altar that nothing could damage. It sizzled and emitted smoke. The Scarlet Emperor's eyes twitched when he saw this finger. He felt that even his protective divine equipment might not be able to withstand this finger. If he couldn't, he might be killed instantly by the ancient demon king. The demon king's finger really had the power to kill all living beings in a second. Yue Yang was also shocked. Just as he teleported away, the ancient demon king's left hand grabbed him. When Yue Yang teleported away, he accurately determined the location of Yue Yang's appearance. Bone Crusher Mill. The ancient demon king summoned an extremely weird special type beast. It looked like a millstone and was covered with runic circles. It didn't have any external force controlling it, but it could automatically spin with an unstoppable force. The ancient demon king grabbed Yue Yang but didn't stuff him into his mouth. Instead, he pressed him into the body of the millstone-like beast called Bone Crusher Mill. It seemed like he wanted his beast to grind Yue Yang into powder. The Scarlet Emperor turned pale with fright. This beast reminded him of a terrifying legend. It was the Ancient Beast, Chapter 741 Ancient Beasts. When the Scarlet Emperor was young, he heard about it from a teacher. Due to the gap in time and history, as well as the chaos of war, many ancient beasts had disappeared from the world. Some of them had mutated due to the environment or other reasons. For example, the giant beasts mountain whale and island tortoise were the mutated descendants of the ancient beasts. They were very different from the modern beasts in the later period. They also had powers that were completely incomparable to the modern beasts. It was said that in ancient times, there were all kinds of beasts, and there were countless of them. Especially in the special category, the ancient rankers had unimaginable ways of using them. Unlike the modern warriors who mainly used elemental, strengthening and beasts, the special category was reduced to a supporting role. Among the ancient beasts, there was a type of beast called lesser sage. This type of beast could not reach the requirements of a holy beast in terms of size, intelligence, humanization and so on. They were destined to not be able to become a holy beast, but their battle power was not inferior to a holy beast. Under some special circumstances, they were practically invincible. Therefore, people called this type of beast lesser sage. The biggest characteristic of a quasi-saint beast was that it had a special body shape and a unique skill that was suitable for a certain aspect of battle. It was impossible for them to be as all-rounded as a holy beast, but they were definitely not inferior to a holy beast in the area that they were most proficient in. The Scarlet Emperor looked at the bone crusher mill in front of him and his first reaction was. It was a lesser sage. Yue Yang, who was caught by the ancient demon king and forced into the bone crusher mill, immediately lifted up the stone mill that was pressing on him. However, Yue Yang, who had the strength to shake a small mountain with the help of the giant shadow, could not move the stone mill at all. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had the creation domain, it was very likely that he would have been ground into meat paste by the grindstone. One after another, huge rocks appeared beside Yue Yang. Each of them weighed tens of thousands of tons. In the creation domain, more than 10 illusions of Yue Yang threw the huge rocks on the ground into the stone mill, intending to jam the rotating bone crusher mill. Yue Yang took the opportunity to escape when the stone mill was crushing him. He wanted to leave the bone crusher mill, but he found that it was as if he had been locked in a sacred treasure, and he couldn't teleport out. The bone crusher mill was unstoppable. It easily crushed all the boulders into powder. Unfortunately, this powerful quasi-sage beast was useless against the cunning Yue Yang. Although it crushed countless illusions of Yue Yang, Yue Yang's real body could escape to a safer place at the most dangerous moment. Inside the grindstone, there was always a sliver of space that allowed items to enter. That wasn't a flaw was keenly captured by Yue Yang. Even if it was only 1,000th of a second, he could still follow it closely and hide in the safe space at a moderate speed. Regardless of whether it sped up or switched between fast and slow speeds, the bone crusher mill could not crush Yue Yang to death. The ancient demon king poured the blood-red lava into his mouth, preparing to mix it with his enemy, Yue Yang, and grind it into juice. The Scarlet Emperor's forehead was full of sweat. If the person inside was him, he would only have one way, and that was to use his divine weapon to protect himself. Other than that, he didn't have a better way. The ancient demon king poured himself into the lava and turned into lava water. Yue Yang was still able to survive. He had to admit that these two fellows were both abnormal. The boulders that were the size of a small hill were also turned into powder when they were thrown into the bone crusher mill. If it wasn't for Yue Yang, this abnormal opponent, this bone crusher mill would definitely be invincible. The Scarlet Emperor also didn't understand how Yue Yang could survive in the horrifying grindstone that was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. He only knew that no matter if it was the ancient demon king or Yue Yang, they didn't unleash their greatest power or ultimate move. White Bone Cage. The ancient demon king realized that the bone crusher mill could not crush Yue Yang to death, so he summoned another ancient beast. This was a pair of huge white bone hands. On it, there was a power similar to that of a divine beast's will. It was a few times more powerful than the bone crusher mill. Since it was the one who initiated the attack, it immediately grabbed Yue Yang out of the bone crusher mill. The bone hands were like a cross, firmly holding Yue Yang's body to the ground. Yue Yang struggled with all his might and slashed with the crescent blade, but the bone hands were not damaged at all. Sparks flew where the blade slashed. Ji Zun's expression changed slightly. Even Yue Yang couldn't struggle free from the bone hands. The strangest thing was that this bone hands was a beast, and it was only gold rank level 10, which was equivalent to heaven rank level 3. If it was any other beast, it would have been killed by Yue Yang long ago, but it was not damaged at all. What was even more strange was that this bone hands could grab Yue Yang, who was famous for his battle skills and body movements. Wan Zhang's tomb. The ancient demon king held the brilliant holy grimoire and pointed it at Yue Yang. He was not pointing at the demon king's finger, but the summoned beast. It was as if there were 10,000 mammoths descending on top of Yue Yang's head at the same time. Although there was no physical trampling, the power was exactly the same. Not to mention Yue Yang, who was grabbed by the bone hands, even everyone present felt an extremely uncomfortable shock, as if there were 10,000 mammoths running over their heads. The entire ground was shaking and shaking. Yue Yang, who had never been stunned by an enemy before, lost his reaction at this moment. His head drooped down softly, as if he had lost consciousness. The Scarlet Emperor thought that the ancient demon king would take the opportunity to throw Yue Yang into the bone crusher mill, but the ancient demon king did not do that. He summoned his fifth beast from the holy grimoire, the dragon vulture, the broken bone mill, the white bone cage and the Wanshang tomb, the death fairy. A small boat that looked like a sampan strangely appeared in the sky. The boatman was an ordinary skeleton of the Bone clan. He only had the strength of a heaven-ranked skeleton, which was not surprising at all. The real body of this death fairy beast was that sampan-like boat. It was a heaven-ranked level 5 battle beast, and it was the most powerful one among the ancient demon king's many battle beasts. The white bone cage threw Yue Yang, who was in a daze, onto the death fairy. The Bone clan skeleton immediately propped up the white bone pole. A black hole appeared in the sky. The death fairy carried Yue Yang and slid into the black hole, slid into the eternity of death. Just as the black hole was about to swallow the death fairy, Yue Yang's eyes suddenly opened wide. Countless nirvana flames rose from his body and turned into a fire phoenix formed from nirvana flames. The fire phoenix soared into the sky and at the same time, grabbed Yue Yang from the death fairy. The Bone clan skeleton hurriedly used the white bone pole to prick it, but the fire phoenix was even faster. It grabbed the white bone cage and Yue Yang together. More than half of the death fairy had already slid into the black hole and could no longer affect Yue Yang. Go to hell. The ancient demon king made a move that made everyone present blush with shame. He rushed forward and raised his demon king arms, savagely tearing apart the closing black hole. The black hole's devouring attribute frantically absorbed the demon king's energy on his arms, but he turned a blind eye to it. He then raised his giant leg and kicked Yue Yang, who was grabbed by the fire phoenix, into the black hole. Who would have thought that this kick would give Yue Yang an opportunity? Yue Yang, who had only managed to break free from the white bone cage, grabbed the ancient demon king's crooked claw. The giant loli jumped out. She, who was supported by the giant shadow, reached out and grabbed the ancient demon king's horn. She punched him a few times, making him dizzy. She then used her knee to push the ancient demon king's back. She wanted to force this enemy, who had plotted to kill her brother, into the huge black hole. A situation that no one could have imagined suddenly appeared. Everyone present was dumbstruck. What was going on? The ancient demon king wanted to kill Yue Yang, but failed. The death fairy and the expanding black hole that he created became his burial ground. All hit, all hit, all hit, 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 hit. The giant loli realized that the ancient demon king was stubbornly holding on to the edge of the black hole. No matter what, he refused to go in. She was furious and started punching him. With her ancient titan royalty's natural advantage in size and strength, the ancient demon king was enough to make her struggle. The most tragic thing was that he could not dodge. Roar. The ancient demon king suffered more than 10 punches. Under the situation where he was unable to retract his arms, he could only retract the death fairy that was stuck halfway. The black hole disappeared and he finally escaped from this calamity. Damn you! Yue Yang, who had already used Nirvana Flame to burn the white bone's cage, also joined in the beating. The ancient demon king rolled to the side. His huge body awkwardly dodged Yue Yang's world-exterminating wheel. The giant loli used her feet to step on his back 3 times, making him feel so much pain that he wanted to die. He silently agreed to it. Being stepped on by the giant loli was indeed satisfying, but it was still better than being hit in the head by Yue Yang's world-exterminating wheel. He escaped from the giant loli's unrecognizable kick. He controlled the white bone's cage to capture the giant loli while summoning new beasts. The white bone's cage that had easily captured Yue Yang just now was not enough for the giant loli. Its limit was only to grab one of the giant loli's legs. The ancient titan's superior physique was obvious. It turned out that what was a gigantic cage to humans was nothing more than a slightly larger mouse trap to the primordial titans. The giant loli felt pain in her legs. She reached out angrily and used both hands to pry open the white bone cage. Then, she ruthlessly broke its fingers one by one. She also used her arms and knees to break its 2 white bone arms. After smashing the quasi-saint white bone's cage, she happily roared towards the sky. Her voice shook the mountains and rivers. Seeing this scene, let alone the Scarlet Emperor, even the 9 Brilliance King felt a little dizzy. Ancient Titan, and a royal member of the Ancient Titan at that. Luckily it was a little loli that had yet to mature. If it was an adult king, it would definitely not be a joke. The 500-meter-tall Heaven Realm Mountain Giant, Heaven Rank Level 5, was summoned by the Ancient Demon King. This guy with a body like a mountain of flesh charged towards the giant loli. Every step he took caused an earthquake. Fatty, go to hell. The giant loli was no longer the same as before. Under Yue Yang's guidance, her strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, with the help of the giant shadow, she was no longer a match for a normal mountain giant. She turned her body to the side and collided head-on with the mountain giant. At the moment of the collision, she instantly used a shoulder throw. Her powerful arms directly lifted the mountain giant off the ground and threw it over her head. Rumble, the mountain giant was thrown 3,000 meters away and smashed into a mountain. The mountain immediately crumbled. It was flattened. The momentum of the collapsing mountains and rivers and the shaking of the heavens and earth caused the spectators to break out in cold sweat. What a strong little loli. This might be the strongest little loli in history. Chapter 742 Heaven Stairway Level 5, White River Valley. Other than the battle between Yue Yang and the Ancient Demon King at the Blood Altar, the battle between Night Empress and Four Seas clan had also reached its climax. Within the Starry Sky domain, the 12 zodiac constellations had already been born. Each constellation had supreme power. If it was another opponent, they would have already been destroyed by Night Empress attack. However, Four Seas Elder, who had the strength of Heaven Rank Level 6 and Sovereign Will, showed no signs of losing. Instead, he advanced step by step and advanced towards Night Empress. The battle between two powerhouses was not something that could be decided in a short period of time. It would probably take at least a few hours of attrition. Compared to these two, Princess Sissy and Shui Wuxia had already won. Impatience fell to the ground with heavy injuries and was carried back by her guardian beast, Charm Demon Empress. Her opponents, two Heaven Rank Level 4 powerhouses from the 9 Brilliance clan, did not even have the time to announce their names before they were turned into ashes by her sky punishment. Their protective treasures could not withstand Impatience's sky punishment, which was very close to the power of the ancient code. If it wasn't for the fact that Phoenix Fairy Beauty had sustained heavy injuries when she killed the Four Seas Elder's son, and the sneak attack from the coffin monster by the Undertaker Eugene, she wouldn't have suffered a mental backlash when she used the power of Sky Law to kill these two strong enemies. She killed two Heaven Rank Level 4 9 Brilliance clan experts in one move, seriously injured Eugene the Undertaker, and lightly injured 3 others. In addition, she killed Four Seas Elder's son, Cu. This was Impatience's battle record. Even the arrogant giant Li Pan and Eugene the Undertaker, who thought that he could ignore mental attacks, were very surprised by her sky punishment. If the opponent was switched and the giant Li Pan attacked Impatience instead of Eugene, he would probably be the third 9 Brilliance clan powerhouse to fall. Very powerful. I admit that I have underestimated you girls. Li Pan put away his previous arrogance. HMPH. Eugene the Undertaker's face darkened. If not for his companion's timely rescue, his strongest coffin monster would have been smashed to pieces by the succubus queen. What he was worried about the most was not the Impatience who had fainted and could no longer fight, nor was it the Princess Sissy who was holding the Prison Emperor Divine Sword and almost killed him just now. Instead, it was the Shui Wuxia who was holding the Book of Truth in her hands and had not moved at all. According to the relevant information gathered by the Ancient Demon King, the Scarlet Emperor, the Marquis of Zijin and the others, Eugene knew that this woman was called Shui Wuxia. She was the Yu clan's third young master's greatest helper. Her wisdom and mental strength were unparalleled. He knew that she was very powerful. However, after fighting with her, Eugene realized that all the previous information had severely underestimated this Shui Wuxia. If not for the fact that this Shui Wuxia was still very young, she would definitely be a ranker on the same level as the Night Empress or even surpass her. Standing beside Shui Wuxia was a female giant with the strength of Heaven Rank Level 5. If Eugene the Undertaker had a choice, he would rather fight with 2 female giants than to become this Shui Wuxia's opponent. Because of her restraint, his 2 heaven-rank level 4 companions, Li Ke and Li Shi, were instantly killed by the Impatiens without any chance to escape. Although the one who killed the Impatiens was the one who caused Sky La to show off her power, it was actually this Shui Wuxia who was in charge of restraining them. Kill her. Of course, among the 9 Light Clan's rankers, there were also people who saw the crux of the problem. The giant Li Pan and his cousin, Li Chong, who had the strength of heaven rank level 3, pounced towards Shui Wuxia at high speed. Eugene shouted loudly to stop them, but after his body was heavily injured, his throat became hoarse with blood. Moreover, the angry Li Pan and Li Chong simply let their hatred overwhelm their rationality. Scram! The female giant Raging Flame rushed out and blocked in front of Shui Wuxia, blocking the giant Li Pan's angry attack. She unleashed her dragon power and started a bloody battle with Li Pan without holding anything back. That heaven rank level 3 Li Chong met Ah Man. The god-binding chain whipped Li Chang's body. Ah Man forcefully dragged this heaven rank level 3 enemy from the sky to the ground. She then raised a huge rock that was the size of a small mountain and smashed it on the other party's head. Howl. At this time, Wei Tai Lang was already fighting with the other 2 heaven-ranked rankers. He and his clone, one on the left and one on the right, one on the top and one on the bottom, making it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. The spirit of heaven fire had already summoned the blazing queen bee and hatched a sky full of blazing bee warriors. Together with the Reaper Mantis, she was looking for an opportunity. Although they didn't have any deterrent power in a battle between heaven-ranked rankers, they were a force that couldn't be underestimated. If the enemy's warbeast was heavily injured, then their opportunity would come. Or if the prison emperor divine seal in Shui Wuxia's hands attacked, once it hit a heaven-ranked or warbeast, they would immediately surround and attack. Beside their mistress, Shui Wuxia, they could unleash their greatest power. With the protection and support of the divine sense domain, although they weren't holy beasts or divine beasts, they were still a force that couldn't be ignored. Not to mention them, even the quintet-seeking golden mice were slowly swimming under Shui Wuxia's feet. There were 2 rankers in the 9 Glory clan who were very good at setting up traps and runes. Their existence was to allow Shui Wuxia to see through her opponent faster and give her the greatest blow. With the quintet-seeking golden mice and the Book of Truth, Shui Wuxia's current insight was already close to Yue Yang's Heaven Eyes divine vision. Nirvana Sunflower, City Mistress Fallen Flowers stood on the right of Shui Wuxia. She summoned the heaven rank level 5 Nirvana Sunflower and blinded almost all of the enemy's war beasts. Li Pan covered his eyes and ran away after the special skill of blindness was activated. He wasn't afraid of physical attacks, but he was afraid of this kind of mind control that deprived his vision. When the Nirvana Sunflower's second special skill was activated, the entire sky turned into a sunset. The twilight deepened, and even people's hearts became heavy and bleak. Among the enemy's war beasts, the 2 golden-horned bull warriors who were known to always be in high spirits also stared blankly at the Nirvana Sunflower, their eyes filled with numbness. 9 Glory East, praise by all, glory to our clan. A ranker from the 9 Glory clan who was dressed like a great witch waved his black staff and sang the 9 Glory clan's sacrificial war song loudly. All the rankers from the 9 Glory clan who were present trembled when they heard it. The bleak atmosphere in their hearts was swept away and the blindness was completely removed. Li Pan, who was punched dozens of times by the raging flames, immediately turned around and punched the raging flames. Of course, this sacrificial war song wasn't omnipotent. For example, Li Chong, who had fallen into Ah Man's hands, was in a desperate situation. Ah Man used the god-binding chains to strangle his neck and used her arms and knees to forcefully strangle Li Chang's back. If it was just her, Li Chong could still hold on for a while. However, Wei Tai Lang broke free from the 2 heaven rankers and opened its bloody mouth, biting down on Li Chang's lower body with its sharp teeth that could devour the heavens. No matter how much Li Chong was in pain, no matter how much he struggled or attacked, it resolutely refused to let go. The intelligent Wei Tai Lang naturally knew where a person's weakness was. As long as it attacked the enemy's weakness, it would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. This had always been the tactic that Yue Yang had taught it. The Dao Tai that the Dao Tai blade had transformed into did not have the intelligence of Wei Tai Lang, but it knew how to cooperate. It tightly bit down on Li Chang's right leg and used its claws to press down on the struggling left leg, helping Wei Tai Lang strengthen its attack on the lower body. The star Luo sky scorpion quietly emerged from the ground and pierced a needle deep into Li Chang's spine. Yu Jin's clan brother, Yu, who was also heaven ranker level 3, rushed over with lightning speed, wanting to save his good friend Li Chang. Be careful. Yu Jin was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had just warned this brat not to underestimate the enemy and not to enter that Shui Wuxia's domain, but now he turned a deaf ear. I'll send you on your way. Princess Sissy, who had the support of the Azure Dragon holy power, forced the heaven ranker in front of her to retreat with one slash. She raised the prison emperor divine sword high up. Wah! Yu from the Nine Light clan shouted in fear. He realized that no matter how he dodged, he would still crash into the prison emperor divine sword's blade. Leave quickly. Yu Jin the Undertaker did not care about his own safety. He used the coffin monster to wrap Yu up and sent him far away from the divine sense domain. He threw out a fake body for Princess Sissy to kill while he escaped in a sorry state. Even though he used a fake body, there was still a deep sword wound on Yu Jin's back. He was not like the giant Li Pan, whose physical defense had already reached the limit. Moreover, the might of the divine sword and the Azure Dragon holy power was not something that could be blocked by a physical body. Yu, who had just jumped out of the coffin monster, did not even have the time to be shocked by the serious wound on Yu Jin's body before he heard his companion's anxious shout, "Hide!" A terrifying light and high heat that could incinerate everything appeared behind him. That was the Heaven Ranker Level 5 Nirvana Sunflower. Different from the normal Heaven Realm Sunflower, the Nirvana Sunflower was a terrifying killing weapon. The Nirvana flower wheel directly crushed Yu's body. Even someone as strong as him, who was Heaven Ranker Level 3, was easily crushed into two halves by the Nirvana flower wheel. City Master Fallen Flowers pointed at Li Pan, who was known as the strongest barbarian. When the Nirvana Sunflower shot towards him, Li Pan, who had never avoided a battle, immediately crouched on the ground and dodged the Nirvana Sunflower's slash. No! The Undertaker Yu Jin cried out in pain. The Yu clan had gradually declined in the Nine Light clan. Yu was an extremely talented junior. Who would have thought that he, who had lived peacefully in the Western Heaven Realm, would fall in a battle in the Tong Tian Tower? The giant Li Pan also cried out in pain. After Li Kai and Li Shi, who were killed on the spot, the third Li clan ranker, Li Chang, also fell under the combined attack of Ah Man, Wei Tai Lang and the other beasts. Li Chang's body gradually turned golden. When his spine turned golden, Ah Man directly broke his head. On the contrary, Wei Tai Lang and Dao Tai tore open his lower body and swallowed the flesh and blood in their mouths. Although the furious Nine Light clan rankers joined hands to kill the crazy Thorny Flower General and the Smoke Thorny Flower General, they could not save the lives of their clansmen. Exchanging a life for a life, they really suffered a great loss. The crazy Thorny Flower General and the Smoke Thorny Flower General were summoned by the opponent's guardian beasts. Even if they died, they could still be resurrected. However, their clansmen could not be resurrected, because even if they had the Resurrection Heaven Crystal, they did not have a complete corpse. Yu, who was split into two by the Nirvana Sunflower, not only had her body, even her soul had been destroyed by the Nirvana Flame. As for Li Chang, his corpse had already been eaten by the opponent's beasts. His soul had also been imprisoned by Shui Wuxia's divine sense domain in the Book of Truth. You did not come to Tong Tian Tower for friendship, so you must pay the price for your greed. Shui Wuxia coldly stared at the Undertaker Yu Jin. The person she wanted to kill the most was actually this cunning opponent, but she had not found the opportunity. Maybe we came in the wrong place. However, since we have already formed an enmity, we will fight to the end. We do not want to hide our greed, nor do we want to explain. Living in this world, there are always different kinds of desires. When we are in pain, we will cry. When we are happy, we will laugh. When we see something beautiful, we will want it. When we see a treasure, we will want it. These desires are not something we can control even if we want to. It is not for justice, nor is it because we are born evil. We are just standing on different sides, doing the exact opposite. After the Undertaker Yu Jin lamented the death of his clansmen, he immediately answered Shui Wuxia seriously. He waved his arms and shouted to his clansmen, "Brothers, maybe we will die in battle, but the pride of the Nine Light clan cannot fall in our hands. Fight, it has nothing to do with justice or evil. We only need to fight to the death with our enemies." Chapter 743 Heaven Stairway Level 5, White River Valley, Crimson Altar. The battle between Ancient Demon King and Yue Yang continued. With the help of the giant Loli, Ancient Demon King's Death Fairy and White Bone Cage were useless. Even the 500-meter-tall mountain giant was unable to restrain ancient Demon King. The heaven-ranked level 5 mountain giant surpassed the giant lowly in terms of level and size. However, it was too clumsy and could not be compared to the giant lowly, who was proficient in battle techniques and had greater strength. Of course, due to its enormous size and unimaginable physical defense, the mountain giant wouldn't fall for the time being, even though it was in a disadvantageous position. The battle between the two giants shook the earth. Everywhere they fought, sand and stones flew. Landslides, cracks. Gradually, the two giants fought their way out of the White River Valley's crimson altar, looking for a wider battlefield to better display their combat power. Inferno Prison descends. Ancient Demon King and his guardian beast, Inferno, merged into one, summoning a sky full of meteors. Volcanoes rose from the ground and magma spewed into the sky. Other than the crimson altar, the entire valley had turned into a blazing stone hell. In this blazing stone hell environment, Ancient Demon King's strength was strengthened. It increased by at least a few times. Moreover, the Inferno Prison's endless fire energy gathered in his body. If he did not destroy the blazing stone hell, he would be able to maintain his peak state. Yu Su and Bei could no longer stay in Ancient Demon King's alienation domain. They could not stay for long in this kind of alienation domain, beast and environment. Although the two could not feel Ancient Demon King's hostility, they instinctively felt danger. Being in this place was more dangerous than being in an active volcano. Yi Xiao and Zi Guang looked at each other. They originally had absolute confidence in Ancient Demon King, but after seeing the battle in front of them, they had an inexplicable lack of confidence. It would be difficult for Ancient Demon King alone to kill the abnormal Yue Yang without the best vessel and without recovering to his peak state. They saw that Yue Yang was still as nimble as ever in the blazing stone hell. Yu Su, Bei, we don't need you to participate in this battle. You are all honorable Heaven Realm warriors, we are different. Yi Xiao suddenly opened his mouth and said to Yu Su and Bei, who were in the sky, His Majesty is the master we follow. We can't just stand by and watch him fight alone. No matter what others say, we will not feel humiliated. If we die in battle, please inform our allies in Heaven Realm of our deaths. Originally, I had promised them to ally with us, but now, I might not have that chance. I'm very happy to be able to work together. Goodbye. Zi Guang also nodded slightly. He took off his cloak and revealed his handsome face. Yu Su knew that Yi Xiao and Zi Guang were going to join hands with the Ancient Demon King to besiege Yue Yang. Such an action would not be too much of a burden for Yue Yang. This was because when Yi Xiao and Zi Guang decided to attack together, Yi Xiao and Zi Guang's expressions changed. That meant the wrath of a supreme martial artist. If she drew her sword in anger, there was a 90% chance that she would kill Yi Xiao and Zi Guang. Yi Xiao and Zi Guang knew that they could not escape death, but they wanted to use themselves to drag the Nine Brilliance King and Heaven Empress, who were still watching. If the Nine Brilliance King continued to stand by and watch, then the Supreme would join hands with Yue Yang to defeat the Ancient Demon King. How could the Nine Brilliance King explore the God's ruins by himself after losing the Ancient Demon King as an ally? Yi Xiao and Zi Guang knew this. They were willing to sacrifice themselves to drag the Nine Brilliance King into the battle as soon as possible. The earlier the Nine Brilliance King entered the battlefield, the safer the Ancient Demon King would be. Whether they could survive by a fluke was not part of Yi Xiao and Zi Guang's plan. They did not want to know how terrifying a single attack from a human supreme that even the Ancient Demon King had no confidence in defeating would be. All join. Bei, who rarely expressed his opinion, suddenly decided to join hands with Yi Xiao and Zi Guang. I'm also a teammate. Although Yu Su was a little hesitant, he still nodded in the end. Thank you. Yi Xiao knew that this was already very rare. After all, everyone only had one life. To be able to stay by his side in the face of life and death, he could not ask for more from such a teammate. Zi Guang summoned a ball flickering with purple radiance. It was his guardian beast, Sphere. Yi Xiao summoned a monster with a bird's body and a human's face, a single horn and a single claw. This monster was similar to the Eastern Goblin tribes, human-faced owl, with only slight differences. This was the result of Yi Xiao's mutation after the Ancient Demon King used his mutation inherent skill. Yi Xiao was actually the weakest among the 4 marshals and 8 generals under the Ancient Demon King. After the mutation, Yi Xiao was reborn and became the strongest among the Ancient Demon King's subordinates. The 4 marshals and 8 generals died in battle or were sealed, and he was the only one who escaped. After thousands of years, Zi Guang, who was even more talented, joined. Yi Xiao was still the most loyal and powerful one among the ancient demon king's subordinates. The human-faced owl, who was at heaven rank level 4, turned out to be a weak owl. Now, after the mutation, it had the ability to be invincible among those of the same rank. Other than evading shadow and listening technique, Yi Xiao's guardian beast, human-faced owl, also had a special skill called capture. As long as the human-faced owl was caught in its claws, all the beasts weaker than the human-faced owl would be trapped in a white bone cage, unable to struggle. Even the beasts that were stronger than the human-faced owl would be greatly weakened. Most importantly, other than a few beasts that could not be captured, the human-faced owl's capture special skill would never fail. Compared to the ancient demon king's white bone cage, the human-faced owl could not only capture its enemies, it could also attack at the same time. The only difference was that the human-faced owl's size was not big, so it could not capture living beings like the island whale, mountain giant and ancient titan. Bei summoned a shadow. It was exactly the same as him. No matter its strength, aura or demeanor, it was exactly the same. This was the strongest copy ability. The only flaw was that it could only copy itself, and the copy time was only 10 minutes. Yu Su summoned the Heaven Stage Level 3 Silver-Winged Heavenly Horse. This silver-winged heavenly horse was not a warbeast, but a special type of warbeast. It instantly transformed into a bright and dazzling heavenly horse armor, perfectly covering Yu Su's body. Behind his back, 8 silver wings extended out, giving Yu Su the fastest speed. Because of this special silver-winged Pegasus, Yu Su obtained the title of Aerial Battle King. The Scarlet Emperor held the Scarlet Concubine's hand and swept away the torch stones falling from the sky. He was watching coldly from the side. He naturally supported Yi Xiao and Zi Guang's idea of dragging the 9 Brilliance King into the battle. He was secretly glad that the two of them had such a sacrificial spirit. No matter who won this battle, he would not be able to benefit from it. If it wasn't for the importance of this battle, the Scarlet Emperor would have left the White River Valley and become a carefree king, regardless of the outcome between the Ancient Demon King and Yue Yang's group. Between the Ancient Demon King and Yue Yang, what the Scarlet Emperor hoped to see the most was an internecine outcome. Human Sovereign, please enlighten me. The 9 Brilliance King was a little unhappy with Yi Xiao and Zi Guang's actions. Of course, he could understand their thoughts. The Ancient Demon King was fighting a bitter battle, and it was indeed a little inappropriate for him to watch from the side. The 9 Brilliance clan had almost turned out in full force for the secret treasure in the God's ruins. Some of the 9 Brilliance clan's disciples had already fallen. If he continued to watch the battle, the losses would only increase. Therefore, he decided to take action personally and end this battle as soon as possible. To be honest, the 9 Brilliance King did not want to start a war with Yue Yang and Sovereign. If he had gotten to know Yue Yang and Sovereign before forming an alliance with the Ancient Demon King, he would be more than happy to join hands with Yue Yang and Sovereign. Joining hands with the young and promising Yue Yang would actually be the greatest guarantee. Unfortunately, reality was the opposite of his ideal. Now, he had to fight against Yue Yang and Sovereign as an invader. And the Ancient Demon King's ally. For the God's ruins, he had to take action no matter what. If the 9 Brilliance clan wanted to advance in the Heaven Realm, they had to obtain the secret treasure in the God's ruins. With the God blood, martial souls, and ancient relics, the 9 Brilliance clan was destined to become the strongest clan in the Heaven Realm. It was not impossible for them to replace the central shrine as the most revered existence. Yue Yang, I'll give you half an hour. End the battle as soon as possible. Sovereign ignored the 9 Brilliance King. She turned around and shouted at Yue Yang. Human Sovereign, a battle between experts. Can you give Dong Yao a name that I can remember? The 9 Brilliance King was even more displeased when Sovereign ignored him. He was the ruler of the Heaven Realm, yet a human sovereign from the sky-reaching tower was ignoring him. Of course, he pretended to be humble on the surface. As a ruler, he knew that the most useless thing in the world was anger. Anger would make people lose their rationality. Anger was harmless to an ordinary person, but to a ruler who controlled the lives of millions of people and the fate of the entire clan, an unnecessary anger might ruin the overall situation. The name isn't important. Sovereign raised her hand and slowly drew a hexagram array. A black piece condensed from the black hole of the shattered void appeared in her palm. Even though the 9 Brilliance King was the ruler of the Heaven Realm, looking down on the masses in the world, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the destructive black piece. It was definitely something that could kill him. The Empress, who had been hidden and silent all this while, also had a slight ripple in her aura when she saw the black piece. It was as if her heart was stirred by surprise. Ji Zun's left and right hands condensed the black pieces that could destroy all living things. Under her feet, there was also a strange object that looked like a black hole. It looked like a mirror, but it also had the ability to absorb and devour all living things. There were mysterious runes and patterns on the surface, and faintly, there was lightning flashing at the edge. Yu Su swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty when he saw the strange phenomena that appeared on Ji Zun's body one after another. Fortunately, the Nine Brilliance King had already decided to fight. Otherwise, there would be a few more teams participating. He would only be throwing his life away. Yi Xiao, Ziguang, Bei, and himself wanted to fight a Ji Zun. Tipping each of them with a black chess piece would probably be too much for them to bear. Leave, quickly. When the ancient demon king, who was fighting with Yue Yang, saw that Ji Zun was about to attack, he immediately warned his subordinates to leave the White River Valley. Rising sun from the east. A huge energy ball that was even brighter than the sun exploded from the Nine Brilliance King's body. Its power was simply enough to destroy the world. He raised the huge energy ball that looked like a sun with both hands. Everything that the solar energy ball touched, be it rocks, lava, mountain walls, or even mountains, was instantly turned into nothingness. Yi Xiao, Ziguang, Bei, and Yu Su were so frightened that they quickly ran away. They didn't dare to get within 1,000 meters of the sun. The Nine Brilliance King slowly pushed the huge energy ball toward Ji Zun. If Ji Zun couldn't take it, there would only be one result. That was death. As a ruler of the Heaven Realm, the Nine Brilliance King didn't want to use any tricks. In the face of absolute power, all strategies and tactics were useless. As long as the opponent couldn't take the sun, the battle would be over. Chapter 744. When the Nine Brilliance King pushed the sun towards Ji Zun, Yi Xiao and Ziguang actually disregarded their own safety and blocked Ji Zun's path. They were like moths flying into a flame. They quickly descended from the sky, intending to block Ji Zun's path of retreat and delay her, forcing her to face the sunlight energy ball that was comparable to the sun. The destructive solar energy ball had almost no flaws. If one had to point out a flaw, it would be its slow speed. Even though the Nine Brilliance King had locked onto it with his mind, it was still possible for an honorable realm expert to escape from it. Yi Xiao and Ziguang's current plan was to delay Ji Zun and force her to face the attack head-on. Would they be annihilated by this sunlight energy ball? The answer was yes. Seeing Yi Xiao and Ziguang risking their lives, the ancient demon king who was fighting with Yue Yang roared in grief. These were his last and most loyal subordinates, and they were about to sacrifice themselves for him. Even though he was a cold and emotionless ancient demon king, he still felt heartache as he watched this kind of life and death parting that would never return. Don't even think about it. What made the ancient demon king feel even more pain was that not only could he not stop his subordinates from dying, he also had to stop Yue Yang with his life. Yue Yang raised his world-exterminating wheel and prepared to cut a path to save Ji Zun. The ancient demon king naturally would not let Yue Yang get what he wanted. He forcefully grabbed the world-exterminating wheel with his right claw and used his other claw to help the badly damaged White Bones cage, intending to capture Yue Yang. Even if it was just for 1 second, it was enough to restrain a strong enemy like Yue Yang and change the entire situation. Yue Yang rode on the Nirvana Fire Phoenix and rushed past the ancient demon king. He did not take the opportunity to injure the ancient demon king's arm. Instead, he pulled back the world-exterminating wheel and slashed it towards Yi Xiao and Ziguang. The human-faced owl and Yuan descended from the sky and intercepted Yue Yang. They fearlessly rushed towards the world-exterminating wheel and the Nirvana Fire Phoenix, hoping to buy a second for their master. Behind them, the ancient demon king also hurriedly chased after them. He extended his arm and tried to grab Yue Yang's body. Boom! Behind Yue Yang, Ika, the unique battle angel, appeared. Her cannon barrel blasted a heavy cannon toward the ancient demon king's face. When the human-faced owl in the sky forcibly brushed the edge of the Nirvana Fire Phoenix and was about to catch Yue Yang with one claw, Ika's angel's blade shone, and a diagonal cross-cut broke through the air. The circle, that was not afraid of brute force attacks at all, let the world-exterminating wheel cut off a small part of its body. It jumped in front of the human-faced owl and blocked the cross-slash for it. The human-faced owl stretched out its claw and prepared to rush forward to catch the circle that never missed its target. Colorful lights filled the sky. Countless petals fluttered in the air. An indescribable fragrance permeated the entire blood-colored altar. It was refreshing, making one feel as if they had entered a dreamland. In the center of the brilliance, the world's most beautiful flower was born. It seemed as if it was slowly blooming. However, when the human-faced owl reached out its claw to the top of Yue Yang's head, a girl who was so perfect that it made people sigh appeared in the center of the flower bud. Her appearance was unparalleled in the world. Any adjectives would pale in comparison to her devastatingly beautiful appearance. Even the world's most exquisite painter would not be able to describe her heavenly appearance. Her golden waterfall-like long hair fluttered without any wind, flashing rainbow-like colors. Her clear forehead was adorned with a fragmented 100-flower crown. Her skin was as white as snow, and she was even more beautiful than a flower. Behind the crown of 100 flowers, there was a small and exquisite crown, showing off her status. Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen. The strongest emperor among all plant-type beasts. She was also the only existence among all plant-type beasts. When her long eyelashes trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes slowly opened. Even though the entire White River Valley had turned into a blazing stone hell, at the edge of the magma, in the cracks between the rocks, the scorched ground, the rock walls, and the debris, countless fresh flowers drilled out at the same time. Branches and leaves grew, thousands of flowers bloomed, silently cheering for the birth of the Flower Queen. In an instant, the entire blazing stone hell had turned into a sea of flowers. With a wave of her hand, Duo, who had officially grown into a golden crown thorny flower queen and officially leveled up to a divine beast, easily flicked the human-faced owl away. She only used a finger to draw the human-faced owl and Yuan into the whirlpool of flowers, throwing them 10,000 meters away. Ancient Demon King caught up. Duo stretched out her palm. She forcefully used the will of a divine beast to stop Ancient Demon King's huge body in midair, forbidding him from chasing after Yue Yang. Life Chain. Seeing that Yue Yang had broken out of the encirclement and was about to attack Yi Xiao and Ziguang, the Ancient Demon King suddenly shot out a golden life chain. This saint-ranked life chain wrapped around Yue Yang's ankle. One end of the life chain was connected to his own demon hand, forcefully pulling Yue Yang back. In order to protect Yi Xiao and Ziguang, Bei used his clone to block the world-exterminating wheel that Yue Yang had thrown out. Before the clone disappeared, it actually knew how to change its angle, causing the world-exterminating wheel to change its direction. The world-exterminating wheel brushed past Ziguang's hair and slashed across the sky, slicing everything in its way. The 1,000-meter-tall White River Valley mountain wall was slashed in half by the world-exterminating wheel. In the instant that the mountain was about to collapse, Yi Xiao and Ziguang had already attacked Jizun's back. Their goal was not to injure Jizun, but to make her stay for 2 seconds, forcing her to take on the 9 Brilliance King's sunlight energy ball that was comparable to the sun. You're overestimating yourself. Jizun did not use the black pieces in her hand to attack Yi Xiao and Ziguang's bodies. She let out a low shout, and the mysterious rune, Mirror Wheel, under her feet immediately expanded. Moreover, it mysteriously started to spin according to Jizun's will. A mirror wheel that was comparable to the world inside the door of life froze Yi Xiao and Ziguang in midair. Following Jizun's finger, the two of them involuntarily fell into the world inside the mirror wheel. Yi Xiao and Ziguang's appearance was not completely useless. As the two of them intercepted, the sun, condensed by the 9 Brilliance King arrived. This sunlight energy ball had an extremely powerful mental lock-on ability. It attacked the enemy according to the 9 Brilliance King's will, from extremely slow to extremely slow, then fast, and finally extremely fast. With a destructive energy, it charged towards Jizun. Jizun still did not let go of the black pieces in her hand. Instead of retreating, she moved forward and faced the sunlight energy ball that was comparable to the sun. The mysterious mirror wheel spun around her body like a shadow protecting its owner's body. What made the Ancient Demon King, the Scarlet Emperor, and the 9 Brilliance King dumbfounded was that the sunlight energy ball that was comparable to the sun did not explode when it came into contact with the mirror wheel. Instead, it was strangely swallowed by the mirror wheel. It was as if the sun was eaten by a heavenly dog. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it slowly disappeared into the mirror wheel that was much smaller than itself. Perhaps the mirror wheel was unable to contain two different things, or perhaps the energy had exceeded the limit of what it could contain. Yi Xiao and Ziguang, who were swallowed by the mirror wheel, were now thrown out by the mirror wheel's inner world. Yi Xiao appeared in the sky and fell down uncontrollably from an extremely high altitude. His bones were about to crack. Although he was as strong as an iron man, he couldn't help but groan in his throat. Unlike Yi Xiao, Ziguang appeared on the ground and shot up to the sky. When he shot up to 100 meters in the sky, he seemed to have hit something and was refracted. He fell miserably on the stone wall with his head bleeding. This is the inner world. She has mastered the inner world law of the gate of life and death. The ancient demon king knew that Jizun was very powerful, but he had never imagined that she had mastered the law of space. Different from Yue Yang's law of war beasts, Jizun's law of space was the law of space. With the mirror wheel as the inner world, her control of the law was much more precise and profound than Yue Yang's. No wonder the sunlight energy ball that the Nine Brilliance King had condensed couldn't move her. The mirror wheel's inner world. Let's see how many of my energy balls you can swallow. The Nine Brilliance King was also a little angry. How could a king in the heaven realm be disregarded by his opponent and easily neutralized his attack? How humiliating was that? Jizun's strength made him want to kill her. In the heaven realm, there was a saying among the king-level experts and above. The saying was that enemies who could control the three energies of space, time, and fate were the most difficult enemies to deal with. Once someone mastered this ability, no matter how strong or weak they were, they had to be eliminated. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles in the future. The three energies of space, time, and fate were different kinds of energy that no other energy could touch. No matter how strong a heaven-ranked expert was, he could defeat all enemies and destroy all living things, but he couldn't control space, time, or defy fate. Even the realm lords who were like gods in the heaven realm didn't dare to say they could control the mysteries of space, time, and fate, let alone the beings below the realm lord level. What made the Nine Brilliance King confident was that Jizun's strength was inferior to his. Her control of the law of space was still at the initial stage and couldn't reach a perfect state. The Nine Brilliance King felt that he could fill the mirror wheel's inner world with energy and stop Jizun from using the law of space to defend against him. Secondly, there was an ancestor-level heaven empress behind him. She was the strongest. Even if he couldn't defeat her, as long as the heaven empress made a move, it wouldn't be a problem to take down this human Jizun and that freak Yue Yang. With her around, he didn't need to worry about anything. 9 Brilliance Combo, Water, Gold, Fire, 3 Brilliance Combo. The 9 Brilliance King flew into the sky and condensed a huge energy ball in each of his hands. One was sapphire blue, and the other was golden. A third energy ball condensed under his feet. It was shaped like fire. It was similar to the sun ball from before, but slightly smaller. The 9 Brilliance King threw and kicked 3 energy balls of different colors. They streaked across the sky like meteors and shot toward the Supremes. Although the 3 energy balls were slightly smaller than the sun from before, the power of the 3 energy balls wasn't inferior to the sun from before. In fact, it was slightly stronger. The sapphire blue water ball and the golden gold ball, one from the left and one from the right, made a turn and collided with Jizun's body. As for the fire energy ball that looked like a small sun, it flew straight toward Jizun like an arrow after being kicked. The mirror wheel revolved crazily. Jizun seemed like she was going to absorb the opponent's 3 consecutive attacks with the mirror wheel. The 9 Brilliance King instantly teleported behind Jizun and pressed his palms on her back. Wood, earth, explode. Just as the wood and earth energies were about to explode on Jizun's back and attack her together with the water, metal, and fire elements, Jizun suddenly disappeared. She escaped from the 9 Brilliance King's mental lock like a wisp of smoke. Damn it! The 9 Brilliance King realized he had fallen into Jizun's trap. Without an opponent, wouldn't it mean he would have to endure the 5 consecutive attacks? I'll return it to you. Just as the 9 Brilliance King was about to teleport away, Jizun appeared behind him. The black pieces shot out from her hands drew a mysterious trajectory in the sky. It seemed like she was drawing some kind of rune formation. The mirror wheel stopped and slowly spat out the incomparably huge energy ball of sunlight. Under the command of Jizun, it bombarded the 9 Brilliance King's back. Together with the 5 luminaries, they attacked the panic-stricken 9 Brilliance King from both sides. Chapter 745. In Yue Yang's opinion, the power of the 6 luminaries' combined attack was equivalent to an atomic bomb explosion. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The feeling of destruction filled the hearts of the people present, and they were all shocked. Dodge. At the first moment, Yue Yang hugged Duo, whose skin could be broken by the wind, and protected her with the Nirvana wings. On the way, he also took Ika's small hand and hid behind the ancient demon king. Actually, the two girls' defense was not weaker than his at all. Yue Yang's action was actually a kind of subconscious reaction. He felt that he had to protect them. Damn it, the ancient demon king also wanted to rescue his subordinates, Yi Xiao and Ziguang, but Yue Yang used the life chain to hold him back. Moreover, little Wen Li also cooperated and used her binding inherent skill to fix the ancient demon king in midair. When the ancient demon king broke free, the big explosion of the 6 luminaries' combined attack had already happened. The terrifying shockwave was like a solid energy shield, spreading outwards crazily. Within the giant shield, everything was in a state of destruction. Yu Su and Bei were scared to the east and west, desperately trying to escape, but they still couldn't escape in time. The big explosion caught up with them and they fell to the mountain wall 10,000 meters away. Yi Xiao and Ziguang, who didn't have time to escape, were engulfed by the shock wave of the big explosion under the watchful eyes of the ancient demon king, hiding in the blood-colored altar. Red's mother couldn't resist this kind of explosion at all, but she pressed some kind of button and closed the entire passage of the altar base. The blood-colored altar and the female statue on it were the only scenery still standing. In the explosion range, the Heaven Queen, who had been invisible, also raised a shield at this time. The shield had several golden runic arrays and special spirit beasts guarding it. Even with the power of Heaven Eye's divine vision, Yue Yang couldn't see the truth. After an unknown period of time, after the big explosion destroyed most of the entire mountain valley, it finally gradually subsided. A huge circular gap disappeared in the mountain valley, as if it had been bitten by a tengu. Countless gravel that was shaken into the sky by the shock wave fell down at this time, and the ground sank into a deep pit that was hundreds of meters deep, just like the mouth of a giant prehistoric beast. The only thing that still existed was the blood-colored altar. Its base was still supported by stone pillars, but because the supreme seal did not protect the surroundings, it formed a cylindrical stone pillar, and the surroundings became an abyss. When Yue Yang brought Duo and Yi Ka, he gently landed on the blood-red altar. He found that this blood-red altar, which could not be damaged by ordinary power, was burned by the flames of the big explosion. It was like a hot pot burning people. Under the blood-colored altar base, Ancient Demon rescued Ziguang, who was hiding there to avoid the big explosion. At this time, Ziguang's body. Ziguang was extremely black. In the sky, high up in the sky, there was a figure that had lost consciousness and was falling straight down. In the sky, Queen, King Divine Saint King, if Nightingale had not pushed Ziguang away, he would have been the one who occupied the position of the stone pillar to avoid the explosion. He had given the opportunity to the purple light, and because he had not been able to dodge in time, he had been sent flying into the sky by the explosion. Although he had not died yet, he had been severely injured and was on the verge of death. If he didn't run far enough, he would have been at the edge of the big explosion's shockwave. With his current strength, he wouldn't have survived. If he hadn't escaped far enough, he would have been at the edge of the explosion's shockwaves. With his current strength, he wouldn't have been able to survive in the center of the explosion. After the battle between Nine Brilliance King and Ji Zun, they all felt powerless. After the battle between the Supremes and the Nine Brilliance King, they all felt a sense of helplessness. Even a publicly recognized heaven-rank powerhouse would only be a slightly larger ant in front of a stronger opponent. The power of a king-ranked heaven-ranked expert was too terrifying. The 6 luminaries' combined attack was already so powerful, what about the even more terrifying 9 luminaries combo? Yue Yang looked around. He didn't care about Yu Su, Ziguang, and the others' lives. He only cared about one person. That person was Ji Zun. Although the 6 luminaries attacked Nine Brilliance King, Ji Zun was also at the center of the big explosion. What happened to her? Did she escape safely, or was she injured? Ji Zun was nowhere to be seen, but the Nine Brilliance King appeared. In the abyss-like pit under the altar, the tall Nine Brilliance King's skin was slightly injured and blood was seeping out. However, his upper body wasn't badly injured. Even the explosion of a lion didn't burn him. Only the tip of his hair was slightly burnt. His face was slightly blackened, which was the only proof that he was at the center of the big explosion. Not only did he not die from the explosion, but he was also unharmed. Was he still human? Yue Yang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He thought the explosion would at least injure one of Nine Brilliance King's arms, break one of his ribs, or even turn him into a charcoal cellar. But he didn't expect the guy to still be alive. If it wasn't for the injuries left behind by the 6 luminaries combo, Yue Yang would have thought that he had escaped at the last second. He had taken the full brunt of the 6 luminaries' combined attack, but his body wasn't badly injured. This guy was simply a big freak. Yue Yang didn't even have the strength to curse. Of course, he didn't know that although the 9 Brilliance King and the Lionheart King were both king rank experts in the Heaven Realm, their strength far surpassed the average king rank. They were close to the Emperor rank. Putting the Lionheart King aside, the 9 Brilliance King still dared to come even though he knew that not everyone could covet the gods' ruins in the Babel Tower. His ambition was obvious. In the Heaven Realm, ambition was proportional to strength. The 9 Brilliance King had the ambition to snatch the gods' ruins. This showed how powerful he was. Are you disappointed to see that I'm fine? The 9 Brilliance King looked at Yue Yang, who was shaking his head and sighing. He suddenly said in a serious tone, "Actually, I'm still slightly injured. The power of the 6 luminaries isn't easy to deal with." Hey, are you boasting? Yue Yang couldn't stand it anymore. If this guy wanted to boast about the power of the 6 luminaries, he should have just said it. I can still use the 6 luminaries combo at least 50 more times. How many times can you dodge it? The 9 Brilliance King was about to persuade him to surrender. In his heart, Yue Yang was a genius. If he was willing to cooperate, it would save him a lot of trouble. Moreover, Yue Yang also had Jizun, who had mastered the law of space, on his side. With the two of them, the exploration of the gods' ruins would be like adding wings to a tiger. They had already succeeded more than half of it before it even started. I might not be able to dodge it even once. Yue Yang raised his brows slightly. A mocking smile appeared in his eyes. Who knows if you don't try? Must we fight to the death? The 9 Brilliance King felt that it wasn't the best ending to fight. My words don't count. Yue Yang suddenly turned into an obedient child. He bowed slightly to the side to show his respect. I'll listen to Master. I won't go wherever Master says. The 6 luminaries is only so. Jizun appeared beside Yue Yang with a flash. She was still holding 2 black pieces in her hands. The 2 black pieces that had been condensed for a long time didn't seem to have changed much on the surface. However, there was an earth-shattering change on the inside. The newly condensed black pieces didn't have a core. Now, the 2 black pieces had a special energy core. Their surface was like a black hole that absorbed everything, while the core maintained the small energy black hole on the surface, allowing it to continue. Most importantly, these 2 cores were formed purely from Jizun's spirit. They were completely controlled by Jizun's will. Once it was activated, they wouldn't be like the previous black pieces that would automatically disappear once they had absorbed enough energy. The current energy black pieces would never disappear unless Jizun's will dissipated. They could continue to destroy the enemy. Yue Yang looked at the 2 black pieces. His heart trembled. He suddenly had a feeling of enlightenment. These 2 black dots, if they were expanded 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 100,000 times, 1,000,000 times, and expanded to the size of the black hole space that sealed Empress Fei Wenli, wouldn't that be the seal of an ancient expert, that kind of god? How was the black hole seal created? Yue Yang couldn't figure out this question. Now, he finally found the answer. The real black hole seal was actually a special embodiment of the law of space and supreme will. What Jizun had mastered now was the prototype of this black hole space. Although it was far from the black hole seal, she had already comprehended the principle. The only thing she was lacking was the strengthening of energy and will. In the future, she would definitely be able to seal a life into the black hole space like the ancient experts, instead of killing it with one blow like now. Seal, that was a terrifying ability that could even confine souls. If Jizun had this ability, not to mention the ancient Devil King, Scarlet Emperor, and 9 Brilliance King, even the Empress who was quietly watching the battle wouldn't be able to escape the seal. Conquest Queen Fei Wenli, who swept across the Heaven Realm back then, was still imprisoned in the black hole space, unable to break free. Buy me 10 seconds. Jizun didn't shoot out the 2 terrifying black pieces. Instead, she kept them and continued to condense them. She signaled Yue Yang to cover for her. The 6-winged blood angel that had been flying around her began to transform into the humanoid divine soldier of the blood-winged angel. Yes, compared to Yue Yang's war god attendant and feather sisters, the 6-winged blood angel wasn't as good in terms of potential and continuous power. However, it was much better in terms of transformation and compatibility with its master. The war god attendant and feather sisters couldn't transform into the real humanoid divine soldier yet. However, the six-winged blood angel could transform instantly and greatly enhance Jizun's power. With the sword in her hand, Jizun's aura changed. Her aura was like a high mountain that people couldn't look up to. With her supreme will, her aura wasn't any weaker than the 9 Brilliance Kings. A blood-red pillar of light soared into the sky from the humanoid divine soldier in her hand. Jizun summoned a diamond grimoire that was already very close to the holy grimoire. Her left hand casually flipped a page. The entire space immediately changed. The ancient Devil King's blazing stone hell shattered the 6 luminaries, but he still controlled the space around the blood-red altar. Since the 9 Brilliance King participated in the battle, his will also controlled this space. Even the Scarlet Emperor and the Empress, consciousness, were secretly watching. However, when Jizun flipped a page, the will, consciousness, and domain of the entire space were shattered and destroyed. What replaced it was a supreme will that made one tremble in fear. The supreme Jizun's will immediately locked onto the 9 Brilliance King. Although Jizun hadn't made her move yet, Yue Yang felt that no matter where the 9 Brilliance King fled to, no matter how fast he wouldn't be able to dodge Jizun's slash. The 9 Brilliance King's expression changed for the second time. He also felt the same sense of crisis. Could it be that he couldn't even dodge a single slash from his opponent? If he couldn't dodge it, what would that mean? It was a complete suppression in terms of realm and will. If he took the slash head-on, the consequences would probably be, the Heavenly Queen, who had been silent all this while, suddenly gave up watching the battle and spoke for the first time. These two kids are quite interesting. Whether it's the girl with a strong aura or the boy who has been hiding his strength and not going all out, they both make one curious. The Tong Tian Tower is indeed a good place. There are so many geniuses among the younger generation. Even I am tempted by them. Dong Yao, you don't mind me sticking my nose into your business, do you? Dong Yao doesn't dare to disobey the ancestors' wishes. The 9 Brilliance King was overjoyed. He felt that with the ancestors' help, Yue Yang and Jizun would be captured even if they didn't die. Once they took them down, it would be equivalent to obtaining the key to the gods' ruins. As for the ancient Demon King, if he succeeded in exploring the gods' ruins, there was no need for him to keep such an ally. The ancient treasures in the gods' ruins were only suitable for the warriors of the 9 Brilliance race. They could never nurture a formidable enemy. Block her for 10 seconds, Jizun seemed to have predicted that the Empress would make a move. She repeated her instructions. Yes, Yue Yang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Although the Empress was unimaginably powerful, Yue Yang was still confident that he could block her for 10 seconds. However, the 9 Brilliance King and the ancient Demon King were filled with disbelief when they heard it. Yue Yang could block the Empress for 10 seconds. What did 10 seconds mean to an Emperor rank expert in the heaven world? It was enough to destroy the entire White River Valley several times over. Even if Yue Yang could block the Empress for 10 seconds, so what? Did Jizun have the confidence to kill the 9 Brilliance King within 10 seconds? Even without the ancient Devil King and the Scarlet Thirk keeping an eye on him, who could kill the 9 Brilliance King within 10 seconds with the strength of a Heaven Realm monarch? Even the 3 magnates of the Heaven World and the first Hall Master of the Central Divine World wouldn't dare to say something like that. Yet, the confidence displayed by Jizun, that unquestionable and undeniable fighting spirit, was so real. 10, 9, 8, 7, the Scarlet Thirk who was hiding in the grimoire world was elated. He deliberately added to the chaos by counting. Whether Jizun could kill the 9 Brilliance King or not, he was happy to see Yue Yang being defeated while blocking the Empress of Heaven. In the Scarlet Thirch's mind, it would be best if both sides suffered heavy injuries and even the ancient Demon King fell to the ground. That would be the greatest reward for him. Kill. Jizun raised her humanoid divine weapon. Her eyes shot out a holy radiance that could judge everything. With this, no one doubted her anymore. The 9 Brilliance King's expression changed for the third time. He who wanted to laugh out loud became extremely serious. He furrowed his brows and clenched his fists to accumulate energy. It was unknown whether he was going to face the attack or dodge. Chapter 746. The Heaven Empress had arrived. She arrived in an instant. Her speed was indescribable. She reached out her hand and pressed it on the sovereign's head. Yue Yang turned pale with fright. He didn't have time to stop her. He realized that he couldn't even delay her for a second. Fortunately, he had been maintaining the creation domain with his consciousness. At the most dangerous moment, the creation domain teleported the sovereign's true body behind Yue Yang, leaving behind an illusory image to confuse the Heaven Empress. To Yue Yang's surprise, the Heaven Empress didn't get confused by the illusory image. She passed through it and arrived in front of Yue Yang. The same move, she reached out her left hand and pressed it on the top of Yue Yang's head. At this moment, the sense of danger in Yue Yang's heart was no less than the 9 Brilliance Kings. An inexplicable shadow of death crept into Yue Yang's heart, shaking his soul. The Scarlet Thirk and the ancient Demon King finally understood that the Heaven Empress didn't want to kill the sovereign, but Yue Yang. The sovereign was stronger than Yue Yang, so it wouldn't be easy to kill her. Yue Yang was different. No matter how monstrous he was, his realm was too far away from the Heaven Empress. It wasn't something that could be made up for with talent. If the Heaven Empress wanted to kill Yue Yang, the sovereign would definitely stop her. She took advantage of the fact that the sovereign was busy dealing with the 9 Brilliance King to kill Yue Yang. What a treacherous old woman. The Scarlet Thirk cursed in his heart. Although he didn't like Yue Yang, he didn't like the 9 Brilliance King and the Heaven Empress either. The alliance between the two was just a mutual benefit. The Heaven Empress' merciless action of using the 9 Brilliance King as bait to lure the sovereign to kill Yue Yang sent chills down his spine. The 9 Brilliance King was only a bait to the Heaven Empress. What was he? It seemed like what happened to Yue Yang today would be his tomorrow. It would be too naive of him to think that the Empress and the 9 Brilliance King would be merciful enough to share some benefits with their allies after opening the gods' ruins. Let alone him. It was hard to say if the Empress would kill the 9 Brilliance King and take everything for herself after opening the gods' ruins. If this continued, he would probably follow in Yue Yang's footsteps. The expression of the ancient Demon King was also unsightly. The Heavenly Queen's ruthlessness was undoubtedly the basic characteristic of a super expert. What she did was not wrong. However, those who achieved great things had to be decisive in killing. What the Empress did was naturally the most reasonable. However, doing so would make one's heart turn cold. The ancient Devil King watched quietly. Under his gaze, the Empress completely ignored the 9 Brilliance King, who was still locked onto by the aura of a supremacy. She pressed her palm down heavily. Although the Empress' palm was not big, the ancient Demon King felt that this palm could flatten a mountain, dry up the ocean, and split the earth. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. The ancient Demon King really wanted to see if his mortal enemy, Yue Yang, could withstand the Empress' palm. If he could withstand it, then what method did he use? Yue Yang, who was shrouded in the shadow of death, exploded. A world-shaking change occurred in the creation domain. All the energy and will interweaved into a huge wheel of runes, the Wheel of Eternity. However, the Empress' palm was still able to go against Yue Yang's will and slowly pressed down, even under the restriction of the Wheel of Eternity. That palm landed on Yue Yang's forehead without making a sound. An unbearable pain immediately appeared on Yue Yang's face. He felt as if his head was about to explode. It was a terrifying power. Under the Empress' will, the Wheel of Eternity flowed against the defense and penetrated deeply. What surprised the Scarlet Thirk and the ancient Demon King was that Yue Yang didn't run away like he usually did. One must know that Yue Yang was the most cunning of them all. In normal battles, he would always escape as soon as there was any danger. But now, under the Empress' palm, not only did Yue Yang not take a step back, he even took the initiative to fight back. Strange, could it be that he knew he couldn't keep his life and decided to fight to the death? Behind Yue Yang, little Wen Li turned into a huge golden snake demon with the support of the power of the law. Not only her, but even Duo and Ika's bodies had different obvious changes. Duo turned into a 100-meter-tall golden crown thorny flower queen and waved countless golden petals to block the 9 Brilliance King's attack. Yika's body didn't grow, but a 10-meter-tall golden figure rose into the sky and aimed at the 9 Brilliance King with a golden cannon. Little Wen Li, who had turned into a huge golden snake demon, didn't move. She just lowered her body. She stared at the Empress with her huge golden eyes. The power of the law, the will of the divine beast, and the binding innate skill were used to stop the Empress who was chasing after Yue Yang. The Wheel of Eternity on the ground, and little Wen Li's huge eyes in the sky, the Empress' palm that could flatten mountains. She finally stopped. Ji Zun jumped up and pressed her left hand on Yue Yang's shoulder. Using the power of the law in his body and the support of the innate invisible sword Qi, she turned the divine weapon in her hand towards the Empress and slashed down. Yue Yang and she had never cooperated before. Moreover, Yue Yang and Ji Zun didn't know that the Empress would suddenly attack. It was an impromptu change of target and reaction. However, Yue Yang and Ji Zun, who had never cooperated before, had a tacit understanding as if they had rehearsed it thousands of times. It was as if they were working together to counterattack. Yue Yang had never tried to use someone else's body to release the innate invisible sword qi. Even the two sisters, Yao and Yu, were still trying to figure it out. Now, he was using Ji Zun's body and the divine weapon in Ji Zun's hands. It was as perfect as if he was doing it himself. There was even a kind of yin energy in Ji Zun's will that was similar to Shui Wuxia and the others. The sword slashed down. The Empress obviously made a dodging action. However, little Wen Li, with the power of the law, the will of the divine beast and the binding innate skill, firmly locked the Empress in midair. If the Empress hadn't stepped into the eternal wheel in the creation domain, she might have been able to escape. Aiya! The Empress screamed. Ji Zun's divine weapon had already slashed across the Empress' shoulder, from her chest to her lower abdomen, leaving a long sword mark. With a slash, Ji Zun seemed to have lost all her strength. Her body went limp and she almost fell. Yue Yang was about to retreat with Ji Zun. However, the Empress immediately counterattacked. A ribbon shot out from the Empress' sleeves. Its power was even sharper than the sword qi. The soft ribbon, in the hands of a Heaven Realm Emperor Rancor, was also the most terrifying killing weapon. The ribbon shot straight at Ji Zun's forehead, intending to pierce through her forehead. Yue Yang threw out the Pisces ribbon, wanting to entangle the ribbon shot out from the Empress' sleeves. Who would have thought that the ribbon controlled by the Empress, like a poisonous snake, would bypass the Pisces ribbon treasure's entanglement and lashed at the left side of Yue Yang's face like a whip, leaving a terrifying wound on Yue Yang's face. The ribbon went around Yue Yang's neck and continued to shoot towards Ji Zun behind him. Ji Zun, who was exhausted, could not escape this entanglement. Moreover, if she left, the ribbon would immediately be retracted. At that time, Yue Yang's neck would most likely be broken by the Empress. Even if Yue Yang's neck was not broken, she would still be able to successfully strangle him. Ji Zun reached out and grabbed the ribbon. At the moment when the ribbon was about to strangle her beautiful neck and kill Yue Yang, Ji Zun pounced forward and her whole body hit Yue Yang's back. The divine weapon in her hand passed through the gap between Yue Yang's ribs, narrowly brushing past Yue Yang's heart and piercing the palm of the Empress. Yue Yang was hit by Ji Zun and his whole body shot towards the Empress like a cannonball. The Empress stretched out her hand and pressed her palm heavily on Yue Yang's chest. Yue Yang spat out blood and condensed it into Kai Shao sword. Together with the black Gui Kang sword, and white Shuanghua sword in his left and right hands, they nailed the Empress, shoulder and arm. Damn it, the Empress could not bear the pain and anger. Her eyes quickly turned into a blazing gold like the sun. 2 rays of golden light broke out of her eyes and shot towards Yue Yang. Ji Zun pulled the seriously injured Yue Yang and stood in front of him. The 2 rays of golden light that were 10,000 times sharper than arrows easily penetrated Ji Zun and pierced through her body. They then pierced through the body of Yue Yang, who was protected by the Nirvana flame armor, and nailed into the ground, creating 2 bottomless holes on the indestructible blood-red altar. Fortunately, because of Ji Zun's protection, Yue Yang did not let the 2 rays of golden light hit his vital parts. Otherwise, his life might have been in danger. Yue Yang's blood and Ji Zun's blood mixed together. The Nirvana flame burned fiercely. It was completely different from usual. It not only protected Yue Yang, but also protected Ji Zun, who was in Yue Yang's arms. You guys have really surprised me. For thousands of years, no one has been able to hurt my body, let alone such a heavy injury. The Empress, cloak shattered, revealing the appearance of a kind-looking old granny. However, her words were as cold as ice. Young people like you will be a disaster when you grow up. In order for the Heaven Realm to have a few days of peace in the future, I have no choice but to break my previous promise and send you on your way. The shame of Fei Wenli sweeping through the Heaven Realm, I will never let it repeat its mistakes. Stop her for another 10 seconds. Ji Zun struggled out of Yue Yang's arms and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the humanoid divine weapon in her hand. Then, she used the blood on her hands that were stained with Yue Yang's blood and quickly drew a rune diagram on the humanoid divine weapon. Yue Yang nodded. He slowly closed his eyes and slowly drew a circle with his hands. At this moment, the creation domain was changing endlessly. A Milky Way river of comets was being born. The Empress was extremely fast. She didn't wait for Yue Yang to finish condensing the comet's river and hit Yue Yang's chest with her palm. Yue Yang fell down and hit Jizun, who was drawing the rune diagram in blood. Both of them fell down at the same time. The Empress instantly caught up and slammed her palm down again, ready to kill both of them at the same time. Behind her, the gigantic Empress of Heaven's Might had already repelled Xiao Wenli's golden snake demon's protection. When Duo and Yi Ka were in urgent need of help, the Empress could even find the time to summon her grimoire and the two old twins. These two old men whose strength surpassed the 9 Brilliance King were her guardian warbeasts, the Grand Wizard Duo. After repelling Duo and Yi Ka, the Grand Wizard Duo stood with the Empress. 3 palms pressed towards Yue Yang and Jizun. In order to eliminate potential juniors, they no longer cared about identity, honor, promises, and oaths. Back then, in order to obtain the support of Tong Tian Tower's rankers, they had once admitted that they would never kill Tong Tian Tower's juniors with potential. Back then, when they had submitted to Fei Wenli, the conquering queen, they had once sworn that they would never become enemies with Tong Tian Tower's juniors. In fact, when the 3 great leaders fought the prison emperor to the death, they had even expressed their desire to live in peace. Because of the decline of the descendants of Tong Tian Tower, they had long forgotten all of this. Sword of Life. Jizun thrust out the human divine weapon in her hand, which was shining with colorful brilliance because of her and Yue Yang's blood. Halfway through, Yue Yang took it and controlled the human divine weapon. Jizun, who had abandoned the sword, bounced over Yue Yang like a bowstring. Her soft body climbed up the Sword of Life and held the 2 black chess pieces that everyone had ignored in her hands. "You're courting death." The Empress felt a sense of danger from Jizun's strong counterattack. At the same time that the heavy palm hit Jizun's chest, Yue Yang took over the control of the Sword of Life. It mysteriously pierced through Jizun's clothes and slid through her skin. It did not hurt Jizun at all, but accurately pierced the palm of the Empress. It penetrated deeply into the Empress's shoulder. The Empress was hit by the sword and her body shook violently. Jizun resisted the heavy palm force and waved her hands like a fairy scattering flowers. Her body was spinning deliciously. Her hands clasped the black chess pieces tightly. At the same time, it hit the Empress's left and right ears. Die. The Grand Wizard Duo and their master felt the same way. They burst out with all their strength and punched heavily, intending to smash Jizun and Yue Yang, who were struggling to death. Get lost. 2 shadows flashed out of Yue Yang's body at the same time. One was the hornless dragon, who was so angry that she could not control the power of the dragon god. The other was the ice Qilin, who had a frosty face and frowned eyebrows. They kicked out almost at the same time. Before the Grand Wizard Duo could hit Jizun and Yue Yang, they kicked the 2 old men away. Chapter 747 Inches. You have guardian warbeasts. 9 Brilliance King was speechless. He couldn't understand how many guardian warbeasts Yue Yang had. The reason why the ancestor, the Sky Empress, was able to stand out from the 9 Light clan in the Heaven Realm and become the strongest Sky Empress was because she had 2 guardian beasts that resembled twin brothers. The Grand Wizard and Grand Wizard were born in human form and were guardian warbeasts. They were extremely intelligent and proficient in the combat skills of all the male experts in the 9 Brilliance clan. Therefore, the descendants of the 9 Brilliance clan called them the Grand Wizard. Once the Grand Wizard and Grand Wizard fought, they could not only enhance each other's strength, but their minds were also as one. When they worked together, they could unleash at least 10 times the power of a single person. The Heaven Empress with 2 guardian warbeasts could grow into an emperor-level expert in the Heaven Realm. How powerful would Yue Yang be if he didn't kill the little snake monster, Battle Angel, Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen and Hornless Dragon? The 9 Brilliance King shuddered at the thought. In fact, he didn't know that at the entrance of White River Valley a few hundred kilometers away, there were Red, who had already become a divine beast, a man who never got tired, Spirit of Heaven Fire. Of course, there were also the Phoenix Sisters, who were even more powerful. Immortal Beast, Qilin Girl of the Eastern Immortal Tribe. Ancient Demon King felt a little dizzy when he saw Qilin Girl Bing Yin. The Scarlet Emperor's expression changed drastically. They all knew that it was a terrible thing to make enemies with the Eastern Immortal Tribe, no matter how powerful they were. The Eastern Immortal Tribe was a surprisingly kind race. They weren't interested in invading. Of course, the rich and abundant Heaven Realm was just a small village in their eyes. They didn't care about invading Heaven Realm at all, just like how rich people living in the imperial capital wouldn't go to the countryside to fight with farmers for land. Whatever the reason, the Eastern Immortal Tribe had never invaded Heaven Realm. Occasionally, young immortals would come to Heaven Realm for sightseeing. The residents of Heaven Realm knew about the Eastern Immortal Tribe mainly from the Eastern Goblin Tribe who were exiled by the Eastern Goblin Tribe. These Eastern Goblin tribesmen, even if they were criminals banished by the Eastern Celestial Tribe, still possessed a terrifying power that would stun the residents of the Heaven Realm. Moreover, some sages who were more adventurous had once made a deduction. They had found some clues based on ancient documents and various ancient relics, and came to this conclusion: the residents of the Heaven Realm, other than a portion of them who did not have a human form and could not transform into a human, were the descendants of the ancient aboriginals. Many humanoid or humanoid beasts, or even beasts that could transform into humans, were the descendants of the criminals who had been banished from the Eastern Immortal Tribe since the ancient era, just like the descendants of the Eastern Goblin Tribe who had been banished from the Heaven Realm for tens of thousands of years, because it was so ancient, the earliest it could be more than 1,000,000 years old. Every time the criminals were exiled, it was at a different time. Some were recorded 1,000,000 years ago, some were recorded 1,000,000 years later, some were recorded 100,000 years ago, and even more were recorded 100,000 years later. Among the descendants of the criminals, only a few of the direct descendants remembered the continuation of their ancestors. Most of the collateral and hybrid bloodlines had lost their roots. They forgot all about their ancestors and created another civilization, which was the current Heaven Realm. Many of their descendants married with the aboriginals, giving birth to different races, beasts, and even beasts. When the beasts mixed with each other, new races were born continuously. Regarding the research topic of the Heaven Realm residents being the descendants of the Eastern Immortal Tribe, the sages also proposed a point of proof. Why couldn't the summoning grimoire be used to contract a life form other than a human form? Even the Eastern Goblin Tribe couldn't easily contract a summoning grimoire. No matter if it was the Eastern Goblin Tribe, Heaven Realm rankers, or beasts, they all had to have a human form. If they didn't know how to transform into a human and didn't have intelligence, it would be impossible for them to be recognized by the summoning grimoire. Some people could contract a grimoire when they were only Earth rank, some rankers were already Heaven rank, but they couldn't contract a grimoire for life. There were many reasons, but after research, the biggest reason was that they didn't have a human form. Thus, the sages came to a conclusion: the summoning grimoire was indeed created by the gods of the ancient era, but those gods of the ancient era were none other than the mysterious Eastern Immortal Tribe. They didn't create the summoning grimoire just to increase the strength of the Heaven Realm beings. Instead, they gave the Heaven Realm beings a chance to cultivate and grow. With the help of the summoning grimoire, the Heaven Realm beings would continue to grow. Gradually, they would be able to wake up from their confusion and return to the Eastern Immortal Tribe. If they wanted to return to the Eastern Immortal Tribe and return to the world of the gods would definitely not accept them if they looked messy. They must look like the gods. This was also the reason why, no matter what race, as long as they were the grimoire holders, they would definitely be able to transform into a human. Another point was that the summoning grimoire could also be owned by a beast, but it must be a divine beast with a human form. No matter how powerful the beast was, as long as it lacked these two basic conditions, it wouldn't be able to contract a summoning grimoire. The sages believed that the summoning grimoire was a seed that the gods bestowed to the Heaven Realm beings. Not only did it increase the grimoire holder's battle power, it could also help the owner awaken. Of course, most of the grimoire holders were lost in the power and didn't truly awaken. The truly awakened rankers, without exception, had all left the Heaven Realm. They had all become gods. If these gods didn't go to the Eastern Immortal Tribe's world, why didn't they return? This would only happen if they awakened and returned. If not, there would definitely be many gods in charge of the Heaven Realm today. In the Heaven Realm, many rankers had formed a custom, which was not to attack, capture or harm the lives of the Eastern Immortal Tribe at will. Whether it was for sightseeing or training, or for other reasons, as long as they came, they must secretly pay attention and not interfere with their actions. If there was any force that dared to attack the Eastern Immortal Tribe, they would definitely be the target of public criticism. Maybe a sneak attack, someone would dare to do it. Even the Central Divine Palace, which was the most powerful and arrogant in the Heaven Realm, wouldn't dare to do that. Oh no, the ancient Demon King was an old ghost that had been around for tens of thousands of years. He naturally knew the pros and cons. Whether this Qilin girl could be killed or not, if he killed this Qilin girl today, within a few days, there would be tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of Eastern Goblin Tribe attacking. The scariest thing was, at that time, no one in the entire heaven realm would dare to help. If even tens of thousands of Eastern Goblin tribe couldn't be killed, the Eastern Immortal tribe would definitely send people to kill them. Even if they killed a large number of Eastern Goblin tribe, or caused a long war in the heaven realm, causing mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the Eastern Immortal tribe would still send people to seal them. Back then, many all-powerful experts were sealed underground. Even the Queen Vivian Li who swept through the heaven realm couldn't escape the fate of being sealed. Although the ancient demon king didn't know who sealed Queen Vivian Li, he guessed that even if it wasn't someone from the Eastern Immortal tribe, it would be someone who had awakened and was about to return to the Eastern Immortal tribe. They were also the gods that the heaven realm residents called. The Scarlet Emperor sneaked a glance at the ancient demon king. He didn't care about the ancient demon king's attitude. He didn't care what the ancient demon king's attitude was, he would definitely not attack Yue Yang again. Especially not that Qilin girl. Unless he was retarded, he wouldn't do such a stupid thing like attacking the Eastern Immortal tribe. Yue Yang wasn't an ordinary person. He could have so many guardian beasts and Qilin girl as his companion. Maybe he was from the Eastern Immortal tribe. His powerful mother might also be from the Eastern Immortal tribe. If not, how could she enter the god's ruins? If not for the Eastern Immortal tribe, how could this brat be so abnormal? At such a young age, he already had the world-exterminating wheel and the eternal wheel. He also had Nirvana flame. He also had the sword chi that even the Empress couldn't defend against and countless guardian beasts. No matter how much he hated him, he could only kill him secretly. The Scarlet Emperor definitely wouldn't do this in front of everyone. He didn't want the entire Heaven Realm's Eastern Goblin tribe to surround him. He also didn't want the Heaven Realm's Goblin Emperors and Goblin Emperors to break their oath and tear him into pieces. Those were all abnormal people that even the Heaven Realm's great leaders didn't want to provoke. If not for the ancient oath, if not for the hope of returning home, who knows if they would have destroyed the Heaven Realm. Supreme Dragon God's divine power, the Empress painfully dispersed the innate sword chi on her shoulder and arm. She didn't look at Qilin girl Bing Yin, but at hornless dragon Zhang Ying who couldn't control her power. Suddenly, her body began to tremble as if she had remembered something terrifying. She pointed at hornless dragon Zhang Ying and screamed, "Where did you inherit the divine power? Mystic dragon, did you release that guy?" Yue Yang was stunned. This empress actually knew about Mo Long. Mo Long, the Scarlet Emperor, was slightly better. After all, he was a descendant and had only heard of the legend of Mo Long. However, the ancient demon king was much closer to the era of Mo Long than the Scarlet Emperor. It was definitely an unforgettable memory for this peerless villain. The ancient demon king was speechless. If Yue Yang was Mo Long's relative, they wouldn't be able to fight this battle. Even if he wanted to kill Yue Yang, the Empress would probably stop him. After all, the Nine Brilliance clan, Eastern Goblin tribe and Eastern Celestial tribe had a deep relationship. The ancient ancestor of the Nine Brilliance clan, Luo Hu, was said to be friends with Mo Long. Just as the ancient demon king and the Scarlet Emperor were about to escape to avoid being caught by the Empress and the Nine Brilliance king and presented to Yue Yang as a gift. Suddenly, they heard a voice of disbelief. The Empress screamed, kill them. The Nine Brilliance clan wants to rise again, we can't let them live. We can't let Mo Long and the Eastern Goblin tribe know about what happened today. Kill them all. The gods' ruins can only belong to us, the Nine Brilliance clan. Even the ancient demon king and the Scarlet Emperor were shocked when they heard this. It can't be. They really wanted to ask if the Empress had gone senile with age. Openly challenging the Eastern Goblin tribe and Eastern Celestial tribe. Even if they wanted to get the gods' ruins, they couldn't do it so openly. There were so many people, and they still wanted to kill them all. Chapter 748. The Heaven Empress saw Qilin girl Bing Yin and hornless dragon Zhang Ying. She even knew that the demon dragon was born, yet she still wanted to silence them. Was she brain damaged because Ji Zun hit two black dots in her head? The Scarlet Emperor and the ancient demon king both wanted to kill Yue Yang. They yearned for it. However, neither the Scarlet Emperor who had fought a bloody battle with Yue Yang nor the ancient demon king who schemed to replace Yue Yang's identity dared to make it public. At least they did not dare to do it in front of outsiders. In this world, there were many things that could not be done in public. Once it was made public, the consequences would be severe. Even if they succeeded in killing Yue Yang, it would be a disaster if it was leaked out. The Scarlet Emperor and the ancient Demon King had the confidence to ally with the Nine Light Clan to kill Yue Yang together with the Nine Light King and the Heaven Empress before they knew that Yue Yang and Jizun could fight against the Heaven Empress. But now, they no longer had that confidence. To the Scarlet Emperor, not only did the Qilin girl Bing Yin reappear, she was much stronger than before. There was also the Hornless Dragon who inherited the Dragon God's supreme divine power. What did this mean? The Qilin girl was not just a passerby, but an immortal beast that truly protected Yue Yang. Similarly, the Hornless Dragon Zhang Ying who inherited the Dragon God's supreme divine power was his guardian beast. Now he wanted to attack Yue Yang. Don't even think about it. The ancient Demon King did not know that Yue Yang had an immortal beast protecting him. The Scarlet Emperor did not share all the information with him. Otherwise, he would have reconsidered and would not have made such a move. Now that Yue Yang had the protection of the immortal beast and was related to the demon dragon, the first thought that came to the ancient Demon King's mind was not to kill him, but to find a place to sleep. He wanted to avoid Yue Yang like how he avoided Emperor Wu Shuang, Conquest Queen Fei Wenli, and Prison Emperor. The current Yue Yang was unstoppable. Even if the Prison Emperor used his life to seal the three great leaders of Heaven Realm, they would not be able to stop this Yu Clan third young master. Yes. What surprised the Scarlet Thirk and the ancient Demon King even more was that the Nine Brilliance King nodded in agreement. Was this guy also retarded? The Heaven Empress head was hit by the black pieces. Even though she didn't explode, she was still severely injured. It was reasonable to say that she was retarded. The Nine Brilliance King's head wasn't hit at all. The Scarlet Thirk and the ancient Demon King exchanged glances with one another. They both felt that the Nine Brilliance King was too crazy and unreasonable. However, the Nine Brilliance King knew that he wasn't an idiot. The Empress was right. If the Nine Glory Clan wanted to rise again in the Heaven Realm, they had to obtain the secret treasure of the gods, ruins. They had to eliminate Yue Yang and Jizun, and they had to silence everyone present. This was not only a matter of provoking the Eastern Immortal Tribe, but also the Demon Dragon, the Supreme Dragon God, and a secret from 100,000 years ago. The distant ancestor of the Nine Brilliance race, Luo Hu, was a murderer who was not inferior to the Demon Dragon. He was extremely evil and took pleasure in committing evil. Relying on his strength, he committed many evil deeds in the Heaven Realm that angered both humans and gods. After that, he was hunted down by experts from all walks of life. Moreover, it even alarmed the Supreme Dragon God, who personally issued an arrest warrant for him. With nowhere to run, Luo Hu decided to turn himself in. He used the betrayal of his good friend, the Demon Dragon, as a condition to clear his name. However, because he had done too many bad things and committed heinous crimes, it was difficult for him to change his nature. Even after he betrayed the Mystic Dragon and decided to turn himself in, he still slaughtered some of his enemies' families and pretended to repent for his sins. In the end, he was beheaded by the Supreme Dragon God and his soul was taken away, causing his body and soul to be destroyed forever. The same betrayal happened 10,000 years ago. Back then, the powerful Queen Vivian Li rose to power and swept across the entire Heaven Realm. Almost no one was a match for her. The Nine Brilliance race's emperor and two empresses pledged their allegiance to her. In the process of conquering the Heaven Realm, the Nine Brilliance race was extremely loyal and courageous. They were even more respectful to Queen Vivian Li. No one knew that Queen Vivian Li's seal was the betrayal and accusation of the Nine Brilliance race's emperor and two empresses. Although the Nine Brilliance race's emperor and two empresses were killed by the furious Conquest Queen, leaving only the current empress, the Nine Brilliance race had won the ruling power of the Western Heaven Realm for nearly 10,000 years. She is Fei Wen, Li's daughter. Kill her. The empress had an inexplicable suspicion from the beginning, but she was not sure. After all, Queen Vivian Li had been sealed for 10,000 years and it was impossible for her to return to the world. Later on, Little Wen Li's performance in battles were very similar to Fei Wen Li's. Especially after she became a golden snake demon with the power of the ancient code, it evoked deep memories of the empress. In the end, she was 100% sure that Little Wen Li was Fei Wen Li's daughter. It was the shield that Little Wen Li held up when Yue Yang was in danger. That was the snake demon protection that the empress remembered deeply. In the Heaven Realm, it was also known as the Empress Divine Shield. There was no mistaking it. If Little Wen Li was Fei Wen Li's daughter, it proved that Fei Wen Li, the conquering queen, would soon return to the Heaven Realm. Under such circumstances, the empress could not let Yue Yang and Little Wen Li live. Moreover, even without the threat of Fei Wenli, there was still the demon dragon. The betrayal of the ancestors would definitely cause the demon dragon to come to the door. Without the god's ruins, divine blood, divine body, and other ancient relics, how could she fight against the demon dragon and Fei Wenli? Don't leave a single one alive, kill them all. The first person the Empress attacked was not Yue Yang, nor Ji Zun, but Yi Xiao and Ziguang, who were previously seriously injured. The ancient demon king used the fastest speed in his life to save Ziguang. Yi Xiao, who could not save Ziguang in time, looked deeply at the ancient demon king. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the Empress. Self-destruction. The Empress was shaken by Yi Xiao's self-destruction, but she did not hesitate and immediately rushed towards the ancient demon king. Her target was Ziguang, who was beside the ancient demon king, while the two elders went for Yu Su and Bei. The Nine Brilliance King also rushed towards the Scarlet Emperor. As long as he killed everyone, with the help of the Nine Brilliance clan's relic in the Empress' hand, no one would know what happened today. As long as he could obtain the god's ruins, treasure, the Nine Brilliance King did not mind killing all the residents of the Tong Tian Tower. The current soaring dragon continent, heaven stairway, and demon abyss were no longer the blessed land of gods that was filled with experts, unshakable, and geniuses. Dong Yao, you will regret this. The Scarlet Emperor laughed in anger. As long as he could escape, he would expose the truth even if the Eastern Celestial Tribe had to remain sealed forever. He would let the Nine Brilliance clan have a taste of extermination. It would be fine if he killed Yue Yang and Ji Zun, but these audacious Nine Brilliance clan actually wanted to silence them. Wasn't this forcing him to fight the ancient demon king? The Scarlet Emperor was sure that he was not the only one who could not bear it. The ancient demon king would not be able to bear this humiliation either. The Guardian Divine Shield, a 4-star divine weapon, appeared from the Scarlet Emperor's body. It blocked the Nine Brilliance King's palm. Ancient Devil King attacked Heaven Queen, but who would have thought that Heaven Queen's eyes would shoot out 2 beams of golden light at an incomparably fast speed. One of them pierced through Ancient Devil King's arm while the other pierced through Ziguang's chest. No, the ancient demon king was going crazy. If he still had the body of a demon king, if it wasn't for the fact that he had fought with Yue Yang so hard that he didn't even have a human body anymore, how could he not be able to withstand a single attack from the Heaven Queen? The heavily injured Ziguang smiled, just like Yi Xiao who had self-destructed. With blood dripping from the corner of his lips, he shouted, "Your Majesty, let's go." Let's go. Ziguang pounced towards the Empress with the same intention as Yi Xiao. Even if he could not hurt the Empress, stopping her for a second was better than doing nothing. He would not be able to live. I hope your Majesty can leave safely. How could the ancient demon king not understand Ziguang's heart? He roared in pain and left Ziguang to face the Empress alone. He teleported to Yu Su's side and used his body to take the fatal blow for Yu Su. He protected Yu Su with a white bone cage and threw her tens of thousands of meters away. When the ancient demon king tried to save North after taking the punch, he found that North had already been killed by the Grand Witch. He exploded into pieces of flesh and blood. He looked back again. Ziguang did not even have the time to self-destruct. Heaven Empress crushed his head and destroyed his soul. Scarlet Emperor, I'll help you leave this place. The ancient demon king clenched his teeth when he saw the Scarlet Emperor being beaten back by the Nine Brilliance King. He decided not to run anymore. He would get the Scarlet Emperor out of here with the Guardian Divine Shield. This would be the biggest blow to the Nine Brilliance race. Don't get dizzy, I can hold on. Go and look after Ji Zun and give her time to recover. The Scarlet Emperor did not appreciate it. He thought that the best way was to let Ji Zun recover as soon as possible. As long as she was alive, they would have a chance to severely injure the Empress. Ji Zun still had 2 black chess pieces in the Empress' head that had yet to explode. The Scarlet Emperor thought that no matter how strong the Empress was, she would not be able to expel the 2 black chess pieces. She could only suppress it with some kind of power. The longer the suppression lasted, the more serious the Empress' injuries would be. As long as Ji Zun could recover, the Empress would be able to make Ji Zun explode the black chess pieces and severely injure her. Damned fate! The ancient demon king let out a sorrowful cry. The enemy that he had been scheming against was now someone that he had to protect. Why was this happening? This damned fate was playing with him mercilessly. Yu Su, who had been bounced out from the white bone cage, was about to enter the grimoire world. The Empress' ribbon flew towards him. It wrapped around his waist. In the next second, the Empress would arrive in front of him and crush him like a bug. Yu Su roared. He pulled out his sword and cut his body in half. When his body entered the grimoire world, the Empress had already released a destructive shockwave that turned Yu Su's lower body and the mountain behind him into ashes. He's not dead yet. In the future, send someone to guard him. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. The Empress' expression changed slightly. She was unhappy that Yu Su had escaped. Annoying old witch. The Qilin girl, Bing Yin, was flushed with anger when she saw the Empress' crazy massacre. She had never seen such a shameless person. If it wasn't for the fact that she had to heal Yue Yang and Ji Zun, she would definitely stop it. However, Yue Yang and Ji Zun were in danger. Not only did she have to save them, she also had to guard them. Dragon's might. The hornless dragon was actually still sleeping in the chaos, but when she found that Yue Yang's life was in danger, she couldn't help but rush out. She hadn't fully integrated the dragon god's divine power, so she couldn't control it well. What she could control was only a small part of the total. Zhang Yan's dragon's might came out. The whole world of the blood-colored altar in White River Valley seemed to be controlled by a giant hand above their heads. Even the powerful ancient devil king and Red Emperor had a difficult feeling that they couldn't lift their heads and leave. The two elders of the ancestral sorcerer suddenly slowed down when they attacked the Qilin girl Bing Yin, who was healing Yue Yang and Ji Zun. Ika and Duo, who were not affected by the dragon's might, took the opportunity to repel the two old men. Boom! On the other side, little Wen Li didn't need the blessing of Yue Yang's power of law, and automatically transformed into a golden snake demon. She stretched out her 6 giant arms and fiercely shook the golden statue of the Empress above the Empress' head. In the distant valley, the giant Loli, who had just defeated the mountain giant, seemed to sense the danger of Yue Yang. She desperately climbed the mountain peak and went straight over the mountain peak. The golden statue of the Empress and little Wen Li's golden snake demon collided. The Empress, who was multitasking, rushed to the blood-colored altar faster than lightning. Her target was very clear, and that was Yue Yang. No matter how many guardian warbeasts Yue Yang had, and no matter how powerful Yue Yang's guardian warbeasts were, he himself was a weakness. As long as Yue Yang was killed, no matter how many guardian warbeasts he had, they would all die together. The Empress had to kill Yue Yang first, even if she had to do everything she could. If Yue Yang died, then Ji Zun would lose her greatest support and was destined to lose. Kill. Yue Yang knew that this was the last moment of Ji Zun's recovery. If he was affected by the Empress, it would be a little difficult for him to kill the Empress and the 9 Brilliance King alone. He jumped up and faced the Empress. The Eternal Wheel and World Exterminating Wheel came out at the same time. The Empress caused the Eternal Wheel to stop moving as slowly as a turtle. However, just as Yue Yang was about to slash the World Exterminating Wheel towards the Heaven Queen, he suddenly felt an extremely dangerous telepathy. He didn't have the time to warn Ji Zun, so he directly reached out and carried her up. Together with Bing Yin, who was still healing her injuries, Yue Yang held the two women's soft waists in each hand and ran for their lives. Behind him, the Empress slowly revealed a severed head. The severed head was very different from a normal person's head. It had 3 eyes and black flames as its beard. Although it had been dead for a long time, it opened its mouth the moment it appeared. It looked like it was going to swallow the sky. Head of Luo Hu, the ancient demon king, was shocked. The Empress actually had such a terrifying treasure. No wonder she dared to say such arrogant words. Chapter 749 Luo Hu's Head. It was the head of the demon Luo Hu. The supreme dragon god chopped off his head and took away his soul in order to intimidate and warn the rest of the world. Later on, the 9 Brilliance race preserved the Luo Hu's head under the pretext of collecting corpses. It was refined into a treasure. Even without a soul, the head still contained the power of Luo Hu and the energy of the past kings of the 9 Brilliance race for 100,000 years. It was not inferior to a divine weapon. In fact, it was even more destructive. The Empress raised the Luo Hu's head and activated it with her will. In an instant, a black head burning with devil flames appeared between heaven and earth. It had 3 eyes, 2 horns, and sharp fangs. When the head opened its mouth, its upper lip almost touched the sky while its lower lip touched the ground. The White River Valley could not contain its huge head. Scarlet Thirk, ancient demon king, Yue Yang, and the sovereign could not escape from this black hole-like mouth. Once they were devoured, they would be sealed in the Luo Hu's head forever. The Scarlet Thirk and Ancient Demon King's expressions changed. They could already hear the souls of the experts that were devoured by the Luohu's head. They were now trapped in the Luohu's head and whimpered, were they going to follow in the footsteps of those Heaven Realm experts and die in the Luohu's head? The Empress had a demon head that could devour heaven and earth. How could they fight against it? The Scarlet Thirk and Ancient Demon King could not struggle free from the endless suction force of the demon head's mouth. The two escaped to the base of the blood-colored altar at the same time, trying to use the immortal base to escape the suction force. In the sky, the Empress, golden body slammed down and sent the two flying. She then waved her hand and swept the two into the demon head's mouth like swatting flies. Fairy of Death. Ancient Demon King was forced to use his ultimate move and prepared to use the Fairy of Death to escape. 9 Luminaries, Chain Explosion. The 9 Luminaries King was like a fish in water under the suction force of the Luohu's head. Not only was he not affected, the power of the past kings of the 9 Brilliance race also greatly boosted him. He was about to use the 9 Luminaries chain attack. The Fairy of Death was shattered by the 5 Luminaries explosion. The Ancient Demon King did not even have time to board the Fairy of Death and was struck down by the 9 Luminaries King's power. The Scarlet Thirk was also in a sorry state. Although he had the Guardian Divine Shield to protect his body, he suffered from the influence of Luohu's suction force, which greatly weakened his speed. The Scarlet Thirk was unable to use his super speed to dodge the attack. The 9 Brilliance King's lunar blast almost blasted into Luohu's mouth. Under the suction force, the Scarlet Emperor felt like a fish swimming against the current. If he made a mistake, he would be doomed. Get lost. Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo and Ika both used their divine beast will to resist the suction, so there was no danger for the time being. The Wu and Ancestor and Ancestov, the two elders, attacked him. Dragon. The golden snake demon that Xiao Wenli had transformed into clashed with the golden body statue of the Queen of Heaven several times. The rumbling battle shook the mountains. The mountain ridges of the White River Valley were like sand castles being battered by the tide, collapsing one after another. The hornless dragon Zhang Ying assisted Xiao Wenli from the side. However, she had not fully grasped the divine power left behind by the supreme dragon god. Regardless of attack or defense, she could not keep up with the rhythm and her movements were slightly slower. The golden body statue of heaven was very cunning. It kept making all kinds of attacks to confuse the opponent. Hornless dragon Zhang Ying was fuming with anger. She was the only one who was not affected by the head of Luohu. The head of Luohu was naturally afraid of the supreme dragon god's divine power. Whether it was the suction force or the demonic energy, it had no effect on hornless dragon Zhang Ying. Zhang Ying kept reaching out. Her divine power exploded as she tried to grab the golden body statue of heaven. In the sky in front of her, there seemed to be a giant dragon claw. A large part of the mountain collapsed in the shape of a dragon claw. However, the golden body statue of heaven dodged all of it. Even if Zhang Ying had unparalleled divine power, it was almost impossible for her to catch or hit the Heaven Realm Emperor level expert, the golden body statue of heaven and the golden body statue of heaven. Once I kill you, no matter how many guardian beasts I have, it will be useless. The queen's goal was clear. That was to kill Yue Yang first. Dream on. Qilin girl Bing Yin broke free from Yue Yang's side. Instead of escaping, she advanced. She was so angry that she swung her fists. The queen had honed her combat skills for thousands of years. Naturally, she would not let Qilin girl Bing Yin hit her easily. When the small fist came, the queen waved the ribbon in her sleeve and skillfully wrapped it around her wrist. The queen's real body flashed and two similar illusions appeared, forming a triangle with the real body. There were also 3 ribbons connected, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. The 3 real and fake bodies attacked. Qilin girl Bing Yin was furious. She hit the real body of the queen, completely ignoring the opponent's 2 identical fake bodies. To her, it was impossible for the world to hide the truth from her eyes and telepathy. Even Yue Yang, with his heaven eyes divine vision, couldn't see it as clearly as she did. The queen's move may be very useful for others, but for the immortal Qilin who had the power to destroy evil, destroy demons, spiritual energy, and auspicious physique, it was simply showing off in front of an expert. Bing Yin hit the queen with her head. On the surface, there was no power, but the queen's face immediately changed and became very frightened. The impact force of Bing Yin's small head, which had the power to destroy evil and destroy demons, could not be stopped by the divine grimoire's golden shield. Of course, the queen's defensive energy could not resist it. Puff! The queen flew 100 meters away, and for the first time, she could not help but spit out blood. The most serious thing was that Hazy, who had been suppressed by the power of the small law, could not bear it anymore and showed signs of breaking out. Bing Yin, the Qilin girl, was even more merciless. She put her hands together and made a wonderful gesture of condensing immortal power. The colorful light emerged in her hands and gradually formed a round treasure light. Seeing that the queen was injured again, the two elders rushed over frantically, trying to stop Bing Yin's attack. Arrow of hatred. Ika's angel's blade spread out like wings, and a small silver angel image above her head shot an arrow of hatred at the poison ancestor witch. At the same time, because of the activation of the talent of hatred, Ika fell into a state of rage. Her strength instantly broke out 10 times, and she was immune to all negative states. All kinds of curses that the poison ancestor witch had cast on her were swept away, and even the suction of the head of Rahu lost its effect. Ika raised the muzzle and fired 10 shots at an extremely fast speed, directly turning the poison ancestral witch into a black man, like tomcat burning its whiskers. Then, he shouted like the goddess of war, roared like thunder and rushed to the high sky. With the angel's blade, he slashed down heavily, leaving a deep mark on the poison dragon crutch in the poison ancestral witch's hand. At the same time, the poison ancestor witch's mouth burst. Ika reached out and grabbed the poison ancestor witch's slender neck. First, she slammed him heavily on the ground, and then threw him high into the sky. At a high altitude, the raging Ika caught up with the poison ancestor witch. The cannon aimed at the poison ancestor witch's forehead and fired. The poison ancestor witch flew backward like a cannonball. He fell deep into the ground. On the other side, the evil grand sorcerer was also unable to save the Sky Empress. Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo bit her index finger and drew a runic circle on her palm. She then summoned a thorny flower seed from her grimoire and used her blood to stimulate the growth of the seed. Then, she shot this terrifying thorny flower seed onto the evil grand sorcerer's body, using his body as a parasitic fertilizer. Evil flame, demonic chi, and other means could not stop the thorny flower seed. The evil ancestor witch could only forcefully dig out a large piece of flesh from his body, directly digging a bloody hole where the thorny flower seed had drilled into. The battle between guardian warbeasts is meaningless. Although the evil ancestor witch's face was twitching in pain, his mouth was still very tough. He and the poison ancestor witch had very few opponents in the heaven realm, but they were both unlucky to meet the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen. This was because the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen had a special characteristic that was similar to the Qilin girl. That was the Holy Spirit body, which was naturally immune to any curses and poisons. The evil flame and demonic chi could still play a little role against the evil ancestor duo. If it was the poison ancestor witch, who was best at using poison and curses, it would be even more tragic. Old ghost, turn into flower fertilizer. Duo summoned a flower vine from the grimoire and lashed it at the evil ancestor witch like a whip. When the evil ancestor witch saw it, he was afraid like a tiger and hurriedly dodged. Without the support of the two elders, the Heaven Empress, who was hit by the Qilin girl Bing Yin's treasure light, was even more seriously injured. No matter how the Heaven Empress tried to dodge that ball of treasure light, it was completely useless. It ignored spatial distance, talent, force field and willpower. It hit directly. The hornless dragon Zhang Ying, who had not had a chance to hit the Heaven Empress, finally found the chance. She appeared in front of the Heaven Empress in a flash and stretched out her palm from the void. Her divine power locked onto the Heaven Empress and slowly advanced. The Heaven Empress, who was trapped in the treasure light and was using her divine power to suppress Blackie, was unable to break free. She could only watch as Zhang Ying used her divine power to grab her throat. Decapitation, judgment platform. A strange light shot out from the top of the hornless dragon's head. 2 golden dragons flashed in the sky and turned into 2 dragon guards holding blades. One of the dragon guards used his claws to extract the Heaven Empress soul, the other dragon guard brandished his blade and slashed. Although this kind of decapitation could not be seen with the naked eye, the damage was more serious than a decapitation that could be seen with the naked eye. The Sky Empress, whose soul had been extracted and severed, recovered in an instant. She sent Zhang Ying flying and pressed her hand to her forehead in pain. She shrieked crazily as if she had suffered all the suffering in the world. She let out a hair-raising wail. Blackie explode. Ji Zun, who had recovered more than half with the help of Ice Song, stood up. If the Heaven Empress soul had not been extracted by Zhang Ying's divine power and could not be suppressed by the power of a small law, Jizun would have had to wait for a while to explode the Blackie. However, the Heaven Empress, who was hid by Ice Song's head, hid by the treasure light and beheaded by Zhang Ying with her divine power, could no longer suppress the two Blackie in her head. In fact, the longer the two Blackie stayed in her head, the stronger the explosion would be. Because she knew how terrifying the Blackie was, the Heaven Empress used her strongest power of a small law to suppress it. Jizun summoned her diamond grimoire, which was very close to a holy grimoire. Her jade-like hands casually flipped through a page, then she clenched her fists and lightly clenched them. The Heaven Empress ears immediately exploded, the Blackie completely exploded. There was no longer any power that could stop it. Chapter 750. The black pieces exploded. Not only was the Heaven Empress head injured, her entire body was showing signs of destruction. Do you think you can kill me like this? The Heaven Empress screamed with resentment. Even without my body, I'm still the Heaven Empress of the Nine Brilliance race. It's a piece of cake for me to kill you all. You forced me to use my last bit of power. She wasn't willing to use such a power that would harm both sides, and she was even more unwilling to lose her human body. However, she had no other choice. She had to make a decision before the black pieces destroyed her body. The enemy in front of her was like a tiger watching its prey. If the Heaven Empress didn't use her last bit of power, not only would she be defeated, she would also lose her life. Rumble! The Heaven Empress body instantly exploded into pieces. When the power of the explosion reached its limit, the two black pieces turned into two spinning black holes that devoured the fragments and energy of the Heaven Empress body. If it was someone else, they definitely wouldn't be able to survive. However, the Heaven Empress, who had the innate talent of soul attachment, managed to escape from her exploded body with 90% of the energy and fused into the Heaven Empress golden statue in the sky. Light. This was the moment Sovereign had been waiting for. The instant the Heaven Empress soul fused with the golden statue, Sovereign appeared in the sky and stretched his arms. The light of destruction shone down like the sun. Thousands of light rain, light arrows, light blades, light spears, light fangs, and light swords turned the heaven and earth into one color. That was the light of destruction. 4 Cs, the experts of the Nine Brilliance race, the Night Empress, Shui Wuxia, Princess Sissy, and the others who were fighting a few hundred kilometers away also felt a strong light shrouding the sky. It was like the sun in the sky, and they couldn't raise their heads to look at it. Elder 4 Cs, who had been suppressing the Night Empress, had a drastic change of expression when he saw the terrifying light of destruction. There's such a powerful expert in the heaven-reaching tower. I can't believe that I, 4 Cs, am still a shallow person who looks at the sky from a well. 4 Cs murmured to himself. At this moment, he couldn't maintain his supreme will of the sovereign realm any longer. The Scarlet Thirk, Ancient Demon King, and Nine Brilliance King felt like monkeys being roasted in a bonfire. They were in extreme pain under the light of destruction, but they couldn't avoid it. The entire world was filled with the destructive light. The solar star in the Nine Brilliance King's hand was like a pitiful lamp compared to the radiance of the sun. The Scarlet Emperor, who had an extremely strong defense divine equipment, Guardian Divine Shield, also cried out in pain. The Guardian Divine Shield was unable to defend against the light, causing his body to sizzle with smoke. For the first time in his life, he had the terrifying feeling of being directly penetrated and destroyed by light. Unlike the Scarlet Emperor, the Ancient Demon King did not run to the blood-colored sacrificial altar to hide. On the contrary, he didn't. He rushed toward the Nine Brilliance King and hugged him tightly, preventing him from dodging. Then, he tried his best to bring the Nine Brilliance King into the sky. You're insane. The Nine Brilliance King was terrified when he sensed the Ancient Demon King was going to perish together with him. Dongyao, let's die together. The Ancient Devil King hated the Heaven Empress and the Nine Brilliance King who had betrayed the alliance. If the Heaven Empress had not given the order and killed Yi Xiao, Ziguang, and Bei right in front of him, he would have parted ways peacefully. Everyone would have gone their separate ways in the face of disaster. Now, the Ancient Devil King only wanted to capture the Nine Brilliance King and perish together with him. The Nine Brilliance King could not hide under the base of the blood-colored sacrificial altar to reduce the light of destruction from the sky like the Scarlet Emperor did. Instead, the Ancient Devil King grabbed him and brought him into the sky. The Nine Brilliance King howled in pain after being hit by the light of destruction. The enormous black demon head that could devour everything surged out from the head of Ra, who gradually lost its strength. In the end, it was destroyed by the light of destruction and turned into nothingness. Luckily, the light soon passed. Otherwise, it would have been really dangerous. The Nine Brilliance King broke free from the ancient Devil King's pincers and ran to the blood-colored sacrificial altar on the ground. Until now, he still could not see anything. He could only rely on his senses and hearing to judge things. Ika summoned the little angel to blow the horn. Yue Yang, who had finished regulating his breathing, gave a command that confused the others. Blow the horn. Da da da. A loud and beautiful horn sound echoed in the ruined valley of the White River Valley. Shit. The horn sound did not have any offensive power, but the Nine Brilliance King could sense that all the enemies were getting stronger. He knew the horn sound was the most terrifying buff. When he was about to rush over and kill the little angel that was blowing the horn, another wave of light of destruction descended from the sky. This wave was much stronger and lasted longer than the previous one. The ancient Devil King was like a madman. He grabbed the Nine Brilliance King with his huge hand and laughed sinisterly. Dong Brilliance, enjoy your journey of death. Yi Xiao, Zi Guang, and the others are waiting for us ahead. The Nine Brilliance King did not struggle. As a matter of fact, he could not escape either. An eternal wheel was extending from under Yue Yang's feet in front of him. Yue Yang only put away the eternal wheel when the Nine Brilliance King collapsed on the blood-colored sacrificial altar after the supremacy had released the third wave of light of destruction. When the Nine Brilliance King regained his sight after an unknown period of time, he discovered that the golden statue of the Empress of Heaven in the sky was already broken beyond recognition. The lower half of its body was completely destroyed, and the upper half was also damaged. Its left arm was missing 2 fingers, and its head and shoulders were mottled and broken. Only the right hand holding the head of Luo Hu was perfectly fine. The Empress of Heaven was still alive. Even though the supremacy had released the light of destruction when her soul was at its weakest, and with the support of Yue Yang's Shantian True Qi, the immortal Qilin's Ice Song, and the little angel's horn, the Empress of Heaven was still alive. An existence of the Heaven Realm's Emperor rank. As expected, it was not easy to kill her. Even Yue Yang and the supremacy thought that the Empress would die, or at least be on the brink of death. They did not expect that she could still fight with the head of Luo Hu. Little girl, have you used up all your trump cards? The Empress, extremely resentful voice reverberated through the sky of the White River Valley. But I'm not dead yet. So, you will be the ones to die. The head of Luo Hu, which had been driven away by the light of destruction, was now emitting countless rays of black light. Its power and attribute might not be able to contend against the powerful light of destruction. But the head of Luo Hu carried the power of the demon Luo Hu and the power of countless kings of the Nine Brilliance clan over the past 100,000 years. Not to mention 3 waves of light of destruction, even the combined power of the 3 great leaders of the Western Heaven Realm would not be able to destroy it. The head of Luo Hu had long become a demonic weapon that was comparable to a divine weapon. However, it did not have its own consciousness and could only be controlled by its master. As long as the Empress was not dead, the use of the head of Luo Hu would never weaken. Unless the supremacy could continuously release the light of destruction, nothing would be able to contend against the black demon heads that surged out from the head of Luo Hu. Zhang Ying's divine power was not 100% fused. The possibility of using divine power to forcefully destroy the head of Luo Hu was close to 0. The Ice Song Qilin hated this kind of evil demonic weapon. She wanted to destroy it, but she did not have enough power. She was not an immortal beast that was good at this. You guys leave. Yue Yang initially wanted to kill the heavily injured ancient demon king and the battered Scarlet Emperor. However, he changed his mind. If he didn't kill the Heaven Empress and the Nine Brilliance King, the Nine Brilliance King and the Heaven Empress would only benefit the ancient demon king and the Scarlet Emperor. Letting these 2 guys go would be a disaster, but it was better than letting the Empress and Nine Brilliance King go. If the Empress and Nine Brilliance King escaped, it would definitely be a disaster for the Tong Tian Tower. Yue Yang hated that now was not the time. He could only let the ancient demon king and Scarlet Emperor go for now. Don't let me see you guys again. I will never return to the Tong Tian Tower again. The Scarlet Emperor was overjoyed. He thought that Yue Yang would take the opportunity to hit him when he was down. He was prepared to fight with his life on the line. Is this fate? The ancient demon king muttered to himself inside. He did not leave the blood-colored altar like the Scarlet Emperor. Instead, he charged towards the Nine Brilliance King. The Nine Brilliance King glanced at the Empress and suddenly jumped up from the blood-colored altar. He chased after the Scarlet Emperor. Granny Empress, let Dong Yao kill the Scarlet Emperor. He did not want to stay here any longer. He used the Scarlet Emperor as an excuse to leave the blood-colored altar where his life might be in danger. Ji Zun, Yue Yang, the little snake monster, the immortal Qilin, the hornless dragon, and even the battle angel and the golden-crowned thorny flower queen were not to be trifled with. The ancient demon king chased after the Nine Brilliance King crazily and attacked without holding back, trying to stop the Nine Brilliance King. The Nine Brilliance King did not put up any resistance. He took the attacks head-on and chased after the Scarlet Emperor for tens of thousands of meters. The ancient demon king followed closely behind him. He swore to kill the Nine Brilliance King. The golden body of the Empress did not stop the Nine Brilliance King. Instead, she snorted coldly, "That's good too. I can let loose now." She looked down at the people on the ground from the sky. "You can say your last words now." Yue Yang acted as if he did not hear her. He ordered the golden-crowned thorny flower queen Duo and Ika, "Go after the Nine Brilliance King, Dong Yao. We must not let him leave alive." Qilin Bingyin glanced at the two elders who had just climbed up from the ground. She noticed that the two elders did not chase after Duo and Ika, but stayed to protect the golden body statue of the Empress. She could not help but frown. The Nine Brilliance King is very strong. The Scarlet Emperor is trying to escape, and the ancient demon king is seriously injured and unable to use his full strength. It is not possible for Duo and Ika to kill the Nine Brilliance King. Zhang Ying and I will go and take a look. You have to be careful, this old woman has really gone mad. It's okay, I can do it. Yue Yang reached out to grab Ji Zun's hand. He transferred some innate qi into her to recover her overdrawn energy. At the same time, he gently caressed the head of little Wen Li who had turned back into a Lolita Lamia. Little Wen Li stayed by Yue Yang's side silently. Her face was as pale as a sheet due to overdrawn energy. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. She was the main combat power other than Ji Zun and had been fighting against the golden body statue of the Empress. Now that she was so exhausted that she almost collapsed on the ground, Yue Yang felt very guilty. If he was a little stronger, his little darling would not have to fight so desperately. Let me see what you have to prove that you can do it. The golden body statue of the Empress activated the demonic energy stored in the head of Luo Hu in her hand. Between heaven and earth, another indomitable black demonic head appeared. It opened its mouth and swallowed the heaven and earth. Actually, I want to tell you, don't force me to go crazy. Otherwise, even I will be afraid when I go berserk. Yue Yang slowly closed his eyes and the aura on his body exploded thousands of times. When he slowly opened his eyes again, a kind of power that could destroy heaven and earth turned into a flow of energy and shot up to the sky. It felt like it was going to pierce through the 9 heavens and the earth. Anything that stood in its way would be destroyed. The Empress saw that Yue Yang's eyes had turned into a completely irrational blood red. A fear of death that she had not felt for almost 10,000 years, a fear of death that she had not felt for almost 10,000 years since Queen Vivian Li emerged from the bottom of her heart. What kind of power is this? The Empress could not understand at all. Why would this brat become infinitely stronger when he lost his rationality and got angry? Why would the calm him lose his rationality and get angry all of a sudden? Could it be that she had released him from the threat of death? Not waiting for her to understand, Yue Yang had already made his move. He stretched out his hand and it was even more terrifying than Zhang Ying's divine dragon claw. He directly sucked the golden body statue of the Empress and the head of Luo Hu down from the sky. His fists rained down on the golden body statue of the Empress while his feet trampled on the head of Luo Hu, a 100,000-years-old demonic weapon. Under Yue Yang's heavy blows, the head of Luo Hu, which could not be harmed by any power, gradually turned into powder and the entire demonic head turned into a skeleton. The golden body statue of the Empress, which could not be harmed by any power, was also broken into pieces by Yue Yang. Countless golden fragments flew into the sky. The Empress, who was in danger of death, used her power of the ancient code, "Give me your body. Such a good thing should be mine." The Empress, power of the ancient code could deprive all living beings of their bodies and expel the enemy's strength, energy, consciousness and soul. Originally, she had chosen Ji Zun as her target. However, now that she saw Yue Yang in a berserk state, he was even more powerful. Furthermore, Yue Yang in a berserk state had lost his rationality. This meant that his soul had no defenses at all. It was the best time for her to use the law of sending souls. Lastly, Ji Zun's willpower was much stronger than Yue Yang's. If Ji Zun also knew the power of the ancient code, once the ancient code failed, she would be in danger. Unparalleled, undefeatable, Ji Zun indeed knew the power of the ancient code. When the two elders rushed over to help, she stretched out her hand and pointed, sending them flying 10,000 meters away. At the same time, her right hand brushed the grimoire and flipped a page. The golden body statue of the Empress, which was originally broken and barely maintained its original form, was instantly destroyed by Ji Zun's power of the ancient code. Ji Zun's power of the ancient code, as long as it was in existence weaker than the owner, once it was locked on, it would be completely obliterated. The Empress was scared out of her wits. She sped up and rushed towards Yue Yang, preparing to seize Yue Yang's body with all her might and borrow Yue Yang's body to undergo soul rebirth. The Luohu head, which was being trampled by Yue Yang, also spewed out endless black demonic energy, forming a gigantic Luohu statue without a head. Together with the other Luohu head, they attacked Yue Yang at the same time, allowing the Empress to take advantage of the situation. Yue Yang completely released his anger. Usually, he was extremely calm and did not get angry easily, but once he gave up on his calmness and turned into a berserk state, the result would be extremely terrifying. In a situation where he lost his rationality, the power of the ancient code that was enlightened by the cards of fate appeared on Yue Yang's body. A golden giant of unknown height rose up. The original Luohu body and the Luohu head that could swallow the heaven and earth were now not even as tall as the golden giant's knees. Ji Zun and little Wen Li received a boost in an instant. A golden giant appeared behind their backs. Their exhaustion was instantly restored to its original state. The golden giant instinctively lifted its leg. The Luohu body and the Luohu head formed by demonic energy shattered under the golden giant's foot, turning into nothingness. Even the Luohu skull on the blood-colored altar, an existence that had not been damaged for 100,000 years, was crushed by the golden giant's foot. The Four Seas and the Nine Brilliance clan, who were a few hundred kilometers away, could not raise their heads to look at the sky, but they could feel a golden giant standing between heaven and earth. The Nine Brilliance king, who was 50 kilometers away, was being surrounded and attacked by the Scarlet Thirk and the ancient Devil King. Originally, he still had the strength to hold on. But when the golden giant appeared, he immediately froze, feeling as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on his back. Duo and Ika, who were chasing after him, instantly received a huge boost. Ika's angel blade slashed out a 10,000-meter-long blade, sending the Nine Brilliance king flying towards Duo. The golden giant behind Duo stretched out its hand and slapped the Nine Brilliance king into the ground as if it was swatting a fly. At this moment, no one could raise their heads to look at the golden giant that was truly indomitable. They could only lower their eyes to look at its toes. This was the uncontrollable power of the ancient code in Yue Yang's body, originating from the cards of fate. Chapter 751. After an unknown period of time, the golden giant in the sky had finally disappeared. The Scarlet Emperor and Ancient Demon King, who were suppressed to the point of not being able to raise their heads, had finally recovered. The Scarlet Emperor couldn't help but shiver. He subconsciously muttered to himself, "This is too scary. I will never return to the Tower of Babel." Then, like a prisoner who had just been released from prison, he took out a white teleportation crystal with his trembling right hand and crushed it. A silver teleportation gate rose and he quickly left. Before leaving, he looked back at the sky where the golden giant had disappeared. His eyes were filled with awe. The ancient demon king didn't leave. When he saw the Nine Brilliance king being surrounded by Duo and Yika, who had been strengthened, and hornless dragon Zhang Ying and Qilin girl Bing Yin were chasing after him, his eyes flashed with hatred and resentment. "You killed my subordinates. I will also annihilate your entire Nine Brilliance clan." Filled with anger and hatred, the ancient demon king didn't join the besiegement of the Nine Brilliance king. Instead, he rushed to the entrance of White River Valley, ready to annihilate the entire Nine Brilliance clan there. He knew that the Nine Brilliance king had no chance of survival against the four women, especially the Qilin girl from the Eastern Immortal tribe. Judging from the situation just now, the Heaven Empress would definitely die the moment the golden giant appeared. Now that the Nine Brilliance king was doomed, the only ones left were Four Seas, Eugene, Li Pan and the other clansmen of the Nine Brilliance clan. If the Heaven Empress hadn't killed Yi Xiao, Zi Guang and North in front of the Ancient Demon King, the Ancient Demon King wouldn't have taken such revenge. When the most loyal Yi Xiao was forced to self-destruct in front of the Heaven Empress. When Ziguang, who possessed the most innate talent, was forcefully killed in front of him, the ancient Devil King could not forget this hatred. Even if he continued to stay in the White River Valley, it was extremely likely that he would anger Yue Yang and Ji Zun. In the end, even he himself would not be able to survive. However, the ancient Devil King would rather be killed by Yue Yang than see his enemy successfully escape. Clan annihilation, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This was the only thought in the ancient Demon King's mind. The blood-colored altar had already cracked, and the mark of the golden giant's big toe could be seen clearly. The indestructible blood-colored altar had been broken into pieces by the golden giant's stomp. Fortunately, the statue and the pedestal were still intact. Yue Yang was lying on the blood-colored altar. Just now, it wasn't his consciousness that was controlling it. It was a completely unconscious state. It was a type of energy eruption in anger. Yue Yang, who had gone on a rampage to his heart's content and trampled on his enemies, was now automatically adjusting his body to sleep. Ji Zun tried her best not to look at this naked little guy whose clothes had turned into powder at some point in time. She took out a cloak from her storage ring and covered him with it. Ji Zun thought that the battle was already over. Who would have thought that the evil ancestral shaman and the poison ancestral shaman would turn into black smoke and emerge from the shattered remains of Lu Hu's head? They didn't die, which proved that the Empress wasn't dead. Could it be that even the Golden Giant's supreme nomological power couldn't kill the Empress? Ji Zun was really stunned. No matter how strong the Empress was, how could she fight against the Golden Giant's nomological power? With Ji Zun's wisdom, she immediately reacted. The Empress must have borrowed some kind of treasure, a treasure that was not inferior to Lu Hu's head. Even if the poison ancestral shaman and the evil ancestral shaman were hiding in Lu Hu's head, the Empress must have sent her soul elsewhere. The ancestral shaman and the evil ancestral shaman, who were seriously injured and on the verge of death, endured the pain and tore open their chests with their sharp claws. Blood sprayed out and they worked together to draw a strange runic circle on the ground. Ji Zun's eyes were slightly cold. She was worried that the Empress would attack the sleeping Yue Yang somewhere and stood by his side to protect him. Her right hand raised the humanoid divine weapon transformed by the blood-winged angel and slashed heavily at the ancestral shaman and the witch ancestral shaman in front of her. As the golden giant recovered, Ji Zun's sword Qi soared into the sky, carrying the supreme will and the power of destruction. In an instant, the sword Qi slashed heaven and earth in half. Although the ancestral shaman and the witch ancestral shaman were powerful, they were now on the verge of death. In the face of Ji Zun's unparalleled heavy slash, they couldn't withstand it at all. The two of them raised their staffs and resisted slightly before they spat out blood and fell to the ground. Where was the Empress? The ancestral shaman and the witch ancestral shaman asked her to kill them on the spot, so why didn't she show up? Ji Zun searched the entire White River Valley ruins with her mind, ready to find the cunning Empress who was struggling at death's door. After searching 3 times, apart from the skull fragments of Lu Hu's head, there was still a small amount of magical energy left. There was no other abnormality in the entire White River Valley. Besides herself, Yue Yang and little Wen Li, there was no fourth life around the bloody altar. The ancestral shaman and the witch ancestral shaman had just been killed, so the Empress was definitely not dead. Where was she hiding? Did she take the opportunity to escape? No, it was impossible for the Empress to escape just like that. She, who was hid by the golden giant in the soul, must be seriously injured and dying. She would definitely fight like a cornered beast and bite back at the end. Ji Zun's mind raced. She could guess the answer, but she couldn't find the Empress to confirm her speculation. Suddenly, Ji Zun's body shook slightly. She looked up at the sky. She discovered that there was a white dot high up in the sky. It was like a lonely twinkling star. There was nothing special on the surface, but Ji Zun's face changed when she saw it. In just a few seconds, this seemingly ordinary star became much bigger. In a few seconds, it changed from an inconspicuous little star to a bright big star. In a few seconds, it became an extremely obvious giant star even in the bright summer sky. What did this mean? Ji Zun understood very well that there was a star falling at a high speed, and its volume was very large. If this star were to fall, not only the White River Valley, but the entire 5th floor of the Heaven Stairway and even the entire space of the Heaven Stairway would be destroyed. Such a huge meteor, at the very least, its diameter was larger than the length of the White River Valley. She couldn't cut it with her sword Qi alone. Should she take Yue Yang and immediately rush behind Night Empress and the others to escape the heaven stairway together, or should she stay and try her best to change this disaster? You're the ones who forced me to do this. You must all die with me. Even if the Nine Glory clan is destroyed, I will not let you live. If I can't live, you can't live either. The treasures of the gods, ruins, if I can't get them, you can't inherit them either. I hate you, die, all of you shall perish under the fall of the Ketu comet. A vicious resentment emerged in Ji Zun's mind. Ji Zun turned around. She found that in the sky, a monster's body had fallen down. It was headless, there was no head above the neck, a black body covered in ugly scales, and a four-armed snake tail. Ji Zun understood at a glance. It turned out that the Empress had used Luo Hu's body. She used Luo Hu's head to attract the pressure of the Golden Giant, while she attached her soul to Luo Hu's body in an attempt to escape. However, in the end, not only Luo Hu's head, but Luo Hu's body was also destroyed by the Golden Giant. When Luo Hu's body fell on the blood-colored altar, it gradually disintegrated. It was impossible for it to exist in the world after being directly suppressed by the Golden Giant's power of laws. The Empress' soul slipped out of the forcibly disintegrating and constantly destroying Luo Hu's body. She looked at Ji Zun, who was about to release the light of destruction. Her expression was so sinister and terrifying. If I die, you guys won't be able to live either. Do you know why I attached my soul to Ancestor Luo Hu's body? Do you know why I wanted to go to the sky to receive the biggest blow? Because this is a sacrifice, I sacrificed Ancestor Luo Hu's body, using the last of my strength to summon the Ketu comet to destroy the world. No matter who it is, they cannot be stronger than me, otherwise, they will have to die. I watched Fei Wenli, that arrogant snake demon, grow up. When she first stepped into the heaven realm, she was only heaven rank level 1. Later on, she slowly rose. Why should I crawl under her feet? I also watched Prison Emperor, that fool, grow up. Why should he reject the proposal of a marriage alliance with my Nine Light clan to share the gods' ruins? And you guys, you can't even step into the heaven realm. Why should you be disrespectful to me, the Emperor of the heaven realm? No one has ever made me suffer. If you want to kill me, you have to exchange your lives for it. When Ji Zun heard this, she stopped releasing the light of destruction. She looked at the Heaven Empress coldly and asked in a cold tone, "Are you done?" The summoning grimoire appeared. Ji Zun reached out her hand, preparing to flip the pages. Before using Ji Zun's law to destroy the Heaven Empress soul, she did not raise her head. Instead, she said in a low voice, "This kind of trash should have been cleaned up long ago. Now, I kind of understand why the ancestors let the successor of Tong Tian Tower clean up regularly. Yue Yang is not awake yet, let me clean him up." The Heaven Empress soul rushed towards Ji Zun. At this moment, she was still trying to use the law of soul attachment to take over Ji Zun's body. Obliterate. Ji Zun's jade-like hands gently flipped a page in her grimoire. Her movements were indescribably beautiful. Then, her hand gently held the Heaven Empress soul that was shrinking rapidly in her palm. Just like crushing an egg, she used Ji Zun's law to crush the law of soul attachment. Then, the Heaven Empress soul that was exposed inside was instantly destroyed. The Heaven Empress soul could not even let out a sorrowful cry before it turned into nothingness. She was obliterated by Ji Zun forever. The corpses of the Grand Wizard and Grand Wizard elders on the ground also exploded at the same time, turning into black smoke and dissipating. A summoning grimoire that had only reached the level of a holy grimoire exploded in the void. Countless energy was released and returned to heaven and earth. A part of the energy essence, under the guidance of Ji Zun's will, merged with Ji Zun's diamond grimoire. In the end, the two grimoires merged and emitted endless divine light at the same time. The Heaven Empress Holy Grimoire disappeared and was replaced by Ji Zun's Summoning Grimoire. It merged successfully and evolved into the unparalleled Holy Grimoire. Thousands of light rays surrounded Ji Zun. Because of the sudden qualitative change in her ability and level, a golden pillar of light shot towards the sky. Ji Zun obtained the reward of her hard work for a long time, but she did not smile. In the sky, the star explosion that was formed by the Heaven Empress' final power and Luo Hu's body had already expanded to the size of the moon. It was extremely bright and illuminated the earth with a silver light. The giant star explosion was about to destroy the 5th level of the heaven stairway. Although Ji Zun had leveled up, she still did not have the ability to stop the star explosion from falling. Because it was really too big, Could it be that she had to wake up Yue Yang and continue to use the Golden Giant's ancient code power? Ji Zun turned around and looked at Yue Yang, who had leveled up to innate level 10 from his deep sleep. Even if she woke him up now, would he be able to use the Golden Giant's ancient code power again? If she did that, it might cause him invisible harm. Thinking of this, Ji Zun gave up the idea of letting Yue Yang go berserk again and forcefully resist the star explosion. Forget it, as long as I can save him. Ji Zun was preparing to carry Yue Yang and meet up with the Night Empress to evacuate the heaven stairway, but before she could touch Yue Yang's body, she heard a cry that made one's soul tremble. That kind of heavenly cry was incomparable to any other life in the world. Even she, who had Ji Zun's will, could not resist it. The Nirvana flame pillar soared into the sky. It was 100 times higher than the Nirvana flame pillar that Yue Yang usually erupted. It went straight into the sky. Countless fire phoenixes formed by the Nirvana flame danced around the pillar. Ji Zun found that in the extremely high sky, there seemed to be a pair of beautiful life spreading its wings and flying out. Between the clear cry and the wonderful dance, it opened up a black hole-like space crack in the sky. The star explosion that was about to fall and destroy the entire 5th level of the heaven stairway gradually disappeared under the absorption of the black hole. That scene was so spectacular that even Ji Zun couldn't help but feel excited. She sighed deeply for this kind of earth-shattering power that appeared so easily. When would she be able to reach such a realm? No. Ji Zun suddenly discovered that before the star explosion was swallowed by the black hole, Ji Zun found that its surface was covered with sword marks. In other words, it had been cut by someone with a sword, broken into pieces, and thrown into the black hole. In the entire White River Valley, only Ji Zun, who had the God's Eye inherent skill, could see this kind of phenomenon. She was completely shocked by the scene in front of her. Previously, the giant star explosion that made her helpless, the star explosion that was enough to destroy the entire 5th level of the heaven stairway, was actually silently cut into pieces by a sword. What kind of power was this? Perhaps only the legendary god could do this, right? Ji Zun stared dumbfoundedly at the giant star explosion that brought destruction, disappearing bit by bit into the black hole. Except for her, no one else knew that even if there was no black hole to swallow it, this star explosion that could destroy everything would only turn into meteor fragments falling from the sky. Its power would probably only allow the people on the ground to watch a meteor shower. It would not even be enough to fall to the ground. It would all burn and be exhausted. The Nirvana flame pillar quickly disappeared and returned to Yue Yang's body. As if it had never appeared before. Ji Zun couldn't recover for a long time. She looked at Yue Yang, trying to see something from his face, but he who was in deep sleep had no answer. After a long time, Ji Zun's lips revealed a smile. Maybe even you don't know what kind of protection you have. I originally thought it was a holy spirit like the Qilin girl, but who would have thought that it was far beyond my imagination. I have to say, you are a lucky little guy. Night Empress is right, you are really the destined successor of Tong Tian Tower. Is the glory of the ancestors going to reappear? I am really looking forward to it. Far away at the entrance of White River Valley, Night Empress also retracted her gaze from the sky. It turned out that the giant comet had fallen, and its destruction was imminent. Everyone stopped fighting. In the blink of an eye, a black hole appeared and swallowed the giant comet. The situation of the battle changed so quickly that everyone experienced the twists of joy and sorrow in a short period of time. She, who was surrounded by starlight and born from the top of the Milky Way's head, asked the ashen-faced Elder 4Cs softly in a heavenly voice, "Do you still want to fight? Elder 4Cs, before your 9 Glory clan breaks the taboo, please forgive this junior for using the power of the ancient code. The next attack will decide the outcome of the battle. I have lost, I can commit suicide to atone for my sins, but can you leave some seedlings for our clan? Can you let Eugene take his people and leave?" Elder 4C slowly knelt down. He already knew that the reason why Night Empress was always at a disadvantage was not because he was stronger than her, but because she wanted to use the battle with him to improve herself. When the battle came to an end, this duel would not continue any longer. Without the support of confidence and willpower, he knew that he would not be able to escape. He, who was flexible, only hoped that Night Empress would agree to let the 9 Glory clan live, so that the entire clan would not be annihilated. However, his wish was destined to fail, because a furious expert broke through the air. It was the ancient Demon King. The ancient Demon King, who was filled with hatred and anger, roared like thunder. 4Cs, Eugene, Li Pan, hand over your lives. the Empress killed my subordinates. If I don't exterminate your entire clan, I swear I am not a demon. Chapter 752. Due to the arrival of the ancient demon king, not only the Nine Brilliance clan was nervous, but even Shui Wuxia, Princess Sissy and the others were on guard. Raging Flame, who was fighting with Li Pan, was recalled by Shui Wuxia. Red and Ah Man also gave up on their opponents and returned to Shui Wuxia's side. Spirit of Heaven Fire and Reaper Mantis were originally helping Princess Sissy chase after the heavily injured Undertaker Eugene, but when the ancient demon king arrived, they immediately protected Princess Sissy and returned to the main formation. Only Inan and Yu Bing persisted in knocking down a Nine Brilliance clan member who was on the verge of death due to poison. Grey Wolf did not retreat either. He roared at the sky and intensified his attacks. Star Sky Scorpion and Dao Tai were his greatest support. Under their restraint, Grey Wolf and the others had already successfully killed their third enemy, and now it was the fourth. Die. The two Nine Brilliance clan experts who were severely injured by Red and Ah Man did not even have the time to escape back to the main formation. The ancient demon king was like a god of death descending. The ancient demon king, who had fought with Yue Yang to the point of mutual destruction and was unable to save his subordinates, Yi Xiao, Ziguang, Bei and the others, was an invincible existence in front of the Nine Glory clan even if he was heavily injured. Before Four Seas, Li Pan, and Eugene could rescue him, he landed behind a Nine Brilliance clan member and pressed his huge hand towards the opponent's face the moment the opponent turned around in shock. With a death roar, the unlucky guy who was beaten black and blue by Red could not resist a single move and was instantly killed by the ancient demon king. Four Seas was the fastest and rushed over. The ancient demon king ignored Four Seas' interception. With a finger of his right hand, he pierced through the Nine Brilliance clan expert who was injured by Ah Man. That guy still did not die. After escaping for 10 meters, the ancient demon king caught up to him at the cost of a heavy punch from Four Seas and threw him into the bone crusher mill. Unlike Yue Yang, that fellow was directly grinded into blood and bones after being thrown into the bone crusher mill. There was absolutely no chance of survival. Go. Four Seas had lost his composure. The Heaven Empress aura had disappeared. She must have been killed by Yue Yang and Ji Zun. The Nine Brilliance King's aura was still there, but it was weakening rapidly. He would probably follow the Heaven Empress footsteps soon. Regardless of whether it was the dazzling light of destruction, the golden giant that suppressed all things, or the comet that destroyed the earth, all sorts of anomalies appeared, proving the tragic situation of the battle. Especially the failure of the star explosion, it directly showed that the Heaven Empress' plan to perish together with her opponent had failed, and her ultimate move had been countered by her opponent. Although it was unknown whether it was Yue Yang or Ji Zun who had countered it, it was still bad news for the Nine Glory race. I'm not leaving. Li Pan refused. He would rather die in battle than cower in the face of danger. Four Seas marshals, leave. We'll cover you. The Undertaker Eugene was 100 times more rational than Li Pan. Leaving aside the question of whether or not he could escape, he knew that even if he did, the Nine Glory race would inevitably decline. He didn't have the ability to save and revitalize his race. The Four Seas marshals were different. His strength was only below the Nine Brilliance King and the Heaven Empress. If he could return, the Nine Glory race would still have hope. None of you can leave. The 5th floor of the Heaven Stairway will be the burial ground of the entire Nine Glory race. The ancient demon king did not care about Four Seas' attacks at all. When Li Pan and Eugene attacked him, he summoned the myriad elephant tomb. It was as if tens of thousands of mammoths were trampling across the sky. All the clansmen of the Nine Glory race felt as if they were being crushed by a mountain. The moment the myriad elephant tomb appeared, the ancient demon king summoned his guardian beast, Torch. The two merged into one, turning the entire White River Valley entrance into the Torch Hell. Countless torch stone giants emerged from the magma and surrounded the Nine Glory race. When he fought against Yue Yang previously, the ancient demon king did not use the descent of Wan Mo because of Yue Yang's agility. However, he did not hold back when facing the Nine Glory race. Moreover, he very rationally controlled all the torch stone giants in the blazing prison to surround and attack the Nine Light clan. Instead of attacking Shui Wuxia and Princess Xianxia, he carefully avoided them. The reason why he made such an attack was not simply because he was afraid of Yue Yang. It was mainly because, with Shui Wuxia's divine sense domain, the Nine Light clan couldn't fight with all their strength. With Princess Xianxia's prison emperor divine sword, the Nine Light clan were in danger of being killed at any time. The ancient demon king tried to put the Nine Glory race in the most dangerous situation. He did not care if he was also exposed to the attacks. The moment the descent of Wan Mo appeared, 4 Cs, Eugene, and Li Pan looked at the few remaining 9 light race clansmen being drowned by thousands of torch stone giants. These torch stone giants were unable to instantly kill a few of their clansmen, but if this continued, they would definitely die. Marshal Sihai, I beg you, leave. Eugene knelt down on one knee. I'll fight you to the death. Li Pan chose to attack the ancient demon king, wanting to perish together with him. Eugene, you know I can't leave. You should go back to the clan and offer the most beautiful lady in the clan to Chongchu. Then, the entire clan should submit to him and become his vassal. Only then can the Nine Glory race be preserved. Sihai looked at Eugene and warned her with great pain. Chongchu was the enemy that Sihai hated the most in his life. However, for the survival of the clan, he had no choice but to lower his head to his enemy. The most ironic thing was that the most beautiful lady in the Nine Glory race was Elder Sihai's granddaughter. She was so arrogant that she even rejected the Nine Glory King's offer to take her as a concubine. Now, for the sake of the clan, Sihai was offering her to his enemy, Chongchu. The mourner Eugene kowtowed to the 4 Cs with grief and indignation. When the 4 Cs were desperately trying to stop the crazily slaughtering ancient demon king, Eugene let out a long roar and broke through Shui Wuxia's divine sense domain. He dodged Princess Xianxia's azure dragon sacred slash and quickly fled from the battlefield. He had to bear the heavy responsibility and endure the humiliation. He had to escape alone in front of his comrades. However, even if the Night Empress did not stop him, would he be able to escape from the 5th level of the Heaven Stairway? A man covered in wounds appeared in front of Eugene the Undertaker. He pressed his hand on Eugene's face and unleashed a destructive heavenly punishment, sending Eugene flying back to Sihai's feet. Even though he was covered in wounds and his clothes were stained with blood, the man was still arrogant as if the wounds on his body belonged to someone else. Purple electric currents crackled on his right hand. With the support of Princess Sissy's azure dragon sacred power, his strength exploded and increased. The arrogant man snorted coldly at Eugene the Undertaker. You didn't expect the demonic palace to survive the siege of dozens of your Nine Glory race's disciples, did you? I, Sky Execution, did not die. Now, I'm here to learn from the martial techniques of the Nine Glory race's super experts. Eugene looked at Sky Execution with a stunned expression. There were more than 5 Nine Glory race's disciples that were secretly sent to the demonic palace at the falling Kang Mountain. There was even a skinning hand, Bai Feng, who was just below Li Pan and himself. How could dozens of heaven-ranked disciples not be able to crush a small demonic palace? According to the intelligence, there was only one person in the demonic palace who had reached heaven rank, and that was Sky Execution. Heaven rank level 5 skinning hand, Bai Feng. How could they not kill Sky Execution? What went wrong? The battle was not like this at all. Something must have gone wrong. The 3 elders of heavenly mystery, Heaven's Pole, and Heaven's Sanctum, the 5 great elders of the Nether race, and the 2 ancestors of my Dongfang race have all perished in this battle. I do need to settle this debt with your Nine Glory race. As long as I, Long Zan, am not dead, and the Nine Glory race is not destroyed, this grudge will not be settled. Behind Sky Execution, there was another man covered in wounds. This fierce man was the Dragon Emperor of the Eastern Goblin tribe. He was so angry that his beard and hair were standing on end. He roared at the Nine Glory race with a loud voice. On the other side of Sky Execution, there was the Emperor of the Underworld who could not even turn invisible. The Emperor of the Underworld did not even have the strength to stand. One of his hands was severed at the shoulder. Blue blood splattered on the ground. However, his killing intent was not any weaker than the Dragon Emperor's. It was as if he wanted to perish together with the enemy. In the battle of the demonic palace, if it was not for the senior's fearless spirit of self-detonation and heavily injuring the enemy, it would have been impossible for them to win with just their strength. The disciples of the Nine Glory race had calculated their strength correctly but underestimated their spirit. The demonic palace, the Eastern Goblin tribe, and the Underworld race, almost 1,000 warriors, self-detonated to injure the enemy. It was as if they were piled up with corpses. In the end, even the few old fellows who had been living in seclusion were mobilized. They exploded together with the enemy. It was precisely because of their sacrifice that they managed to obtain this victory. If I don't destroy your Nine Glory race, I am not human. Sky Execution swore the same oath as the ancient demon king. Big Grandpa, Second Grandpa and Third Grandpa have left. Sob sob, I said I would give them a heaven-ranked beast last time. I didn't expect them to leave before my wish was fulfilled. Impatience came out from Shui Wuxia's grimoire world. After confirming the news, she felt an indescribable pain in her heart and could not help but cry. Sihai looked at the Night Empress who had raised her strength to the limit and sighed softly. He was speechless with regards to the situation. The Nine Glory race was on the brink of extinction, but he was powerless to stop it. Moreover, he understood that this extinction was caused by greed. If it wasn't for the fact that they wanted to wipe out all the forces in Tong Tian Tower and monopolize the treasures in God's ruins, if it wasn't for the fact that they killed Yi Xiao and Zi Guang and forced the ancient demon king to betray them before the final victory was achieved, if it wasn't for the fact that they had underestimated Jizun, Yue Yang, the Night Empress and even the people in front of them, the Nine Glory race would not have fallen into such a terrifying situation. They could not blame anyone for this. They could only say that the Nine Glory race had to pay the price for their greed and arrogance. However, this price was something that the Nine Glory race could not afford to pay. If Sky Execution and the others did not come, the Night Empress and the others might have just stood by and watched as they were also wary of the ancient demon king. However, the Sky Execution, Dragon Emperor and the Underworld race came, and the Nine Glory race was destined to be annihilated. The Night Empress was going to attack. She was completely enraged. Sihai looked at the sky and let out a long sigh. Alright, this is the last battle of my life. Could he truly defeat the experts of Tong Tian Tower, even if he had to perish together with them? It all depended on this last attack. A power that could overturn the sea erupted from Sihai's body. Not only that, Sihai was also desperately burning his potential, overdrafting again and again. His goal was not to defeat the Night Empress, but to drag her down with him. Sihai will definitely defeat the experts of Tong Tian Tower once. That was Sihai's last thought. Silver Core, Star River Explosion. The moment before the Night Empress was hit by Sihai, a beautiful divine artifact Silver Core appeared in her hand. At the same time, Sihai had never seen the Night Empress use the power of the law. She was holding the Silver Core tightly in her hand. In the starry sky domain, millions of stars flew back at the speed of light, converging into the Silver Core, forming the most beautiful and dazzling scenery in the world. One after another, the stars ignored Sihai's defense and directly passed through his body. In just a second, Sihai, who was at the edge of the Silver Core, turned into a strange man with countless transparent holes. The Night Empress gently held the Silver Core in her hand, and the destructive power of the starry sky law instantly erupted. The millions of stars that gathered instantly exploded, and even the space was completely shattered. Sihai, as well as his power, was completely submerged in this Star River explosion. A distorted black hole was born in the shattered space, sucking in the nearly annihilated Sihai's soul and sealing it in the black hole forever. However, because Sihai's soul completely gave up resisting, before the black hole disappeared, the soul was completely annihilated. As if he had been freed, Sihai's soul in the black hole slightly lit up. Then disappeared forever, turned into nothingness. Chapter 753 Outside the Rainbow Castle. You can still get up. Shun Tian couldn't bear it anymore and roared madly, "Why aren't you dead?" He couldn't remember how many times he had knocked down Fatty Hai, 1,000 times or 10,000 times. But he just didn't die. If it were someone else, even if they had 100 lives, they would have died long ago. Shun Tian had never heard of someone who could exceed the limit of vitality by only relying on willpower. Besides, trash like Fatty Hai had always been greedy for life and afraid of death. How could he have willpower? Why, what kind of power could make Fatty Hai, who he thought could be killed with one punch, hold on for so long? No matter what unique skill he used, what combat skill he used, or what treasure he used to attack Fatty Hai, he just didn't die. Shun Tian, who had never doubted his own strength, was now shaken. Fatty Hai couldn't even maintain his ugly monster form anymore. After returning to his human form, his ribs were broken, both of his legs were broken, his right arm was twisted like a fried dough twist, and the 4 fingers on his left hand were twisted off, leaving only his thumb. However, this Fatty Hai, who didn't even look like a human, still used his thumb to support his body and insisted on sitting up. The ground was covered with blood. It was hard to imagine that a person could still live after losing so much blood. But this strange guy was sitting in front of him, and he was vomiting blood again and again, as if he was born to vomit blood. The wind-breath seabird in the sky landed, and once again overdrew its body energy to inject warm sea sky wind into Fatty High's body, with this weak assistance to help him recover. It was just a little bit of energy that was almost not enough to save his life. Under the incredible gaze of Shun Tian, Fatty High, whose face was so swollen that his eyes couldn't be seen, once again stood up with difficulty with the support of the wind-breath seabird. He raised his left hand, which only had one thumb left, and spat out a mouthful of blood. He waved at Shun Tian and said, "Come, hit me again. I can't beat you, but I will exhaust you to death." Shun Tian's face was livid. He was not only angry, but also regretful. If Shun Tian had to choose again, he would never choose Fatty High as his opponent. If he had to choose Fatty High as his opponent, he would definitely not look down on this wretched Fatty. Most importantly, he would not let him get hit by a single punch when he thought he had the chance to kill him instantly. In the whole battle, Fatty High had only hit Shun Tian once. However, Fatty High, who had become one with his fist, only needed one punch to shatter Shun Tian's strongest right fist. At the same time, it also pierced the chest of the emperor, who rushed back to defend. If it wasn't for his guardian beast, Shun Tian believed that he would have died. From then on, Shun Tian, who had lost his strongest attack, could still stand up again no matter how hard he attacked. Even if he was exhausted and gasping for breath, he could still beat Fatty High until his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. What made Shun Tian even crazier was that after his right fist was shattered by Fatty High, he could no longer hit the smart wind breath seabird. The smart wind breath seabird became the key to turning the whole battle. Because every time Shun Tian knocked Fatty High down, it would use a kind of breezy ocean sky that had almost no healing effect to restore Fatty High's body, allowing him to hold on all the way. If Shun Tian could choose again, he would definitely kill this unimaginably smart wind breath seabird at the first moment. Sometimes, Shun Tian felt that this bird was much smarter than a person. There was no way to lure the enemy or trap it could fall for. There was also no way to shoot it down. The worst thing was that Shun Tian didn't dare to get too close to Fatty High now. He could no longer use the kind of close-range heavy attacks like before. Now he could only attack from a distance. Because after Fatty High removed the ugly monster transformation, he completely gave up defending. He was infinitely exhausted, and his belly was bulging like a toad. He, who had stored countless energy, was like an active volcano that could erupt at any time. Shun Tian knew what Fatty High was thinking. This damn Fatty wanted to self-destruct. He wanted to perish together with Shun Tian. As long as he got close, Fatty High would have a chance to hug Shun Tian. That would be very dangerous. What's more, this damn Fatty High, even if he only had one broken arm left, he could still use the abnormal attack power of human and fist fusion. Why, what benefits did Yue Yang give you? Why did you fight to this extent for him? With your current strength, it's not a problem to set up your own family. You can become a Grand Master in the Tong Tian Tower. Because of you, the High clan can rise. They don't need to rely on the Yue clan to become one of the 4 great clans in the Soaring Dragon continent, or even surpass them. Yue Yang is definitely going to die. Why do you have to follow him so loyally? Fatty High, people like you should be very smart. Why do you do such a stupid thing? Shun Tian stroked his broken right fist with his left hand, endured the pain, and asked puzzledly. Ha ha. Fatty High was stunned for a while after hearing this. Suddenly, he laughed so hard that blood splashed out from his facial orifices. He laughed so hard that his broken ribs pierced out from his flesh, revealing white bone spikes. After a long time, he slowly calmed down, and asked with a calmness that surprised Shun Tian, "Do you think I'm stupid now?" Shun Tian, you're right, absolutely right. But you don't know, I'm a fool, ha ha ha. After saying this, Fatty High laughed crazily again, this time with tears. Gradually, his laughter turned into crying. Laughing for a while, crying for a while, finally, he wailed loudly. Tears gushed out, from the small gaps of his swollen eyes, flowing down his blood-stained cheeks, washing away a few blood and tears. Shun Tian, if you came to me a few years ago and said, Fatty High, you have a bright future and can become a Grand Master in the future, I would definitely be very grateful to you. But you didn't, not only you, in the whole Soaring Dragon continent, in the whole Tong Tian Tower, no one thinks that I have a bright future. In people's eyes, I, Fatty High, am just a pile of mud. You don't even bother to look at me. In the whole Tong Tian Tower, only Yue Yang, only he, would look at a waste like me differently. only he doesn't mind being friends with a waste like me. Is this something you can do? Sun Tian, this is the biggest difference between you and Yue Yang. You will never be like Yue Yang, and you will never reach his level. To be honest, Sun Tian, you don't even deserve to carry Yue Yang's shoes, because you are not even as good as me, who is willing to carry his shoes. Sun Tian, you are actually no different from ordinary people. To put it bluntly, you are no different from those short-sighted mortals. You have never really seen me clearly. The only person in the world who has really seen me clearly is Yue Yang, who you incited and betrayed. Sun Tian, let me tell you, without Yue Yang, there would be no Fatty Hai in the world. Not only me, but also Yi Kong, Li Qi, Li Jie. Without him, Yi Kong and the others would starve to death, or die under the sharp teeth and claws of some magical beast. They would never have a chance in this life. As for me, I will live like a good-for-nothing, living in the shadow of others all my life, like a pig. One day, I will be used as a stepping stone and killed casually. It's Yue Yang, it's him who made me, Fatty Hai. Do you understand? Maybe you want to say that Yue Yang has unlocked all of our potential. Now that he is about to be killed by someone, I should quickly cut off all relations with him and become independent. Then, I can live a comfortable life and enjoy life. Yes, you are right, reality does have to do this. Smart people, of course, have to see the situation clearly, of course, go with the situation. However, it's a pity that you are wrong. I am greedy for life and afraid of death, but I am not the kind of person who is ungrateful. Moreover, in this world, there is a saying, a gentleman will die for his bosom friend. Without that brat Yue Yang, what value would I, Fatty Hai, have in this world? Without him, I am just a pile of mud, not only in the past, but also in the present, and even in the future. With Yue Yang, I, Fatty Hai, am the indomitable young hero of Tong Tian Tower, the pride of my parents and teachers, and the strong opponent that you can't defeat and can only try to persuade to surrender. Sun Tian, in comparison, you, who are almost perfect, seem to be worthy of my envy. But compared to the awareness of a real warrior, you, Sun Tian, are just a poor worm. Do you know why you can't be promoted to innate elder? It's not that you are not talented enough, it's not that you are not diligent enough, it's that with your awareness, it's already the peak of your life. You can only be a frog at the bottom of a well. You can't even win against me, Fatty Hai. You can't even see through me, Fatty Hai, and you still want to guess that you young brat. You're really an idiot. I, Fatty Hai, am not as good as you in other aspects, but I am stronger than you in that I believe in miracles. I believe that I can create miracles, and I have done it. I am weaker than you, but you still can't defeat me. This is a miracle. I believe in Yue Yang more. I, Fatty Hai, can create miracles. Yue Yang, who is thousands of times better than me, can't he? Create miracles? What a joke. Nothing that guy did was normal. All of his creations were unimaginable existences in the world. Sun Tian, you lowly people, apart from looking up to him with jealousy, what else can you do to stop his growth? Sun Tian, do you know what I want to say to you, who used to be superior? I sympathize with you, I pity you. Fatty Hai suddenly said with a serious face, you're just a pitiful worm. In Yue Yang's life, and even in my life, you're just AFC King Smart Flea. You're not strong enough to be killed by a real rancor. Do you really think that you're a winner? After hearing this, Sun Tian's mouth twitched from time to time. He wanted to refute, but he opened his mouth several times. He couldn't even say a word. He wanted to forcibly suppress the depression in his chest, but suddenly he felt something sweet in his throat, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Fatty Hai's face was swollen like an overfermented big steamed bun, but at this time it was full of vigor. Sun Tian's mind was in a mess. Although he didn't lose, Sun Tian knew that he was now at a disadvantage in terms of momentum and fighting spirit. Even if he killed Fatty Hai in this battle, he might not be able to break this psychological barrier in his life. Could it be that he could only be an arrogant frog at the bottom of a well forever? Puff. Thinking of this, Sun Tian spat out a mouthful of blood again. Chapter 754 Hope Town. The original Hope Town where the mercenaries rested had long disappeared, not even the ruins were left. The only thing that still had the mark of Hope Town was the broken tablet that was stuck in between the mountain walls. Like a mud monkey, Yi Kong crawled out of the mud and panted for a long time. After a while, he slowly recovered and shouted hoarsely, "Prince, Prince, are you dead?" After a long time, A weak voice came out from the mud under his body. Not yet, but if you don't dig me out, I'm going to suffocate to death. Yi Kong jumped up when he heard that and frantically dug the mud under his body. After digging for a long time, he finally dug out a mud man, but he couldn't recognize that it was the clean and handsome prince of Tian Luo. Cough cough cough. On a rock, Thousand Goblins sect leader pressed his chest and coughed softly. There was a big hole in Thousand Goblins sect leader's lungs. That was Yi Kong's doing. An hour ago, when Thousand Goblins sect leader attacked Yi Kong's heart, Yi Kong retaliated with an attempt to perish together with him. Thousand Goblins sect leader avoided the heart on his left chest and only hit his right lung. The result of the fight was that Yi Kong's heart stopped beating. Prince of Tian Luo couldn't recover even after trying to save him for a long time. Everyone thought that Yi Kong was dead. Who knew that after being thrown on the ground and drenched in the rain, this guy who was even more tenacious than a cockroach would automatically come back to life? There was only one. The Black Prince, who wanted to pierce through Yi Kong's brain, drew a deep finger mark from his forehead to his cheeks. Yi Kong didn't pierce through his brain, but his right eyeball was almost destroyed. The result of the fight between him and the Black Prince was that he took out a piece of the Black Prince's internal organs. Yi Kong didn't know what it was, but he was afraid that the Black Prince would take it back and stuff it back. Yi Kong didn't hesitate and immediately ate that piece of internal organ. When the crazy Black Prince beat Yi Kong until he vomited, he would only vomit blood and stomach acid. It was impossible for him to vomit that piece of internal organ out. Thousand Goblins sect leader pressed his chest and coughed, while the Black Prince pressed his stomach. Thousand Goblins sect leader, who was originally floating in the sky, had no strength to fly anymore and was forced to land on a rock. Of course, even until now, he still insisted that he stood higher than Yi Kong and Prince of Tian Luo. The Black Prince, who had been invisible all this time, could no longer maintain his invisible state. In order to maintain his mystery, the Black Prince put on a cloak of invisibility. Yi Kong and Prince of Tian Luo saw a black monster wearing an oversized cloak standing in the shadows. Fresh blood stained the tattered cloak. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in the middle of a life and death battle, Yi Kong and Prince of Tian Luo would have taken out their money. The Black Prince's beggar costume was too unique. Hold on for a little longer, they are already at their limit. The Thousand Goblins sect leader comforted the Black Prince. In fact, he had said this no less than 100 times. Even he himself felt like vomiting. But there was no other way. This was the reality. This Yi Kong and Prince of Tian Luo were 100 times more difficult to deal with than what the Thousand Goblins sect leader and the Black Prince had expected. Shun Tian, who could have instantly killed Fatty Hai, had yet to arrive, and the Marquis of Zijin was also unable to take down Shui Tanlang. What made the Thousand Goblins sect leader and the Black Prince the most furious was that even the Great Elder of the Guangming continent, who had brought more than 10 subordinates, was still unable to take care of that little girl, Lu Yi. If the Great Elder returned now, the Thousand Goblins sect leader and the Black Prince would definitely tell this old man to hang himself. Even with such a large group of people, he couldn't even take care of a little girl. With this kind of strength, how could he still boast about being the strongest in the Guangming continent's Elder Hall? The fastest, the easiest to win, the least likely to lose team, had yet to return. The Thousand Goblins sect leader and the Black Prince were speechless. If they couldn't even handle such a small matter, how could they hope to dominate the Tong Tian Tower? How could they hope to fight against the Demonic Palace, the Eastern Goblin Tribe, the Underworld Clan and the Demon Clan? Were the Birdmen of the Guangming continent joking? No wonder when the Sky Emperor died, the Black Hell King, that loser, did not think that the Guangming continent would win. No matter which aspect, which battlefield, or whoever came, it would be better than now. The Thousand Goblins sect leader and the Black Prince suspected that Shun Tian, the Marquis of Zijin and the Great Elder had already been killed by Yue Yang. Otherwise, why didn't they come? Forget about Shui Tanlang, he was indeed difficult to deal with. But why didn't Shun Tian quickly get rid of trash like Fatty Hai? The most infuriating thing was that the Great Elder couldn't even take care of that little girl, Lu Yi. The Great Elder who had been the Great Elder for thousands of years was really a waste. Do you have any more martial arts pills? Give me one. Yi Kong stretched out his muddy hands towards the Prince of Tian Luo. Scram! The Prince of Tian Luo was furious. An hour ago, this monkey Yi had already eaten his share, almost causing him to die. Now, he still dared to stretch out his hands shamelessly. The martial arts pills made by Yue Yang weren't meant to be eaten as rice. Everyone was given a few pills. The Prince of Tianluo saved them because he couldn't bear to eat them. Who knew that this guy would throw them all into his mouth, not leaving a single one behind? The Prince of Tianluo licked his lips and realized that his throat was burning. He opened his mouth and caught the drizzling rain from the sky before introducing it to Yi Kong. This rainwater seems to be free of poison. Try drinking a mouthful too. When Yi Kong heard this, he realized that the rainwater really wasn't as green as before. He opened his mouth wide like a toad. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of rainwater, he continued to provoke the Black Prince. Black dog, your *T green poison is really useless. It disappears after a while. The poisonous lizard that I met in the heaven realm last time is more powerful. It spat out a mouthful of poisonous smoke, and even after 3 days, it still makes me dizzy. The Black Prince ignored Yi Kong's provocation. He decided to wait for Shun Tian and the others to come, otherwise he wouldn't take the initiative to attack. Yi Kong, this bastard, risked his life the moment he attacked, as if his little life wasn't worth a copper coin. The Prince of Tianluo was extremely sinister. When Yi Kong risked his life, he would grab him and beat him up. That damned heaven-ranked beast was getting stronger and stronger. Now that all 4 of them were heavily injured, whoever took the initiative to attack would most likely perish together with the other 2. If the Thousand Goblins sect leader didn't take the initiative to risk his life, of course he wouldn't do such a stupid thing. In a protracted battle, it was still more advantageous for his side. The Black Prince silently accumulated his energy. Every 5 minutes, he would release a black shock wave towards Yi Kong and the Prince of Tianluo. Yi Kong and the Prince of Tianluo wanted to kill each other at the same time. They wanted to seize the opportunity to self-destruct. The Black Prince's heart was as clear as a mirror. Trying to trick him? Impossible. The Thousand Goblins sect leader also had the same thought. He also felt that as long as he released the shock wave from a distance, it wouldn't be a problem to exhaust the Prince of Tianluo and Yi Kong. Unless he was crazy, it was impossible for him to take the initiative to run forward and let them self-destruct. If he waited any longer, Shun Tian, the Marquis of Zijin and the Great Elder would come over. Half an hour ago, he almost gave the opportunity to Yi Kong. Luckily the Prince of Tianluo did not self-destruct in time. Otherwise, he would have died. Now, he still wanted to go forward and die. Even the Black Prince wouldn't do such a stupid thing. He wasn't an idiot. The Thousand Goblins sect leader and the Black Prince each had their own thoughts. They didn't dare to be too close to the opponent. Other than Yi Kong and the Prince of Tianluo, their enemies were actually worried that the opponent would hit them when they were down. In this world, there were no eternal enemies, nor were there eternal friends. Benefits could make people change everything. Other than themselves, they couldn't trust anyone else. The Thousand Goblins sect leader and the Black Prince seemed to be working together to fight against the enemy. However, they would never be like Yi Kong and Fatty Hai, leaving their backs to their companions. Cough cough cough. A faint coughing sound could be heard. The 4 of them were stunned. This was because this cough was not made by the Thousand Goblins sect leader. Who was it? In the curtain of rain, a black shadow floated over from the distant sky. When it got closer, the 4 of them looked carefully and realized that it was actually the Marquis of Zijin. The Thousand Goblins sect leader and the Black Prince were overjoyed. Yi Kong and the Prince of Tianluo's expressions changed drastically. What did the appearance of the Marquis of Zijin mean? It meant that Shui Tan Lang had been defeated. Other than Yue Yang, the most talented person in the team, Shui Tan Lang, had been defeated. Among the younger generation of men, this genius who was only ranked below Yue Yang, could not defeat a strong enemy and became a weakling who was eliminated by history. Ha 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 ha, I knew it. That brat Shui Tan Lang was not your opponent. The Thousand Goblins sect leader was overjoyed. Although the current Marquis of Zijin did not have the strength of the Thousand Goblins King, he was still the last clone of the Thousand Goblins King. In addition to his extraordinary intelligence and recovered strength of innate level 8, defeating Shui Tan Lang was a matter of course. Cough cough. The Marquis of Zijin coughed slightly. It was unknown whether it was because he was humble or because his internal injuries had not healed. You guys are still here. A voice appeared in the curtain of rain. Shun Tian's figure gradually appeared. His tone was strange and seemed to be mocking. I thought you guys were all gone. His words angered the Thousand Goblins sect leader and the Black Prince. They immediately retorted, Are you, Shun Tian, very strong? You only came now after beating up Fatty Hai. Look, even your strongest right fist was broken. With your appearance of a loser, what right do you have to mock us? If it was me, I would have killed Fatty Hai in an instant and turned his head into a chamber pot. The Black Prince's words were a typical example of saying things that were easier said than done. Actually, he and the Thousand Goblins sect leader also understood that Fatty Hai was not easy to deal with since he could break Shun Tian's right fist. Otherwise, Shun Tian would not have rushed over only now. However, hearing Shun Tian's tone, they could not swallow their anger. Seeing that Shun Tian and the Marquis of Zijin had arrived, the Thousand Goblins sect leader was secretly happy. No matter what, they had won today's battle. Yi Kong and Prince of Tian Luo were definitely dead. Now, only the Great Elder and the others were left. However, as long as the Great Elder's brain was not filled with shit, he would not be defeated by Lu Yi and the others. Just as the Thousand Goblins sect leader and the Black Prince were preparing to attack Yi Kong and Prince of Tian Luo, a large group of people seemed to be rushing towards them from afar. When they were not here, not a single one came. Now, all of them have rushed over. The Thousand Goblins sect leader felt a little embarrassed. It seemed that only he and the Black Prince had not completed the mission. However, who asked him to fight against the strongest person in the team, Prince of Tian Luo, and that unkillable Yi Kong? It was only logical that he and the Black Prince would fight to the end. Moreover, among so many people, he and the Black Prince should have the least injuries. Shun Tian was the strongest, but even his right fist was destroyed. A few human heads were thrown over in the heavy rain. One of them had died with a grievance. Under the washing of the rain, it rolled to the side of the rock under the Thousand Goblins sect leader's feet. The Thousand Goblins sect leader snorted. They were just relying on their numbers. Winning with numbers, there was nothing to be proud of in the Winged Clan's Senate. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. He looked at the human head on the ground carefully and realized that the head that had died with a grievance was actually that old goat-like Great Elder. What's going on? The Black Prince also realized something was wrong and cried out involuntarily. He realized that the human heads on the ground were all Senate elders. An old man draped in a large cloak walked out with the help of a walking stick. He coughed weakly and said, "Do you need an explanation? Gale, you fishmen explain to them. I'm old, and my mouth is dry. I can't speak much." Behind this old man, the hybrid fishman octopus boss, Swordfish Blast, Whale Zhong, Mud Skipper Sui Zui and the others appeared. On the other side, there were Lu Yi, Bao Er, Yu Ting, Feng Qi Sha, Yan Po Jun and the other young people. Other than that, there were also Southern Demon King, Sha Yi, Queen Qi Zhe, Shark King, Chong Ni and other strong warriors who were not on the Thousand Goblins sect leader's battle list. It was as if there was an island in the sky. The entire sky darkened, as if there was something covering the sky. The Thousand Goblins sect leader and the Black Prince looked at it for a long time before realizing that it was an unimaginably huge ancient island whale. When the Heaven Rank Level 3 ancient island whale appeared, the Thousand Goblins sect leader was in despair. He was not in despair because of the ancient island whale's strength, but because of the special domain that it possessed. All the targets that were covered by its shadow would not be able to leave easily. This was a type of predatory domain. To the ancient island whale, it might just be too lazy to move, so it used this kind of predatory domain to swallow some small shrimps. However, this kind of domain on the battlefield, especially on the weaker side, would be the biggest tragedy. Within a few minutes, another group of people charged into the rain. The ones leading them were the great Demon King Baruth, Demon King Ha Xin, Demon King Ojen, Lich King Ji Yulun, Lich King Ma Fa and other strong warriors from the Demon Abyss. Don't misunderstand, Shun Tian, Black Prince, Thousand Goblins sect leader and Marquis of Zijin. Ah, I should call you the future Thousand Goblins King. Actually, we don't have any evil intentions, because you are the last group of people who are still fighting. We are here to take a look, we are just taking a look. You guys continue, don't worry about us. The great Demon King Baruth was already a heaven-ranked Demon King. Although he was injured, he could look down on Shun Tian, Thousand Goblins sect leader and Black Prince with just his aura alone. He, even if you guys can have your way for a while, once Yue Yang is dead, the ancient Demon King will not let you guys off. Let's see who can last longer. We can enter the grimoire and stay there for a period of time, waiting for you guys to all die before coming out. At that time, this Tong Tian Tower will still be ours, and you guys, who think highly of yourselves, will all be destroyed by the ancient demon king and the heaven realm mercenaries. Moreover, you guys can save Yi Kong and Prince Tian Luo, but can you guys save Shui Tan Lang and Fatty Hai? Can you guys save Yue Yang? Show off your might, let's see how long you guys can last." The Black Prince suddenly laughed coldly, as sharp as an owl. "Who said that Shui Tan Lang is dead?" Bauer shouted in dissatisfaction. It was the Ice Cube guy who pierced through the Marquis of Zijin's heart, not the Marquis of Zijin who pierced through the Ice Cube guy's heart. Alright. You guys even got this wrong. What kind of experts are you? What? Thousand Goblins sect leader and Black Prince heard this and looked at the Marquis of Zijin. That's right, the Marquis of Zijin nodded his head bitterly. He opened his cloak, revealing a huge hole in his chest. Inside that hole, the heart, lungs, and a part of his internal organs had all disappeared. The Marquis of Zijin had been defeated long ago. He had only rushed back because he had forced himself to hold on. Maybe he felt that there was no point in supporting him anymore. He slowly sat down on the rock and said to the bewildered Yi Kong and Prince Tian Luo, "Please pass a message to Yue Yang for me. I, the Marquis of Zijin, have lost. I admit that I am not his. Tong Tian Tower belongs to him." When the Marquis of Zijin lied down on the rock and finished his last word, his eyes also froze for a moment. The demon fire burned fiercely in the rain, burning the Marquis of Zijin's body and soul together. The Marquis of Zijin, who was once regarded by Yue Yang as the most shocking and most difficult opponent in his life, the Marquis of Zijin who had once defeated Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia, had finally reached the end of his life at this moment, turning into ashes and smoke. "Ha ha 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 ha, good death, a good death." Shuntian suddenly laughed like a madman. "I was wrong, no, not only me, we were all wrong. We were all frogs at the bottom of a well, all pitiful worms, who knew, we were all pitiful worms, ha 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 ha." Shuntian's laughter turned into a loud cry. In the rain, he didn't look like an innate rancor, but more like a madman as he staggered away. The Thousand Goblins sect leader and Black Prince's faces were as white as paper. They didn't understand what was wrong with Shuntian. Could it be that he had gone mad? When Yi Kong and Prince Tian Luo were about to intercept him, the half-dead old dragon turtle shook his head. "Forget it, he has really gone mad." When he said that, the Thousand Goblins sect leader and the Black Prince were scared out of their wits. What had Shuntian experienced? Who was it that had driven the proud emperor of Ziwei crazy? Could it be Fatty Hai? Or, could it be Yue Yang? Shuntian had gone mad. He didn't care about his departure, but what about himself? The Thousand Goblins sect leader and the Black Prince looked at each other and saw that the other's eyes were filled with despair. Chapter 755. When Yue Yang woke up, Jizun was already gone. Instead, the bloody queen, Hong's mother, who was hiding in the passageway at the base of the statue, sat quietly waiting for him. Yue Yang realized that his clothes had already turned into ashes. His body was covered by a snow-white velvet cloak. Smelling it carefully, the soft cloak seemed to have an indescribable virgin fragrance. Could it be that this was Jizun's cloak? Where did Jizun go? "Come with me." Hong's mother stood up and waved at Yue Yang. Then she turned around. Yu Chu entered the passageway at the base of the statue first. Yu Chu, who was inside, had already turned into ashes due to the shock from the battle. His body was scattered all over the ground, but his soul still maintained the will he had when he was alive, lifting the stone gate at the entrance. While Yue Yang was changing his clothes, Hong's mother gently gathered the ashes of Yu Chu and carefully put them into a gemstone box. When Yue Yang came in, she passed it to him reluctantly. She thought that Yue Yang was Yu Chu's son, at least in name, so he should be the one to take care of his body. Yue Yang muttered to himself for a while. He shook his head. "I think you should take care of it." Hong's mother had a look of joy on her face, but also a look of shame for letting a junior peek into her heart. She lowered her head, trying to explain, "Actually, I have only met the tiger butcher a few times. I only respect his character, it's not the kind of relationship that outsiders think." "Hong, it's good that she is by your side. This is also fate. I have no more worries in my heart now. From now on, I will only stay here with the tiger butcher to guard the door." After she finished speaking, she handed a small package to Yue Yang. This was what Yu Chu had left for the pitiful guy. Of course, because the ancient demon king had completely abandoned the pitiful guy's body and identity, it belonged to Yue Yang without a doubt. There weren't many items in the small bag, only 3. The first was the key. This key was not an ordinary key, but a flower-like crystal. Every facet of the crystal hid 999 rune circles, and Yue Yang did not count its facets, but his intuition told him that there were at least 999 facets. When Yue Yang turned this flower-like crystal key, his fingertips gently injected innate qi into it. The rune circles inside the flower key immediately lit up, and those rune circles would slowly move, constantly fusing and mutating, endlessly giving birth to new combinations and changes. It was boundlessly wonderful. When Yue Yang stopped infusing it with innate qi, it would slowly return to its original state. This flower-like crystal key should be the token to enter the stone gate that Yu Chu was guarding. Yue Yang accepted it, but he was not in a hurry to use it. He entered the door that Yu Chu was guarding. Even though he was curious about what was inside, he did not have the time to explore it now. The second item was a thick notebook. It started from the time when Yu Chu contracted a grimoire. In it, there were all kinds of Yu Chu's life experiences. This was also Yu Chu's life notes. There were also various kinds of battle skills, beasts training and other experiences. Although it could not be compared to Xi Niang's inheritance of knowledge, it was still a lot of enlightenment for Yue Yang. The most important thing was that when Yue Yang flipped through it, he found that there were many family secrets recorded in the notebook. Yue Yang flipped through it anxiously. As expected, he found out the secret of Yu Yu's identity. When he saw it, he immediately cried out in surprise, "Iya, I didn't expect it to be that girl." After seeing this secret, Yue Yang fell into a dilemma. If he told the truth to Yu Yu, maybe she would not have any psychological barrier when she trained with him in the future. However, the problem now was that there was still her. If she knew the truth, she might cry bitterly, unable to accept the truth. After thinking for a long time, Yue Yang decided to drag it out. He should take it slow. This kind of thing could not be rushed. Maybe one day in the future, this matter would naturally be solved. Just like how he was worried about his identity. As long as he had the heart to solve it, nothing could stump him. The third item that Yu Chu left behind was a dark gold storage ring with a simple luster. When Yue Yang opened the storage ring with Supreme Will, he found out that there were many items that Yu Chu left behind. For example, the weapon that made him famous, the mercenary badge that he used before, and the various items that Elder Yu Hai and Zheng Wuyu gave him. There were also some sheepskin scrolls that recorded the battle skills that he created. There were also letters that were written to Elder Yu Hai, Zheng Wuyu, Yu Ling, Fourth Mother and the others. Obviously, these letters did not belong to Yue Yang. In the storage ring, there was a letter that was written to a stranger named Xin Yuan. Yue Yang was slightly startled, but he immediately reacted and passed the letter to Red's mother. Red's mother was also a little startled. When she saw that it was actually her name on it, she hurriedly took it. Seeing that Yu Chu left a letter for her, she immediately became extremely excited. With trembling hands, she gently opened the letter. When she read the letter, drops of tears dripped onto the letter. When she finished reading the letter, she covered her mouth with her hands, tears gushing out like a fountain. Red's mother tried her best not to cry, but the sobs in her throat could not help but come out. It sounded like a cuckoo crying blood. She had waited for a letter that was delayed for more than 10 years. However, this letter came too late. When she understood his feelings, he had already turned into ashes. Only his soul was left, guarding this stone door forever. Yue Yang quietly stood beside her, quietly waiting for her to calm down. I'm fine. Red's mother wiped her tears and forced a tearful smile towards Yue Yang. I'm very happy that the tiger butcher did not forget me. I have no regrets to be able to receive his letter. I will always be here to accompany him. If you have time, bring Hong here for me to see. All right, Yue Yang nodded and promised. Can you let me stay here alone to accompany him? I suddenly have a lot of things I want to tell him. Red's mother looked at Yue Yang with tears in her eyes. I'll bring Hong over later. Yue Yang walked out of the passage. Behind him, Red's mother's suppressed sobs could be heard. Her sobs gradually became louder and louder. In the end, she broke down and cried bitterly. Yue Yang raised his head towards the sky, trying his best to control the warmth in his eyes. He had never tried it before, so he could not understand the feelings of someone who had waited for more than 10 years to receive a reply. However, he knew that it was definitely the most complicated feeling in the world. Sadness, happiness, bitterness, happiness, all kinds of feelings mixed together. Yue Yang had also experienced that kind of feeling in his heart. From his transmigration to obtaining Shui Wuxia's approval, to obtaining everyone's approval, and finally, to obtaining Fourth Mother's approval, Yue Yang had experienced an indescribable mental journey in the past 3 years. Every time he thought of the past, he would even sigh for it. Hearing Red's mother's cries, Yue Yang's emotions were stirred. He returned to the grimoire world with a little bit of emotion and flew towards Fourth Mother. He hugged her tightly, hoping to obtain more spiritual comfort from her. Silly child. Fourth Mother gave him a fright at first. When she realized that it was Yue Yang, she immediately hugged his head with her motherly instincts. She stretched out her hands and gently caressed his back. She sighed softly. There were many comforting words in her heart, but she didn't know where to start. She could only give him hugs and support, to let this child who was undefeatable in the Tong Tian Tower in the eyes of others, but in reality, could not face the torture in his heart, obtain the best spiritual comfort. He had Shui Wuxia and the others to accompany him. He had resolutely passed the test of the 12 zodiac temples. With the guidance of Jizun and Night Empress, he had also successfully passed the door of life and death. Now, she had solved the last worry in his heart. His heart should have grown to the point where there were no more flaws. There would definitely be more conflicts and troubles in life in the future. But this time, he had successfully walked out of it. He would definitely not be foolish again. She could also be at ease. Sister, I will definitely take good care of this little fellow. And Bing and Shuang these little fellows that make people worry, I will take good care of them and let them grow up healthily. Fourth Mother gently caressed Yue Yang's hair. She looked up at the sky and smiled, as if she could see her sister nodding at her in the sky. Ah, I forgot, Yue Yang suddenly remembered the 9 Brilliance King. He anxiously struggled out of Fourth Mother's embrace. I forgot that the 9 Brilliance King is not dead yet. Duo, Yi Ka, Zhang Ying and Bing Yin still have to fight. Fourth Mother, rest here for a while. I will be back soon. Fourth Mother saw Yue Yang running out in a hurry. She shook her head lightly, but she showed a tolerant smile on her face. However, a forgiving smile appeared on his face. You're still a child. You're always so impulsive. When will you be able to truly make me feel at ease? Originally, Yue Yang planned to enter the black hole sealed space to see Queen Vivian Li about the Empress matter. He wanted to ask her about what happened in the past. But when he remembered that the 9 Brilliance King was still alive, he immediately cancelled this plan. After bidding farewell to Fourth Mother, he came out of the grimoire world. Following little Wen Li's guidance and sensing the direction of the battle, Yue Yang and the others teleported to the battlefield where the 4 girls were attacking the 9 Brilliance King. The current 9 Brilliance King was no longer as mighty as before. Yi Ka and Duo were originally not as strong as the 9 Brilliance King. However, with the help of the Golden Giant, they had completely suppressed him for a long period of time. They had beaten the fallen flowers to the point where they ran out of energy. They could still easily restrain him even after the Golden Giant disappeared. Hornless Dragon Zhang Ying and Qilin Girl Bing Yin were even stronger. Even without the Golden Giant's help, the combined strength of the 4 girls was still above the 9 Brilliance King. Most importantly, not only was the 9 Brilliance King heavily injured, his fighting spirit was also extremely low. He only wanted to escape and was not willing to fight with the 4 girls. Divine Dragon, Dragon Tail Return. The hornless dragon Zhang Ying was the one who attacked the least. She had not inherited the divine power and could not control it with ease. However, if she hit him once, the 9 Brilliance King would be in big trouble because her attacks were filled with divine power. It was a supreme power that the 9 Brilliance King could not resist. The 9 Brilliance King originally wanted to blast Duo away with his sunlight and escape. He did not expect the hornless dragon Zhang Ying to seize this opportunity. Her slender legs spun like a windmill. The dragon-shaped long tail swayed beautifully in front of her. The sunlight that was supposed to explode upon contact was immediately deflected by the dragon tail. It exploded on the 9 Brilliance King's body. Rumble. The 9 Brilliance King was once again hit by his sunlight and was sent flying into the air in a sorry state. Bing Yin was in charge of restraining the 9 Brilliance King. She did not attack much and mainly allowed Ika and Duo to grow. However, it was impossible for the 9 Brilliance King to escape through her. Ever since they failed to intercept the Scarlet Emperor, Bing Yin and Yue Yang had researched again and again. In the end, Bing Yin created a set of Qilin Imperial Void Steps that was as beautiful as a dance. During the process of using this Qilin Imperial Void Steps, unless it was an expert much stronger than Bing Yin, it was impossible to escape from the combination of movement and mental lock. Invisibility and teleportation were impossible to succeed under Bing Yin's mental lock. Even Yue Yang would not be able to escape Bing Yin's pursuit unless he used a small-scale power of law combined with the creation domain. Go down. Qilin girl Bing Yin stretched out her hand and pressed down with her right hand. Although the Nine Brilliance King had the time to block the attack, his body was forced to fall back to the ground. This was actually the 50th time he had failed to escape. Among the 4 girls, he could tell that the weakest was the Battle Angel, the strongest was the Qilin girl, the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen and the Hornless Dragon girl. They were still unable to unleash their full power. Their teamwork was lacking, otherwise he would be in even more pain. What gave the 9 brilliance? King a headache was the Hornless Dragon, the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, and the Battle Angel. All of them were growing rapidly in battle. They were becoming more familiar and stronger. At this rate, they would be able to kill him easily in less than a day. Am I really going to die on this heaven stairway? It seemed like Jizun and Yue Yang had already killed the Heaven Empress. They would catch up to me at any time. No matter if it was Jizun or Yue Yang, I would be in grave danger. The 9 Brilliance King panicked when he thought of this. 9 Brilliance consecutive explosion. The 9 Brilliance King suppressed the pain in his body and condensed 9 energy balls of different sizes in the muddy smoke that filled the air. Some were shaped like the sun, and some were shaped like the moon. There were all kinds of energy balls. The 9 Brilliance consecutive explosion formed a straight line. If it was used to attack an enemy, its power would be 100 times greater than a single attack. If he could successfully use it to intercept the Qilin girl, he would have a chance to escape, go to hell. When the muddy smoke dispersed, the 9 Brilliance King revealed himself and raised the 9 Brilliance energy ball in his hand ferociously. However, the moment he threw it out, he saw a shadow. This shadow was a stranger before the battle. But after the battle, it had become the 9 Brilliance King's greatest nightmare. He was Yue Yang. When the 9 Brilliance King condensed the 9 Brilliance consecutive explosion, Yue Yang summoned the War God Guard Sisters. He raised his arm toward the sky as if he was holding up a divine sword. The elder sister of the Dragon Ladies, Yao, flew into the sky and stopped above Yue Yang's head. Her body emitted countless rays of divine light. Under the 9 Brilliance King's incredulous gaze, her body turned into a rainbow ray of divine light that quickly condensed into an indescribably beautiful divine sword. The totem of a lovebird instantly covered the entire sky. The enormous and beautiful lovebird divine sword slowly landed in Yue Yang's palm. It resonated with him as if it was connected by blood. Their energy flowed together, emitting millions of rays of dazzling light that illuminated the entire world. He held the sword in his hand. At this moment, Yue Yang was like a god. There was nothing in the world that could resist his supreme will. Danger. A familiar shadow of death immediately rose in the 9 Brilliance King's heart. Earlier, when the blood-winged angel divine weapon had locked onto him and was about to slash at him, the 9 Brilliance King had felt an indescribable fear. Chapter 756. With the death of the commander level 4 Cs, the 9 Light Clan had reached an irreversible end. Even if Sky Execution, Dragon Emperor and Underworld Emperor didn't come, the vengeful ancient demon king would never spare the 9 Light Clan. Those who betrayed their allies for the sake of treasures and other benefits, and those who killed to conceal the truth, would eventually be spurned by history. The 9 Light Clan had escaped the betrayal of the demon dragon and the betrayal of Fei Wenli, but in the end, they couldn't escape the betrayal of the ancient demon king. It wasn't that the ancient demon king was stronger than the previous two, it was just that the timing and the opponent he chose were different. This time, the opponents the 9 Light Clan faced were Jizun, who was beyond their expectations, and Yue Yang, who they had severely underestimated. The Heaven Empress died on the spot, and the 9 Light King was about to follow in her footsteps, destined to a tragic fate. Once the pillar of the 4 Seas fell, the 9 Light Clan would have no chance to rise again. Go to hell. The primordial demon king waved his hand and summoned the broken death fairy. It carried the heavily injured Eugene the Undertaker into a black hole that led to an unknown place in an even more broken cage made of bones. Eugene struggled desperately, trying to escape from the black hole. 2 extremely long coffin nails stretched out of his body and hung outside the black hole, refusing to go in. The death fairy had been broken before and had lost its greatest power. It couldn't guarantee that Eugene would be sent into the black hole. The black hole became smaller and smaller. The ancient demon king angrily stretched out his hand and forcefully tore the black hole open. Then, He pulled out the coffin nails and threw them into the black hole. Eugene used the coffin monster to carry himself and ejected 10,000 meters away, escaping from the black hole. However, before he could completely break free from the bone cage, Sky Execution's fist arrived and heavily hit the coffin monster's lid. The powerful Sky Execution's power lifted the lid. The Dragon Emperor cooperated and kicked Eugene out of the coffin monster. The Emperor of the Underworld's single arm struck heavily. Eugene dodged in a sorry state. In the sky, Princess Sissy, who had condensed the power of the four saints, had been preparing for a long time. She raised the Prison Emperor Divine Sword and slashed down. On the other side, the battle between Li Pan and Raging Flame was also coming to an end. The number one warrior of the Nine Glory clan, Li Pan, who was originally slightly stronger than Raging Flames, was suppressed to the limit by Shui Wuxia's divine sense domain. He couldn't tell what was real and what was fake. It was absolutely impossible to break out of the divine sense domain with brute force. Moreover, there was Inan's psychedelic butterfly demon's psychedelic pollen hallucination and the succubus queen's spiritual charm complemented each other. Not to mention the power of the impatience, sky punishment, not to mention the fallen flower's nirvana sunflower, even Man's titan power and Red's divine beast will were enough to make Li Pan suffer. Grey Wolf, Star Sky Scorpion, and Dao Tai Blade were even more unreasonable in their sneak attacks. His fighting style was unscrupulous. They have no elegance to speak of. In their eyes, the best enemy was a dead enemy. He was hit by Inan's butterfly demon's pollen and the charm of the succubus queen. He was hit by Yu Bing's blood-sealing throat and the Star Sky Scorpion's golden scorpion venom. He was hit by the Nirvana Sunflower's blindness and the impatience, sky punishment. Li Pan, the number one warrior of the Nine Glory clan, still couldn't hold on. He staggered and ran in Shui Wuxia's divine sense domain. However, he would never be able to get out of the divine sense domain. Li Pan could ignore the attacks of the Spirit of Heaven Fire, Reaper Mantis, and Golden Flaming Lion King Simba in the past, but now, he was severely injured and weak to the extreme, and had reached the limit of what his body could bear. Howl. Grey Wolf transformed into a giant world-exterminating demon wolf and waved his front claws like swatting a fly, hitting Li Pan who was still holding on. When Li Pan fell down, it lowered its big mouth and bit him in its mouth, preparing to forcefully swallow him. Li Pan, who felt that death was coming, used his last bit of strength. He opened Grey Wolf's mouth. He escaped painfully and with difficulty. Without Yue Yang by his side, Grey Wolf, who could not transform for a long time, angrily swung the true essence demon's side with its tail, swatting Li Pan away like a fly. On the other side, Man seized the opportunity and cooperated tacitly. She waved the Black Hell King's sacred weapon, Cloud Collapsing Thunder Hammer, and hit Li Pan's head. Li Pan was instantly sent flying hundreds of meters away. While he was struggling powerlessly, a destructive Nirvana Sunflower slashed down from the sky. Li Pan, who was known as the number one warrior of the Nine Light clan, was cut in half from head to toe. Li Pan's death in battle was also the end of the Nine Light clan. Because before he died in battle, the clan's most intelligent mourner, Eugene, was beheaded by Princess Sissy. Li Pan was already the last member of the clan. Wei Tai Lang, Dao Tai, Simba, Star Scorpion, Spirit of Heaven Fire, Reaper Mantis and the other beasts rushed forward. They tore Li Pan's body into pieces in anger and started to eat it, leaving only Li Pan's pair of golden arms that were almost invulnerable and could withstand the slash of the celestial sword. These two arms are not bad. Let's leave Duo's crazy Thorny Flower Demon General and Smoke Thorny Flower Demon General to fuse. If the two of them could obtain the power of these two arms, they would not be so easily torn to pieces by the enemy. Shui Wuxia felt that the two Thorny Flower Demon Generals under Duo were still a little weak. In this battle, they were not able to play the role of a meat shield and were destroyed by the enemy's joint attack at the beginning of the battle. Fortunately, they were a part of the guardian beasts. As long as they had a certain amount of time to recover, they would automatically return to their original state. Meow. Grey Wolf, the leader of the beasts, quickly raised his paw to show his agreement. He did not walk the path of a meat shield. Although swallowing and fusing these two arms would also benefit him, Grey Wolf still liked to fight in the dark. Being a pitiful meat shield in front of everyone and blocking the enemy's tide-like attacks was not what he wanted, nor was it what he was good at. Dao Tai Blade did not have any objections. It did not have any thoughts. Whatever its master decided, it would do. Star Scorpion was a little reluctant. These two arms were able to block the prison emperor divine sword in Princess Sissy's hands. Although it could only block the sword chi from afar and not directly block the divine sword, it could still be said to be an incredible treasure. Star Scorpion had just joined and did not have much status. Even Grey Wolf, the boss, had agreed, so it had nothing to say. Besides, Star Scorpion did not have the ability to be a meat shield in the future, nor did it have the interest to be beaten up. It was not a thorny flower that could never be killed. Spirit of Heaven Fire was not interested in the golden arm. To it, this thing could not be compared to a pure fire crystal. Reaper Mantis was also not interested in something that its teeth could not bite. The two of them did not even look at the golden arm and handed the task of moving the golden arm to Simba, who had just joined. Simba brought his lioness wife and diligently moved the golden arm back. Then, he carried the little panda Niu, who was doted on by Yue Yang and Drunken Cat, and ran towards the black dot that appeared in the distance. That was Yue Yang, and the others who had returned victorious. Ancient Demon King sighed slightly, crushed the teleportation crystal, and teleported away dejectedly. The lonely figure of the hero witnessed the disappearance of a king. Shui Wuxia did not stop the Ancient Demon King from leaving. Even Sky Execution, the Dragon Emperor, and the Emperor of the Underworld only watched as this expert, who had dominated Tong Tian Tower tens of thousands of years ago, retreated. Perhaps the Ancient Demon King, who had retired to hibernation, would wake up at some point in the future. He would continue to search for his body, or his divine body, and pursue greater power. However, one thing was certain. In Yue Yang's era, he would never appear again. Just like how he went into hibernation to avoid Emperor Wuxia, just like how he went into hibernation to avoid Conquest Queen Vivian Li, just like how he went into hibernation to avoid the powerful prison emperor, the Ancient Demon King once again fell into hibernation. Because, this was the era of Yue Yang. Compared to before, the Ancient Demon King who had retired to hibernation this time was even more lonely. Especially Yue Yang, the peerless genius of the younger generation. He was very likely to open the gods' ruins successfully, and he had completely crushed the Ancient Demon King's will to dominate the world. Emperor Wuxia was sealed, so was Queen Vivian Li, and the prison emperor died in battle. However, none of this was likely to happen to Yue Yang. All the signs indicated that he was the seed that the Eastern Immortal tribe had planted in Tong Tian Tower, a seed that would flourish and grow unstoppably, a seed that was destined to grow into a towering tree. No one said so, but the Ancient Demon King knew that his era had passed. Compared to the Heaven Empress and the Nine Brilliance King, the only fortunate thing was that he had not reached the end of the path of fighting with Yue Yang. Before Yue Yang grew into a towering tree, he still had the chance to retire to hibernation, unlike the Heaven Empress and the Nine Brilliance King, who had become Yue Yang's stepping stone and nutrients for his growth. Farewell, farewell, Tong Tian Tower. Perhaps this was the last time he would look back, because his era had passed. Before the Ancient Demon King entered the portal, he looked back and glanced at the crowd hugging and laughing. Then he left with heavy steps with loneliness. When he left, the Sky Execution, the Dragon Emperor, and the Underworld Emperor secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although the Ancient Demon King was seriously injured, this senior expert was not someone to be trifled with. If it wasn't for Yue Yang, even Ji Zun and the Night Empress would not have been able to suppress this extremely intelligent and patient senior expert. Only at this moment did the battle truly come to an end. Everyone's grimoire floated in the air automatically. The light of leveling up gathered together, forming a spectacular sight of dozens of light pillars shooting up to the sky. Holding the Book of Truth in her hand, Shui Wuxia, who had been standing in the battlefield, slowly closed her eyes and relaxed herself. She let her exhausted mind and body collapse in victory. Bang! The only thing that fell on the ground was the Book of Truth, which had also exhausted its energy. As for Shui Wuxia, she had already been hugged by someone else. It was Yue Yang. He looked at Shui Wuxia, who had opened her eyes weakly, and smiled, letting her sleep peacefully before she lost consciousness. Hey, lend me your shoulder. Princess Sissy was also exhausted. Relying on the prison emperor divine sword's support, she walked to Yue Yang's side and pressed her hand on Yue Yang's shoulder. Without waiting for Yue Yang to speak, she had already fainted and fell in front of him. Yue Yang hurriedly reached out his hands to support her delicate body, lifting this outwardly tough but inwardly soft tigress onto his shoulders. He reached out his hand to lightly pat her fragrant buttocks, and said to his lover, who was already asleep but still had a resolute look on his face, using a gentle tone that she had never heard before, Tigress, you've worked hard, let's go home. Chapter 757 The Black Hole Sealed Space. Queen Vivian Li was very angry. She felt that the Nine Light Clan's invasion of the Tong Tian Tower was a slap to her face. How dare the slave turn the tables on her? Especially when the Heaven Empress, who was even more respectful than a slave, dared to kill little Wen Li after recognizing her. This made her even angrier. She didn't have the chance to prove the Nine Light Clan's betrayal. She only had suspicions and killed the king and queen of the Nine Light Clan, who were secretly communicating with the central divine realm. She didn't have time to kill the Heaven Empress, so she sealed the Heaven Empress in this black hole space. Hearing Yue Yang's words, she immediately realized that the Nine Light Clan might not be as simple as communicating with the central shrine. She didn't know that the Heaven Empress was the culprit who reported her. Otherwise, she would be even angrier. A lowly clan without roots. They have always depended on the strong to survive. If they didn't depend on the Tong Tian Tower, they would have been eliminated in the Heaven Realm. I didn't expect them to bully the master and steal the secret treasure of the god's ruins. Damn it, Her Majesty Empress Fei Wen Li was unable to leave the black hole space. If she could leave this place, the entire Heaven Realm would be in chaos again. Empress Fei Wen Li suppressed the anger in her heart and comforted Yue Yang. With the speed of your improvement, it is far beyond my expectations. Before long, you will be able to help me accumulate enough power to break through the black hole seal. At that time, we will join hands and sweep across the Heaven Realm again. Let's see who can stop us. The central shrine is just a pile of bones in a tomb. Now, let's let them be happy for a while. The Heaven Empress is dead, so is the Nine Light King. As long as I keep an eye on the space crack in the Guangming continent, the Tong Tian Tower will be safe for now. I don't have to worry about the god's ruins. Yue Yang pondered, we have won some time to cultivate. It's a pity that I don't know how to contract a divine grimoire. Otherwise, there would be a divine grimoire right in front of us. You can go in now. Queen Vivian Li was a little surprised. I haven't tried it yet, but it should work because I have mastered part of the power of law. It should be no problem for me to enter the golden shield of the divine grimoire. Yue Yang thought that if it didn't work, there was still Ice Song to help. Entering the outer barrier of the divine grimoire doesn't mean that one can touch the divine grimoire itself. Queen Vivian Li imparted many of her insights to Yue Yang, enlightening him. The power of the laws you control is too weak. You have to continue to strengthen it. You have to focus on the creation domain that you are proficient in. You have to reach the state where you are a god, you are everything. With a single thought, you can create a world. Although everyone's comprehension was different, the power of the laws they grasped was also different. However, advanced comprehension would always have an unexpected guiding effect for future generations. Due to the limitations of his realm, the current Yue Yang was still unable to comprehend the realm that Fei Wen Li had mentioned. He could only improve on his foundation, and was unable to comprehend the mysteries that Empress Fei Wen Li had comprehended from her realm. Even so, what he had obtained from Fei Wen Li was an indescribable benefit. If he were to comprehend it on his own, it might take several years, or even longer, to understand it. With the guidance of Queen Vivian Li, in just a few minutes, he had broken through the bottleneck of his cultivation for the next few years and leapt to a new realm that he had yet to enlighten, the divine grimoire. I think you should think more about it. It is not something that can be forced. Of course, you are a little special. It is also possible that you can obtain its recognition, but what we need to do is to cultivate pragmatically. As long as you have the will of the Divine Sovereign and the power of the Divine Sovereign, then you do not need the Divine Grimoire, do not need assistance, do not need any tools, and you can be like a god and do whatever you want. The most powerful thing in the world is not the Divine Grimoire, nor is it a divine weapon or a divine beast, but a god-like person, and it is your own body. Queen Vivian Li reached out and patted Yue Yang's shoulder. She smiled at him. Actually, you understand a lot of principles. However, I still have to say one more thing. I am afraid that you will think too much and easily take a detour. This is the bad thing about smart people. It is easy to get stuck in a dead end. Do you have anything to do after leaving this time? Are there any old friends in the Heaven Realm? Yue Yang was about to leave, but before he left, he remembered one thing. Back then, when Her Majesty Queen Vivian Li sealed it, her conquering army should not have completely dispersed. After 10,000 years, even if there were not many people left, it was not to the extent that there was no one left. Maybe there were still old friends. The Demon Abyss of Tong Tian Tower, the Snake Demon Clan and many experts of the Demon Abyss had all moved to the Heaven Realm. In the beginning, they would occasionally return to Tong Tian Tower. After the battle between the Prison Emperor and the three great leaders, Tong Tian Tower and the Heaven Realm were blocked, and they gradually lost their records. Perhaps, there were still the Snake Demon Clan and the experts of the Demon Abyss in the Heaven Realm. Yue Yang did not want to find these people as allies, but he felt that if he met an opponent in the Heaven Realm, it would be Fei Wenli's old subordinates. When the two sides fought, because they did not know each other, they would finally find out that it was the flood that washed away the Dragon King Temple. Yue Yang hoped to avoid that kind of embarrassing situation at all costs. That was why he mentioned it to Queen Vivian Li and asked her if there were any old friends he wanted to find. Queen Vivian Li frowned her golden eyebrows and thought for a while. In the past, there were too many subordinates, I can't explain them clearly. There were those who worked together for benefits, those who followed because of their reputation, and those who liked to be lively. There were many, but it was hard to say whether they were loyal or not. Some things could not be proven without the test of time, just like the Nine Light Clan. In the future, you will be the leader. Even if you kill the wrong person, it doesn't matter. Who asked them to become your enemy? Queen Vivian Li's attitude towards Yue Yang was naturally different from her previous subordinates. Yue Yang, this little fellow, was little Wen Li's father. He was an existence that formed a blood contract with her soul. I will ask around in the Heaven Realm. Yue Yang naturally knew Fei Wenli's attitude. However, he felt that there were some unnecessary battles. It would be best if they could be avoided. Now that you mention it, I remember a candidate. Queen Vivian Li smiled. She seemed to have thought of something funny in the past, and a smile bloomed on her face. After a while, she relaxed and gently pressed her jade-like hand on Yue Yang's shoulder. You can find someone to help you. That guy is a coward. On the battlefield, he always bullies the weak and fears the strong. He specially looks for the weakest opponents. He is even worse than that Fatty Hai you mentioned. However, there is one thing about him that is similar to Fatty Hai, who is very loyal to you. That is, he is very loyal to me. When I was crossing the boundless ocean in the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower, I met him who was a pirate. After I beat him up, he decided to give up the great profession of being a pirate and joined my team to go to the Heaven Realm with me. I have always brought him along to kill our way to the Heaven Realm. He can be considered as an old official who has always been by my side. He is my companion from the Tong Tian Tower. If he did not die in battle, he would have established his own faction. Only he is willing to follow me. When Yue Yang asked for this guy's name, Queen Vivian Li replied that it was Little C. Little C, what kind of lousy name was this? Queen Vivian Li laughed and explained, his original name is Cook Caribbean. Because he is good at pirate sword skills, he always draws a C-shaped arc. Although his combat skills are effective, they look very fancy, so everyone calls him Little C and forgets the name Cook. How does this Cook Caribbean look like? Of course, Yue Yang couldn't call an old guy from 10,000 years ago Little C. He likes to wear pirate clothes. He wears an iron hook on his left hand, a captain's hat on his head, and he wears colorful clothes. Oh right, he also likes to wear an eye patch and a mustache. As for his appearance, he looks like he deserves a beating. Queen Vivian Li's description made Yue Yang sweat profusely. Although he didn't spend much time in the Heaven Realm, Yue Yang really didn't know such a strong person in the Heaven Realm. He hoped that Cook Caribbean, who looked like he deserved a beating, wouldn't let anyone die. 10,000 years had passed. Fei Wenli and Yue Yang didn't really care about going to the Heaven Realm to look for old friends. They felt that it was just a matter of trying their luck. After all, it had been too long and there were too many variables. The chances of finding old friends were very small. Besides, the Heaven Realm was too big. If those strong people who had followed Fei Wenli to battle went into seclusion, where would they find them? Before leaving the black hole space, in order to raise little Wen Li's strength, Queen Vivian Li specially taught her. Her way of teaching was very simple, but it was effective. Queen Vivian Li was like Sister Si Niang. She directly passed on her battle knowledge to little Wen Li's brain. Of course, the inheritance was only for little Wen Li's battle skills. To be like the sea of knowledge that Sister Si Niang had passed on to Yue Yang, the current little Wen Li simply couldn't bear the power of that kind of inheritance. Queen Vivian Li, who focused on battle, was also not good at that kind of knowledge inheritance. In terms of inheritance, she only used her finger to touch little Wen Li's forehead and shared it with her for a second, and it was done. Little Wen Li turned into a colorful light and returned to Yue Yang's body to sleep, slowly digesting and receiving. Little Wen Li's guardian beasts, Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga and Ice Serpent Demon, had fought for a long time, and Fei Wen Li felt that their strength was not enough, directly affecting little Wen Li's growth, as well as Yue Yang's safety. Therefore, she specially gave each of them a drop of blood. Although it was just a drop of blood, this was also something that Queen Vivian Li had spent a lot of effort to condense. Compared to God's blood, her blood was more suitable for the Medusa's growth. When Fei Wen Li bit her index finger and dripped blood from Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga and Ice Serpent Demon's mouths, the 4 guardian beasts immediately erupted. With an aura that was even more exaggerated than when red fused with God's blood. The scales on their bodies shattered and their skin continuously peeled off. After fusing with this God's blood, they were quickly reborn, and each of them erupted with a supreme will and dazzling brilliance that was close to that of a divine beast. It's a pity that I am still in a weak state, and the energy in my blood is not very abundant. Otherwise, the 4 of them would have made greater progress. Queen Vivian Li sighed with a little disappointment. Yue Yang blushed with shame after hearing this. One must know that he had used all his efforts to cultivate them. Now it seemed that what he had done was not even comparable to a drop of Fei Wen Li's blood. Hold on for a while longer, I will definitely bring you out. Yue Yang actually did not want Fei Wen Li to waste her blood energy to improve her beasts. What he wanted to do the most was to bring her out of this black hole. Don't worry, I have already waited for 10,000 years, I don't mind waiting for a few more years. Queen Vivian Li happily hugged Yue Yang and gave him a loud kiss. When Stone Element Medusa and the others turned into colorful lights and returned to the grimoire world, Yue Yang also took his leave. Queen Vivian Li was sleeping when she suddenly felt happy for nothing. It feels good to have a man to rely on. Chapter 758. When Yue Yang returned to the Rainbow Castle, he found a bunch of refugees who were even more miserable than beggars, lying on the ground in disorder. After identifying them for a long time, he realized that they were Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others. Seeing that Yue Yang had returned, originally, Yi Kong and the others were a little proud. Because Yue Yang didn't make any arrangements, they had defeated Shun Tian and the others' conspiracy. In the fierce battle, Shui Tan Lang killed the 1,000 Goblin King's last clone, the Marquis of Zijin. Yi Kong and Prince of Tian Luo joined hands to kill the Black Prince who was trying to escape. Lu Yi, Bao Er and the Li brothers, Feng Qisha, Yan Po Jun and Yu Ting, with the help of the old dragon turtle and the hybrid fishmen brought by Sha Yi, annihilated the Guangming Continent Senate. They even forced the 1,000 Goblin sect leader to surrender. You guys are not dead yet. Impatience's surprised tone made Yi Kong and the others, who were secretly proud, cry. If it wasn't for our quick rescue, they would have entered the Martyr Wu Shrine. Southern Demon King snorted with a little dissatisfaction, pig-like brains. Long ago, we said that when we meet danger, we should bring our team members to the entrance of the Prison Emperor Divine Palace, because that is the forbidden area that the enemy is most unwilling to step into. But they, each and every one of them wanted to be heroes and stayed behind to fight the enemy. Otherwise, why would they be so injured? Grandaunt, I was wrong. I'm a pig, please don't say any more. Yi Kong quickly begged for mercy. At first, he didn't understand. Only later did he understand. Yue Yang didn't feel despair, but he wanted his team members to learn to think during the battle. If everyone had thought of this from the beginning, they wouldn't have waited for Shun Tian and the others to surround them and quickly retreated to the old dragon turtle's side. Of course, this understanding came too late. When Sha Yi brought the hybrid fishmen, Shark King, Chong Ni and the other innate rankers who took the initiative to help, and when the Southern Demon King appeared with the Eastern Goblin Tribe's rankers, the battle was already over. Luckily Shui Tan Lang and Fatty Hai had stronger vitality than cockroaches. Otherwise, they would definitely be dead. Shui Tan Lang and the Marquis of Zijin's battle had caused the most serious injuries. In the beginning, the Marquis of Zijin, who had the power of an innate level 8, overwhelmed Shui Tan Lang in terms of strength and experience. When he was on the verge of death, he heavily injured Shui Tan Lang who had sunk to the bottom of the Black Lake and used his guardian beast, Storm Giant, to fuse with the Thunder Beast. In the end, he was so lucky that the fusion that even Yue Yang felt was difficult to succeed had actually succeeded. His guardian beast had fused with a mutated wind thunder beast that had reached heaven stage. With the help of the heaven stage beast, thunder wind beast, Shui Tan Lang made a great counterattack. The last strike had completely pierced through the Marquis of Zijin's demon heart. He had won the battle to the death. If Shui Tan Lang, who had a dozen broken ribs, arm bones and collarbones and was bandaged like a dumpling, was lucky enough to successfully merge with the thunder beast and win the battle, then Fatty Hai's victory over the strongest Shun Tian was truly inconceivable to everyone. God knows how Fatty Hai managed to survive Shun Tian's attack. Everyone only knew that Shun Tian had driven Fatty Hai crazy with anger. What did Fatty Hai say to Shun Tian to make the strong-willed and powerful Shun Tian go mad? This was a mystery. When Yi Kong dragged his injured body and rushed to the Rainbow Castle to look for Fatty Hai, he found a pile of rotten meat or rubbish. It was Fatty Hai, and what was even more miraculous was that he was still alive. All the beasts, King Kong rhinoceros, little hippopotamus, thunder mammoth and so on were all in a state of near death. Only the wind-breath seabird was still standing by his side. This is a miracle. Yue Yang used the tone of a leader of the Celestial Empire's Wang Yongping to praise Fatty Hai and the others' unbelievable battle achievements and vitality. Fatty Hai might be one of the legendary water demons that could still survive even after being chopped into shreds. Southern Demon King was very suspicious. It can't be. Originally, Yi Kong wanted to deny it, but seeing that Fatty Hai, this pile of rotten meat, was still alive, he didn't dare to affirm it. He could only help Yue Yang. Isn't Fatty Hai the young master of the Hai family? Originally, his secret potential was not to be a water demon, but maybe I saw wrongly. Yue Yang's answer made everyone speechless. Fatty, is this meaty mountain demon king really a water demon? It's too scary. Bauer casually gave the unconscious Fatty Hai a nickname. This meaty mountain demon king was even more catchy and vivid than the cheap fat demon king in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. For a moment, everyone tacitly agreed that the meaty mountain demon king would be Fatty Hai from now on. Really, only the pure Lu Yi would take the inference that Fatty Hai was a water demon king seriously. I don't care if you believe it or not, I believe it anyway. Yue Yang imitated the tone and movements of a leader of the Celestial Empire's Wang Yongping, shook his head and said proudly. Damn, his actions caused everyone to be thunderstruck. Even Yu, who was usually the most tolerant, gently patted Yue Yang's head and rewarded him with a roll of her eyes. With Yu and Anna consuming a lot of spiritual power to heal, and Sickly Beauty and Yue Yang working together to make the 5 elements recovery rune array, everyone's injuries were healed very quickly. Of course, the most important thing was that almost everyone had improved after the battle. It also had a good recovery effect on the body that had been overdrawn in the battle. Yue Yang did not return to the Rainbow Castle to rest as usual. Instead, he hugged the still sleeping Princess Sissy and sat in the small garden with everyone to chat. Shui Wuxia pillowed on his lap and slept quietly. She was like the most beautiful sleeping princess in the world. That small white jade hand was still holding the Book of Truth. City Lord Fallen Flowers snuggled up behind Yue Yang, enjoying the relaxing massage given by the Snow Fox girl. Beside Yue Yang, Inan and Yu Bing were hugging each other. They, who had been interrupting each other, had unknowingly fallen asleep. Impatience and Fourth Mother were playing chess. Southern Demon King, on the other hand, used her white orchid-like fingers to play the pipa. The melody was leisurely and hypnotic. In the lullaby, Xianxia, the usually active little girl, did not play hide-and-seek with the little panda girl Niu. Instead, she obediently sat beside her mother, secretly eating a candy bean, and then secretly handed her little hand back to share it with the little panda girl Niu. Niu was far less daring than her. She first waved her hand, but Xianxia insisted that she eat it. Niu glanced at her mother, drunken cat, then turned to look at Yue Yang. She found that he was not looking at her. She quickly threw the candy bean into her mouth, but did not dare to chew or cheer. She secretly shared it with Xianxia. When the adults looked over, she pretended to be looking at the butterflies chasing each other in the sky. However, she didn't know that her bulging cheeks had long been exposed. If it was any other time, Fourth Mother and Drunken Cat would have scolded them. Today, however, was an exception. They smiled tolerantly and pretended not to see, letting these two little greedy cats go. A little further away, Raging Flame and Hai Yingwu were drinking. According to Raging Flame's words, drinking was the best way to heal. Yi Kong and the Li brothers, who were seriously injured, politely declined this kind of healing method. Drinking crazily while injured was simply courting death. The only one who accompanied her to drink was Hai Yingwu, the female ocean emperor who was not injured and could drink a lot. Of course, Hai Yingwu had a 3,000-year-old, bright god, meteor fall pearl that could not get drunk after 1,000 cups. Otherwise, she would not dare to drink with Raging Flame, the female giant. At their feet, the ox-head Fan Lun Tai and the 4 orc girls were all completely drunk. You can only drink when your injuries are healed. Feng Qisha and the others, who were lightly injured, were extremely greedy. However, they were intimidated by the 2 doctors, Anna and Yu, so they did not dare to secretly drink. They lay on the ground with a bitter face and counted the stars. We are fine, you don't have to trouble yourselves. Yi Kong, Tian Luo Wang and the others all rejected Yu and the others' healing. There were many injured people, and Yu and the others had already overdrawn their mental power. They did not want them to be too tired while they could still support themselves. Moreover, warriors who had the willpower to endure their injuries alone would improve much more than those who were healed by others in the future. Yi Kong, Tian Luo Prince and the Li clan brothers decided to be strict with themselves, starting from every small thing. Yu did not force them, and gave Yu Yang a martial arts pill, focusing on healing Shui Tan Lang, who had all his bones broken, and Fatty Hai, who was still unconscious. Other than the occasional soft conversation, there were occasional sounds. The whole little garden seemed exceptionally peaceful at this time. The night was as cool as water, and the moonlight shone brightly. The half-elf little Nu Ju tiptoed out with a snow-white blanket and gently covered Yu Yang's body. In battle, she could not help Yu Yang, but in life, she could do her part and take care of him. Yu Yang stretched the blanket and gently covered City Mistress Fallen Flowers' body. Although his action was light, it caused her to wake up from her half-sleep. She opened her eyes and saw that it was him, and instantly a sweet smile blossomed on her face. She turned her face and kissed him quietly when no one was paying attention. Her lips were abnormally soft, as if she was afraid that if she kissed him hard, the happiness in her heart would overflow. Shui Wuxia seemed to feel uncomfortable in her sleep. She turned slightly and changed her direction, looking for a more comfortable position on Yu Yang's thigh. Afraid that she would wake up, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Yu Yang stopped kissing. Their lips waited quietly, waiting for her to continue her sleep. Then they smiled at each other and kissed again. Sickly Beauty checked the 5 elements rune circle again. When she came back, she found that the 2 were secretly kissing, so she deliberately coughed lightly. When their lips separated, she looked at her and revealed a mischievous smile that was not usually seen. City Mistress Fallen Flowers waved her hand and let the Sickly Beauty sit beside her. She pointed at her red lips and pointed at Yu Yang. She asked her to kiss Yu Yang and share the sweetness of this moment with her. However, she smiled and refused to kiss Yu Yang in front of everyone. She was the most qualified wife in the world of the 2 of them, but in front of others, she was always shy. However, Luo Hua City Mistress suddenly kissed her on the lips, causing the Sickly Beauty to feel extremely embarrassed. However, it wasn't convenient for him to criticize her, so he could only endure it. When he saw that Luo Hua City Mistress had kissed her lips and kissed Yu Yang's, he immediately became even more bashful. He helplessly rolled his eyes at these 2 shameless people. Because she turned around, the Book of Truth fell into the soft flowers. Sickly Beauty reached out and gently picked it up. She casually opened a page and turned her face to look at Yu Yang. She revealed a mischievous look that was not usually seen. Her big blinking eyes seemed to be asking, "Do I look like wuxia?" Other than her hairstyle and temperament, her appearance was almost exactly the same as Shui Wuxia. Now that he was holding the Book of Truth, Yu Yang was in a daze for a while. He lost himself and leaned forward. Sickly Beauty was not as bold as City Mistress Fallen Flowers. She did not dare to kiss him and only let him touch her little face. Even so, she was so embarrassed that she didn't dare to look at anyone. She buried her head into his embrace. Of course, no one paid attention to this side. Everyone was resting quietly under the starry night sky. There was no excitement at all. Even Bao, who loved to play around, had gone to bed early. Lu Yi and Sha Yi lay beside her and whispered quietly. They had endless topics to talk about, and from time to time, a quiet smile appeared on their faces. After an unknown period of time, Princess Sissy opened her eyes. She found herself lying in Yu Yang's arms, like a baby being hugged by him. She was a little stunned at first, then she slightly wrapped the blanket around her body and changed into a more comfortable sleeping position. When Yue Yang looked over, she immediately stared at him with her red tigress eyes. Pervert, did you do anything? If Yue Yang was not a guy from another world, and had never heard of the jokes of beasts, and, worse than beasts, he would probably be stumped by her questions. Girls were strange creatures born with contradictions. If Yue Yang was a big pervert and honestly answered that he touched her, he would definitely be criticized by Princess Sissy. Calling him a pervert would be a light punishment, and she might even raise her fist to punch him. If Yue Yang wanted to be a gentleman and answered that he was very obedient and didn't touch her, then Princess Sissy would definitely be very disappointed. She would say, "Who would believe that?" and she would be even angrier because she was not charming enough. Fortunately, Yue Yang's skill in picking up girls had already reached a certain level. He smiled when he heard it. His smile was very pure as he replied, "Why don't you guess?" Princess Sissy's jade face instantly turned red. Other than glaring at him, she realized that she really couldn't do anything to him since she was wrapped in the blanket. In the end, she opened her cherry lips, revealing her little canine teeth. "Let me bite you, otherwise." Yue Yang lowered his head and used his lips to block her words. After an unknown period of time, Princess Sissy, who could not hold her breath anymore, finally broke free from Yue Yang's battle of tongues. "Hey, don't push your luck, quickly take your hand out." "Yes, Your Highness." Yue Yang's action was the opposite. His other wolfish claw also dug into the blanket. "I'm going to be angry. I'm really going to be angry." At this moment, Princess Sissy didn't look like Tigress at all. Instead, she looked like a weak girl who couldn't stand being bullied and humiliated. Her fake angry expression was very alluring. "Ah, I'm very scared." Yue Yang cooperated and made a very scared expression, making Princess Sissy so angry that she really wanted to bite him. Chapter 759 Western Heaven Realm. Shihi Territory, Spirit Cloud Country, Rizhao City, Heaven Realm Gate. Guarding the Heaven Realm Gate was an extremely boring thing, especially as a Heaven ranker. Guarding the Heaven Realm Gate that opened once in 100 years was simply the most painful thing in the world. Even a fool would know that although the Heaven Realm Gate opened once every 100 years, because the space-time passage had already been shattered, not to mention how powerful the seal's power was, the extremely chaotic space-time vortex could easily tear a Heaven ranker to pieces. In the thousands of years of war with Tong Tian Tower, there had never been a warrior from the lower realms who broke through the Heaven Realm Gate. As a duty officer who had been guarding for 1,000 years, Tu Wang had almost forgotten about Tong Tian Tower. If it wasn't for the Spirit Cloud King's instructions, if it wasn't for the order of Rizhao City Lord Tu Hai, Tu Wang's elder brother, Tu Wang, who had the strength of Heaven Stage, would not have wasted 1,000 years here. Forget about Tong Tian Tower. Are there any new people joining in the other lower realms for us to collect taxes? Tu Wang asked his subordinates weakly as he drank the Rizhao wine that he was sick of. The Rizhao wine was extremely famous in the Spirit Cloud Country. Together with the luminous wine of the Luminous Country, they were known as the two great wines of the Shihi territory, which were hard to find outside. However, even if it was a high-grade wine, the taste would not change after drinking it for 1,000 years. Even an idiot with taste buds would be tired of it. At least Tu Wang was like this. "Sir, there is no response from the lower realms of Tong Tian Tower. The three lower realms of Hun Yuan, Wei Feng and Qinghua have not had any new people joining in for a few months. Not only is the Heaven Realm Gate calm, even the other teleportation arrays in the lower realms have no signs of activation." The guard captain stretched and reported respectfully. "Boring, it's too boring." Tu Wang was exceptionally disappointed. The original routine was to use the identity of a Heaven Stage ranker and the power of the duty officer to suppress the warriors from the lower realms, in order to find some fun in the long duty career. Such a wish could not be realized. Sometimes, Tu Wang had thought that a few young people with good strength would emerge from Tong Tian Tower. They would work hard to break through the power of the seal, narrowly escaping death into the space-time vortex, and weakly arrive in front of him. However, before they could catch their breath, he would grab them one by one and throw them back into the space-time vortex. Report. Just as Tu Wang was preparing to follow his usual routine of playing with a woman after getting drunk and then falling asleep, there was a guard on duty outside, and he hurried in. He reported loudly, "Lord, there is a group of martial artists in a flying car coming towards the Gate of Heaven from the direction of Rizhao City." At first, he thought that there would be business. But when he heard that it was someone from the direction of Rizhao City and not a newcomer from the mortal world or a martial artist from the Tong Tian Tower, he sighed in boredom. Sigh, I might be the unluckiest person in the entire Ling Yun kingdom. If it wasn't for the fact that I was in a hurry to make a contribution that year and took the initiative to stand up and request to guard this damn heaven realm gate, I'm afraid I would have been the city lord long ago. Grumbling to himself, he decided to go out and take a look. If the intruder was a martial artist who had snuck into the heaven realm before the Tong Tian Tower and was looking for an opportunity to return to the Tong Tian Tower, he would have to alert Sunshine City immediately. Of course, that kind of thing would never happen, because in the past 1,000 years, no one in Tong Tian Tower had ever thought of returning to Tong Tian Tower. It was just like a commoner in the countryside. After entering the city, would he still be willing to return to his hometown? Even if there was, it would be very few. In the past 1,000 years, Tu Wang had never seen a fool who returned to the mortal world. Moreover, even if there was a martial artist who longed to return to Tong Tian Tower, he would also be the target of public criticism. He would have long been surrounded and killed by the experts of the Heaven Realm. It was impossible for him to come here. The Heaven Realm's gate was originally a bustling city. It was originally connected to Tong Tian Tower. Countless merchants opened shops and businesses here. Countless mercenaries searched for opportunities here. Countless Heaven Realm warriors came here enviously. After the war, the city became a ruin. Other than the families of those who died in the war, some descendants who wanted to pay their respects to their ancestors, they would travel thousands of miles to come here. Otherwise, there would not be a single outsider here for months. A group of people came down from the luxurious and beautiful flying car. The strength of these people was not considered high. The more outstanding ones were Earth rank level 7. Most of them were below Earth rank level 5, and there were even super weak people who had not reached Earth rank. The only thing that Tu Wang could not see through was a man wearing a platinum rank mask in this group. This masked man seemed to be very weak, not even at Earth rank. However, he seemed to be very strong, close to heaven rank. He was the only person in the entire group that Tu Wang could not see through. Of course, no matter how strong this group was, Tu Wang did not dare to offend them. It seemed that 90% of them were descendants who came to worship their ancestors. 99% of the descendants of the experts who had fought here came from powerful families or famous sects. Just from the luxurious flying car they rented, they knew that these young people were young and rich, not ordinary adventuring mercenaries. If they did not have some family power, it would be impossible for them to pass through Rizhao City and come to the Heaven Realm Gate. The clever guard captain stretched his arms and went up to ask. After a while, he reported the news to Tu Wang. Sure enough, these young people were from the southern Heaven Realm Tuo Yi Wang, a famous disciple of the Emerald Territory Nightless City. In the process of learning, they came to worship the seniors who had died in the war. The captain of their team was the masked man, called Third Young Master Yu. Tu Wang guessed that this Third Young Master Yu was either the third young master of a big family or the son of a certain lord. An ordinary city lord's son would not dare to call himself Third Young Master. Moreover, the special platinum mask on his face was not a treasure that ordinary people could have. In this team, it was not only the Third Young Master who had outstanding treasures. Even the fatty who seemed to have just recovered from his injuries, the tall and skinny man with a pair of eagle-like eyes, and the ice cube man whose arm was still wrapped in bandages, had treasures that were at least gold ranked and above. Standing in front of the team was a handsome young man who called himself Tian Luo. This beautiful young man's manner was noble and elegant, refined and polite. At first glance, it was obvious that he was from an extraordinary family. He was not an ordinary country farmer or crude mercenary. In terms of external communication, he and the fat man who was smiling cheekily were fully responsible. The masked man, on the other hand, did not care. As soon as he opened his mouth, the usually arrogant guard captain relaxed and nodded his head like a pug. Withdrawing his gaze from the secret, Tu Wang shook his head. This group of people was not suspicious. It was just that there were a few beautiful women in their team. Tu Wang secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Forget it, this is definitely a hot potato. If I get carried away for a moment, it will bring about a fatal disaster. It must be known that the previous officer on duty was delusional enough to flirt with the beautiful women who came to worship the ancestors. As a result, he provoked the thunderous rage of the other party's backing. In the end, he killed himself in front of the Spirit Cloud King and sent gifts to apologize to the other party. Every year, there were no less than 100 beautiful women from different races sent from Rizhao City. Why would he bring trouble to himself if he wanted to play with them? Tu Wang suppressed the desire in his heart and waved his hand to order the guard captain to accompany the other party for the whole journey. He himself went back to continue his drunken life. Accompanying this group of people to explore the ruins, the guard captain stretched his arms and asked with a little flattery and a little curiosity, "Distinguished and extraordinary guests, the tomb here is the place where the glorious Mad Storm King died in battle, and it was erected by his descendants. Your ancestors must have been as great and glorious as the Wild Racer King, right? No, I mean, your ancestors must be even greater, especially great." In the process of inquiring, he saw that the other party showed an indifferent and arrogant look when they heard about the crazy beast king. He was immediately shocked. My goodness, these people's ancestors actually surpassed the crazy beast king who was ranked in the top 100. He quickly corrected himself, deeply afraid that the other party would be angry. "You, how can you say that it is especially great?" The fat man retorted discontentedly. Yes, 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 please speak, let me listen to the glory of our distinguished guest's ancestors." The guard captain quickly pretended to be listening attentively. "Our ancestors, how can you say that they are especially great?" "They are quite great." The fat man who looked like he was asking for a beating said something that almost killed the guard captain. "Idiot, definitely an idiot among the idiots. There is an ancestor who is even greater than the crazy beast king, but the descendants are all earth rank, not a single one is heaven rank. Isn't this too miserable?" The guard captain Shuzan mocked the fat man maliciously in his heart. However, he could also understand that if one reached the heaven rank, he probably wouldn't come to worship his ancestors. He must be the lord of a city and have endless things to do. Only these family disciples with insufficient strength would come out to study and show off their family background. If it was a heaven rank, they would usually emphasize themselves and not their ancestors. Because of this interruption, the guard captain Shuzan no longer had the chance to inquire about the other party's ancestors. The more he spoke, the more mistakes he would make. He felt that it was best to listen to the other party with a smile. In these hundreds of years, the guard captain had changed batch after batch. Shuzan, who was good at listening to the star officer's nagging, had always stayed here. Although there was no future here, he could still fish for some benefits. If he served the family disciples who came to worship their ancestors, they might even reward him with something. Also, the newcomers who came to the heaven realm, in order to smoothly enter the heaven realm, were also willing to accept his extortion. If it was any other place, Shuzan, who was only in Earth rank level 5, guaranteed that others wouldn't even look at him. This group of people were not like other worshippers. They seemed to have no clear purpose. It was estimated that they did not come to worship in the name of their family, but because they couldn't find the location of their ancestors' battle. Only in the process of visiting one by one, according to Shuzan's introduction of the glorious battle, and knowing the list of the sacrificed, did they line up and bow to pay their respects to their ancestors. The guard captain Shuzan was secretly shocked, because the number of people in this group was not a lot, but their family composition was very mixed, obviously not from the same family. Among the number of times they bowed to their ancestors, the guard captain Shuzan secretly counted. This group of people had sacrificed their ancestors here. There were already more than 10 people. From this, it could be seen that their ancestors really had an exceptionally glorious and prosperous period, and could not be underestimated. This time it was a last-minute decision. I came in a hurry, I did not have time to prepare the things for the sacrifice, and because there is an urgent matter, I need to go to Rizhao City to deal with it. I can't stay for long. The young man who called himself Tian Luo asked the guard captain Shuzan to make up for the various sacrifices. Of course, it is Shuzan's honor to be able to serve the distinguished guest. The guard captain Shuzan took the money bag that the fat man casually threw over, and felt that it was heavy. Suddenly, a smile blossomed on his face. When the group of people left on the car, Shuzan opened the money bag, took a look, and exclaimed, "God, I really deserve to die. Just now I actually bowed to a group of rich young masters again and again to thank them. I am too rude. I think even the heavens will blame me." The drunken Tu Wang also made the impatient guard captain Shuzan call out. As soon as he heard, he immediately exclaimed, "What did you say?" 100,000 gold. The guard captain, Shuzan, respectfully replied, "Yes, in addition to tipping this lowly 100 gold, that group of rich young masters also offered Darren 100,000 gold, all stored in an unrecorded card. Their only request is for Darren to personally hold a sacrificial ceremony for their ancestors." Not waiting for Shuzan to finish, Tu Wang immediately sobered up from his drunken stupor and asked, "Will they come back?" "Maybe. I seem to have heard that fat young master say that he still wants to come back to see." The guard captain Shuzan did not dare to confirm. "Damn, I am too rude, I should not have gone to sleep, you should have also reminded me. When they come next time, all of you must prepare to welcome these distinguished guests together with me. You must know that they are the glorious descendants of the martyrs, they are worthy of our respect. God, my total income here for more than 100 years is not even this much money. I actually miss this group of rich young masters who casually throw away money. I should have thought of it long ago, wearing a platinum rank mask at all times, and having gold ranked weapons as followers. How could they be the disciples of ordinary families? Sigh, I am really stupid." Tu Wang muttered to himself, feeling sorry for himself. In the carriage 10 kilometers away, Fatty Hai's heart was still bleeding. However, in order to return to the Heaven Realm Gate and carry out the plan that Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia had agreed on, he had no choice but to bear with the pain and bribe the other party with a large sum of money. He turned back to look at the Heaven Realm Gate, raised his fist. "Just you wait, this money, when this young master comes back, I will definitely take it back with interest." Yue Yang did not care about the money he spent. To him, if a problem could be solved with money, then it was not a problem. Just now at the ruins of the Heaven Realm Gate, he had left behind a small level 1 life puppet with no combat power. When the plan was carried out, he could use the 3-realm compass to return to the Heaven Realm Gate at any time. Of course, his main task now was to collect the list of the old dragon turtle's companions who had died in battle. At the Heaven Realm Gate, he would engrave the names of the rankers of Tong Tian Tower and the prison emperor's subordinates as a kind of glory, and engrave all of them on the ceiling tablet. He believed that when the old dragon turtle saw the long list of his companions written by Yue Yang, he would definitely cry. Chapter 760 Rizhao City. In less than 3 hours, Yue Yang and the others arrived at Rizhao City, which was hundreds of kilometers away. This was a large city, different from ordinary cities. The cross-shaped main road divided Rizhao City into 4 parts. The east-west direction was close to 50 kilometers, the north-south direction was slightly shorter, but it was also 20 kilometers. Outside the city, there was a circular wall that was 20 meters high. Except for the 4 huge city gates, there was no exit. If one looked down from the sky, they would see a super wide road. The road from east to west was actually 1 kilometer wide. The north-south road was also 400 meters wide. Rizhao City was a strategic city built for war. It was built 10,000 years ago when Fei Wenli conquered the queen and expanded 6,000 years ago when the prison emperor was in power. However, the queen who swept through the Heaven Realm had already been sealed. The fierce battle between the Western Heaven Realm's 3 great leaders and the prison emperor had also become a historical memory. Today's Rizhao City was no longer a strategic base where thousands of troops gathered. It had become a remote but relatively prosperous mountain city. It was surrounded by valleys, and the huge city in the middle was currently home to millions of people. The people here were relatively rich. They relied on the rich mineral resources in the surrounding mountains to live a carefree life. Because of the many wars 10,000 years ago and 6,000 years ago, many special magical beasts were born around Rizhao City, which had been affected by the residual power of the strong. It also attracted many adventurers, mercenaries and merchants who came from far away to hunt. "Don't you guys want to go down and play?" Fatty Hai desperately invited everyone out to play, patting his chest, indicating that he would treat them this time. "Forget it, I don't think I can pull a hair off a cheapskate." Yi Kong and Fatty Hai were mortal enemies, natural enemies. What he said was right. Although Fatty Hai repeatedly promised and even swore that he would treat everyone to a trip to the Heaven Realm for the sake of his character, the person who really paid was still Yue Yang. This was because before Fatty Hai left, he borrowed 1 million gold from Yue Yang. Yi Kong didn't think that Fatty Hai would pay it back, nor did he think that he had the ability to pay it back. Instead, he thought that Fatty Hai would spend it all and then borrow from Yue Yang. Fatty Hai was always the most generous when it came to spending other people's money. As a matter of fact, he was going to treat everyone to a big meal in Rizhao City. "Monkey, I'm warning you. We might be close, but I can still sue you for slander. This young master has already turned over a new leaf and is ready to become a good person." No, I was originally a good person. Now, I just changed into a generous good person. Brothers and sisters, I will pay for the expenses of Rizhao City with my own money. I will personally treat everyone to a trip. Everyone, don't be polite. In the process of eating, drinking and playing, I don't ask for the most economical, but I ask for the most enjoyable. Everyone, feel free to spend as much as you want. As a boss, in order to save up an unparalleled character, I'm going all out today. If Fatty Hai didn't say it, everyone wouldn't have known that he still had a private stash of money. This is what you mean by not seeking the most frugal, but seeking the most satisfying activity funds. Bauer took the shriveled wallet and saw that there were only a few gold coins inside. She immediately felt dizzy. I can't help it, I haven't been able to save up my private stash ever since it was confiscated last time. Fatty Hai scratched his head in embarrassment. No wonder you are so generous. Yi Kong and the others suddenly understood. If you want to play, then go down and take a walk. It's good for you to experience it. Wei Tai Lang, you are in charge of the protection. Yue Yang was the real god of wealth. He gave Lu Yi 3,000 gold coins in one go. Even in Rizhao City where materials were expensive, 3,000 gold coins was enough to fill the whole team to death. Woof. Wei Tai Lang immediately accepted the order. His master had given him the heavy responsibility of protection. This was a good opportunity to make a contribution. He had to do it well no matter what. Let's go. Fatty Hai quickly took the money pouch when Lu Yi declined. He cheered and jumped off the flying car. The figure of the Meat Mountain Demon King had officially arrived in Rizhao City. We're not going. Shui Tan Lang, the Li brothers and the others were all training maniacs. They had no interest in playing. In their eyes, the best way to play in the Heaven Realm was to sweep through everything like Empress Fei Wen Li did in the past. That was more interesting. Of course, with their strength, this kind of goal could not be achieved even in their dreams. In order to chase after their dreams, they spent more time on training and did not want to waste this good time. Prince Tian Luo was influenced by them and was now working hard. There were 4 carriages on the luxurious flying car. Each carriage was 15 meters long. Even if the whole team was there was enough space for them to train quietly. The Golden Elves Lin En and his wife did not go down to play. They were more distressed about the few Pegasi that were pulling the carriage. In fact, the luxurious flying car was a large flying puppet that could hover in the air. It did not need Pegasi to pull it and could fly automatically. Moreover, it was not like the river crab train of the Celestial Empire. This one would never derail. Even if it fell from the sky, there was an anti-gravity device to protect the passengers. These few Pegasi that were responsible for pulling the carriage were equivalent to decorations for the rich. The Pegasi that were forced to fly continuously in front of the luxurious flying car for several hours were a little tired. Fortunately, they met the Lin En and his wife, the Golden Elves, who had a natural liking for Pegasi, so they were taken care of. If it was Fatty Hai, he would still want to ride a Pegasi to show off his power. Anyway, this was a luxurious carriage rented in the Ling Yun Kingdom. He had to return it later, otherwise the deposit would be deducted. It would be a waste not to ride it. Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy continued to follow Night Empress and Ji Zun to continue their training. Inan, Yu Bing, Raging Flame and Drunken Cat were also comprehending at the Gate of Life and Death. They did not participate in the Heaven Realm trip this time. On the other hand, Yu Yu was pulled up by Yu Yang. However, she preferred to stay in the grimoire world and help Yu Yang organize various items. She did not show her face outside. Yu Yang sat in the first carriage of the luxurious carriage. According to his memory, he drew the various designs he saw at the Gate of Heaven Realm. If he hadn't drawn it out, he wouldn't know. But once he had completed more than half of the drawing, he realized that the tombs of the Heaven Realm rankers had formed a huge battle formation. It resonated with the 3 teleportation circles at the edge of the Heaven Realm Gate, locking the Heaven Realm Gate completely. Moreover, Yu Yang also speculated that there must be a huge rune formation underground. Once a warrior invaded, it could be activated quickly. In addition to sounding the alarm, it could also suppress or even seal the intruders. Yu Yang was studying the Heaven Realm Gate. Red was massaging his shoulders lightly with her small hands, just like a gentle wife taking care of her lover. Fatty Hai, who was worried about Yi Kong, brought Fan Lun Tai, Lu Yi, Sha Yi, Bao Er, and the 4 orc girls, guarded by Wei Tai Lang and Ox Head Liao, and landed on the bustling north and south avenue of Rizhao City. Because of the straight road, they could see the floating island in the distant sky, emitting a faint white glow. That was the Sun Island, the meeting place where all the rankers gathered for meetings, and today's Rizhao City Lord Mansion. As usual, there were two groups of guards patrolling the North and South Avenue. The barracks on both sides had long been changed into various kinds of shops. The goods inside were dazzling to the eyes. Because of the convenient transportation and the abundance of mineral resources, the local people's economic income was high. The circulation of goods was especially fast, and there was also a large consumer market for luxury goods. Many merchants moved after hearing the news. Some products from thousands of miles away, and even the specialties of the South Heaven realm, could be seen here. Look, there's a beast shop over there. Fan Lun Tai was not interested in the roadside snacks. Her hobbies were collecting weapons and visiting the beast shop. Of course, the latter hobby was because Yue Yang decided to buy a heaven-ranked beast for everyone. Although Fan Lun Tai, the ox-head girl, had improved a lot in the previous battles, she felt that her strength was not enough, and her contribution to the team was not much. Hence, she also wanted to contract an outstanding heaven stage beast as soon as possible, which was why she had this idea. The group chatted and laughed as they walked into the huge beast shop called Potential Alliance. It was different from the beast shop in Tong Tian Tower. This Potential Alliance was rebuilt from the original barracks. Other than being abnormally huge, it also used the basement to develop beast cages, and directly sold mature beasts. Selling mature beasts was relatively rare in Tong Tian Tower. This was because although mature beasts were stronger, they had almost no potential, and were different from young ones that could be cultivated. In addition, it was almost impossible for mature beasts to have a high compatibility with their new master. They would definitely have their own thoughts, and the stronger they were, the more so. Without compatibility, other than not being able to display their battle power, loyalty was also a problem. Therefore, in Tong Tian Tower, people preferred to buy young beasts, and even beast eggs were very popular. Here, on the contrary, the beast eggs were directly piled together, and there was almost no obvious classification. The beast eggs in Tong Tian Tower had gone through countless tests and evaluations. They were sold according to their potential and compatibility with the warrior's attributes. In this potential alliance, the beast eggs were casually sold like eggs in the market. How much are these beast eggs? Fan Lun Tai's eyes lit up. With so many beast eggs, he might be able to pick out a beast that was suitable for him. As long as he nurtured it well, he would have a heaven-ranked beast. Others might not dare to say, but Yue Yang's ability to look at beast eggs was definitely top-notch. Even if Yue Yang said that he was just guessing, he was able to guess correctly almost every time. His luck was extremely high. Oh, this seems to be not bad. Bao pointed at a gray egg. Her intuition told her that it was a good thing, but she bit her finger and was not too sure. With Bao, this lucky baby, buying a few would probably result in an outstanding one. Her eyesight was not good, but her luck was high. The success rate of buying beast eggs with her was only below that of Yue Yang. It was also a strong guarantee. A waiter who was chatting and laughing with his companion saw that Fan Lun Tai did not go to look at the mature beasts that were in a commotion in the dungeon, but instead went to look at the worthless beast eggs. His face immediately darkened, and he was extremely unhappy. Although he did not say it, the look of disdain on his face showed that he was a pauper. If Bao had pointed at a large wyvern egg, his expression might have been slightly better. However, the egg that Bao pointed at was a gray sparrow stork that could only be found near Rizhao City. This was a kind of low-level flying beast that had almost no fighting power and was equivalent to a meat bird. Even the worst mercenary would not like this kind of beast. The reason why the Potential Alliance beast shop bought this kind of egg was because the young of the lightning raptor and thunder hellhound liked to bite this kind of non-threatening gray sparrow stork as food. The gray sparrow stork grew fast and had a high reproduction rate. They were like rabbits in the wild. The mercenaries even gave them a nickname, Flying Rabbit. Normally in the wild, people would often hunt them for meat. This kind of trash beast, and the other party actually said that it was not bad. Pretending to understand,